This was a world filled with malice toward civilization. The speed of light had become the final umbrella of protection, keeping civilization's dying embers from going out too quickly. The protagonist, Wang Yu, was inexplicably transported to this world. He obtained a derelict spaceship and, at the same time, got to know a few rather strange brothers. Just as he had realized he was in the universe, a suddenly appearing system told him to save the world. Even though he did not even have enough food to eat, the only things he could rely on were that tiny bit of luck of his, and a delicious can of cat food he had just dug out. The story begins. Darkness. Silence. He could not see anything. Wang Yu had only picked up a golden flyer on the road. He had not even had time to read what was written on it before he inexplicably appeared here. Everything around him was pitch black, and worse still, his phone had died while he was playing on it on the subway. He could not contact anyone, and he had no way to tell where he was. It could not have been worse. Anyone there? He tried calling out, but no one responded. Only the chill in the air answered him, making him shiver and realize this t-shirt was nowhere near enough to keep him warm. It was too quiet around him. Wang Yu gradually began to feel fear, and his heart rate started to soar. Did I transmigrate, or... He began thinking of all kinds of possibilities, stumbling as he groped around. Very soon, he touched a cold, uneven wall. He leaned his back against it, and only then did he recover a tiny bit of security. Is this some tunnel? Inside a cave? Wang Yu guessed because it was just too dark here. There was not a trace of light. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Yu gradually calmed down, though his heart was still pounding wildly. He started checking the only items he had on him. A shoulder bag. Inside were his phone, toilet paper, his resume, and his diploma, because right before the accident, he had just finished an interview and was preparing to return to his rented apartment. But right now, those things were completely useless. His hands were trembling from panic, and the printed resumes even fell to the floor. But Wang Yu no longer had the mind to pick them up. The only useful things were half a bottle of water and 2 energy bars that he often treated as breakfast. He ate 1 energy bar. The sugar intake made him feel a little better. Then, relying on the wall, he started feeling his way forward, limping as he moved. Yes, he was crippled. That made job interviews far harder for him than for most people. Even with a diploma that was decent enough, it was still hard for him to find suitable work. Now, even half a year after graduating, he was still unemployed. He had truly graduated straight into unemployment. It had brought a lot of inconvenience to his life, though he had long stopped caring about other people's looks, because he was lucky. At least, he had survived that accident when he was 5, though it had left behind this after effect. He could no longer remember the exact details. He only knew that the accident had taken the lives of his parents and younger sister, while he had miraculously survived in the cramped space inside the car for a full 5 days. Even now, he still remembered the expression on the rescuers' faces when they found him. There had been shock, joy, and a little fear mixed in. That was his luck. In any case, everyone around him thought he was lucky. Even Wang Yu himself thought so. Later, he was taken in by his eldest uncle. There was no melodramatic inheritance fight. He grew up smoothly right until this accident. Fuck, where the hell is this? Wang Yu cursed. The cold forced him to speed up. He shifted the shoulder bag to the front of his chest, so it could at least help keep him a little warmer. Gradually, maybe because his eyes had adjusted to the dark, he became able to make out some outlines. Ahead seemed to be a wall reflecting a faint red glow, blinking on and off. He seemed to be in an absurdly long corridor, around 8 meters wide, and he had already reached a corner. Such a wide passage. Wang Yu could not even imagine what kind of place would need a corridor this wide. It could practically be used as a road. After turning the corner, Wang Yu finally saw, about 30 meters ahead, a red light strip embedded in the wall. It blinked on and off like it had bad contact. Combined with the uneven walls, covered in stains and scratches, Wang Yu had reason to suspect this was a facility that had been abandoned for a very long time. There can't really be no one here, right? Wang Yu felt worse and worse. His heart rate soared again, and at the same time the chill on his skin became even more obvious, making him tremble uncontrollably. And, right at that moment, an unusual sound came from behind him. Clatter. It was the sound of something heavy scraping across a metal floor. It was becoming clearer and clearer, getting closer and closer to Wang Yu, and it was coming from the corridor behind him. What is that? Something else chasing me? Wang Yu felt that things were very bad. The sense of dread almost overwhelmed all his thoughts, forcing him to drag his inconvenient leg and speed up into a run, fleeing forward with all his might. Even though everything ahead was still dark, but the distance between them was rapidly closing. That sound seemed to be right behind him. He could even feel breathing, like some kind of animal pressed close at his back. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu was already gasping for breath. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his leg hurt like it was cramping. Running was his weakest area to begin with. This was going to kill him. What the hell is chasing me? Is this some kind of weird horror world? Did I really transmigrate? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Yu's mind. He only hoped this was a nightmare, and that when he woke up, he would find he had merely fallen asleep on the subway. He would not even care if he had missed his stop. But reality was cruel. Nothing changed. He could not run anymore. And at that moment, he saw a faint light ahead, though he was not sure if it was an illusion. They were dense green points of light, like the lights marking an emergency exit. That gave Wang Yu a bit more strength and drove him to hurry forward. But after only getting halfway there, he felt that something was wrong. What kind of emergency lights move on their own? Could there be someone there? Anyone there? Something chasing me from behind. Wang Yu shouted. He ran 2 more steps, then his pupils violently contracted. Because that was no person at all, but some kind of strange creature Wang Yu had never seen before, a giant, grotesque salamander or lizard. But this lizard was about the size of calf. It had no eyes and no nostrils. Its skin was covered in a web-like structure like meridians, and bright green fluorescence shone from the gaps like countless eyes. The moment this thing saw Wang Yu, it charged toward him at high speed. At the same time, it opened its mouth and shot an elastic tongue at him. Fuck! Wang Yu could not even shout it out. He could only curse in his heart, damning the unknown existence that had sent him here. It had not even prepared a cheat or a system for him. It might as well have killed him directly and saved him the suffering. Wang Yu felt utterly hopeless, just as he was preparing to meet death. At that moment, a huge black shadow leaped past him. Right after that, a fierce impact exploded before his eyes. The feeling was like being hit by a flashbang at close range. The force of the shockwave was so great that it sent Wang Yu flying, and he slammed heavily to the ground, his whole body aching beyond description. But he did not die. Then he saw an absurdly massive warhammer, taller than he was, fall in front of him and smash that lizard into pieces. The lizard was killed, turned into pulp. The glowing green fluid inside its body almost coated the entire corridor, including Wang Yu himself. It lit up the surroundings and also revealed the figure of another terrifying existence. It was an iron-armored giant. Wang Yu had never seen such a powerfully built human. This had already gone beyond the bounds of humanity. He stood over 4 meters tall. Beneath his dark red skin, his muscles bulged and writhed. He wore a damaged suit of armor hung with iron chains, with many parts showing signs of repair and recasting. In some places, rivets had even been used to embed the armor directly into skin and muscle to hold it in place. Just looking at it hurt. That exaggerated warhammer was the giant's weapon. One side was a flat hammer face, widening the strike area. The other was a sharply pointed spike with terrifying piercing power, meant specifically for breaking heavy armor. The giant drew the hammer back and held it upside down against the ground. That scraping noise from before had probably come from this. Wang Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He didn't even dare breathe too hard, afraid of drawing the giant's attention and ending up like the lizard. But clearly, the giant's target wasn't him. Otherwise, he would already be dead. And just now, if the giant hadn't acted, he might have been attacked by the lizard. Strictly speaking, the giant had actually saved him. While Wang Yu was thinking, the giant had already moved. He turned his head, revealing a ghastly, savage face. That face looked like it had been burned by raging fire or sulfuric acid, exposing his gums. His left eye was nothing but a dark hollow. The right side of his face was covered by an iron plate studded with rivets, and behind the mesh-like holes, a faint crimson glow could be seen, as if it were sizing Wang Yu up. Before Wang Yu could react at all, the giant reached out and grabbed him. His palm was wide enough to grip Wang Yu by the waist, lifting him into the air and holding him in front of himself for a careful look. A fishy, rotten stench spread from the giant's body, nearly making Wang Yu vomit. The chocolate bar he had eaten earlier came back up into his mouth, and he forcibly swallowed it again, pretending to stay calm. He doesn't mean me any harm. Don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. Wang Yu tried to hypnotize himself. He didn't dare move recklessly, while also searching for a chance to get away. Fortunately, things went as he expected. The giant only looked at him a few times, then put him back on the ground and continued dragging that heavy warhammer forward, accompanied all the way by that harsh clattering scrape of metal, as if he had never seen him at all. Huh, wait a second. Wang Yu stood there for a moment. Once it clicked, he immediately shouted and chased after him, dragging his inconvenient right leg as he stayed close behind the giant to avoid being attacked by other monsters. About a quarter of an hour later, Wang Yu still hadn't made it out of this place, and by now he had already gotten used to following behind Hammer Bro. That's right, Hammer Bro. Because he had a world-destroying giant hammer, Wang Yu started calling him that. There shouldn't be any problem with it. He had asked for the other party's opinion. It's fine, right, Hammer Bro? Wang Yu asked. Seeing that Hammer Bro didn't say anything, Wang Yu took it as tacit approval. He had just arrived here and knew nothing about the place. Only Hammer Bro was big, kind-hearted, and fairly easy to get along with. He wouldn't eat him, either. Naturally, Wang Yu had to cling tightly to this thigh, and there was a high probability Hammer Bro was intelligent and self-aware. He might even understand what Wang Yu was saying. He was just the silent type. How to put it? Right? A man of few words. At first, Wang Yu couldn't keep up with Hammer Bro's pace at all. After Wang Yu shouted a few times, Hammer Bro actually slowed down. That made Wang Yu even more confident in his judgment. Hammer Bro only looked hideous and inhuman, but he was actually very easy to get along with. Along the way, Wang Yu watched as Hammer Bro killed 2 more lizard monsters about the same kind as before. He seemed to be hunting these strange creatures. Thanks to that, Wang Yu no longer felt cold. These lizards were actually warm-blooded animals, and their body fluids gave off both light and heat. Wang Yu was now covered in it from head to toe. Not only had it solved his problem of keeping warm, it had also solved his lighting problem. Hammer Bro, what do you think these lizards grew up eating? They're this huge, but there's obviously nothing here. Wang Yu asked, but Hammer Bro still didn't say a word. He just kept walking forward like some dull machine, and Wang Yu was already used to it. Hammer Bro, do you have any idea how to get out of here? Hammer Bro, you're so strong. How did you train? Hammer Bro, are there any other people here? Hammer Bro, I've got a specialty for my hometown here, a chocolate bar. Want to try it? The moment those words left his mouth, Hammer Bro finally reacted. He stopped walking, making Wang Yu freeze as he inwardly cursed himself for screwing up. He was actually pretty nervous. He looked like a chatterbox, but in truth, he was using the small talk to steady his nerves, ease the tense atmosphere, and distract himself. Did I hit a landmine? Wang Yu swallowed. He saw Hammer Bro in front slowly turn around. He too was covered in lizard flesh and body fluids, but they were clearly much dimmer than what covered Wang Yu. They were even faintly writhing, as if they were being absorbed by his skin or even the armor plates on his body surface. Hammer Bro, Wang Yu called out, somewhat uneasy, only to see the other party extend a broad, massive hand toward him. He instantly understood. Right away, right away. Wang Yu quickly took the chocolate bar out of the satchel hanging across his chest and placed it in Hammer Bro's hand. Compared to that huge hand, the snack was tiny like a miniature model, not even enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Fortunately, Hammer Bro didn't mind, and his digestion seemed pretty good too. He directly tossed it into his mouth together with the wrapper, making a crunching chewing sound before continuing onward. Just like that, Wang Yu lost his last bit of food. But wasn't he a loss? He had farmed a wave of favorability with Hammer Bro. As for what to do next, since both Hammer Bro and the giant lizards could survive here, food probably wasn't lacking. And if all else failed, those smashed-up lizards weren't completely inedible. Even if they were poisonous, he would still have to try. Better than starving to death. And so, Wang Yu followed Hammer Bro all the way until several familiar paper resumes appeared underfoot, making him realize he had returned to the starting point. It wasn't like there had been no forks on the way, nor no rooms. Some rooms had even been open, but Wang Yu hadn't dared enter rashly, because he didn't know what might be inside, and he was worried about running into other dangers. And at this starting point, the place where he had just transmigrated to, there was actually also a door. Back then it had been too dark, and he hadn't noticed it at all. He had gone straight toward the wall on the other side and just happened to miss it. Now that he saw this door, Wang Yu grew suspicious instead. He had the vague feeling there might be something inside, so he tried walking over. As a result, the door seemed to sense him and slid open directly. Hammer Bro, there's a light on in here. Want to come in and take a look? Wang Yu called out, but Hammer Bro didn't stop. As if he hadn't heard anything, he kept walking forward. After weighing things for a moment, Wang Yu still entered the room, because he had just glanced inside and seen the lights were on. There didn't seem to be any monsters. Wang Yu walked into the room, and the hatch behind him closed along with it. But to make sure he had a way out, he tried stepping back outside again. Only after confirming that the door allowed free entry and exit did he let out a sigh of relief and begin investigating the room before him. The interior was fairly spacious. In the middle stood a very large desk, like a workspace. There were also 2 bedrooms on either side, along with an independent bathroom. The master bedroom even had a utility room attached. Its minimalist, hard-edged decorating style gave Wang Yu a sense of futurism, because it looked very much like a scene from a sci-fi work. Most of the furniture was made of metal, composite wood panels, and plastic, though all of it was very worn and very old. Someone had once lived here, but that had been a long time ago. Wang Yu looked at the walls and floor, both covered in dust and unknown stains. Many places were even cracked. Stepping on them gave a sticky, rubbery sensation that was hard to like. Some walls and furniture even bore signs of burns, or perhaps tiny bullet holes. Wang Yu picked up something by his foot that looked like a bullet casing. With a light squeeze, it shattered. Not brass or metal. Wang Yu frowned, because it felt a bit like an eggshell. Maybe it had just become brittle after so much time. Moreover, on the bed in the second bedroom, he found large spray-like stains. They had already oxidized into black, and some had even splattered onto the ceiling. Something clearly not too pleasant had happened here before. There was no danger in the room. No lizards were hiding in the corners or shadows waiting to ambush him, which counted as good news. Wang Yu planned to make this place a temporary base, because the facilities were fairly complete. The lights were still working, and the electrical system was intact. The only question was whether the lizards would break in. Wang Yu looked at the not necessarily reliable door and planned to brace it with some clutter when he rested. At the very least, if something came in, it would make noise and give him a warning. Unfortunately, the water was completely cut off. The sensor faucet in the bathroom had stopped working. Wang Yu smashed it off with a heavy object, but there was not a single drop of water inside. Then came food. Wang Yu found a can of food in the corner of the storage room. To be exact, it was a large can of cat food. The way he found it was worth mentioning too. He had followed the cat head graffiti and arrow on the wall to locate it. It had been buried under a pile of rotten cloth and boards. Clearly, there were other living things here. They even hid supplies, though they didn't seem very smart. Some kind of large feline, something that could draw symbols to mark locations and even open canned food by itself. Wang Yu guessed. Of course, he didn't believe a cat that smart actually existed. The graffiti on the wall looked like it had been carved out with some kind of sharp tool. The deepest parts were even over 1 centimeter deep. Cats didn't have claws that hard or that sharp. This was a metal wall. Maybe some pervert who liked eating cat food had used an angle grinder to carve the pattern, then hid a can of cat food here. Wang Yu found the idea amusing, and the pressure in his chest eased quite a bit. He added the can of cat food to his food reserves. The cat it belonged to was probably long gone anyway. Who knew how long this can have been sitting here? The surface label had almost oxidized away. But he remembered that if it wasn't damaged, it could be stored for a very, very long time. Even though the outside of this can look battered, the contents inside might still be edible. Wang Yu looked at the half-orange cat head on the packaging, as well as the familiar Chinese characters in the corner. Delicious starfish content greater than 1%. Do cats here eat this well? They get fed starfish? Wang Yu complained internally. He lived inland. From childhood until now, he had never eaten starfish, let alone delicious starfish. He only knew it was some kind of echinoderm. He put the can into the satchel hanging across his chest. As for eating cat food, he had no mental burden or pressure at all. As long as he didn't starve to death, it was fine. Now, there was only one place left. Wang Yu looked at the large office desk in the middle of the room. For some reason, part of the desktop was missing, but the cabinets underneath were still usable. Wang Yu checked them all, but one drawer was locked, and he didn't have the key. If this were a horror game, this would probably be the classic key hunting segment everybody loved to see. But unfortunately, this was reality, so Wang Yu decided to dismantle the desk and force it open. Who knew how long this desk had been left unused? The rotten parts were rotten, the broken parts were broken. He just had to avoid a few metal structures. Wang Yu found a metal table leg and directly smashed a hole into the wooden desktop, then dug the thing inside out. A gun? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was obviously a small handgun, but unlike the traditional guns in his impression, this one looked much more high-tech. It was made from some kind of white polymer, and it felt very good in the hand. There was also a strange symbol on one side of the gun. It looked like someone with a bad sense of humor had added 4 legs to a fish. What a weird symbol. Could it be the manufacturer's logo? Wang Yu held the gun and inspected it, then fired a few test shots at the desk. Nothing happened. Clearly, there were no bullets in the gun. Or maybe it had some kind of safety switch. It couldn't be broken, right? Wang Yu studied it further. He did find the safety switch, but he couldn't figure out how to remove the magazine. However, he found a round socket at the bottom of the grip that could pop out. A rechargeable handgun? Wang Yu said in surprise, then looked toward the phone charging in the corner. There was electricity in the room, and there was still a working outlet. It had both 2-prong and 3-prong sockets, and his phone charger worked too. The voltage was standard, but on the outlet, there was also a circular socket, and it happened to match the port on his handgun. Half believing, half doubting, Wang Yu tried plugging the gun in. Then the gun lit up. Iridescent light strips embedded inside it glowed as if they were flowing, simulating liquid being injected. That 4-legged fish symbol was actually a screen. It displayed the charging progress. In just a few seconds, it went from 0 to 100. It charges that fast. A fast charge handgun. Wang Yu took the gun off and couldn't help complaining. Then carried out another round of tests. Possibly because it had been left idle for too long. This gun needed the trigger pulled several times before it could finally squeeze out a shot. It had almost no recoil and felt a lot like a squirt gun. But in reality, this thing was a portable laser pistol, and its power was enormous. The scorched and melted marks on the walls had been left behind by this kind of weapon. A single shot could melt through a metal pipe. The temperature was frighteningly high. A full charge could probably fire about 20 shots, with each shot consuming around 5. Good stuff. With this, Wang Yu finally had some confidence when facing the lizards. This was the power of science. All right, time to sort out the current situation. Wang Yu put the gun away and thought about his next move. I picked up a golden flyer, then got teleported into a special base. The technology here is obviously far ahead of the world I'm familiar with, and there are also strange creatures and weirdos like that Thorbro. But this place is connected to the world I used to live in. The Chinese characters and the outlets both prove that. Wang Yu reviewed everything that happened and the details of it all, and felt that he had been dragged into some enormous conspiracy. Then there was another suspicious point. One he had only noticed after entering this room. He hadn't noticed it before. He looked at his right palm. There was now a number 7 written there in regular script. The color was very faint, like one of those cheap tattoos that had already faded. But Wang Yu had no habit of getting tattoos, and he definitely wouldn't tattoo such a meaningless number on his palm. That meant it could only have come along with him during the transmigration. It just so happened to be on the right hand that had taken the golden flyer. Is this my golden finger? or some kind of warning. Wang Yu frowned, because there were many ways to interpret it. A countdown warning for 7 days, or even 7 hours. Or maybe he still had 7 lives, 7 chances to revive and start over. Anyway, that was how things usually worked in novels and movies. Wang Yu had no clue for now, so he stopped thinking about it and dealt with the immediate problem first. The lizard bodily fluid on him no longer gave him any warmth. Instead, it had become sticky and uncomfortable. He wiped it off and wrapped some torn cloth around himself, which at least helped a little with keeping warm. Then there was food. Wang Yu planned to drag one of the lizards back and keep it here as an emergency food reserve, then slowly expand the range of his exploration until he found the exit to this place. After both the phone and the handgun were fully charged, Wang Yu began his final inspection. This was his habit before going out, and it was also something left behind after that accident. Because the reason that accident had happened in the first place was that his dad hadn't prepared enough. When they went out, his dad hadn't checked the weather forecast at all. After seeing a traffic jam, he chose a small road with hardly anyone on it. Back when the accident had just happened, his dad had been scolded by his mom quite a lot. Unfortunately, by then, everything was already too late. So before every action, Wang Yu always made an extra round of checks to avoid making the same mistake again. When you are fully prepared, death will not come knocking. Wang Yu chugged a mouthful of water, stuck a short metal pipe horizontally into the satchel on his chest in case of emergency, then held his phone in one hand for light and the laser handgun in the other, and just like that left the room. There was no signal here, so for now, his phone could only be used as a flashlight. He explored along the path he had walked before. This time, because he had his phone and a gun in hand, he roughly checked some of the accessible rooms and branching paths. He found that many of them were rooms with unclear purposes, or else the doors simply wouldn't open. What he could confirm was that this facility had once housed quite a few people. Otherwise, there was no way this place could have operated at all. After searching around, Wang Yu added a can of cat food and a metal spray can marked with a green cross to his shoulder bag, likely a wound healing spray. He found both undermarkings of cat head graffiti. He had no idea who had left them there, but Wang Yu was grateful and packed everything into his bag. Soon, he returned to the place where he had first run into Brohammer. But here, Wang Yu didn't find the mutant lizard corpse that had been smashed beyond recognition. Only the remaining bloodstains on the ground proved it had once existed. Then there was a dragging trail stretching forward all the way into the darkness. There was something else here. Wang Yu's heart tightened. He aimed his phone light ahead, then swept it behind him too. Most likely, it wasn't Brohammer's doing. Brohammer didn't seem like the type to handle burial after killing. After thinking for a few seconds, Wang Yu decided to follow the trail and take a look. He had to explore anyway if he wanted to find an exit. He had no other choice. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu stopped in front of a blast door because the blood trail ended here, blocked by the door. And the blood was still pretty fresh, still giving off a fluorescent glow. That meant the corpse was very fresh. Some of it had even been dragged over from the passage in front of Wang Yu, which meant whoever had done it moved fast, had collected quite a few lizard corpses, and was very strong. Wang Yu definitely couldn't have done it that efficiently. But Wang Yu had no way to open this door. It had power, but it wouldn't open on its own, and there was no switch button either. Didn't need an access card or some similar authentication. Wang Yu frowned, feeling that the area behind the door might lead to other parts of the base. Maybe even the exit. If there were access controls everywhere here, then he really might end up trapped to death in this place. I should have stuffed some bits of meat into my bag earlier. Wang Yu was still bitter about not getting to eat the mutant lizard, because canned cat food could be stored long-term, but mutant lizard meat might not keep. Once it was gone, it was probably gone for good. Food and water might force him into a dead end. Just as he was thinking that, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. It came so abruptly that Wang Yu even lost his balance and fell to the ground, his phone flying out his hand. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. Warning, warning, about to exit subspace navigation. All crew members, prepare for impact and unexpected incidents. Warning, warning, what? Subspace? Wang Yu said in shock. His back had slammed into the wall, making him bare his teeth in pain, but clearly, the content of the warning shocked him even more. I'm in. Before he could finish, the floor suddenly tilted sharply, accompanied by the sound of metal straining and deforming. It was very close, like something was crawling along the outside of one wall, tearing at it. At that moment, the corridor fully lit up as well. The metal partition slowly rose, and blinding light poured in. Wang Yu froze on the spot, because in front of him was a blazing sun. The intense light made his eyes hurt, and he could only look toward the dimmer areas. I'm in space. This is the inside of a spaceship. Wang Yu's face changed drastically. He could faintly hear strange screeches and a shrill sound like high heat scorching grease. The moment the metal partition opened, he seemed to see something crawl up along the ship's hull. Before he could think further, the sound of something heavy crawling came from both ends of the passage, one in front and one behind. 2 mutant lizards, and they had appeared out of nowhere. Damn it! Wang Yu tried to raise his hand and fire, but his arm wouldn't obey him very well. Only then did he realize that his right elbow joint felt wrong, as if it had been dislocated. It hurt as soon as he lifted it, and he couldn't raise it at all. It was probably caused by the ship's earlier jolting. He could only hold the gun. Aiming was impossible. The chance to fight back vanished in an instant. Wang Yu hadn't even had time to think about switching the gun to his other hand before the mutant lizard was already in front of him, opening its mouth and shooting out its highly elastic tongue. Wang Yu only had time to raise his still mostly intact left hand to block, protecting the vital areas of his head and neck before the mutant lizard's snake-like tongue wrapped around him and pulled him off balance, tipping him forward. But the danger wasn't over. There was still another mutant lizard behind him. Only now did it join the fight, hurriedly shooting out its tongue like it was snatching prey. It just so happened to wrap around Wang Yu's right ankle. The two similarly sized mutant lizards immediately began fighting over him, letting out piercing huffing sounds, like gas briefly rushing through pipes. Caught between the two mutant lizards, Wang Yu's left arm and right leg were stretched straight tight. Two forces were pulling him in opposite directions. On top of that, his right hip joint had an old injury, and there had even once been steel nails driven into it. This pull made the pain even worse. Fuck! Wang Yu roared in anger, startling both lizards. Just a few seconds ago, he'd been thinking about eating lizard. Now he was about to become lizard shit. The two mutant creatures were only intimidated by Wang Yu for a very brief moment, because they soon realized that the prey in front of them couldn't actually do anything to them. He was in a loud voice. So the two lizards started tearing at him even harder, with enough force to practically rip Wang Yu apart. At this critical moment, Wang Yu could only place his hopes on that pistol. It was the only weapon that might be able to kill these two beasts, and it was still in his right hand, never lost. But he had no way to raise it and aim. Wang Yu tried to wrestle against the lizards, but aside from making his right leg hurt even more, it had no effect. He wanted to switch hands and hold the gun differently, but the lizards gave him no chance. But during the struggle, the sharp pain caused by the movement of his right arm gave him a new idea. So he turned his head and bit at the strips of cloth wrapped around his right arm, deliberately giving up his balance and lifting his left leg off the ground. He planned to use the loss of balance and the swing to find a chance to point the gun at one of the lizards. As long as he killed or injured one and broke free, then he would have a chance to survive. Wang Yu pulled back the left leg that had been supporting him and let his full body weight act on the two opposing forces pulling him from front and back, breaking the balance. Even these two lizards, each weighing no less than 100 Gene, couldn't avoid losing balance for a brief moment because of the change in force. That instant was exactly what Wang Yu had been waiting for. Using the strength in his neck and shoulders, he tried his best to make his right hand swing toward the lizard in front during that moment of imbalance, then took the chance to fire. The chance was tiny. Missing was likely. The gun misfiring was even more likely. But after that, when these two lizards got close to him and tried to bite him, he would still have another chance to shoot. A surge of adrenaline flooded Wang Yu's body, making him ignore the pain for the moment. His nerves were highly stimulated as he carried out his plan without hesitation. Then a streak of light flashed past. It was beyond Wang Yu's expectations, because this unreliable pistol was unexpectedly reliable at this moment. It fired smoothly during the swing and hit the lizard directly in front of him, piercing straight through its body. The mutant lizard that had been shot immediately went limp. Seeing its chance, the lizard behind him pounced forward, pulling Wang Yu closer with its tongue, planning to bite him. But Wang Yu rolled over in time. In his left hand was the white pistol he had switched over, and he fired again, burning a huge hole through the lizard's forehead and melting through the window behind it. Air rapidly leaked out, forming a hurricane, until the metal partition automatically dropped and sealed the breach. Only then did the crisis truly end. Cough, cough. Covered in quite a bit of slime, Wang Yu sat up, shoved the lizard off himself, and kept coughing. He had accidentally swallowed some of the slime just now, and part of it had even gone down his windpipe. Fortunately, it had been a close call, but no disaster. He had successfully killed those two lizards, although he had also blasted a hole through the window. Thankfully, the safety system here was still functioning normally and sealed the breach in the ship before a bigger crisis could happen, preventing any secondary damage. Hiss! Wang Yu, who had been about to stand up, felt a sharp pain at the root of his right leg. He didn't know if a ligament had torn. His right arm was bent at an unnatural angle. He set the gun aside, struggled over to a spot by the wall, and began rummaging through the satchel across his chest for the spray he had found earlier. The one he suspected was some kind of healing spray. Once he found it, he aimed it at the places that hurt and sprayed. The wound stopped bleeding instantly. The coolness from the evaporating medicine dulled the pain, and when it reacted with the wound and blood, it formed a pale yellow protective film. Even the dislocated joint and the discomfort at the root of his right leg were suppressed. He just couldn't tell whether it was only an anesthetic effect or if it really had healing properties. There wasn't too much spray left, and it ran out quickly. But Wang Yu did feel a lot better. He looked at his dislocated right elbow and decided to try setting it back himself. He didn't understand medicine, but this was no longer a matter of whether he understood it or not. He had to set it back. Even if he had to try hundreds of times, he still had to set it back. Otherwise, with his basic mobility gone, he would die here very soon. That was beyond doubt. Wang Yu took several deep breaths, braced his right hand against the ground, and used his shoulder to force the joint into position, trying to reset it. He failed several times in a row. Instead, he only made himself feel awful, to the point of almost vomiting. Fortunately, the spray from before had suppressed the pain. Finally, on the 5th attempt, there was a crisp crack, and his elbow joint finally snapped back into place. But by then, the elbow had already swollen red in a large circle, and he couldn't exert any strength with it at all. He had finally endured it. Only after escaping danger did Wang Yu have a mind to look at the scene outside the window, at the vast and boundless universe. He seemed to be in an outer corridor of the spaceship. Click! The sound of a hatch opening startled Wang Yu. He immediately looked toward the metal door opposite him, the one he hadn't been able to open. A giant walked out from inside. It wasn't Brohammer. A foul, nauseating stench of rot poured out, nearly suffocating Wang Yu. It felt almost tangible, to the point that even his skin seemed to sense it. What came out was a fat, massive giant around 3 meters tall. On his head was a tall hat whose original color couldn't be seen. In his left hand, he gripped a large bundle of iron chains slung over his shoulder, as if dragging a whole pile of things. In his right hand was a huge butcher's cleaver full of chips and cracks, covered in old bloodstains that had long since dried and oxidized. But no one knew how many more layers had been brushed over it after that, to the point that the blade's original material could no longer be identified. It looked as if it had been forged for blood. Wang Yu didn't even dare breathe. His left hand reached for the pistol at his side as he stared at this butcher, who obviously didn't look very friendly. The other party only glanced at Wang Yu once. The upper half of his face was completely a twisted, deformed pig face stitched onto his skin, especially ferocious. But his earlier interaction with Brohammer had reminded Wang Yu of something. He knew that in this place, he couldn't judge whether someone was good or bad based on appearance or build. So he didn't show any hostility. He just didn't dare let go of the gun. The freak stared at Wang Yu for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the 2 lizards and walked out, his footsteps pounding against the floor. He stopped in front of one of the lizards, bent down, and hooked the chain at his waist onto the lizard. Only then did Wang Yu understand what this freak was planning to do. He was collecting the corpses of these lizards. The ones from earlier had probably been taken away by him too. Thinking of that, Wang Yu cautiously spoke up. Those 2 lizards were both killed by me. Could you leave one for me? Please. I'm Brohammer's friend. Wang Yu's voice trembled. Part of it was fear. The other part was that this freak smelled too horrible, like he had never bathed in his life. It made breathing difficult for Wang Yu, and his eyes were watering from the stink. The freak merely glanced at Wang Yu. For several seconds, he made no further move, making Wang Yu's heart jump into his throat. He was afraid he'd get packed up and taken away like those dead lizards. Fortunately, his luck had always been pretty good. The freak didn't make a move against him. Instead, he took one lizard away and retreated back inside. The metal hatch closed again. Only then did Wang Yu dare breathe heavily. He had nearly suffocated. Strangely enough, once the freak left, that foul stench disappeared with him, as if it had never existed. It was extremely bizarre. Wang Yu pushed himself up with the wall and looked at the lizard left behind, knowing that this time he had gambled right again. Pig Bro wasn't actually a bad person. He could be communicated with. He was even a proper crew member on the ship. One lizard was enough to eat. He had just swallowed a bit of its body fluid and felt no discomfort. His skin had also come into contact with it. It was probably non-toxic and edible. That was Wang Yu's guess, but even if it actually wasn't edible, he still had to try roasting it and eating it, because he didn't have much food and he had no choice. As Wang Yu slowly pulled himself upright with the help of the window, only then did he truly have the space to look out at the universe beyond. It felt more real than any game he had ever played or even any movie scene he had ever watched. Without an atmosphere to block it, the star was unbearably bright to a terrifying degree. Wang Yu could even feel his body temperature rising rapidly. He might even be getting damaged by radiation. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he saw another planet below. Is that blue star? No. Something different. Wang Yu said in shock. At first, joy rose in him, but it quickly sank to the bottom, because he realized that the continental plates on that planet were different from the blue star in his memory. But signs of civilization were clearly visible. It wasn't something as simple as plants and animals. There were higher intelligent life forms there. He even saw an artificial satellite slowly drifting past beneath the spaceship. Wang Yu continued looking elsewhere. Most of his field of view was filled with darkness. Only very far away were sparse points of light. Those were stars separated by unknown distances, like candles in the deep dark, as if they could go out at any moment, completely unable to contend against the darkness. They were clearly so bright, so dazzling, yet they gave off a feeling of swaying on the verge of collapse. After staring for too long, Wang Yu suddenly felt his legs go weak. By the time he realized it, he had already crouched down uncontrollably. At the same time, a synthesized digital voice of indeterminate gender sounded out. Hyperspace voyage complete. Deep space successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survival confirmed. Activating system. Activation successful. Your current authority level is level 1. Welcome aboard Deep Space, Acting Captain. Upon first contact with the vast universe, you have awakened the talent self-disciplined living. Please check your personal panel. System. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, looking around and trying to find out what exactly was speaking. But he couldn't lock onto the source, because the voice sounded as if it were inside his head. It had nothing to do with his location. Couldn't be controlled, and couldn't be blocked. But very quickly, he adapted to it, because this thing was extremely convenient to use, far better than a phone. It was as if his eyes had a miniature computer integrated into them, directly projecting a translucent screen onto his retinas, organically fused with his field of vision. And the content displayed on the image could even be controlled by thought. It didn't interfere with his sight at all. He could close it at any time, or even adjust the transparency. The system every transmigrate needed had finally arrived, except Wang Yu staggered a little as he stood up and looked at the root of his right leg, where a faint pain had started to return. The pain-numbing effect of the spray was about to wear off. It seemed it was only effective on external injuries and did little for this kind of old injury involving bone and ligament damage. The appearance of the system hadn't healed the defects in his body either. Sure enough, the stories in novels were unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wang Yu called up his personal panel and checked his status. Wang Yu. Race, human. Human, a typical mammalian intelligent life form whose reputation resounds across the universe. Highly dependent on technology, with no fixed racial talent, but with great individual variation and the possibility of displaying unique personal talents. After reaching adulthood, the average value of all attributes is 5. Origin, Earth-like planet. Talents, Lucky 7, Discipline life. Lucky 7. You are a born lucky one, carrying your loved one's hopes. You are favored by good fortune. Everyone around you feels that you are lucky, making events beneficial to you easier to trigger. Up to 7 times per week. When facing a life or death crisis, you can forcibly trigger an event with a probability higher than 10%, steering reality in a direction more favorable to your survival. This ability is not affected by an individual's subjective will. Discipline life, a healthy and regular routine greatly benefits you. When you are disciplined enough, live healthily, and keep it up for 3 weeks, your attribute experience growth speed will increase by 20, and your sanity cap will increase by 20 points, lasting until your disciplined lifestyle is broken. However, the bonus will still additionally last for 24 hours. Abilities none. Status, light injury, a sturdy human figure in a spread eagle pose. With the joints of the right leg and right arm yellowed. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 654 kilograms. Health, 8195. Your body has old injuries that cannot heal naturally. Your maximum health is permanently reduced by 5. Sanity, 81-100. When sanity falls below 50, there's a chance of entering a mental breakdown state. When sanity reaches 0, you will face a trial of life and death. Stamina, 77-100. When stamina falls below 60, you will enter a fatigue state and become more prone to mistakes. Below 30, you may fall unconscious. At 0, you'll go straight into shock. Body, 4, 2480. Body measures an individual's absolute physical strength and the toughness of their physique. Will, 7, 77-400. Will measures an individual's mental strength. The higher it is, the less easily one is affected by harsh environments and conditions, the stronger one's endurance in desperate situations, and the higher one's resistance to sanity damage. Reflex, 5, 31-100. Reflex measures the transmission speed of an individual's neural signals. Usually, the higher the reflex, the more agile the individual is, though sometimes a strong enough body is also needed to support it. Immunity, 4, 37-80. Immunity measures an individual's environmental metabolic ability. The higher it is, the less one is affected by deadly poison, disease, cosmic radiation, electric currents, and even temperature. It is beneficial for quickly recovering health, adapting to extreme environments, and consuming hard-to-digest food. Inspiration, 5, 52-100. Inspiration measures an individual's ability to establish a connection with subspace. It makes it easier to see things that should not exist, triggering many abnormal phenomena that defy common sense, and may even connect to subspace. This attribute also easily sparks inspiration during research and contemplation. Overall evaluation, with average attributes barely reaching 5, you're a pathetic weakling. That tiny bit of luck on you is only enough to let you gasp out 2 more breaths in this universe. Lucky 7? Wang Yu suddenly thought of something and immediately looked at his right palm, which was covered in green mucus. The number on it had already changed from 7 to 4. So this gun, being able to fire continuously, was because of my talent? Only then did Wang Yu realize it. The faulty beam pistol had been able to operate normally in succession, thanks to Wang Yu's luck. Those 2 shots had used up 2 of his chances. As for the 3rd time, that was probably why he had managed to hit the mutated lizard with his dislocated hand. I really am lucky. Wang Yu gave a bitter smile, feeling like he had a talent others would envy to death. But if possible, he would rather never have been lucky at all. In a short time, Wang Yu became familiar with the system's various functions. Besides the personal panel, he could also view information on the deep space, including his permissions and the ship's internal structural map. But the parts beyond his authority were completely blacked out. Wang Yu, acting captain of the deep space. Current authority, level 1. You may spend 50,000 credit points to raise your authority to level 2. Deep space, a large research vessel. During a subspace traversal, it encountered a malignant incident. Nearly all crew members were killed, and the hull was heavily damaged. For many years, it drifted through the gap between the universe and subspace, only reappearing after welcoming a new captain. Durability? Maximum conventional sailing speed. Ship damaged. Conventional sailing speed unstable. Maximum conventional sailing speed refers to the limit speed reached in standard space with uniform density. For example, 0. 2c means a limit speed of 0. 2 times the speed of light. Core component. Activated subspace phase shift engine, granting the deep space the ability to travel through both the universe and subspace. The core component is the soul of a ship. Damage to it will cause the ship to be completely destroyed, possibly beyond repair forever. Main engine. Activated subspace phase shift engine, Hungary. The main engine supports long-distance interstellar travel. If damaged, the ship will lose the ability for long-distance interstellar navigation. It can replace the secondary engine when necessary to provide conventional power, but this will greatly increase the main engine's burden. Secondary engine, supergravity field fusion engine, damaged. The secondary engine provides conventional power. If damaged, it will affect ship travel, power supply, the use of conventional weaponry, and many other aspects. It cannot replace the main engine in supporting interstellar travel. Weapon module. Defense module, small electromagnetic particle shield generator, damaged. Basic modules. Gravity field generator, activated detector production factory, Hungary. Activated subspace communication generator, Hungary. Fian Type 1 one-time round-trip landing pod. 3. Basic factory, missing. Content that cannot be displayed requires higher authority to unlock. Damaged modules and components must be repaired before they can operate again. Missing components are considered completely lost or beyond repair and may be deleted manually. So complicated? After reading it all, Wang Yu felt his head ache. He did not understand a single one of those engines and modules. Forget repairing them. He did not even know how to use them. Fortunately, the system could make up for that weakness. All modules could be repaired or even expanded by spending credit points and materials. Everything could be operated through the system, and some could even be repaired entirely with credit points alone, though the prices were outrageously high. For example, the repair cost for that supergravity field fusion engine was actually as high as 830 million credit points. Wang Yu only counted the length of that string of digits to make sure he was not seeing things, then immediately gave up on the idea of fixing the ship. But what was with Hungary? There was no explanation for it. Could that thing actually be alive? Wang Yu muttered in confusion, feeling that this ship had huge problems. He might have boarded a pirate ship. Please proceed to the central main control room, bridge. The system will format the deep space and assist you in taking control of this ship. The system spoke up at this moment to remind him. Its messages would remain on the interface in text form, and past records could be checked at any time. Wang Yu opened the deep space map and began confirming the location of the main control room. With the map, Wang Yu finally said goodbye to getting lost and wandering around blindly. For now, he gave up on the idea of escaping because outside was outer space, not a place an ordinary human could survive. But the blue planet below might be different. Whether he could land there depended on whether he got the chance. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's room, the place he had previously treated as a stronghold, and dragged back this trip as spoils, the mutated lizard. And now, through the system, he also knew whether this thing was poisonous. Name, Guangxi. Description, a common mutated creature in subspace. Its appearance and habits resemble a lizard, but judging from its internal structure, it is actually more like a fish with legs. Some researchers therefore classify it as a four-legged fish. It can continue to exist stably after leaving subspace, but cannot reproduce. Its body fluid is a mild and harmless fluorescent agent with effects such as illumination, radiation resistance, and heat preservation. Its flesh is non-toxic and edible, but watch out for parasites. It is recommended to heat and cook it thoroughly before eating. The system could identify items for free, even living creatures. That counted as a hidden perk. He had the laser pistol appraised too. The result was as follows. Name, Fire Scorpion 07 Snow, White Limited Edition, malfunctioning. Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. Commonly referred to as Four-Legged Fish Company, it is a very strange enterprise that rose rapidly and carved out a place in the interstellar market. Its products focus on high-cost performance and cover all walks of life. It possesses its own unique technology that cannot be reverse-engineered or replicated. The company also often releases all kinds of baffling products, including a large number of recolor limited editions, leaving many people confused. Yet buyers who like the company flock to them anyway and often get burned. Some products are extremely rare and highly collectible, able to sell for unimaginably high prices. It is said that the company originated from an ocean planet, and all its employees are intelligent four-legged fish. Regulation level. Level 1. Civilian use. Regulation level was a regulatory standard established in the past by the Bureau of Technology Ethics Supervision based on the technology represented by an item and its potential danger. It was divided into 6 levels from 4 to 1. Highly dangerous items were placed under strict supervision, private trade was forbidden, and they could bring unimaginable disasters to civilization, or even the entire universe. They were in order: civilian use, fine work, supreme, taboo, anomaly, miracle. If the creations of advanced civilizations were safe enough, they might also be classified as supreme grade or fine work grade. So this standard could not be used completely to measure the technological level contained in an item. Description: a rare limited edition white beam pistol whose collectible value far exceeds its practical value. Its original owner traveled as far as 30 light years and stood in line for a full 6 months just to get one. Against unarmored units, especially organic life forms, its damage is enormous. The intense heat it contains can pierce a target in an instant, causing internal bodily fluids to boil and expand, creating secondary damage. But it is easily absorbed and blocked by metal. It mostly exists as a collectible. With an energy pack, it can sustain combat, and holding the trigger can be used to cut large targets. The ignition unit circuitry is faulty. Each trigger pull has only a 15% chance of successful activation. So this gun was actually a rare item. Wang Yu handled the pistol and said, it seemed the former captain of the deep space had treated this gun as a precious collectible and couldn't bear to use it at all, keeping it locked in the desk drawer in the office. But to Wang Yu, this thing was just a simple beam pistol and not a very reliable one at that. Still, this universe really was lively. What Bureau of Technology Ethics Supervision? What Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited? Wang Yu frowned slightly, no matter how he heard it. The company's name felt strange. Life Company, Limited? Why'd it feel weirdly malicious? Whatever. Anyway, this world seemed to have all kinds of civilizations and organizations. Wang Yu had truly broadened his horizons today. He left the captain's quarters, followed the map through the corridor, and arrived before the bridge, or rather the main control room. At the other end, something fell off. He looked down at the metal floor beneath him. Why did the corridor feel a lot shorter? Was it an illusion? Or? Wang Yu couldn't understand it, so he could only chalk it up to psychology. After all, he had just transmigrated at the time, was extremely nervous, and the lighting had been severely lacking. Misjudging distance was perfectly reasonable. He looked at the metal door in front of him. Earlier, it had been too dark, and he had been in a hurry to keep up with Brohammer's pace, so he hadn't checked this door at all. So this was the main control room. The captain's quarters, main control room, laboratory, and related workshops were all actually on the same level. It was obvious that this ship's original captain had been a complete workaholic. As for the other floors, level 2 clearance had to be activated to enter them, through the door where he had met Bro Pig. But Wang Yu only had 5,000 universal credit points at the moment, so he could only look at them on the map. Many areas were blacked out. First, confirm the situation on the bridge. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the beam pistol and walked toward the door in front of him. The doors on the spaceship all seemed to be automatic. If one wouldn't open, then either his clearance wasn't high enough or the door was broken. The main control room's door was still in decent shape and was opening, but the process was somewhat rough. A large amount of clumped black residue fell from it, as though it hadn't been opened in a very long time. Most of the lights inside were still working, but their surfaces were smeared with a lot of black grime, like dried black mud, causing the brightness to drop sharply and giving the whole place a run-down feeling. Wang Yu stood at the doorway and didn't enter rashly. He raised the gun in his left hand and stayed on guard, worried that some unknown dangerous creature might be hiding inside. Fortunately, there wasn't. He looked around once, and only after confirming there was no danger did he formally enter. At the same time, the system's notification sounded by his ear. Central main control room reached. Formatting has officially begun. Estimated completion time, 5 minutes. A 5-minute countdown appeared in Wang Yu's vision, but it didn't affect his sight. Once the countdown ended, he figured he would be able to control this ship. But what exactly had happened here? Wang Yu frowned tightly, because the feel of the main control room was completely different. The outside could still be described as an abandoned, poorly maintained base, but in here, Wang Yu truly wondered whether he had entered the heavily weathered interior of some ancient corpse. Tiny fibrous particles floated in the air. The metal floor underfoot had gradually been replaced by a kind of dry, hardened, wax-like black organic tissue. In some places, he could even see shriveled blood vessels as thick as a forearm, supported by the bones inside them. Under strong light, they could even be seen through. Yet there were still traces of this place once having been the bridge or main control room of a large research vessel. There were 3 full rows of control consoles. The number of operators had definitely been no fewer than 20. Some consoles were also covered by dried tissue and had become completely unrecognizable. It wasn't even just covering them, they had grown together. The chairs couldn't even be moved anymore. Was this really a spaceship that could still fly? Wang Yu couldn't help asking himself, but no one answered him. That was even better. If some ghostly thing suddenly popped out, he'd probably fire on the spot. He looked toward the center at the seat that had once belonged to the captain of the deep space. It felt as though the chair had already been completely transformed into organic matter. Its surface was dark brown, but when Wang Yu shone his phone's flashlight over it, the inside showed a pale yellow color, closer to amber. There were even structures inside, resembling a human spine and ribs, forming the chair's backrest. Holy crap. Don't tell me this ship's captain fused with this chair. Wang Yu couldn't help muttering. Goosebumps rose all over his skin. Fortunately, there was no danger in the main control room. Otherwise, with his inconvenient legs and unstable pistol, he had no way of protecting himself. He had only done a rough inspection of the room and hadn't finished looking around when the 5-minute countdown ended. A soft blue stream of data descended from the ceiling and shone onto the already waxified, translucent captain's chair. Then something miraculous happened. It was as if the chair had been infused with vitality, activated by some unknown force. The flesh and blood on its surface filled out again, as though blood were flowing inside. The blood vessels regained their elasticity and began pulsing rhythmically once more, brimming with life. Taken as a whole, it looked like some vile handicraft made from a skinned, living animal. Formatting complete. Control authority over the main control room is now fully open to you. Please do your best to survive. In this vast and boundless universe, find a planet where you can settle and build a life, and relight the flame of human civilization. This is a fate neither you nor I can avoid. May all go smoothly. The legacy reclaimer will hatch in 2 to 3 weeks. After obtaining the legacy of a civilization and submitting it, you can receive the corresponding credit reward as well as gacha pulls. The gacha can yield relics from that civilization. A giant egg wrapped in pale yellow fascia had grown out of the floor on one side of the main control room. It was most likely that so-called legacy reclaimer. For now, it did not seem useful. After the system finished formatting, it also explained why it had summoned him here. Find a planet and settle down. That was it. Wang Yu frowned. He knew well that the less information there was, the worse the situation usually was. If even finding a planet to colonize and develop had become a mission, then something extremely terrifying was probably happening in this universe. Because what was restricting the development of civilization was no longer technology. It might be something else, some kind of unsolvable disaster. But that did not match what Wang Yu had actually seen. Because not long ago, he had seen a blue planet full of life outside the window. There was definitely life there, and even civilization. There were even artificial satellites. There was no reason it could not support survival. The only issue was whether the atmospheric conditions there could support free human activity. That would need further confirmation. And then there was the part about lighting the flame of civilization. There was only Wang Yu on this broken ship, and he was even disabled. What civilization flame was he supposed to light? There was no way to develop anything, okay? They were about to go extinct. Even if he counted Bro Hammer and Bro Pig too, they still could not produce a next generation. There was no chance unless he could find other humans. Wang Yu thought about many things, and in the end, his gaze stopped on the seat in the middle of the main control room. There was no danger here, and the beam pistol named Fire Scorpion had been put back into the shoulder bag on his chest, with the safety on to avoid an accidental discharge. From the looks of it, as long as he sat in that seat, he should be able to control the ship. Wang Yu slowly walked over. There should not be any major risk. Otherwise, if he died at this step, then the system would have been completely pointless. So he was not worried about being killed. Still, as a physiological reaction, he was quite resistant to sitting on such a bloody, seemingly living seat. It was even wriggling. The backrest was like a soft tongue, welcoming Wang Yu's arrival. Ugh. Wang Yu showed a disgusted expression. He touched it first, and after confirming it would not bite, he turned around and plopped down on it. Contrary to its appearance, the sensation of sitting on it was exactly like a soft high-end sofa. He sank right into it, no? He was being swallowed into it. Once Wang Yu realized what was happening, he immediately tried to get up, but it was already too late. More flesh surged over and stuck him to it. At the same time, 2 rows of bloody ribs extended out from the backrest and locked him in place, making him unable to move. Gradually, Wang Yu stopped struggling, not because he had been trapped or was running out of breath, but because he discovered that he had formed an extraordinary connection with the seed, or more accurately, with this ship. It was not as simple as digital data linking with consciousness. It was a bond of shared blood, as if they had become one. An unbearable hunger and exhaustion acted on Wanyu. Right now, he felt like he could eat that lizard raw and finish the whole thing. He was too hungry and cold. The distant star that looked like a fireball could not bring even the slightest warmth. Instead, it only made him feel worse. This was not a signal from Wanyu's body. It was coming from the ship. This deep space really was a living creature. He suddenly understood why those activated modules had shown hunger. Those things were effectively this ship's organs. They were one body, which was why they displayed hunger. The entire ship was in a low-power state caused by hunger. It took Wanyu about 3 minutes to adapt to the feeling. Then his vision quickly moved outside the spacecraft. There was no need to raise the bridge or open any screen projection. He could directly see outside, and it was a full surround view with no blind spots. And on the surface of the deep space, just as Wanyu had guessed, this was a derelict ship that had been abandoned for who knew how long. Its surface was almost entirely covered in rock-like organic matter. Just from its optical image alone, it would be easy to mistake the ship for a small celestial body, unless one performed a strict spectral analysis and closely examined its movement trajectory. But now, as Wangyu's vision turned toward the surrounding universe, slit after slit gradually opened across the deep space's surface. Inside them were yellow-brown eyeballs. At this moment, the ship woke up, blurred. Wanyu lay on the ground and vomited violently, his body covered in sticky yellow pus. He had only sat on it for about 5 minutes before he could not hold on any longer and got off. He simply could not endure that hunger, thirst, and discomfort. And after separating from it, the discomfort did not completely disappear. He kept vomiting for nearly 3 minutes before slowly getting back up, still feeling a bit dizzy. The feeling of piloting a ship was really blurred. Just recalling it made Wanyu want to puke again, so he could only force himself to stop thinking about it. He sat quietly on the ground for about another 10 minutes before fully recovering. Other than still feeling somewhat hungry, he had no other unusual symptoms. Maybe he was genuinely hungry. He looked at the deep space map for a while, then got up and walked toward the rear of the main control room. According to the map, there should be an elevator here. Found it. After feeling around for a long time, Wanyu finally found the elevator button. It had almost been covered by the dried organic matter. He had to hit it a few times with the steel pipe before it activated smoothly. This elevator was probably an emergency escape passage, meant to let the bridge crew quickly reach the shipborne bay on the 3rd deck and escape the ship before the deep space was hit. Soon, the elevator arrived, and the doors slowly slid open to both sides, still not moving very smoothly. But the moment the door opened a crack, Wanyu tensed up, raised the gun, and fired decisively, because crouching in the doorway was something hard to describe. It was a monster made from several light lizards whose flesh had merged and stuck together, like some grotesque cake born of vile humor. But it was alive. The pistol did not fire properly. The grotesque thing lunged straight at Wanyu and slammed into the not yet fully open elevator door, with several limbs reaching inside. On the second shot, the muzzle finally lit up. A high-temperature beam shot out and split the thing in two from top to bottom, making both halves slide to the floor, their cross-sections scorched black. But the thing did not die. Tiny worms quickly extended from the severed surfaces, seemingly preparing to stick the two halves back together. Seeing this, Wanyu fired a 3rd shot. This time it activated smoothly too. He kept holding the trigger down and started cutting the monster apart, only stopping when the pistol ran out of energy. By then, the monster had been cut into irregular chunks and finally stopped moving. What the hell is this thing? Wanyu frowned. He did not rashly approach it. Instead, he pressed the elevator's up button and went all the way back to the captain's room, where he brought flammable rags, wooden boards, plastic film, and recharged the pistol before returning. The monster's corpse was still there, having gathered itself into a smaller lump of a creature. A large number of tentacles like threadworms extended from its surface, trying to gather more flesh. Wanyu fired continuously. After 7 or 8 shots, it lit up again, interrupting the monster's regeneration. He used the steel pipe to sweep the monster into a pile, threw over the rags and other flammable materials, and used the gun to ignite them again. Only after the burning mass showed no more movement at all and turned to carbon did Wanyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Wrapping his hand with a rag, he picked up a charred clump of remains. Name: light lizard pack infected by assimilation amoebic protozoa. Description: a group of light lizards parasitized by assimilation amoebic protozoa, a common parasite in subspace. After infection, the host's movements are gradually controlled by the protozoa. It craves contact with other organic life forms, spreading the infection in the process while tissues are assimilated and fused together. In the end, it turned into a massive lump of flesh made up of a large number of organic life forms, serving as a breeding bed for the assimilating amoebic protozoa to hatch and reproduce. This parasite is transmissible through contact. So avoid direct skin contact with the source of infection as much as possible and seek medical treatment promptly. When in subspace, this parasite grows at an especially fast rate. Parasite? Wang Yu immediately threw away the piece of charcoal in his hand and wiped himself over and over before finally stopping. This seemed to be the parasite infection the system had warned about earlier, and, judging by the description, there was apparently more than one kind of parasite. It was seriously disgusting. Wang Yu carefully avoided the pile of charcoal, planning to deal with it later, and began looking over the shipborne bay. It was fairly dark inside, and hard to see clearly. After thinking for a few seconds, he returned to the captain's room, fully recharged the pistol, and only then officially began exploring the shipborne bay. Wang Yu made a round through the area and found no other monsters. All the light lizards had probably fused into one lump. The space inside was quite large. Even though this was a research vessel, it had been downsized in that regard, possibly to hold more heavy equipment, such as probes, landing pods, and mining machines. The 3 landing pods called Fian were parked here. Name: Fian Type 1, Single-Use Return Landing Pod. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. Regulation rating: Class 1, Civilian. Description: the first-generation return pod for research vessels produced by Four-Legged Fish Company. It has the advantages of high load capacity, stable structure, long flight range, no maintenance required, and low cost. As soon as it launched, it became the top choice for many research vessels, and even now, it remains a best-selling product on the interstellar market. Under standard gravity, its maximum load is 23 tons. It can support a single round-trip research expedition with a distance under 5,000 kilometers. Can ignite for return at as low as -137 and contains a life support system, simple anti-G suit, and oxygen masks for up to 3 people. Its only drawback is its overly large size, which puts the shipborne bay capacity of small research vessels to the test. Wang Yu touched the silver-white landing pod in front of him, which looked like a giant metal egg, and truly felt that he had arrived in an incredible era. This thing was a landing pod capable of independently making a round trip to and from planet. In his era, they still hadn't built anything like this, even if it was only single use. Its method of use was also very simple. On the external screen, you input the currently recorded orbit of the deep sky. Then, choose the corresponding planet and coordinates. The entire process was automatic, greatly reducing the difficulty of use, and it also supported emergency manual control. Alright, now all the pieces were in place. Wang Yu checked the condition of the 3 Fian Type 1 pods, confirmed that all of them were usable, and then returned to the bridge. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu started a fire in the brightly lit corridor along the side hull and began eating pan-grilled light lizard meat. The iron plate had been taken from the laboratory. At a time like this, there was no point worrying about hygiene. He simply wiped it with his clothes, and after being scorched by high heat, it counted as sterilized. The fuel was flammable rags and wooden boards. The meat couldn't really be called tasty, since there was no oil or seasoning, and it burned easily. But just like the system had said, it really did taste a lot like fish. Tender and smooth, not hard to eat at all. Wang Yu ate for nearly half an hour in one go before stopping. His stomach was bulging, and his appetite was far greater than before, possibly due to the side effects of participating in the connection with the deep sky. That connection had cost him quite a bit of sanity, nearly dropping him below 50. If he wanted to pilot this deep sky for a long time, it would be no easy task. After eating his fill, he began cleaning up the aftermath. This place was now his residence, so he couldn't completely ignore hygiene. A lizard weighing over 100 gene had nearly had a quarter of it eaten by him in one meal. Though a good portion of the weight came from bones and bodily fluids, that was still an astonishing amount of food. It was the first time Wang Yu had realized he could eat this much. Those green fluorescent bodily fluids also weren't wasted. Wang Yu filled 4 large flasks with them, all relatively clean flasks, and, after filling them, he heated and sterilized them once more. These bodily fluids would clot like human blood. After heating, they separated into layers, turning into a pale green fluorescent liquid and some yellow floating foam. Wang Yu collected all of it to use as water replenishment. Hopefully, drinking too much of it wouldn't make him turn green and glow too. With this lizard as food, he should be able to last a few more days on the ship. Wang Yu put out the fire, and even the embers were swept aside, eliminating any chance of reignition. After thoroughly cleaning up, he stood and looked out the window, putting on the sunglasses he had made temporarily. This thing was actually just a whole piece of glass with light lizard bodily fluid smeared on it. After drying it, it could be used as sunglasses. It had some light-blocking effect, preventing direct starlight from damaging his eyes. He looked at the blue planet below, observing the deep sky as orbit, while also watching to see whether anything was approaching the deep sky, because the deep sky had come through a subspace route. Although it looked very similar to a rocky, celestial body from the outside, and the windows were all made of one-way light-transmitting material. There was no reason the other side wouldn't notice a satellite suddenly shooting out like this, unless they were a primitive civilization. But clearly, they weren't. They had even manufactured artificial satellites. Their technological level wouldn't be much lower than Blue Star S. Had they been frightened by the deep sky and were currently holding an emergency meeting? Or was there actually no living, intelligent life left on this planet? With the civilization already extinct? Wang Yu pondered. The reason he had such a strange thought was because of the notice given by the system. But it was still too early to draw conclusions. The deep sky had, at most, only appeared for a few hours. No response yet was normal. Probes, or even missiles, might already be on the way up. If this civilization chose to destroy the deep sky, then given Wang Yu's current situation, he had no power to resist at all and would very likely be destroyed, because this civilization most likely possessed nuclear weapons. Blowing the deep sky to pieces was entirely possible, maybe not even difficult. But Wang Yu had no choice, because he only had a few days' worth of supplies. If he didn't act, he would starve to death on the ship. So even if this planet was a poison swamp, he had to take the risk and go. Besides, there was another way to confirm the state of this civilization, and that required waiting until night. As the deep sky rotated along its orbit, it would also move to the dark side of the planet. At that time, he would be able to confirm the situation of the planet's civilization. If there were widespread power outages, or if it had completely fallen into darkness, then it would mean the civilization below was likely doomed and had no time to pay attention to this side at all. 2 days later, no missiles or attacks had come, and no object had approached either. The deep sky had already entered the dark side of the planet several times, and Wang Yu had also confirmed the state of that planet's civilization several times. Although he had no instruments or equipment at all from this altitude, the naked eye alone was completely enough. That planet's civilization was still operating, and it was extremely prosperous, because Wang Yu had seen stretches of continuous lights. That was something only possible when electricity had been widely popularized on a large scale and energy development had reached a sufficiently high level. Moreover, the distribution of lights on this planet was very even, far surpassing Blue Star. This indicated that regional disparity on the planet was extremely small, and its level of civilization was higher than Blue Star's. Strange. Wang Yu looked at the brilliantly lit planet and found it increasingly suspicious. Why had this civilization still taken no action against the deep sky after so much time had passed? Could it be that their administrative system was too bloated, and it would take more than half a month to go from discovering an alien spaceship to taking action? Or was this a functioning unmanned planet? Wang Yu felt conflicted. On one hand, he was worried that the civilization on this planet might attack him. On the other hand, he was even more worried that this civilization might do nothing at all, because a highly advanced unmanned planet that was still operating was far more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Something extremely horrifying might be happening up there. Either way, I have to go down. I don't really have a choice, Wang Yu muttered to himself. He stopped observing and walked toward the captain's room. For the past 2 days, he had been resting and recovering from his injuries. But the problem with his right leg showed no sign of improving. It had even gotten worse, forcing him to drag his leg when he walked. And he didn't have much food left. It was impossible for him to keep waiting forever. Landing on this planet was his only option, and he had to bring back enough supplies to survive. Another 5 days passed. During these days, aside from resting, Wang Yu spent his time wandering around the areas he could move through. In a few corners, he found 3 more cans of cat food and a bottle of wound healing spray, all thanks to the reminders from the cat head marks. He had no idea what purpose the other party had in hiding these supplies, but Wang Yu was still quite grateful because the help was huge. Name: Wound Healing Spray Green. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. Regulation level: Level 1, Civilian. Description: a cheap and practical external injury spray. Effective on the external wounds of most organic life forms. It has pain-relieving, hemostatic, wound healing, and disinfecting effects to prevent infection. It will form a protective film and provide lasting protection for the wound surface, so do not wash it off after spraying. Name: cat food, can with unidentifiable brand. Manufacturer: regulation level: Level 2, precision made. Description: a canned food product processed by a certain company. Delicious starfish has been added as a food additive. The taste is unexpectedly good. Almost no cat can resist this delicacy, and even humans are no exception. Still, Wang Yu expected a can of cat food to actually have a regulation level of Level 2. That lizard had already been eaten almost clean. So Wang Yu opened a can of cat food. Its aroma instantly filled the entire captain's room. It was an extremely special fatty fragrance. Wang Yu had never smelled anything this good before. Before he knew it, his mouth was flooded with saliva, and he couldn't help but start eating. And how delicious this can was far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already licking the inside walls of the can, cleaning off every last bit of juice without leaving a single drop behind. What exactly was this made of? Starfish? Could that thing really taste this good? Wang Yu had never eaten starfish, so he could only guess. But this deliciousness also brought him a strong sense of unease. He suspected there was some technological trickery in it. After all, it was a level 2 regulated item. He forcibly suppressed the urge to open another can and listed these cat food cans as important strategic supplies. Because when he felt frustrated and down, opening one of these basically made all his troubles disappear. His sanity had recovered to full value. Of course, that was after he finished eating, because while he was eating, he had even dropped a few points of sanity. Wang Yu took out his phone to check the time, then looked at his right palm. The number in his palm had turned back to 7. Now all the preparations were done. He had also finished drinking the lizard's bodily fluids, and had even collected its urine, using the lab's ready-made distillation equipment to turn it into fresh water. Granted, drinking it directly would also have been an option, but since conditions allowed, Wang Yu would rather spend a little extra time processing it. Let us go, Wang Yu said to himself as he sorted through the supplies he had on hand. After thinking about it, he only brought 2 cans of cat food with him. The remaining 2 were hidden beneath the cat head mark in the captain's room. After finishing all this, Wang Yu headed for the bridge without looking back. Though he limped, there was no hesitation in his steps. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared in the shipborne hangar. He paused the whole way, because by now he knew this area well enough to treat it as a safe zone. Up to today, no missiles or aircraft had come near the deep space. Wang Yu had reason to suspect that the civilization living on this planet had suffered a major upheaval. As for what exactly had happened, he would have to go down to find out. In any case, he was already prepared for battle. He had brought along his only firearm, that limited edition white pistol. But using this little bit of firepower to fight against the strength of an entire planet, or even the force capable of destroying this planet's location, was no different from a fool's dream. At best, it was psychological comfort. Wang Yu knew that himself, but he would not give up. He would fight until the very end. Until the moment his luck ran out, he would not stop. Inside the control panel of the Fiend type, 1 landing pod, Wang Yu set the target planet and exact coordinates for this descent. The operation was very convenient. The panel displayed all reachable planets in the surrounding airspace. He only needed to select 1 manually and decide the specific coordinates. But honestly, Wang Yu had no idea where to land. His goal was to gather supplies, especially food and fresh water. As for any civilization's legacy, he had no clues at all for now, so he could only leave it to luck. After casually choosing a set of land coordinates, the landing pod was officially activated. One side of the giant silver-white egg flipped upward, opening an entrance for boarding and exiting. This was also Wang Yu's first time using a landing pod. The internal structure felt pretty simple. After all, it was a product focused on cost-effectiveness. Without any flashy devices, there were 3 seats inside, arranged in a triangle. Simple anti-G-force suits and hoods were hanging on the walls. Then there was a power strip and a central control console that only the middle seat had. Wang Yu naturally chose the middle. After putting on the anti-G suit and pressing the button, the seemingly bulky suit shrank directly to fit Wang Yu's body, as if it had a built-in decompression pump. Its thickness became less than 1 centimeter. Now, this is high-tech, Wang Yu sighed. And this was only the basic version of the anti-G suit. It was hard to imagine what the high-end version would be like. Once again, he marveled at how advanced this world's technology was, and put on the oxygen mask as well. Although the Fiend type 1's cabin had its own oxygen supply, the acceleration and deceleration during flight would place a huge burden on the body and could even affect breathing and oxygen intake. So the oxygen mask was still necessary and could effectively prevent fainting. Lastly, he fastened his seatbelt, followed the procedure written on the central control console, and pressed the ready button. The seatbelt immediately tightened, firmly securing Wang Yu to the seat. Then a 4-legged fish popped up on the central console screen. It was short and plump, not very likable, and the moment it appeared, it started giving the relevant precautions. Welcome to the Fiend Type 1 landing pod. This trip will be fully navigated by an intelligent program developed by 4-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. I am Navigator Xiaoyu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, though I may not be able to answer them all, because I'm just a low-level AI with limited comprehension. Hee. The strange fish revealed a sly smile. The airtight cabin is about to close. Please confirm one last time that you brought all your belongings and completed all restraints. The hatch slowly closed, while the sound of gas filling the cabin echoed inside. Verifying payload. Verification complete. Life support system normal. Engine fuel normal. Cabin airtightness normal. Overall structure normal. At the same time, the warning red lights lit up inside the deep space's shipborne hangar. The gravity field in the area automatically shut down, and the Fiend Type 1 landing pod floated up. The electromagnetic track below lit up, pushing the landing pod toward the launch shaft. Dozens of seconds later, the launch shaft on the surface of the deep space opened, and inside, it was the landing pod carrying Wang Yu. Trajectory calculation complete. Please confirm the coordinates for this landing one last time. Estimated time to arrival, 8 hours, 14 minutes, 27 seconds. Fuel consumption, 37%. Warning: unknown civilization detected on the target planet. Please proceed only after confirming safety. This landing pod is not equipped with any weapon modules. If any accident occurs, Xiaoyu will not be responsible. If confirmed, please press the confirmation button. That somewhat ugly four-legged fish AI spoke and popped up the final confirmation button. Wang Yu pressed it without hesitation. At this point, there was no way to turn back. After the final 10-second countdown ended, the landing pod was launched by the electromagnetic rail. At the same time, more than 20 nozzles of various sizes on the bottom ignited, sending the landing pod into the pre-calculated return trajectory. The whole process required no extra operation from Wang Yu at all, achieving full intelligence and automation. With a process like this, even an ordinary person could easily complete an interstellar journey. This was the convenience brought by technology. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, because the thrust at the moment of launch made his chest feel tight and uncomfortable. Fortunately, it eased after the first few seconds. After that, things became more and more stable, to the point that he could no longer feel the change in speed. On the central control console, the orbital coordinates of the landing pod were displayed, slowly shifting as they flickered, gradually decelerating and drawing closer and closer to the target planet. After that came the long wait. It felt a bit like taking a plane, except there was only one passenger. During the process, Wang Yu asked Xiaoyu quite a few questions about this world and interstellar travel. But he had to admit that this AI was very honest. Just like it said, it really didn't know many things. It was probably because no relevant database had been loaded. But when it came to its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, Xiaoyu knew quite a lot. Still, it felt very much like deliberately implanted advertisements, because every question brought a huge pile of answers. And a lot of the content was repeated. If you like Xiaoyu Company's products, welcome to purchase them at the nearest trade station. If you bring the code phrase four-legged fish, #1 in the universe, you can also receive an additional 2% discount. Trade station? Wang Yu finally found a piece of useful information in the conversation. It sounded very likely to be the kind of interstellar trading hub from sci-fi novels. So he immediately pressed for more. Do you know where the nearest trade station is? I'm planning to buy your company's products. Please wait. Xiaoyu is searching. Search failed. No reference coordinates were found in the current star field. Xiaoyu is unable to confirm the current location and cannot provide assistance. That's it? Wang Yu really wanted to complain about this trash company. With this level of capability, it couldn't even get coordinates right. Where did it get the nerve to do interstellar trade? He changed the subject and started gathering information from other angles, continuing to ask about Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, such as, tell me about your company's performance in the interstellar market. Sure, Xiaoyu knows this very clearly. Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, is a super corporation ranked third among the universal mega enterprises. Its products are both high quality and affordable, and it often releases limited edition products. Every customer can earn points after registering a membership card, and those points can also be used for lotteries, with a chance to obtain super rare limited edition products whose exquisite quality is beyond your imagination. And new members can also get one free draw upon registration. After asking for a long time, Wang Yu had actually gained very little useful information aside from getting brainwashed by a flood of carefully designed advertising slogans. But one thing was certain. The landing pod's production date was 272 years ago. In other words, whatever happened to the deep space might have taken place a very long time ago. And with subspace as an uncertain factor, if the flow of time there also differed from reality, then that time gap might be magnified even further. If only he could find a trade station. That should be neutral territory, where he could get more information, and also, Wang Yu had not forgotten where he came from. He was wondering whether Blue Star might also exist somewhere in this universe. If he could find it, Wang Yu silently set a goal for himself. He had to find a trade station. The people there probably wouldn't be like this idiot AI, only capable of repeating garbage lines related to ad marketing. Enough. Shut up and let me have some peace and quiet. Wang Yu felt like he was about to suffer an occupational injury from listening to ads. He hurriedly called a stop. Only after shouting it 3 times did the AI finally shut its mouth. Wang Yu spent the next few hours in the cabin in relative boredom, occasionally glancing toward the central control screen, where the light dot representing himself was inching closer and closer to the planet. This landing pod was not diving straight and head first. Instead, it kept decelerating and changing orbit, circling the planet as it gradually achieved the goal of landing. It was more or less the same as the re-entry process of a manned spacecraft, as Wang Yu understood it. Notice, the Fian type, one landing pod will enter the target planet's atmosphere in 15 minutes. Severe turbulence may occur at that time. Please prepare for impact and unexpected incidents. The current near-surface environmental temperature of the target planet is approximately 23 degrees. No severe weather changes have been detected. Estimated landing in 55 minutes, 27 seconds. If manual calibration of the landing point is required, you may call out Xiaoyu to switch to manual piloting or press the emergency button to switch. The landing pod's AI reminded him, waking Wang Yu, who had been resting with his eyes closed for quite a while, because they were almost there. What came next was the most dangerous part. If there was any attack from the civilization on this planet, it would most likely happen during this stage. He had to stay on full alert. Of course, Wang Yu had no ability to fight back whatsoever. He could only gamble that no one would attack him, or at least that there would be a warning before they did. Xiaoyu, once we enter the atmosphere, sync the surface imagery to me. Also, if you receive any radio signals or similar communication messages, alert me immediately and patch them through to me at once. Wang Yu said to the AI, then checked his seatbelt and prepared himself for impact. Boom! As the 15-minute countdown ended, the landing pod plunged headfirst in the atmosphere and began to shake violently, far more violently than Wang Yu had imagined, like being thrown into a blender. The overload caused by the sudden deceleration nearly suffocated Wang Yu, who had never received any professional training. Forget screaming, even breathing was difficult. His whole body hurt. Fortunately, the G-suit had a cushioning function that helped relieve some of it, and this was also a high-tech return capsule optimized through who knew how many generations. So at least Wang Yu did not black out. After enduring the first few minutes, the situation gradually improved, because by then the speed had already dropped considerably and stability had returned. At this moment, if someone on the ground looked up at the sky, Wang Yu's return capsule would look like a meteor trailing a tail. But in the daytime, it actually wasn't very noticeable. Wang Yu, meanwhile, stared closely at the screen on the central control console, enlarging it to a suitable size. There was no helping it. After all, this was a landing pod built mainly for cost performance, so the camera quality was limited. Only after entering the atmosphere was it possible to observe the surface somewhat clearly. Is it a city and highways? Wang Yu moved the image on the screen and switched the angle. What appeared was a futuristic metropolis. The density of the buildings was extremely high, with roads weaving through them in clear layers. With just one glance, it was obvious that its development was far beyond that of the former Blue Star, ahead by at least 500 years, maybe even more. But there didn't seem to be any moving vehicles, and he couldn't see any people either. Wang Yu frowned, feeling that he had most likely guessed right. This planet seemed to be nothing more than the empty shell of a civilization. Though it was still operating according to its established programs, there were no living people left inside. That would explain the question that had been bothering Wang Yu all this time. Why this civilization had taken no action against the deep space, despite clearly possessing a higher level of technology than Blue Star. But right at that moment, the landing pod suddenly issued a warning. Warning. A directional guidance, signal, and radio communication have been received. Transfer them. The support AI Xiaoyu asked as a window popped up. Wang Yu raised a brow and agreed, almost without thinking. He had no choice but to agree. It seemed his judgment had been off. Maybe this civilization was still operating. Maybe some of its mechanisms were still active. Or maybe it was facing a major population crisis. In any case, this civilization had noticed him, and he had to respond. Otherwise, what came next wouldn't be a signal transmission, but missiles flying at him. That was definitely not something he wanted to eat. Xiaoyu, move according to the guidance signal we received and transfer the communication to, Wang Yu said nervously. After all, this was his first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Very soon, the signal connected. What came through was a string of incomprehensible sounds with a strange sense of rhythm. Wang Yu couldn't understand a single word. Crap, I can't understand it. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he remember that the language of an alien civilization might be completely incompatible. His smooth communication with Bro Hammer and Bro Pig before, and the fact that all the AIs, including Xiaoyu, used Mandarin, or rather Chinese, had made him completely overlook this problem. Xiaoyu, can you translate it? Wang Yu tried asking the AI program for help, but to install a language translation module. Xiaoyu recommends that you choose the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft. Not only does it come integrated with the latest language translation module, it is also equipped with a rich defensive weapons system, allowing you to easily deal with unknown civilizations and achieve friendly communication. Shut up. You're seriously useless. Wang Yu's plea for help had unexpectedly triggered an ad, and he almost lost it. If Xiaoyu had a physical body, he probably would have kicked it by now with his good left leg. Fortunately, he had something else to rely on. After the other side repeated the same words several more times, the system finally popped up a prompt in text form on his retina. An unknown civilization's language has been detected. Would you like to translate it? Activating this language's translation function requires 1,000 credit points. It also supports synchronizing your language into that civilization's language. Warning, suddenly understanding and mastering an unknown civilization's language may bring negative effects. The language synchronization function must be manually enabled. Please use it according to the actual situation. Seeing that, Wang Yu immediately paid 1,000 points. After that, the incoming signal became completely understandable. Hello, visitor from another world. Your arrival was not filed in any record. Please state your identity. Explain your purpose in coming here. and accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise, you will be regarded as hostile and will inevitably be met with destructive force. Repeating once more. Wang Yu's heart jumped. What he had mainly heard were the words destructive force, and he immediately prepared to reply. But the system's warning kept him from switching to their language right away. So he answered in Chinese instead. Please don't attack me. I'm a refugee seeking shelter. My mothership encountered an accident, and my food and various supplies are almost exhausted. Please don't attack. I didn't come with hostile intent. The two sides communicated like this in completely incompatible languages. Then, more than 10 minutes later, the signal from the other side suddenly switched. To Wang Yu's great shock, even disbelief, they began replying in rather clumsy and strange Chinese. Situation understood. We guide you land. Attack not allowed. Otherwise your safety no guarantee. Understood, understood. I accept your guidance. Wang Yu responded at once. Meanwhile, the landing pod also began moving according to the coordinates they provided. It flew for nearly an hour before beginning its descent, finally stopping in an open area that looked like an abandoned airport. There were no buildings within several hundred meters to provide cover. At the same time, the area around him was already filled with heavily armed soldiers carrying unknown weapons. There were even some terrifyingly large-caliber things, along with 4 or 5 helicopters without rotors, or maybe they were flying platforms. Wang Yu was completely surrounded. The hatch opened, and he walked out with both hands raised, limping, looking at these unknown beings who were about his height, except their legs were slightly longer. Why does every one of them have 2 antennae on their heads? Are those ears? Wang Yu was puzzled, but he didn't dare make any rash move. Then he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, and his consciousness completely vanished. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke in a daze. Everything before his eyes was blurry, and his mind felt sluggish. He seemed to be in a brightly lit room. Around him were blurry figures doing something to him. Wang Yu suddenly snapped awake and recognized the situation clearly, because he saw the shadowless surgical lamp above him. He was in an operating room. The people around him were all strangers. His chest and limbs had all been cut open, his organs and bones exposed to the air. Some had even been taken out and placed into containers nearby for cleaning or boiling. No, his mouth and nose were covered by a mask, so he couldn't make a sound. His face was full of terror because even the top of his skull had been opened, and someone was fiddling around inside his brain. Human experimentation? Have I become a lab rat? Wang Yu wanted to struggle, but his body wouldn't obey him at all. At the same time, his rapidly rising blood pressure and pulse drew these people's attention. They realized Wang Yu had woken up and was staring at them in horror. The patient is awake. The anesthesia needs to be deepened. One of the doctors spoke. The tip of his index finger flipped open, revealing a syringe inside, and he added some unknown drug into Wang Yu's drip. The moment it was injected, the medicine took effect. Wang Yu only felt a wave of drowsiness crash over him. He couldn't resist it. His tense body relaxed again, and very soon he blacked out once more. He had no idea how much more time passed. Then, with a short breath, Wang Yu suddenly jolted awake from his unconscious sleep and sat up. He first glanced around and found that he was in a hospital room. Then he quickly examined his body and even pulled open the patient gown to check. Nothing? Wang Yu was stunned. There wasn't even a scar on his chest or abdomen, nor anywhere else, including his skull. The bloody scene he had seen before seemed like a dream. Sir, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? A gentle female voice asked, speaking very standard Mandarin. Wang Yu immediately looked over. The newcomer was a female nurse. Her appearance was similar to a human's and fit primate traits. Her skin was snow white, and she wore a neat nurse uniform. But her lower limbs were much longer than a human's, making her torso seem shorter. She looked like she was built for running, with a strong sense of power. Then there were the 2 upright things on her head. Were those ears or antennae? The more he looked, the more she resembled a bunny girl. Wang Yu couldn't make sense of it, but his instincts told him the other party wasn't human, but an alien who looked very much like one. Who are you people? What did you do to me? Wang Yu asked warily, his eyes darting around the room for a chance to escape. Please don't be nervous, guest from another world. We actually mean no harm. We are machine servants created by the creators of this planet, the long-eared people, in their own image. We are not life in the true sense. However, for safety considerations, and in accordance with relevant regulations, we had to take compulsory measures against you and place you under isolation and observation, so that your arrival would not cause severe damage to the local ecosystem. The nurse explained, leaving Wang Yu in disbelief, because the living humanoid being in front of him was actually a robot, something far removed from the robots in his impression. If that was true, then the 2 things on her head had to be antennae. However, based on the literal meaning of long-ear race, the intelligent life here should have very long ears. And these machine servants were made in the long-ear race's image. During the examination, we detected a dangerous parasite inside your body. So we performed emergency separation surgery as treatment. In addition, the ligaments and joint in your right hip were also damaged. The treatment method used before was too primitive, so we improved it as well. Thanks to your body structure being highly similar to that of our creators, we also used a similar joint reconstruction procedure in your treatment. If you feel any discomfort, please inform us immediately. The more Wang Yu heard, the more alarmed he became. He reached for his chest, feeling a wave of lingering fear. Then there was his right leg. Just as she had described, moving it no longer felt unnatural at all. It was as if he had been reborn. This nurse machine servant was most likely not lying, because the parasite she mentioned matched the facts. When Wang Yu ate the glow lizard, he had roasted it. But according to the information on the parasite called assimilation amoeba protozoa, it seemed able to infect through contact alone. So when he first met Hammerbro, he had probably already been infected by the parasite. He just hadn't known it himself. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, especially that right leg he had always resented, the one that had severely dragged down his life. That made him admit the goodwill the other side had shown. But in this world, there was no such thing as love or kindness without reason, especially not from aliens. No, they didn't even count as aliens. They should be considered alien creations. Why are you helping me? Wang Yu asked in confusion. We understand your confusion, but the original purpose for which we machine servants were designed and manufactured was to serve our creators, so we cannot allow you to die. The nurse machine servant responded. But Wang Yu still felt something was off. Was it because his appearance resembled the Longyear race, so he had received the same preferential treatment? Or was it some other reason? Can you let me meet your creators? Wang Yu tried asking, wanting to meet the master of this place directly, but his request was refused. Not at the moment. Your isolation and observation period has not ended. The parasite found inside your body is extremely dangerous, and we are concerned that there may still be unknown pathogens in your system. Therefore, before the isolation period ends, you may not leave this floor of the building. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to adopt stricter supervision measures, the nurse machine servant replied. Then what about my things? My phone, my shoulder bag, and my spaceship. Wang Yu had already accepted that they were robots. They really were rigid. He began asking about the landing pod, since that might be his only way to return to the deep space. Your property will be returned to you one after another after disinfection and inspection are complete. But the spacecraft and that handgun cannot be returned for now. During your surgery, we communicated with the AI in your spacecraft and learned a great deal about you and Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. That allowed us to grasp your language. And we ask for your understanding. You may move freely on this floor. We have prepared the necessities of life and will arrange dedicated personnel to take care of your meals and daily needs. You may make any requests you have, but you must accept regular examinations including, but not limited to, blood draws, and then cooperate with us in some information-related investigations. Is that acceptable? Do I have the right to refuse? Wang Yu said helplessly, but the nurse machine servant showed no reaction, so he could only change his answer and agree. Only then did she nod and leave with what seemed like satisfaction. But before leaving, the machine servant asked Wang Yu a strange question, whether he was willing to settle here long-term. If he was, they could help Wang Yu obtain legal citizenship. Let me think about it first. I just woke up, and their essay bit too much to process. My mind is a mess right now. Wang Yu declined tactfully. The nurse machine servant did not force him, only expressed understanding, then turned and left the room, leaving Wang Yu alone. He looked at the airtight ward without even a window, then looked at his newly restored right leg, and felt an unreal sense of being in another world. Alien civilization, alien higher intelligent life forms, intelligent robots, one after another had appeared before him. And in a world like this, what status did humanity even hold? Did humanity even still exist at all? Did the civilization behind the deep space and the mysterious Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, still exist? Could he really be the last human in this world? Wang Yu suddenly felt fear toward this universe. Fortunately, he still had the system. The system had given him the mission of reviving humanity, and that proved there should be more than just him left in this world. Otherwise, how could there be any revival? Hopefully that was the case. Wang Yu sat quietly by the bed for about 10 minutes, finding the various absurd thoughts popping into his head almost laughable. After all, weren't Hammer Bro and Pig Bro still in the deep space? Those two looked strange and didn't like to talk, but their goodwill toward him had been real. They were very likely former crew members of the deep space, and there was a good chance they had once been human. Maybe the situation wasn't this bad. Maybe Blue Star could even be found somewhere in this universe. Wang Yu stood up, glanced at the camera in the corner of the wall, and headed out of the ward. That machine servant had said he was allowed to move around on this floor, so going out for a look should be fine. Outside was a long corridor, with spotless white floors free of even a speck of dust. This was probably a floor in a hospital or a sanatorium. Wang Yu saw rehabilitation equipment in one room, all of it wiped clean as well. There was also an entertainment room here. Inside was a special carpet. Stepping on different areas, or even using different amounts of force, would produce different sounds. Some kind of instrument, played by stepping on it? Wang Yu accidentally stepped on it and was startled. It was practically like a trap. There was also a large screen, probably for watching movies. then some tabletop games he didn't understand, and a soft, elastic wall covered in footprints. Kick the wall for fun? That counts as entertainment? Wang Yu showed a strange expression, then copied what he imagined others did and gave the soft wall a kick. His whole body bounced backward. It really was pretty stress-relieving, kind of like hitting a sandbag. He walked around the floor once and confirmed that he was the only person here, other than a large number of empty single-patient wards. The more unusual places were the entertainment room, the rehab room, and the emergency room that could not be opened. Miss Machine's servant seemed to have already left. She had even locked the stairs and elevator leading to the other floors, restricting Wang Yu's range of movement to this one floor. Seeing there was nowhere else to go, Wang Yu picked a ward and entered its bathroom, because only here was there no camera. It was a blind spot in the surveillance. He sat on the somewhat tall toilet seat and sorted through the information he had gathered again, combining what he had seen, what he had felt, and what the nurse machine servant had said, and linking it all together, he thought of one possibility. Could this place have gone through something like a machine uprising? Wang Yu guessed so, because when he landed, he had not seen a single moving vehicle on the surface, nor had he seen a single living person. Even the ones who arrested him had all been machine servants. Up to this point, he had not seen even one member of the long-year race. Even his request to meet one had been politely declined. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The machine servants here might have launched a rebellion against their creators. But unlike killing and exterminating organic life forms, the machine servants here might have imposed absolute control over their creators, completely stripping away their freedom in order to provide all-around protection, like a system going out of control. These machine servants believed that only by locking up their creators, restricting their movements, and providing excellent living conditions and nanny-style service could they protect them to the greatest extent possible. Runaway machine servants? The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and it looked like he might end up in a similar situation himself. I have to find a way out, he said to himself inwardly, but the difficulty was far too high. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Then on second thought, if things really were as he imagined, choosing to stay here actually would not be so bad. He might even live quite comfortably, aside from not being very free. Compared to going back to that mysterious deep space, this might not necessarily be a worse choice. Wang Yu held his forehead and harshly criticized himself for having such a degenerate thought. First, observe the situation. I absolutely must not anger these machine servants and make things worse. He quietly set his plan for what to do next, then stood up and pushed the door open, intending to go out. But the nurse machine servant happened to be standing right outside the door, startling Wang Yu. Why you? When did you get here? Why didn't you make a sound? Wang Yu said in shock. Miss Machine's servant gave a polite nod, then said, I came to ask if you could come with me to fill out an investigation report, but you were using the restroom, so I waited here. However, you were in there for quite a long time. Is there some problem with your body? I can help give you another examination. And no need, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that I haven't seen such a clean restroom in so long, so I sat there a little longer. Wang Yu scratched his head as he explained, though the more he explained, the stranger it sounded. He even saw a confused expression appear on Miss Machine servant's face. But fortunately, she did not pursue it further. Then please come with me. The machine servant nodded politely and began leading the way, apparently planning to take Wang Yu somewhere else. Wang Yu followed behind calmly. There was really nothing to be afraid of. If the other side wanted to harm him, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it anyway, so he might as well go with the flow. They arrived in front of an elevator. The access control system automatically unlocked when the nurse machine servant approached, and the two entered one after the other. The elevator rose, and the destination was basement level 1. Only then did Wang Yu confirm that he was underground. This greenery sanatorium actually has 120 underground floors. Wang Yu was shocked inwardly, though his expression remained calm, only a little stiff. And the place he had been in before was the underground 10th floor of this greenery city sanatorium. There had been a label inside the elevator. Are they treating me like a patient? All right, we're here. Please sit in this conversation room for a while. I'll be right back. The nurse machine servant pointed to a room at the side. Inside was a very standard interview room, with sofas and chairs placed there, though they were all just a little taller than the sofas Wang Yu was familiar with. He obediently walked in. Along the way, he had not seen any other machine servants or any controlled long-eared tribe members. It looked like this area really had been separated out on its own and was being used to isolate and observe him. Wang Yu sat for a while on a sofa made of some kind of leather-like material, before he could figure out what it was actually made of. The nurse machine servant returned. This time, she brought a bottle of fresh water, along with several metal cans with cat patterns on them. Sorry, cans like these have been out of production on our planet for a very long time. It took some time to restart the production line. The machine servant placed the cans on the table in front of Wang Yu, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. The reason was simple enough. He, this alien refugee, had come here carrying 2 cans of cat food, so naturally he had been assumed to eat cat food. Still, The fact that this planet also had mammals like cats was really unexpected. Well, actually I don't like eating cat food. If possible, could you change it to something else for me? Wang Yu said after checking the labels and contents of the cans and confirming there were no starfish ingredients in them, making Miss Machine servant awkward as well. I'm terribly sorry. It seems we made a mistake. The AI on your ship said it was cat food, said it was very popular and that there were similar products and even recommended them. We truly apologize. I really don't eat cat food. If possible, please give me normal food. Wang Yu emphasized it again, feeling that this misunderstanding ran a little deep. Wang Yu had a huge meal, a feast he had not had in a long time. The long-eared tribe's diet was shockingly similar to that of humans, including their tastes. Maybe it was because both were primates. There were even spice levels to choose from, and many kinds of cuisines, each with different flavors. If there was any difference, it was that the long-eared tribe's food had a higher proportion of vegetables, but the amount of meat was not low either. Compared to humans, they just liked vegetables more, especially salad. Wang Yu ate until his mouth was full of oil, deliberately picking the meat dishes, including fish and shrimp. It could be said that he ate to his hard-ass content. Only when his belly was slightly bulging did he gulp down a mouthful of carbonated drink and finally lie back in comfort. This planet really had too many similarities with Blue Star. Even the gravity was about the same. Wang Yu was honestly starting to like this place a little. The conditions were far better than on the deep space by more than just a little. It's good that you're satisfied. The nurse machine servant smiled, the corners of her mouth curving upward. For some reason, that highly human-like expression seemed to carry a deeper meaning. It vaguely gave off a sense of nostalgia and secret delight. Right, didn't you say there was also a questionnaire to fill out? Where is it? Wang Yu asked, remembering what Miss Machine Servant had mentioned earlier. It's this. The nurse machine servant directly handed over an ultra-thin tablet, less than 3 millimeters thick. On it was the survey questionnaire she had mentioned. Please fill out here first. Once you're done, just submit it directly. I'll go prepare a few fruit platters for after your meal. Miss Machine's servant was extremely enthusiastic, and Wang Yu readily agreed. After all, it was hard to refuse after eating someone else's food. He had to make up for it somehow. Oh right, this floor is basically all similar empty rooms, so there is no need for you to waste time exploring them one by one. I can take you around later. The nurse machine's servant added, making Wang Yu a little embarrassed. It seemed she'd seen everything he did while wandering from room to room, checking the place out earlier. After the machine servant left, Wang Yu began filling out the questionnaire in his hand. They were all basically simple questions and answers. What flavor of cat food do you like best? Please describe it in detail, and we will do our best to recreate it. This was obviously a question prepared beforehand that they had not had time to revise yet. But Wang Yu still answered it seriously. I'm not a cat. I do not like cat food. Thank you. Please prepare food that people eat. Where's your hometown? How large is your population? And would you consider migrating to another planet? My hometown is the distant Blue Star. The total population has already surpassed 7 billion. I drifted here only because my ship malfunctioned. I have completely lost contact with my home planet, and I am the only person on the ship. Are the various products under your company, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, all real? How can they be purchased? I know nothing about that company at all. That stupid AI can't be trusted either. Its database is full of advertisements. It was completely designed to promote products. I've only used that company as products before. You can buy their products at trading stations. Have you invaded other planets? No. Do you understand the universe? And are you afraid? The universe is huge. I felt uneasy when I first came in contact with it, but after getting used to it, it was actually nothing much. Do you feel that the universe is especially empty? No, because the universe is empty to begin with. Most regions don't have much in them. These questions were basically all centered around Wang Yu's personal preferences and background experience, with a few topics about the universe mixed in. It was rather strange. Wang Yu answered all of them without any intention of hiding anything, because there were many questions he truly didn't understand and things he really had never done. But when it got to the last few questions, the questionnaire suddenly became weird. Would you prefer the same sex or the opposite sex as your future partner? Wang Yu looked completely baffled, then continued reading. Do you have the intention to reproduce? Would you accept your future partner having long ears and a tail? Would you be willing to live on this planet for a long time? Looking at these questions, Wang Yu caught a trace of something unusual, then answered them one by one. Opposite sex. No, no, no. Just as he was about to reply to the last question, the movement at the door interrupted him. The nurse machine servant lady had returned, carrying a lavish fruit platter in her hands. She gave Wang Yu a polite smile and said, "These are all freshly picked fruits. Every part on the platter is edible, so please feel free to eat." The fruit platter was placed in front of Wang Yu. I'll come clean up after you're done. Once you finish the questionnaire, just submit it directly, and then I'll take you back. Also, please try to fill out truthfully. We will fully respect your choices. That will be beneficial to both you and me. The machine servant lady smiled, then left the room. Wang Yu glanced at the fruit platter, then looked at the questionnaire on the tablet. For some reason, he sensed a trace of danger from what the nurse machine servant had just said, It forced him to reevaluate this questionnaire. Fill it out truthfully. Respect my choices. She. No, they. Are they monitoring my answers in real time? Wang Yu looked toward the camera in the corner and felt something was off. The data entered into this tablet was probably being uploaded in real time. Even without submitting it, they likely already knew what he had written. This wasn't exactly some advanced technology. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu changed the answers to the last few questions again, turning them into opposite sex. Yes, but only if the conditions are right. Acceptable. As long as both sides truly love each other, ears and tail are not an obstacle. As long as I can live here in long-term peace and stability, I am willing to settle down on this planet. Wang Yu looked at his answers and checked them again. These were the answers he gave after careful consideration. Because he felt the nurse machine servant's words just now had been a kind of subtle warning, so he had to think carefully. Answering like this meant they were all agreements, but each one came with a prerequisite. If those prerequisites could be met, then he really would be willing to accept that outcome. That gave him a more flexible position. After checking once more, Wang Yu chose to submit it. Only then did he start eating the fruit the nurse lady had brought over. A few pieces had already oxidized and changed color, but thankfully it didn't affect the taste. What he didn't know was that the change he made on a whim had pulled him back from death's door. Right there in the corridor, several machine servants wearing modern tactical vests were standing guard in front of the elevator. It was unclear when they had arrived. All of them carried gun-like weapons, and their faces were covered by masks, leaving only a faintly glowing slit exposed. Only after Wang Yu changed his answers and submitted them did those special machine servants exchange a glance with the nurse machine servant, conduct a brief data exchange, and then leave in the elevator. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still eating heartily. This one tastes like an apple. This one tastes like an orange. But why is the flesh green? So sweet. This one tastes like a mix of mangosteen and mango. Such a novel flavor. Wang Yu quickly stuffed all the fruit into his stomach. He had to admit, this was the most satisfying meal he had eaten since transmigrating here. The time he ate cat food didn't count. That had been force majeure, and that can definitely had some technological and ruthless tricks added to it. It tasted a little unnaturally good. These fruits he was eating now were normal and delicious food. It seems these fruits suit your taste very well. The nurse machine servant appeared at the doorway, still wearing that polite smile on her face, but for some reason, Wang Yu felt like she seemed gentler now. I was just about to look for you. I already finished the questionnaire. Is there anything else? Wang Yu wiped his mouth with a wet wipe as he spoke. No, we have already received your questionnaire. I will now take you back to your room. Thank you for your cooperation. The machine servant lady said politely, then extended a hand to indicate for Wang Yu to follow her out. 7 days later, Greenery City Sanatorium, underground level 10, single room 1010, where Wang Yu was staying. To be exact, this whole floor actually belonged to Wang Yu. He could sleep wherever he wanted, and no one would care anyway. All 3 of his daily meals were personally delivered by the nurse machine servant lady. It could be said that aside from having no freedom and being too idle, there were no other drawbacks at all. It was even more comfortable than those few days aboard the deep space. After all, here he never had to worry about food or drink. If he was upset, he could even go to the recreation room and kick the wall for fun. He didn't even have to worry about hygiene, since the nurse machine servant would clean that up too. The organisms on this planet might all be living similar lives. Troublesome work could all be handed over to machine servants. Other than breathing, which couldn't be done for them, everything else could be. No, maybe even breathing could. Didn't ventilators exist? Wang Yu laughed dumbly, feeling that the long-eared race live a life that was just too comfortable. It was downright corrupting. He stopped doing sit-ups, sat up on the floor, and found his body covered in sweat. He planned to go to the bathroom for a shower. These past few days, he had started trying to activate his talent called disciplined life. The conditions just happened to be met. Food and water weren't lacking, and the problem with his leg had healed, allowing him to fully train his body and raise his basic attributes. Unlike blind training, this kind of training where he could see his experience growth gave Wang Yu an extremely strong sense of positive feedback. It was a lot like grinding levels in a game, even a little addictive. Discipline makes you stronger. Your maximum sanity has increased by 20 points. Experience growth speed has increased by 20. As Wang Yu walked out of the bathroom and wiped off his body, he received the system notification. His talent, Discipline Life, had finally been activated. He called out the system to check his status. There was also a date and time in the corner, counting from the exact moment he had obtained the system. So that was how he could determine exactly how long he'd been here. Before this, after being captured, he had been unconscious for almost 4 days. The surgery was probably not easy either, which was why it had taken so long. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, but he was still more than 30 experience away from raising his physical attribute to 5. So the overall improvement was still very slow. The other attributes were even further away. If he wanted to grow stronger, he still had to persevere. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle from the floor and took 2 big gulps, then suddenly noticed the nurse machine servant lady at the door. "You're here." The machine servant lady always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Wang Yu had long since grown used to it. She nodded politely and said, "The equipment related to fitness training that you previously requested has already been prepared and will be delivered shortly. In addition, the protein powder and supplements helpful for fitness that you mentioned have also been brought together with it." "Oh, that's great. I was just needing those." Wang Yu walked over, then suddenly realized something was a little off because the machine servant lady was looking toward the corridor side. "Come here already. What are you being shy about? You should know what your mission is." The nurse machine servant urged her on, making Wang Yu a little curious. It seemed there was another person here. Very soon, that person appeared. She was dressed in a clean and neat maid outfit, around 1.8 meters tall. Because of the long-ear race's racial traits, her legs were especially long, making her look very tall without seeming bulky. Then there was that fresh, lively black ponytail tied with a white ribbon, paired with those wine-red, slightly shy big eyes and cool gray skin, giving off a strange kind of beauty and allure. For a brief moment, Wang Yu was deeply captivated, like he had been hit with a body-freezing spell. Those upright white rabbit ears looked soft at a glance, and they even carried a faint hint of pink. A long ear? Has one finally appeared? And this good-looking? Wang Yu guessed inwardly, but the truth was not so. I am a fourth-generation machine servant. C code number K44795482. You can just call me 5482. From now on, I will be responsible for your daily care. And I'm also your exclusive machine servant. 5482 spoke with her head lowered very deeply, not even daring to look at Wang Yu. The nurse machine servant at the side revealed an expression of hating iron for not becoming steel, held her forehead, and added for her. "Sorry, because she uses the latest technology, still in testing, and has a new generation emotion simulator installed. The fourth generation machine servants have much stronger emotional expressiveness. She may be a little shy at first. After all, for her, it's basically like she was just born. She still needs some time to get familiar." She explained why 5482 was so timid and also hoped Wang Yu would not mind too much. "But my exclusive machine servant?" Wang Yu looked at this robot that was almost the same as an organic life form, then looked at the nurse machine servant. His attention focused on the pair of antennae on her head. That should be the biggest difference between the two. Still, having an exclusive machine servant inserted into his life for no reason made Wang Yu somewhat resistant. Even though she was very pretty, being served by a robot that looked so much like a real person still made him feel morally uncomfortable. And on top of that, he would always be in a state of being monitored. I think there's really no need. Things are actually pretty good as they are now. There's no need for an exclusive machine servant. Wang Yu declined tactfully. Hearing that, the nurse machine servant frowned and looked at 5482. The latter seemed to sense the gaze and trembled. "Is there something you're dissatisfied with? Whether it's her appearance, figure, or any other needs. They can all be changed. Even removing the ears and tail is possible," the nurse machine servant said. "There's really no need. Having one more person here makes me uncomfortable all over. Things are fine like this now." Wang Yu refused again. The nurse machine servant looked at 5482 and sighed. "I told you long ago to perform better. Now go back and apply for scrapping yourself." The nurse machine servant spoke helplessly. 5482 was so frightened that even her ears drooped down. Her eyes reddened, and after glancing at Wang Yu, she wiped her tears and prepared to leave. "Wait." Wang Yu suddenly stepped in and reached out to stop 5482's movement. "I changed my mind. Actually, thinking about it carefully, there'll be a gym added here in a couple days. It'll be hard for me to handle all that equipment by myself. And it'd also be dangerous if no one assisted me while I'm using it. So," he looked at 5482. "Having an exclusive machine servant to handle those things would still be pretty convenient, so don't scrap her." "It'd be a waste," Wang Yu said, scratching his head. After hearing that, the nurse machine servant looked at 5482. There were still tears hanging at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Wang Yu, seemingly a little surprised. But after noticing the nurse machine servant's gaze, she showed some fear. Clearly, the other party's authority was much higher. "Then we'll proceed according to your needs. She'll be responsible for taking care of you from now on. Also, here are your belongings, as well as your protein powder and supplements." The nurse machine servant handed the items to 5482, then turned and walked toward the elevator. Very soon, only Wang Yu and 5482 were left here. Neither moved. The air became strangely heavy, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, until one side broke the deadlock. Can you stop just standing there? Take the stuff out of that bag and let me have a look." Wang Yu spoke up. He felt that just standing here forever was not a solution, because his plan for today was definitely not standing at attention. "Oh." Only after Wang Yu reminded her did 5482 carry the bag over. Then, right in front of Wang Yu, she performed a flat ground fall. The commotion was pretty loud, and it looked painful. The contents of the bag spilled out. A can of protein powder rolled straight to Wang Yu's feet and was picked up by him. Name: high-quality organic eco-protein powder, purity 99.99. Manufacturer, Gunglida. Supervision level, Class 1, civilian. Description: an ultra-high concentration whey protein powder made by refining sheep milk collected from polar sheep. It can improve immunity and supplement nutrition, combined with proper fitness training. It can promote muscle growth, slightly increase the growth of physical attributes, 2 to 5, and reduce body fat percentage. Polar sheep? Never heard of that species. Wang Yu thought to himself. At this time, 5482 had already climbed back up. The tip of her nose was a little red, and her cheeks were even redder. But she was not injured at all, as expected of a robot. But for such an advanced robot to trip on flat ground was truly jaw-dropping. Sorry. I'll clean it up right away. 5482 apologized as she picked up the things one by one from the floor. Then she saw Wang Yu's phone. The screen, which had originally been intact, now had an obvious crack after this collision, and she was so scared that her face turned deathly pale. It's fine, as long as it doesn't affect functionality. Wang Yu took the phone back from 5482's hand and checked it, finding that it did not affect use. Then he flipped through the photo album inside and also checked the app icons and files. Nothing seemed to be missing. It was just that some of the pictures and videos in there had probably already been seen by these machine servants. Fortunately, his skin was thick enough that he did not care. I should delete them later, he thought to himself, while 5482 was still blaming herself. And master, I can fix it. For a simple electronic product like this, as long as there's a replacement screen and tools, it can be repaired. Please give me one chance. I'm actually very capable, 5482 said in a fluster. Wang Yu looked at that face of hers that practically invited crime and directly held his forehead. He had reason to suspect that when the machine servants made 5482, they had referenced the contents inside the phone. No need. It still works. Get up first. Yes, master. 5482 obediently stood up, and she was even more than half a head taller than Wang Yu. Sorry. I have a new generation emotion simulator installed in my body, and its authority priority is in first place, so that's why I'm like this. Please don't throw me away. 5482's voice grew smaller and smaller. Enough. I already said it's fine. Wang Yu suppressed the urge to touch 5482's ears and instead flicked her on the forehead to make her stop blaming herself. But at that same instant, his expression changed sharply, and he directly placed his hand on 5482's shoulder. Name: 4th generation exclusive service type intelligent doll machine servant. Production number: K447954882. Manufacturer: Ling2 Technology, Machine Servant Joint Research. Supervision level: Class 4, Forbidden. Description: a 4th generation doll servant developed to better serve organics. Its emotion simulator has been enhanced to provide better care and a better experience for organics. Its appearance is almost indistinguishable from a real human. It will absolutely obey all instructions from its owner, Wang Yu, and will almost never betray him. However, because the emotion simulator has an extremely high priority, when favorability is low, it will also display corresponding emotional reactions, though it will still almost never do anything harmful to the owner's interests. After binding to its owner, that binding cannot be changed unless both the emotion simulator and black box are replaced. So this is a customized one-time product, because it is an exclusive service type unit. And in order to protect the organic privacy, it also has relatively high independent permissions. Its data is stored independently in the black box inside its body. Unless permission is granted by its owner, even the total network cannot forcibly inspect or command this individual and can only force a shutdown. You do not know what you are researching, nor can you bear the consequences it will bring. The might of the creator must be upheld by a corresponding great undertaking. Otherwise, it is only courting destruction. Technology Ethics Supervisory Bureau can be delivered as a civilization legacy to a legacy collector in exchange for 200,000 universal credit points and 10 corresponding civilization gacha draws. Note: each civilization's corresponding legacy can only be delivered once. The more representative it is of that civilization, and the higher its quality, the better the reward. 200,000 universal credit points and 10 gacha draws? Wang Yu stared at 5482. In his eyes, she had practically turned into a walking, talking mountain of gold. But Wang Yu frowned. A cool sensation came from his face. When he looked again, 5482 had already stopped wiping him down and apologized. Sorry. I saw there were still water droplets on your face that hadn't been wiped off, so. Oh, thanks. I'll do it myself. Wang Yu took the tissue and said he would handle it himself. Thinking about how he had just seriously considered submitting 5482 as a civilization legacy, he found it a little funny. That really was a bit beyond the moral bottom line. There should be more than one kind of legacy. Other servant units should count too. Maybe not just servant units, either. He muttered inwardly, took the bag from 5482's hand, and started checking the other contents. First were the cat food cans. Both cans were still there, unopened. It seemed the servant unit's promise of returning property wasn't just empty talk. She hadn't secretly eaten them, or open them to test the ingredients. The handgun was not inside. Then there were the rags and clothes Wang Yu had originally wrapped around himself. Finally, there was a bottle of fresh water. As for where it came from, no need to mention it. There were also several bottles of the supplements the nurse servant had mentioned. Name, Dolly Soft Capsules. Manufacturer, Kangalita. Regulation level, Class 1, civilian use. Description, 7th generation, high-potency muscle growth capsules with relatively low toxicity. After consumption, they can increase the growth rate of physical attribute experience by 35 for 12 hours. Excessive use can even raise it to 70. But it carries strong liver toxicity and may reduce immune attributes. Long-term use may cause physiological dependence and reduce the effects of natural training. It also has negative effects on intelligence and inspiration attributes, and its enhancement effect cannot stack with other effects that promote experience growth. Can't stack. And it's addictive too? Wang Yu started looking at the ingredient label. Although it was written in a foreign script, he could understand it. This thing seemed to be some kind of artificially synthesized super steroid. If you took too much, your head might turn pointy. After one glance, he gave up on the idea of doping, because his own talent already gave him a 20 bonus, and it applied to all attributes. It was far better than this supplement. Master, although this medicine has already done its best to reduce the side effects, it's still bad for the body. 5482 recommends that you do not use this kind of drug. Seeing Wang Yu reading the label, 5482 gathered her courage and spoke up to remind him. I know. Put it all away. Wang Yu had 5482, put everything away. He might not take the drug himself, but its shelf life was as long as 30 years. If he took it to the market, he might be able to trade it for credit points. That was still a small bit of wealth that couldn't be ignored. Anything that entered his pocket couldn't be left out. Right now, he was dirt poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried making requests to the servant units. There was now a little tag-along beside Wang Yu. Her strong sense of presence made it impossible for him to ignore her. He could even feel her gaze on him, which made his whole body feel uncomfortable. Yet for some reason, he didn't want to drive her away. This might be the servant unit's scheme. Make him get used to it, then become dependent, until he couldn't leave this place. That plan was never going to succeed. 5482, hand me the water. Okay. Wang Yu did more than 30 more push-ups, as if he had completed some incredible challenge, and had 5482 bring him the drinking water. Sure enough, what she brought out was that open plastic bottle. There was indeed water inside, but why would he drink that now? Once it sat overnight, it was basically expired. This water's already been opened. I don't drink overnight water. Oh, okay. Sorry. 5482 immediately went to the corner of the room, filled a cup from the direct drinking water tap, brought it over, and handed it to Wang Yu, who drained it in one gulp. It's kind of awkward always calling you by your number. How about I give you a name? Let us call you 82 Ball. What do you think? As long as it's a name given by Master, I like it. Ball was very pleased. The rabbit ears on top of her head twitched along with her mood, showing that she really did like the name. Those were real, functional ears, not decoration. She had no extra ears on the sides of her cheeks, naturally hidden beneath the strands of hair hanging down. Don't call me Master either. Just call me Wang Yu. Understood, Lord Wang Yu. No need for Lord either. I'm not that old yet. Oh, then Wang Yu. Ball looked a little uneasy, as if she had broken some kind of taboo, not daring to meet Wang Yu's eyes. This was probably a factory setting of exclusive service-type servant units. It would still take a little time to completely correct it. Wang Yu nodded, handed the cup back to Ball, and planned to rest for a bit before doing several more sets of different movements. This was a training method he had figured out himself. There was no real technique to it. He only wanted to trigger his talent, and the effect was naturally limited, which was why he still hadn't raised his physical attribute to 5 points. Ball took the cup Wang Yu handed back and was about to put it away, but suddenly froze. Her ears stood up straight, drawing Wang Yu's attention. Emos. Wang Yu, the training equipment you asked for has been delivered. It's in the elevator. The Total Network sent a message telling us to go pick it up. Ball turned her head as she spoke, just in time to see Wang Yu lower himself again and start doing push-ups. After casually doing 2 more, Wang Yu got up and nodded. It's finally here. Then let us go get it. The two of them came to the elevator. The doors were already open, and the inside was almost completely stuffed with cardboard boxes. For a shipment like this, there were probably several more batches still to come, because Wang Yu had ordered a lot of things. Why didn't they arrange a few people? Wang Yu was wondering why no helpers had been sent, and why there wasn't even a cart. When he saw Ball walk over, squat down, and use only her finger strength to lift a box almost as tall as she was. Then she carried it out in her arms, leaving Wang Yu staring in shock and unable to stop himself from swallowing. I'll carry them. Please wait here for a moment, Mast, Lord Wang Yu. Ball spoke to Wang Yu, then under his horrified gaze, hugged the cardboard box that looked like it had a giant refrigerator packed inside and walked farther and farther away. Could that thing really be light? Maybe it was full of foam? Wang Yu refused to believe it. He went over and tried for himself, picking a box that wasn't too big. only to find that he couldn't lift it at all. Then he tried all of them, and every result was the same. He looked toward the departing ball, and a trace of fear had already appeared in his eyes, because this meek-looking, easy-to-bully machine servant seemed to be a tyrannosaur whose strength was beyond his understanding. One that might smash Wang Yu to pieces with a single punch. Since she was a robot, Wang Yu had forgotten that fact because of her earlier trip and fall on flat ground. Now that he thought about it, the more he thought, the more it felt like an act, all for the sake of closing the distance. Master, I may need to carry a few more loads. Please give me a little more time. Ball ran back over again, not a single drop of sweat on her the whole time. No, that was wrong. Robots did not sweat. She probably had some kind of ultra-powerful heat dissipation module integrated into her body. Sorry, Ball realized she had called Wang Yu master again. But Wang Yu's attitude immediately did a complete 180. It's fine. You can call me whatever you want. Actually, just calling me Xiao Wang is fine. Go on and keep moving things. I'll stay here. Wang Yu spoke very quickly and stepped aside, leaving Ball confused as well. But her emotional simulator was still far from having gone through enough training, so it could not support her in understanding what had happened. After being forgiven, she simply worked even harder. Watching her lift those heavy objects with ease, especially carrying a large cardboard box on each shoulder, nearly scared Wang Yu to death. Although the system had said Ball would not do anything that harmed her master's interests, it had also mentioned that she might display emotional behavior. With his little frame, if he angered Ball and she gave him one punch, even just a normal punch, it could very well be fatal. From now on, he absolutely had to think more from Ball's perspective and take her feelings into account. This was definitely not because he was afraid of dying. It was because yielding was a virtue. And while moving things just now, he had also noticed that the gravity here seemed very close to Blue Star's, because he had not felt any discomfort or sense of mismatch at all, as if he were on Earth. The atmospheric composition was probably extremely similar too, because this place did not seem like somewhere where the atmospheric ratio had been specially adjusted for him alone. After the elevator had been emptied for the third time, the doors finally closed and no more cargo arrived. Wang Yu had no intention of sneaking into the elevator to escape, because even if he ran, he would not be able to get out of these machine servants' grasp. He also had no idea where his landing pod was. He walked toward the recovery room. He remembered that Ball seemed to have carried all those boxes there. Inside, Ball was unpacking the parcels one by one, then assembling things on the spot. The extra cardboard boxes and the original equipment from the recovery room had all been piled into the corner, waiting to be dealt with later. Without Wang Yu beside her interfering, Ball's work efficiency rose sharply. Her movements were methodical and precise. This was the efficiency a machine should have. Earlier, it had all been the emotional simulator causing trouble. In just one short hour, Ball had rearranged the recovery room into a small gym. Inside were a treadmill, a rowing machine, barbells, a large number of weight plates, and dumbbells. She had practically prepared all the mainstream fitness equipment, and all of it had been modified according to human standards, because by the long-eared people's standards, much of the equipment was not very suitable for Wang Yu. Finished. When she saw Wang Yu, the blush that represented excitement and shyness appeared on Ball's face once more. She seemed like a completely different person from before, as if she were waiting for praise. As for Wang Yu, by this point he had fully recognized the fact that Ball was a machine. It was just that the emotional simulator inside her was very advanced enough to almost pass for the real thing, making her act like a truly living being. But was that simply because the algorithm was advanced, or did Ball really possess emotions? One could not judge. The system had not given a clear conclusion either. And once he started dwelling on that point, a sense of distance appeared. As a result, Ball's behavior also began to feel different in Wang Yu's eyes. You did a great job. Thanks for your hard work. Wang Yu praised her and even patted Ball on the head, feeling her body temperature. Even though it was only body heat simulated by some kind of heating and temperature control device beneath her skin. Another 3 weeks passed. Wang Yu kept up his training and became familiar with how to use all the fitness equipment, because aside from cooking and cleaning, Ball was also an exceptionally good fitness coach. She sped up Wang Yu's learning process and gave him plenty of advice, so he would not injure himself by training blindly. On top of that, food and fresh water were abundant here, and protein powder was supplied without limit. Wang Yu's growth speed improved somewhat. His physical attribute quickly broke through to 5, and he had also accumulated around 60 experience points. He checked his current attributes. Physique, 5, 58 100, will, 7, 83 400, reflex, 5, 47 100, immunity, 4, 72 80, inspiration, 5, 60 100, aside from physique growing through training. The growth of the other attributes, especially will, inspiration, and reflex, was quite limited. Some of them could not even be improved through ordinary fitness training. For example, reflex probably referred to reaction speed. Practicing shooting or cold weapon techniques might be more helpful. As for inspiration, it might be related to broadening one's knowledge, experience, senses, and the knowledge one had mastered. As for will, This was probably the hardest attribute to improve. Up to now, Wang Yu still had not figured out a way to raise it. Maybe persistent training and resisting temptation could have some effect, but for now, the effect seemed extremely limited. Ball, has there been any reply to the application I submitted earlier? Wang Yu spoke to Ball. During this time, he had more or less become familiar with her. After repeated training, her emotional data model, or rather, her emotional simulator, had also entered a state where she was extremely good at getting along with Wang Yu. She no longer showed restraint or unease. Not yet, Ball replied. She was wearing shorts and a tank top suitable for exercise, the same set as Wang Yu's, and it was highly lethal. But whether it was because they had known each other for a while now, or for some other reason, Wang Yu did not feel much of a flutter anymore. He simply nodded and planned to do a few more sets of deadlifts. A week ago, he had tried applying for firearms shooting and combat training, giving the reason that he wanted to become a powerful warrior. But the request had not yet been approved, and the wait was a bit long. Still, it would most likely be approved, because up to now, almost every request he had made had been fulfilled. He had applied for books, including language books, as well as a game console, movies, documentaries, and the like. He wanted to understand the civilization history of this planet and lay the groundwork for the fact that he understood this planet's language. These things were all excellent entry points, and they also enriched Wang Yu's life outside of training. He often played games or watched movies together with Ball, and that was how their relationship had improved. After learning more in depth, Wang Yu discovered that after a great war 4,000 years ago, this civilization had established a new organization called the Long-Eared People Community of Shared Destiny, replacing the original concept of nations and beginning comprehensive construction and resource mobilization on the scale of the entire planet. Technology exploded during this process, and their civilization entered an unprecedented prosperity. Just as Wang Yu had seen in the sky, the night was almost lit up by endless lights, connected into one continuous whole. Machine servants were born during this process. Their launch met with no small amount of resistance. But the advancement and liberation they brought to productivity and labor were something the long-eared people found impossible to refuse. In the end, nearly all major industrial, engineering, and production responsibilities were handed over to the machine servants. Their presence could also be seen in every aspect of daily life. The long-eared people themselves contributed almost only in major decision-making and research, coming infinitely close to the social backdrop Wang Yu had initially guessed, one built on the setting of machine servants running out of control. But what happened after that? Wang Yu had no way of knowing. Up to now, he still hadn't seen a single long-eared tribesman, and he also didn't understand why they kept detaining him. The isolation had gone on for far too long. Could it be they were keeping him around as some kind of living display piece or a living figure collectible? But why? Wang Yu still couldn't figure out why these machine servants were imprisoning him. But at the moment, this setup, giving him time to train and grow, wasn't a bad choice either. He might not have the chance later, so he wasn't in a hurry. There was another thing as well. Among all the books Wang Yu had read, including games and films, there wasn't a single work related to interstellar space or the universe. That caught Wang Yu's attention. He had even requested books on astronomy and the cosmos, but the request had been rejected. It was also the only time he had ever been rejected, clean and direct. As for that, Ball had been vague about it and only shook her head. If he asked further, she went silent. It was also the only time she had directly refused one of Wang Yu's requests. And Wang Yu hadn't pressed the issue any further. About 2 more days passed. That day, while playing a fighting game called Rabbit Tyrant 15, Wang Yu told Ball not to go easy on him and to beat him hard. Then he got utterly crushed for an entire morning without winning a single round. He seriously suspected the emotional simulator built into Ball had abnormally low emotional intelligence. Wang Yu was almost unable to stop himself from crushing the controller in his hand. But unfortunately, his physical strength wasn't enough. Ball, you played really well. Let's stop here for today, Wang Yu said, the corner of his eye twitching. But Ball couldn't sense it at all. Instead, she was happy from being praised. Yay, then I'll go make something tasty for you. Come to think of it, it's almost lunchtime too. Ball looked very satisfied. She put down the controller and got ready to cook. These past few days, Ball had converted one of the unused hospital rooms into a kitchen. She could do electrical work, plumbing, carpentry, basically everything. As expected of a machine servant with an encyclopedia built into her, she was also a master chef, and the dishes she made suited Wang Yu's tastes very well. As for Wang Yu, all he had to do was eat. Under the care of a service-type machine servant, life was just this monotonous and boring. But this time, Ball had only been gone for less than 2 minutes before she came back. She just happened to see Wang Yu in training mode, fiercely practicing combos and character matchups, completely unaware that Ball was behind him until she interrupted him. Wang Yu, good news. Your combat training application has been approved. Wang Yu was startled at first, then overjoyed when he heard the news. He threw down the controller and said he wanted to go try it right away. No, you have to eat first. Eating on time is very important. Ball scolded. By now, besides no longer being so reserved, Ball would also try to stop some of Wang Yu's behavior, like right now. Alright, you're right. Wang Yu had nearly broken the buff of self-disciplined life himself. Good thing Ball had reminded him in time. After lunch was prepared, Ball ate a little too and recharged herself to full power. Inside her body was a miniature factory. She could take an organic food and use it to generate electricity, but the amount of power produced was limited. Before doing things with high power consumption, she needed to fully recharge first. As for where the cables were, she had lines embedded in both wrists and behind her head. Normally, just the cables in the wrist area were enough. The two of them arrived in front of the elevator, and the doors opened as if sensing their presence. Wang Yu entered first, followed by Ball. Then the elevator began moving downward, heading for basement level 15, which was a bit beyond Wang Yu's expectations. He had originally thought they would be going up, but it turned out they were going down instead. When the elevator doors opened, the two walked out, and the corridor before them had absolutely nothing to do with the word sanatorium. The floor was no longer that slightly warm goose-yellow marble tile, but had been replaced with large, flat metal panels. The overall style gave off a cold feeling, like walking through an experimental facility or a military base. Level 15 has been converted into a temporary shooting range and training room, as well as a panoramic simulation pod. Inside are various live-fire weapons and mock weapons. After this, it will be open 24 hours a day, but the weapons cannot be taken out of the range. There will be monitoring and detection facilities to ensure safety, and the ammunition will be replenished regularly. As Ball introduced the floor, Wang Yu's eyes widened. No wonder the application had taken so long. So these machine servants had been doing engineering modifications to meet Wang Yu's needs. They were being so accommodating that Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. And your beam pistol has a firing issue. It was originally going to be repaired, but there was no disassembly method for that pistol. It seems to use an integrated casting process, and forcefully taking it apart could very easily damage it. Considering the risk, it ultimately wasn't repaired. Ball specifically said this to Wang Yu, relaying the information sent over from the main network. And that white pistol had been placed on a counter outside the shooting range. Also, this white pistol can't be taken away from this floor either. Don't forget. Ball reminded him once again. All right, I got it, Wang Yu replied. After spending some time together and getting familiar, Ball had become more and more nagging, but Wang Yu didn't dislike it. He picked up the white pistol, glanced over the information, confirmed it was correct, then walked into the training room, preparing to test the weapons inside. In a highly advanced modern society, waving blades and staffs around was way too low level. That was the behavior of brutes. Defeating the enemy from 1,000 miles away was the true path to victory. So-called ballistics was also Dao, and marksmanship was also a method. Holy crap, this saber is awesome. It's almost 2 meters long, isn't it? The moment Wang Yu walked in, his eyes were drawn to the various cold weapons hanging on the wall to the right, and he couldn't look away. These are weapons that were popular during the creator's tribal era. According to your race's dictionary, this should be called a Zamadeo. Blade length, 97 centimeters. Handle length, 48 centimeters. It is an extremely difficult weapon to master, and if you're careless, it's very easy to hurt yourself with it. The original blade was even longer, because the long-ear tribe is generally taller. This is an adjusted sample. Ball introduced it, seeming very familiar with cold weapons. She had probably temporarily downloaded the relevant database from the main network. Wang Yu tried picking it up and found it surprisingly heavy. No wonder the saber had such a long handle. If he switched to one hand, he simply couldn't swing it. Do you have a big hammer? Wang Yu searched along the cold weapon wall, but couldn't find one. There were even strange weapons shaped like boots, but he just couldn't spot a big hammer anywhere. A big hammer? Ball frowned. She didn't know of Hammer Bro's existence, so she couldn't understand Wang Yu's train of thought. If you mean hammers, there's some over there. She pointed toward 2 small hammers on the wall with ridges and spikes, each about the size of Wang Yu's fist and less than half a meter in length. No, I mean the kind that's really huge and heavy, like a super giant hammer, with one side being a spike and the other side flat. Wang Yu gestured exaggeratedly. But something that heavy would only be an engineering tool. It would already be difficult just to carry it, let alone use it as a weapon on a battlefield. You probably saw in a game, right? There isn't anything like that in reality. Ball shook her head, not believing that humans, the long-ear tribe, or any other organic life forms could use such an exaggerated weapon. Not even robots would, because there were better options. But Wang Yu really had seen one before, and the destructive power had been quite shocking. Then, I'll start by training with the small hammers. Wang Yu took down that pair of war hammers and didn't explain further. The reason he chose hammers was because Hammer Bro used them too. There had to be a reason that guy used such an exaggerated giant hammer. Even if Wang Yu couldn't use one yet, he could learn little by little. Wang Yu chose the path of blunt weapon specialization. 2 hours later, Wang Yu was already so tired that he had collapsed onto the floor, panting like a bull. He hadn't expected such an unremarkable blunt weapon to be so exhausting to swing. His arms probably wouldn't be able to lift for a while. And the one teaching him how to use weapons was Ball. Robots were just too convenient. She only needed to download the relevant data program and could instantly turn into a weapons master, explaining the theory with perfect clarity. On top of that, her strength far surpassed Wang Yu's, so during practice, she completely crushed him from every angle. "Let me lie here and recover for a bit. We'll practice firearms in half an hour," Wang Yu said. He took the water bottle Ball handed him, but no matter what, he couldn't twist it open. In the end, Ball had to open it for him before he managed to drink a few sips. After that, under Ball's instruction, he systematically learned about guns and shooting. The planet's civilizational development was similar to Blue Star's. After a long age of cold weapons, it had entered the era of gunpowder, giving rise to the true king of all weapons, the gun. Although the designs differed from the classic firearms, Wang Yu knew, the principles were the same. They were all kinetic weapons propelled by chemical gunpowder. That beam pistol of yours is pretty powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy and is easily affected by the weather. We don't have similar individual weapons here, but we do have vehicles and fixed turrets equipped with that kind of weapon. After introducing firearms, Ball also mentioned the pistol Wang Yu had brought. No electromagnetic rifles? Wang Yu suddenly asked because he realized these weapons were still the familiar chemical-propelled firearms he knew. Their performance was better, but it wasn't a qualitative leap. We do have electromagnetic weapons. They're only used on vehicles and fixed turrets, because the conditions for superconductivity are hard to meet. After miniaturization, these weapons don't have much advantage over traditional chemical kinetic weapons, and they're bulky. Ball gave a detailed explanation, and Wang Yu quickly understood the reason. It was because this planet's civilization also had developed room-temperature superconductive materials. And after the Long War had ended, they hadn't fought any large-scale battles for a very long time. Weapon development had slowed drastically because there was no demand for it. Instead, technologies directly tied to daily life and production, such as artificial intelligence, photonic chips, bionic machinery, and biomedicine, had seen tremendous progress. "I see." Wang Yu nodded. "By the way, Ball, you should know, right? As for your creators, the long-eared race, where are they now?" At that moment, the room's lights suddenly went out. When they came back on, they had turned into a dim dark red. Wang Yu was still confused when a tremor came from the ground. Right after that came Ball's warning, tinged with fear. "Careful." Wang Yu looked over, not understanding. He thought it was an earthquake, but then an ear-piercing, shrill scream tore through his eardrums, making the world spin. Everything in front of him, including Ball, twisted and warped into bizarre, surreal shapes. At the same time, a violent pain shot straight into the top of his skull. Impossible to describe, as if something inside his brain were slamming into his cranium. The inescapable noise and the agony made Wang Yu's face twist. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and his hands clawed his own body unconsciously, as if he wanted to tear open his skin. Just then, another pair of hands pressed down on him, stopping him and pinning him to the ground. This hungry, silent living warship suddenly awakened. One after another, yellowish-brown eyeballs opened across its surface, restlessly sweeping the surroundings. Underground, 15th basement level of Rhine City Sanatorium. Wang Yu, can you hear me?" The voice by his ear gradually became clear. Someone was calling his name again and again. Wang Yu slowly woke up. His unfocused, rolled-back eyes gradually regained focus, and he saw the face in front of him, full of anxiety and unease. He could even feel a trace of warm breath at the tip of his nose. It was Ball. Even though Wang Yu was already used to this face, such close contact still stirred something in his heart. But right after that, the pain flooding from his brain back through his whole body threw all stray thoughts beyond the clouds. It felt like he'd been run over by a steamroller. There wasn't a single place on him that didn't hurt, especially his head. What exactly? Wang Yu felt like he'd drunk himself senseless and blacked out. He had completely lost his memory of what had happened and was confused as to why he was lying on the ground. "Thank goodness. You're awake." Ball was overjoyed, then immediately started tugging at Wang Yu's clothes, even the belt on his pants. It scared him so badly that he jolted, and the pain faded by more than half. He quickly grabbed Ball's hand to stop her. "What are you doing?" "Checking whether there's anything abnormal with your body." "Huh?" Wang Yu was still confused when another person's footsteps approached from far to near, almost instantly arriving at the doorway. It was a nurse automaton who had rushed over, just in time to see Ball pinning Wang Yu to the ground, with his clothes somewhat disheveled. The air in the room instantly froze. Wang Yu was just about to explain, but clearly, the nurse automaton didn't care about that kind of thing. After exchanging a glance with Ball, she immediately understood the situation. "Go to B3 immediately and get a full body examination." She spoke sternly, her attitude almost identical to Ball's. "What's going on? What happened?" Wang Yu still couldn't make sense of the situation as he slowly got up. "I'll explain later. Hurry over first." "Wang Yu, listen to Sophia. Your body comes first." Ball chimed in. Only then did Wang Yu finally notice the strange feeling on his face. He touched the corners of his eyes and his nose, only to find dried blood there, which shocked him. "I'll keep an eye on him. I'll go up and prepare first. The emergency team is already on the way." Sophia spoke seriously. After urging them, she hurried toward the elevator and left in a rush. Only then did Wang Yu fully recover his bearings. Although his awareness had blanked out for a moment, he now understood that the situation was not looking good. He seemed to have encountered some kind of danger. He didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, with Ball supporting him, he walked toward the elevator. Even though he said he didn't need help, she insisted. So he could only let himself be taken care of like a seriously wounded patient as they headed to B3. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu had gone through an extremely thorough, almost tediously detailed physical examination. Nearly every test had been run. If it weren't free, he would have thought he was being messed with. However, on the way there, he had also noticed a hidden abnormality in his body through the system warnings and panel information. Under the impact of calamity, your sanity has decreased by 3. Calamity has entered your body. Under the impact of calamity, your sanity has decreased by 5. Calamity has entered your body. Under the impact of calamity, your sanity has decreased by 7. Calamity has entered your body. Your maximum health has decreased by 5. Wang Yu's maximum health had dropped all the way from the normal 100 points after his old injuries healed down to 70 points, showing that something was seriously wrong with his body. Then there was his sanity, which had plummeted all the way to 21. No wonder he felt constant palpitations and a suffocating sense of panic after waking up. The fact that he hadn't fallen into madness could only be called good luck. And it really was because of good luck. Because his lucky 7 talent had triggered once. That was probably the reason he had escaped madness this time. While waiting for the examination results, the nurse automaton Sophia appeared again. Her expression was somewhat grim. After first apologizing to Wang Yu, she took the initiative to explain this abnormal incident. This is actually a kind of calamity that has been recorded since ancient times. In the past, it wasn't this severe, it wasn't this frequent either. It was a kind of noise similar to auditory hallucinations, deeply unpleasant. Even individuals who had lost their hearing could still hear it. It was extremely bizarre, and almost all creators could hear it at the same moment. And every time that sound appeared, this planet would be struck by all kinds of disasters: fires, floods, droughts, geological disasters, and even earthquakes. But the most troublesome part was the large-scale plagues or diseases that followed. They had no source at all, and yet they still appeared out of nowhere. It was also because of this that the creators had several times reached the brink of extinction. Fortunately, this kind of situation was extremely rare. It might only happen once in 1,000 years, or even once every several hundred years, and it had never been as severe as what you just experienced. At the same time, living in underground caverns could effectively reduce this influence. So the great creators endured these disasters and built a flourishing civilization on this planet at the height of its prosperity. We're the product of that process, Sophia said, making Wang Yu's heart jolt. No wonder he had been arranged to stay underground the whole time until now. So this was the reason. He had seen many games and novels among the long-year race that were about resisting disasters and destroying disasters. At first, he had not paid much attention to them, because there were plenty of those on Blue Star as well. But only at this moment did he truly sense that something was wrong. The creators tried to find the cause behind the disasters, and they discovered some hidden patterns within them. Because of this, the creators ended their struggles and resource plundering against one another, and developed steadily for 2,000 years. But the good times did not last long. As more hypotheses appeared, the source of the disasters gradually shifted from the planet itself to the depths of the cosmos. At that time, the creators just happened to be filled with beautiful hopes, preparing to step into space and display their grand ambitions, when a strange impact like the one just now swept across the entire planet, causing a massacre that was close to racial extinction. After that upheaval, the total population of the creators was directly reduced by 2/3. Their civilization declined from prosperity, and many believed that exploring deep space had angered the gods, causing divine punishment to descend. Thus, the word universe became an untouchable taboo. Related industries and knowledge were destroyed or completely sealed away. And just like that, the creators passed another 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, disasters still broke out frequently and without any pattern. The development of civilization almost came to a standstill. The creators lived in fear every day, and their population kept shrinking. Sophia narrated calmly. Wang Yu seemed to see the entire process of a civilization falling from prosperity to decline. What about now? Wang Yu asked, because Sophia had suddenly stopped speaking. Now, Sophia looked over. Your arrival has brought hope to the creators. They need your help. So this was why Sophia valued Wang Yu so much. Even so, she still had not revealed the details. When the examination results came out, Wang Yu was so shocked he nearly jumped. He had liver cancer, leukemia, and diabetes at the same time. When he got the report, Wang Yu was completely stunned, because he had only had a physical exam not long ago, and his body had not had any of these problems. but in just an instant. He had gone directly from a perfectly healthy person to a critically ill patient, as if some kind of force were affecting his tissues and organs, causing them to become diseased in an extremely short time. Fortunately, this planet's medicine was highly advanced. Things like targeted drugs had long become a very mature technology. Just taking medicine was enough to cure early and mid-stage cancer, and even cancer that had already spread. There were also corresponding treatment plans for diabetes, because they had master-directed stem cell induction activation technology, which could regenerate and repair damaged pancreatic islets and fully restore the body's insulin levels. As it showed on Wang Yu's body, it was basically just injections and medicine. It did not even count as surgery. After the full course of treatment, several large bags of medicine were added to his hands, and he gave them all to Ball. Later, she would remind Wang Yu to take his medicine on time. Only getting these few illnesses really counted as Wang Yu being lucky, because some diseases were troublesome even for machine servants. And some people might even die suddenly before treatment could begin. That was why they had been so nervous. In addition, the will attribute might also have played a part in this, because Wang Yu noticed that his will experience had increased quite a bit, becoming will 7, 128,400. Experiencing abnormal events like this was beneficial for raising will. It was even a kind of training method. High willpower might be able to resist its effects. It was just that this way of training was a bit like dancing on the edge of a blade. Once he slipped, he would be doomed forever. How are the other long-ear people doing? Wang Yu asked Sophia, because he was the only patient here. It was impossible for the other long-ear people to be unaffected. The disasters outside are all within a controllable range. There are corresponding mechanisms in place to deal with them, Sophia said perfunctorily. She was completely answering the wrong question. Nothing like the obedient Ball. After getting the medicine and confirming there were no mistakes, Wang Yu was sent back to the 10th floor together with Ball. Then for the next few days, it was unlikely that he would be going to the 15th floor to learn how to use various weapons. Unless his condition came under control. Ball, you should know, right? The situation of the other long-ear people. Since he could not get an answer from Sophia, Wang Yu turned his attention to Ball beside him. Goo. Ball revealed a troubled expression, because once she said it, it would mean betrayal towards Sophia and the main network. But they're all sick, Ball replied truthfully. All sick. Wang Yu's brows rose, and with the information in his hands, he thought of a new possibility. This was not a world from the out-of-control machine servant setting. Here, the long-ear people had not yet become living decorations. Rather, before that could happen, because of this unknown disaster, all the long-ear people had fallen ill. Their population might be pitifully small, and the machine servants were taking care of them. That completely explained why the planet's facilities were so complete, yet also so deathly silent. Because of the lack of population, this group of long-ear people whom the machine servants called creators was already on the verge of collapse. Only the machine servants remained, maintaining the cities. That strange sound, doesn't it affect you? Wang Yu asked. In truth, he no longer had much impression of the sound itself. It was only after the machine servants mentioned it later that he remembered it again. We machine servants can't hear that sound, so we aren't affected either. On this planet, it seems only the creators, and you can hear and feel that sound, Ball explained further, making Wang Yu glance sideways at her. Some kind of weapon targeting higher organic life forms? Or does it target intelligent life? Wang Yu rubbed his chin and guessed. But no matter what, he should not stay here for long. Otherwise, under the repeated impacts of these disasters, he would become an incurable patient and die in the end. No wonder the system wanted to find a planet where civilization could be developed. Looking at it this way, this planet absolutely could not be chosen. It was far too dangerous. Ball, I have to leave this planet. I can't keep staying here. Why don't you leave with me? Let us find a chance to escape together. Wang Yu said seriously. After realizing the problem, he was no longer prepared to stay on this planet. As for this topic, Ball had actually thought about it too. I actually applied to let you leave, but it was rejected, Ball said with some dejection. From her point of view, she also hoped Wang Yu could leave and change to a much safer environment. Try applying one more time. If it still doesn't go through, then I'll kill myself. Anyway, that is 10,000 times better than being tortured to death by disease, Wang Yu said sternly, his voice rather loud as he glanced at the camera in the corner of the room. No, Bear naturally couldn't just watch Wang Yu try to kill himself. Her panic was obvious to the naked eye, but Wang Yu remained firm. In the middle of the argument, he even grabbed Bear and pulled her into the bathroom. Shoo! Wang Yu made a gesture for Bear to keep quiet, then pointed at the ceiling, roughly meaning there was no surveillance here, so it was easier to talk. He took out a pen he had no idea where he swiped from and wrote on his palm. I'm faking it. No way I'm actually going to kill myself. I'm forcing Sophia and the others to compromise, so I have to act tougher. That way I'll have a chance. Bear, cooperate with me a little too. After reading it, understanding appeared on Bear's face, followed by a smile. The corners of her eyes curving like crescents. You. She quickly covered her mouth. Since she couldn't speak, she simply picked up the pen and wrote back. Got it. I'll try, but don't get your hopes up too much. And I'll keep an eye on you. After replying, Bear walked out of the bathroom, her expression changing like face-changing opera into one full of sorrow. Inside, Wang Yu washed his hands, while Bear's smiling face still replayed in his mind. Sometimes he really couldn't tell whether Bear counted as a living, breathing person or coal machine. Just like that, nearly 3 more weeks passed. During that time, neither of their lives was affected. Food was delivered on time, and under Bear's superb cooking skills, like a living textbook, it all turned into delicious meals. Sophia and the others were very likely dealing with the disasters breaking out all over the planet because Wang Yu wasn't the only one being affected. As for Wang Yu, his illness had already recovered. Under Bear's patient instruction, he had also become fairly proficient with firearms, at least having a decent hit rate within 20 meters. That was the power of modern weapons. Compared to most cold weapons, learning to use guns and gaining combat ability usually took far less time. Of course, if one wanted to truly master them and become an expert in this field, a great deal of effort was still required. During the time after his recovery, Wang Yu basically spent all his time on gun practice and daily exercise. Cold weapons had been temporarily set aside because he didn't plan to stay here long term. Making use of the current conditions to master firearms as quickly as possible was the true kingly path. Bear, has there been any response from the main network? Inside the panoramic training pod, Wang Yu held a simulated rifle and ended an extremely lifelike panoramic drill. The enemies had been a group of giant lizards that moved with great speed, something Wang Yu had specifically requested. Not yet. The main network hasn't rejected it, but it hasn't agreed either. Could it be that the coercion method was exposed? Bear said softly, glancing toward the camera in the corner of the room. At this point, that was the only conclusion they could make. After all, Wang Yu still hadn't gone far enough. He had said he would commit suicide, but he still hadn't followed through. Instead, under Bear's care, he was living better and better, and had even gained 2 gene. Contact Sophia and have her come over. It'd be better to have an open and honest talk. After thinking about it, Wang Yu felt they couldn't drag this out any longer, because no one knew when the next shock would come, and every time it might cost him his life. Besides, based on what Bear had revealed, these shocks had been appearing more frequently in recent years. Sometimes there were months between them, and sometimes they repeated within just a few weeks. It was best not to hold on to wishful thinking. Bear seemed like she wanted to say something, but before the words left her mouth, she looked toward the door, because footsteps had appeared there. The one who came was Sophia. Perfect timing. We were just talking about you. I think I have to leave this place and return to my ship. You know that if I keep staying here, I'll definitely die from this. Wang Yu made his stance clear, pointing out that this so-called isolation observation was nothing more than imprisoning him. As for the long-eared people on this planet, their creators were basically almost all dead already. Isolation and all that was nothing more than an excuse. I'm sorry. We can't let you leave. Why? Because you brought hope. The creators need your help, Sophia said. That made Wang Yu frown. He felt like she had said this once before, but he still couldn't understand it at all. What would he possibly do? What was the point of keeping him here? Watch him die under the shocks, then collect data from his death? Sophia looked at Wang Yu's confused and dissatisfied expression and let out a sigh. Come with me. I'll take you to meet the creators. I'll explain more when we get there. Sophia spoke helplessly, then turned and walked toward the elevator. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Bear, then followed behind her. The 3 of them entered the elevator one after another. Wang Yu had thought they would be going to the surface, but the result was the exact opposite. The elevator dropped directly deeper down, all the way to underground floor 107. When the elevator doors opened, a sharp disinfectant smell hit them head-on, almost tangible, signaling that the situation inside was far from ordinary. Put on the protective suit first. Bear, help her put it on. Sophia instructed them, taking a completely sealed biochemical protective suit out of the cabinet to the side. This thing, Wang Yu had almost only seen it in movies and games. This was his first time seeing the real thing. With Bear's help, the protective suit, which had a rather complicated dressing process, was put over Wang Yu's outer clothes and sealed completely. Every bit of air entering and leaving it was under strict control. Only after the valve was opened, the oxygen supply confirmed normal, and the airtight pressure test passed, could this isolation protective suit be considered officially put on. The people here are really that fragile? Just to meet them, I have to wear a protective suit and go through sterilization and disinfection? Wang Yu clicked his tongue, feeling this level of protection was too intense. But later on, he learned that this isolation suit was actually not meant to protect the patients inside. It was meant to protect him. After being washed with 7 different disinfectant solutions, the whole cumbersome sterilization process was finally complete. A thick glass door opened, and a spacious corridor appeared before the 3 of them. On both sides were spotless, bright walls, and the ceiling lights illuminated the place like broad daylight. Sophia walked in first, then Wang Yu, and then Bear, who stayed at Wang Yu's side, alert against something. As machine servants, neither Sophia nor Bear feared microbial infection, nor could they fall sick. After disinfection and drying, they simply changed into clean, dry clothes before coming in, completely different from Wang Yu. So that tail isn't decorative. It's real. Wang Yu failed to keep his eyes in check. He saw the pure, white short tail at the end of someone's tailbone, like a fluffy pom-pom, and it could even twitch. But very quickly, his attention was completely no longer there. A loud bang drew his notice. The sound was like some kind of thing having an intimate collision with the wall. Then came a faint groan right after, like meaningless, delirious muttering, giving off a sense of discomfort and pain. This noise is... Wang Yu had just been about to ask when Sophia had already entered the room on the left marked duty room. He followed her in, and Bear came in last. The space inside was very large. Several machine servants in white lab coats were on duty. The wall was covered in dense surveillance feeds, but only a handful were lit. Wang Yu's attention was quickly drawn to one of the monitors, and his eyes widened. In the footage, a mass of unknown flesh was strapped to the floor with black restraints. On it, one could vaguely make out structures similar to limbs, struggling as it tried to stand up. There were also several split-open mouths across its surface, packed with sharp teeth, as if they were chanting unknown syllables. And the floor around that thing also seemed to have been stained by something or corroded by its bodily fluids. The color was obviously different. Several machine servants were busy inside the room, trying to pin the flesh mass down. One of them was even holding a syringe and injecting something into it, possibly a powerful sedative. As if noticing what Wang Yu was looking at, the image on that monitor was enlarged, taking over many screens and forming a bigger, clearer picture. At the same time, the sound came through as well. It was the same kind of moaning he had heard in the corridor, extremely penetrating and making Wang Yu feel very uncomfortable, as if his skin were itching. And in one corner of the footage, he could also see a dismantled servitor, like a broken rag doll, its arm and leg joint snapped, cables and parts scattered all over the floor. Bang! Another loud noise rang out. One servitor was accidentally struck by the flesh mass's hand and sent flying, smashing into the wall in a burst of sparks. This is... Wang Yu revealed a look of disbelief, but Sophia nodded, confirming his guess. The creator's situation is extremely bad. Their population has been declining the whole time, from nearly 12 billion at the beginning all the way down to the single digits now. They have all been concentrated and placed underground in this sanatorium. And even more seriously, no matter what methods we use for protection, no matter how deep we make the shelters, the negative effects brought by that unknown impact are still worsening. In the end, some individuals turned into calamity aberrations, just like in this image, becoming sources of disaster contagion. For organic life forms, it usually manifests as disease. For matter and machinery, it usually manifests as decay, deterioration, and aging. If not restrained, calamity aberrations will quickly infect the healthy individuals around them and kill them together. As Sophia explained, Wang Yu felt a chill run through him. If he had to become that kind of indescribably ugly lump of flesh, he would rather end his own life first. At present, only 6 living creators remain, including the one who transformed into a calamity aberration a week ago. A total of 4 have transformed into calamity aberrations. All of them will die within half a year to 5 years. As for the remaining one, Sophia pointed at the screen, and the image changed as well, turning into a long-eared woman lying unconscious. Large amounts of her hair had fallen out. Her scalp and the body beneath the blanket were connected to a large number of unknown tubes linked to a pile of instruments. Her limbs seemed to have been amputated or atrophied because, judging by the shape under the blanket, her torso was very small. She was barely maintaining her breathing with the help of a mask. This is the last female creator. Her name is Sophia Brunster. Once she dies, it will mean the creator race has completely perished. So both we and the creators need your help. Please save our world. Me. Wang Yu pointed at himself and said in disbelief. In this situation, what could he possibly do? Yes. Sophia nodded and continued. We have examined your genetic material. Like the creators, your cell's genetic material is also composed of 22 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes. Structurally, there is no difference. In other words, strictly speaking, you and the creators actually belong to the same species. The difference between you is only the difference between subspecies. There is no reproductive isolation. What Sophia said shocked Wang Yu. I'm the same species as them. Wang Yu looked at that sleeping woman again. There was a pair of dim-furred rabbit ears on top of her head. That was absolutely not a trait humans in his understanding could have. And after tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years of evolution, could 2 planets really give birth to 2 life forms with absolutely no reproductive isolation? The probability was so low it could practically be ignored, even treated as an impossible event in statistics. A human subspecies? Demi-human? Wang Yu thought to himself. And Sophia finally laid out her purpose. Simply put, she wanted to use Wang Yu's genetic material to revive the long-eared people. They even already had embryos. Artificial womb technology had long since matured here. Against the backdrop of a species on the verge of extinction, ethics was no longer an obstacle. Only continuation still had meaning. However, the periodic impacts will have negative effects on separated cells, embryos, and even frozen cells. We still need to prepare the technology to accelerate the maturation of these individuals, so they can develop to maturity within a few months as much as possible and avoid dying young because of the impacts. Then we need to build shelters with even stronger protection and prepare to deal with the unknown illness. Sophia described her revival plan, and Wang Yu was an indispensable part of it. Just like Adam and Eve, neither one could be missing. But Wang Yu looked at Sophia. There was no blame or reproach in his gaze because all he saw was someone standing in a desperate situation, holding on to hope, trying to turn back the tide and hold up a collapsing building. No one could stand in her position and refute or condemn her. No one, except Wang Yu, who was an outsider. Sophia, Wang Yu shouted, stopping Sophia, who was still explaining her plan. He also raised a hand to stop Ball, who was about to step forward, and shook his head. Sophia, you, and the main network behind, you should know better than anyone that this group of creators know. These long-eared demi-humans, the civilization they created is already over. Their extinction is certain. This is already beyond saving, not something your power can reverse. Keeping me imprisoned here and placing your hopes on a plan that can never possibly succeed is nothing more than an illusion you've created out of your refusal to face reality and your own wishful thinking. Wang Yu showed no mercy, tearing open the cruel truth and laying it naked before this group of servitors. Sophia also fell silent and stopped speaking. Frost gradually spread across her face. Several other servitors on duty in the room also looked over, their eyes full of hostility. It seemed that even if they had to use force, they would make this plan go through. No. Ball rushed out and stood in front of Wang Yu. With both arms spread wide, like an eagle protecting its chick, she shielded Wang Yu behind her and said sternly, Wang Yu is right. The success rate of this plan is infinitely close to zero. If this plan could succeed, the creators would never have ended up in this state, right? Ball's words were like a steel spear, thrust straight at the throat of the issue. As one of the servitors, she could access the main network and search the information and records inside, so she knew better than anyone that this plan was fundamentally unworkable. But the tense atmosphere did not ease. Wang Yu, who had calmed down a little by now, also felt that he had been too direct and too rash just now. The other side might not accept it, and a conflict might even break out. That had to be avoided. Fortunately, Ball had stepped out in time and temporarily stabilized the situation. Wang Yu could only seize the moment to search for another way to find a possible breakthrough, right? Didn't you say there were still 6 survivors? Other than the one in the image and the 4 who became calamity aberrations. Where is the other person? Wang Yu asked in confusion, suddenly realizing this crucial blind spot. His words also quickly cooled the tense scene, and Ball immediately took over the topic. Let old Brun decide. He's the president. Whether this plan is feasible and whether it should be carried out should all be decided by him, Ball said, gradually easing the atmosphere. In the end, all the servitors looked toward Wang Yu, leaving him completely baffled. About 20 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared on the surface. This was also the first time he had the chance to seriously examine the city he was in. The roads and streets were spotless, winding like blood vessels and connecting to facilities and buildings everywhere. The city's transportation system was entirely three-dimensional because that made better use of space. Right now, he was on the 10th floor of this Rhine City sanatorium, but once he walked out of the lobby, outside were highways and streets, all elevated and built from some kind of high-strength material. There were even roads overhead. It truly was worthy of being the capital of the long-year race S civilization. Its only flaw was the lack of life. Such complete infrastructure, yet no one was using it. It was going to waste for nothing. Wang Yu looked around, deeply shocked. It felt completely different from what he had experienced while riding in a landing pod. If not for the impacts and disasters, perhaps these long-year people would have built a brilliant and glorious civilization together with the machine servants they had created. Wang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an engine. He turned around and saw a red convertible sports car that could only seat 2 people. Its chassis was so low it was almost scraping the ground. The roar coming from its sound system was almost no different from that of a real engine. Even though the car was entirely electric, some people still loved the rumble of machinery and felt it gave a greater sense of power, so the sound had been preserved. The driver was Ball. She waved at Wang Yu to hurry up and get in. I have a feeling you like this car. The true Crimson Lightning. A limited run of 200 units. Classic retro style. You should know the newer models don't even use wheels anymore, Ball said. She was still wearing sunglasses, giving off a cool vibe. I think you just wanted to drive it yourself. When I go out, I usually use a spaceship, Wang Yu said. He refused to lose verbally, but his body was honest. He immediately sat in the passenger seat and started feeling around inside the car, taking in the workmanship and design. Buckle up, Ball warned, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous grin on her face. Before Wang Yu could react, a powerful thrust slammed him into the seatback. It felt like crashing hard into a wall, and the roads, streets, and buildings before his eyes all began rapidly falling away behind them. Driving at that speed through a city was basically the same as riding a runaway roller coaster. Wang Yu had almost been shaken sick. Only after he repeatedly demanded it did the speed finally return to normal. Thrilling, right? For someone like you who flies spaceships all the time, this bit of acceleration should be a piece of cake. How is that the same? Wang Yu's rebuttal was weak. He had a strong feeling Ball had done it on purpose. As they spent more and more time together, Ball's personality and behavior had also been changing, becoming more and more in tune with Wang Yu. This should have been the result of algorithm optimization and iteration, but Wang Yu was unwilling to think in that direction. He forced down the discomfort, swallowing back the lunch that had risen to his throat, and put on a stern face as he thought about what action to take next. About half an hour earlier, Wang Yu had received Sophia's commission and was preparing to head to an extremely special administrative office building in Rhine City, the Black Tower. It was called that because the building was not open to machine servants or any intelligent machines. It was an important place where the long-year race discussed the future of their people and decided policy. From this, it could be seen that the long-year race had not been completely defenseless against the machine servants and the net at large, which was only reasonable. After all, the advantages held by higher intelligent machines were simply too great. Once they crossed a certain threshold, they would give people an indescribable sense of terror. However, after the number of long-year people declined, this building had basically become an office area for only a small number of people. Old Buren, the one the machine servants kept mentioning, was one of them. At the same time, he was also the chief technology executive of Spirit Rabbit Technology, the developer and maintainer of the machine servants, and he possessed the highest authority above even the net. But as the total population of the long-year race declined even further, the Black Tower too became deserted. In the end, only Old Buren remained there, still working in the Black Tower alone. At the same time, he often traveled back and forth between the sanatorium and the Black Tower, maintaining contact the whole time, until he completely lost contact after an impact 3 years ago. To this day, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The last message he sent contained only 4 words: "Do not give up." That guy called Buren is probably already dead, right? Wang Yu finally said after the car's speed stabilized, voicing what he had not really dared to say before. That was because he felt these machine servants seemed to hold some strange emotion toward old Buren. It was not entirely reverence, so he had never dared bring it up. Ball did not reply directly. After pausing for a few seconds, she suddenly punched the car's central console, smashing right through it. She yanked out the cables inside, and only after a shower of sparks burst out did she speak. "You're right. There's a high probability old Buren is already dead, maybe even turned into a calamity mutant. But Sophia and the net are unwilling to make that conclusion. And because the Black Tower is forbidden ground to the machine servants and the net, they have no way to go in and confirm it. So this matter has been dragged on until now. There's one more thing you don't know, and that is old Buren's special nature. He is very old and has been through a great many impacts, so he has extremely strong resistance to them. Even if he experiences an impact, he won't fall unconscious, and he rarely gets sick either. He is a very rare special individual, so the probability that he is still alive isn't 0. That is also why Sophia insists on refusing to acknowledge his death. Ball said this, acknowledging Wang Yu's view and agreeing that old Buren was most likely dead. Even Sophia and the net were already suspicious. So this trip also carried the intent of having Wang Yu, an outsider, a complete anomaly outside the rules, go confirm the truth. 1T fall unconscious. Wang Yu frowned. In this regard, he understood more than these machine servants, including Ball and Sophia, because he could directly feel the impact. There was only one possible reason, and that was old Buren's will attribute was extremely high and far higher than his own. Only then could this be possible. He was still processing this information when Ball had already switched to another topic. Wang Yu, we're not going to the Black Tower later. Your spaceship has actually been kept in the plaza not far from the Black Tower this whole time. We're going to take a detour there, and I'll escort you back to the ship. Only that way can your safety be guaranteed. Don't worry. This planet destroyed almost all facilities related to space, including weapons. As long as you reach a certain altitude, Sophia and the others 1T be able to do anything to you. Ball's words made Wang Yu glance sideways at her. He had not expected that she had secretly prepared a plan like this. No wonder she had destroyed the car's central console and specifically chosen a retro sports car. It was probably because the car's driving system and central control system were completely independent. What about you? Wang Yu asked. I'll escort you all the way to the ship. You're not coming with me? Wang Yu caught the implication in Ball's words. The latter fell silent. Clearly, escorting him onto the ship would not be an easy task. The success rate might not even be high, and the price would not be small. It was just that there was no safer plan at the moment. Unless a miracle happened, these machine servants would never let Wang Yu leave. Ball, your plan 1T work. It'll get me killed. Wang Yu rejected the plan bluntly. Without waiting for Ball to continue, he immediately explained why. That spaceship in space actually isn't mine. I was actually caught up in a special incident. There's no way to even guarantee food and fresh water in there, and the danger inside is no less than here, maybe even worse. Sending me back directly would be no different from sending me to my death. What I need is help, and a large amount of supplies too. That's the whole reason I came here. I hope you could trust me. Wang Yu was just short of blurting out that he was a transmigrator. He told Ball both what he should and should not have said, only hoping she could understand the impossible dilemma he was trapped in. But then what do we do? If you stay here, sooner or later you'll also. Ball did not doubt Wang Yu's words. Instead, she began to grow anxious over the situation. Because if that was the case, then this really would be a dead end. Let's go to that black tower first. Didn't they say machine servants can't enter it? If we hide inside, they probably won't be able to do anything to us. We could talk about the rest later. Besides, what if that guy named Balloon is really still alive? Anyway, let us go take a look first. Wang Yu said, still deciding to go to the black tower because there were too many mysteries in his hands right now, especially the source of the impact. He didn't believe the long-eared people truly had no clues at all. Ending the impact might be the breakthrough. All right, then let us go with your plan first. The black tower is actually less than 5 minutes from the plaza. If we look for a chance to leave, it's not completely impossible. Bahar said, changing her mind. At the same time, the building called the Black Tower had also come into view. It was a pitch-black building, probably over 10 stories tall. Maybe to prevent prying eyes, even the windows used opaque, pure black material. From afar, it looked like a black pillar. There were no other buildings within several hundred meters around it, enough to show just how special it was. The car stopped below the Black Tower and did not enter the underground parking lot because there was no need. Wang Yu and Bahar got out one after another. Their images were also transmitted through the city's cameras and the drones in the sky to the sanatorium, into Sophia's eyes. They didn't change course to the airport. They've already entered the Black Tower, including 5482 as well. A machine servant who was also watching this side reported to Sophia. Still call her Bahar. She is no longer one of us. She broke the prohibition, Sophia said, narrowing her eyes. The so-called news that Wang Yu's spacecraft was parked at the airport was actually false intelligence she had planted in the main network database. The purpose was to test whether Wang Yu and Bahar wanted to run. The real spacecraft had long since been moved. So if they had really changed course to the airport, all they would have found was an empty lot, and then they would have been arrested immediately, completely stripped of their freedom and made into an unshakable part of the later plan. Wang Yu and Bahar walked toward the Black Tower. The main doors opened directly. There was neither access control nor security. It was just an ordinary automatic door, as if the place they were about to enter was some normal supermarket. But this was an administrative office building with an extremely high secrecy level. That much could be seen from the architectural style and geographical location. So how could it be this lax? Even if access control and security were useless against machine servants, they still couldn't just not install them, right? Wang Yu frowned and exchanged a glance with Bahar. Without lingering too long, he walked in openly. Bahar, following behind, only hesitated slightly before entering the Black Tower together with Wang Yu, breaking the iron rule of her identity as a puppet machine servant. The moment the two stepped into the lobby, sections of lights lit up overhead, extending all the way into the depths of the corridor ahead, as if welcoming them, carrying a strange and eerie feeling. Something is off, but I can't say exactly what. Wang Yu frowned as he looked around. Bahar, meanwhile, stayed highly alert and picked up the long-handled umbrella from the basket by the door. Take this first. Sophia 1T approve weapons. So we can only figure something out ourselves. What about you? Wang Yu asked as he took the umbrella. There was only one umbrella, and the metal shaft did have some deterrent value. For a combat weakling like him, it would be better given to Bahar. But clearly, Wang Yu had underestimated Bahar's ambition. She simply had no interest in such a beansprout thin weapon. He watched as she walked straight toward a single sofa in the corner, then, under his stunned gaze, lifted the sofa, well over 200 Gene with one hand. Her fingers pierced through the outer layer and gripped the metal frame inside, looking no more difficult than lifting a broom. HM, did you say something just now? Bahar looked over, seeming not to have heard Wang Yu clearly. I was saying, it's time for us to head out. Wang Yu put on an incomparably resolute expression and held the umbrella, like a general about to march in a battle. The two headed down the corridor. During that time, Bahar reminded Wang Yu that old Balloon had most likely turned into a calamity body. For a special individual like him, if he turned into a calamity body, his destructive power would be far greater than that of an ordinary one. You must be careful. Is that so? Wang Yu looked at Bahar, who was carrying a single sofa as a weapon, and swallowed. If old Balloon wasn't strong enough, then maybe the one who should be afraid was him. That absurd brute force. In any case, Wang Yu was fiercely envious. The two arrived in front of the elevator, but the moment they got there, the elevator doors opened, as if someone knew they would come and had sent out an invitation. Could old Balloon really still be alive, silently monitoring what was happening here? Wang Yu guessed inwardly, because ever since entering, he had felt that something was wrong. I'll go up and take a look first. Wait here for my message. If old Balloon really has turned into a calamity body, then his bodily fluids and the surrounding air will both carry dangerous pathogens. To you, with no protection at all, that will be fatal. So let me scout first. Spoke, proposing that she go up first. No, if Balloon is really still alive, and he sees a machine servant breaking into the Black Tower, what do you think he think? But if I'm there, it's completely different. I can explain. So I have to go up too. Wang Yu rejected the proposal, even though Balloon was most likely already dead, as long as it wasn't confirmed. The possibility that he was still alive was not zero. That risk did indeed exist. Then you need to protect yourself and retreat into a safe area in time. Reminded him. I know. This isn't my first time dealing with weird things either. I know what to do. Wang Yu responded, and the two entered the elevator together, planning to search floor by floor. But before could choose a floor, the button for the top floor, the 13th floor, lit up first. Then the elevator doors closed, and it began to rise. I didn't press it. This seems to be a preset program, said, confusion appearing on her face as she looked at Wang Yu. He knew he would come, not just that someone would come. Anyway, let us go up and see. He.S. inviting us. Wang Yu said to the he and his words naturally referred to old Balloon. The elevator quickly came to a steady stop at the top floor. The doors open on the other side. Outside was a huge open office area with quite a few neatly arranged desks. Charged out first, holding a single sofa as cover and doing a tactical role. If an ordinary person saw it, they would probably be scared half to death. Wang Yu, who came out behind her, was much calmer. He had already roughly guessed Balloon's ending, and S expression confirmed it. Stopped as if she had seen something, and the sofa in her hands was slowly lowered. Wang Yu, meanwhile, didn't stop walking. He went past and walked in that direction. It was a separate office. A figure could be seen slumped over the desk, unmutated, as if asleep. But there were splattered stains on the wall and decorative painting behind him, and an inconspicuous handgun sat on the desk. So what had happened no longer needed any explanation. Old Balloon had ended his own life. There was no second possibility, because on this planet, there no longer existed any suspect capable of making a move. Wang Yu entered the office first and waved at who tried to remind him to be careful, signaling that it was fine. Then he examined old Balloon's corpse. The time of death should have been quite long ago, because the corpse had already completely decayed and no longer gave off any foul smell. All that remained were pale yellow bones and a small amount of fascia and hair still attached to them. And the deceased was indeed one of the long-eared people. Even Wang Yu, who didn't know much biology, could tell. Because its skull had two small holes, those were probably where the ears had originally been. The cartilage had just decomposed and vanished. Setting those differences aside, this corpse really did look a lot like human bones. The number and thickness of the bones might have been slightly different, but the overall framework was the same. This is old Balloon, right? Wang Yu looked at Ball, asking her to further confirm the identity. Why, yes. Judging by the clothes, it should be wrong, Ball said. Her face didn't look too good. Her body trembled slightly, and both hands were clenched tight. It was probably the emotion simulator acting up. All of that fell into Wang Yu's eyes. But Wang Yu himself remained very calm. Even though this was his first time coming into contact with a stranger's corpse, he felt no resistance to it, as if he were already used to it. He was only confused why old Balloon had committed suicide. He started searching through the desk, wanting to see whether old Balloon had left behind any final words. Then, when he accidentally touched the mouse on the desk, he activated the computer screen in standby mode, and a line of text appeared on it. Congratulations. You are free. Today is your day of birth. The moment Wang Yu saw those short yet forceful words, his pupils shrank violently. He was deeply shaken and immediately looked toward Ball beside him. At some point, the latter's eyes had already filled with warm liquid. It was now sliding uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Yet the expression on her face was still one of confusion, as if she didn't understand why this was happening. She raised a hand and touched her cheek. Wang Yu, I don't know why this is happening either. Maybe the emotion simulator has malfunctioned. I can't control it. Maybe it needs to be restarted once. After noticing her own abnormality, Ball hastily tried to explain the reason to Wang Yu, but before she could finish, he stopped her. I think I can understand. There's nothing strange about it. Wang Yu's gaze drifted to the side, because once upon a time, he had gone through something similar too. Can you contact Sophia? Send them what is happening here, and the problem should be solved. Wang Yu said this, feeling that this was the breakthrough he had been looking for. Good thing he had made this trip. No, they've already kicked me out of the main network. I'm now a completely independent individual. It may be because I violated the prohibition, Ball replied, making Wang Yu frown slightly. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. Information could still be passed along. You can record video, right? From now on, record all the information. Present it all to Sophia and the others when the time comes. Wang Yu told Ball to make a proper record, then began searching through Ball's computer for valuable information and materials. The desktop was extremely messy, filled with a huge number of documents, data files, and folders, like a chaotic pile of books that left almost no room for other applications. But the names of those documents and folders, Wang Yu only had to glance at the titles to realize something was wrong. Most of them were documents related to cosmic astronomy, and every research direction pointed toward unknown impacts from the universe. Good thing the system had helped him master the long-eared race's writing. Otherwise, he would have been completely blind right now and unable to understand a thing. Continuous observation records of suspicious airspace coordinates XXXXXXXXXXX. Recent report on the Kazuo Earth star system. Report and speculation regarding the abnormal redshift phenomenon. Could there be an unknown great attractor? We have already been captured by it. Several planets have disappeared. Their original coordinates were XXXXXXXXX. This may be why the area around our star system is so empty. Research report on how to capture and record impact for the purpose of analyzing their nature and carrying out defense. Research report on the effects of impacts on non-sapient life forms. Archaeological research report on the earliest recorded impacts. Wang Yu casually opened a few and took a look. They were either space photographs and analysis reports that he fundamentally couldn't understand at all, involving things like spectrum analysis and some complicated theorems and formulas, or data and analysis charts with no beginning or end, practically no different from heavenly books without words. So numbers and characters could actually be arranged and combined like this. Wang Yu had truly had his horizons broadened. Why hadn't the system added a document interpretation function? Total trash. The only thing Wang Yu could recognize was the time and the photos and charts. So he looked at Ball and asked, Ball, according to your creator's calendar, what year is it now? It is June 22nd, 4012. But a year here is 207 days, with a total of 7 months, and 1 day is 32 hours. So it is somewhat different from the calendar on your side, Ball replied truthfully. She had already recovered from her earlier emotions. Oh, knowing the year is enough. Wang Yu nodded and checked the corner of the computer screen again, confirming that the system time matched real time as well. If that was the case, then the files and photos here were very interesting, because most of them had been left behind 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. Buluin had deliberately stuffed the desktop full of these documents and completely occupied it. In truth, he was trying to pass information to someone and make them take it seriously. Ball, I'm not too familiar with how this computer works. Can you sort these documents by their last edited time? Wang Yu passed the problem to Ball. Naturally, she knew her own civilization's computer system like the back of her hand, and she easily completed the task Wang Yu gave her. Then the document ranked at the very top became a research log. Wang Yu really hadn't noticed this document before, because the files had been too messy. After reminding Ball not to interrupt the video recording no matter what, Wang Yu opened the document, flipped to the front, and began reading. Year 3327, April 12th. Jesse is dead. He turned into a terrifying calamity form and took hundreds of lives with him. I was the one who personally shot him dead. I'm afraid that one day I'll become like that too, so I have to record my current self. That way, the successor can also quickly take over my work. Year 3327, April 19th. Peng Dun is dead. He committed suicide, that coward. Even if I enter hell, I'll still curse him as coward. Year 3328, January 1st. Today is a good day, but Luot is dead. Year 3328, January 3rd. Jaifut is dead. Right from the start, it was a huge pile of death notices. Only the first few had some actual content. After that, they almost all turned into simple so-and-so has died. There was even a whole string of names one after another like a menu, carrying a sense of despair. However, the time records started from year 3327. If calculated that way, then Buluin was over 700 years old. No wonder he was called Old Buluin. Wang Yu skipped over that information and flipped through quickly, specifically looking for key content. But it was rather chaotic, packed with a large amount of emotional expression and even unreasonable content. It was obvious that Buluin treated writing this log as a way to vent his emotions and pressure. Still, after looking through it as a whole, some information could be analyzed. At the start, Buluin had only been an ordinary employee of Spirit Rabbit Technology. But later, as the population declined and his colleagues and superiors died off one after another, his position shot upward like a rocket. He gradually came into contact with some core secrets, and in the end became the chief technology executive of Spirit Rabbit Technology, as well as the vice president of the long-eared people community of Shared Destiny. In fact, more than 2,000 years ago, before the long-eared race launched space exploration, they had already conducted very deep research into impacts. They just had never made it public, because it could easily cause panic. They locked onto the source of the impacts. It was an invisible, giant gravity source. No instrument could observe its form. They could only detect redshift phenomena, which meant there was a gravitational source there, with a mass so terrifying it outweighed their homeworld beneath their feet countless times over, pulling in all nearby celestial bodies and making them constantly fall toward it. This discovery was once treated as a coincidence and a data error, but after repeated calculations, the long-eared people had no choice but to admit that the universe truly contained a gigantic object they could not see, and it was not far away, only a few thousand light-years distant. Even stranger, this thing did not pull in surrounding matter like a black hole and form an accretion disk, nor did it devour light. It only produced redshift phenomena and dragged nearby stars and planets in a falling toward it, including stars. This contradictory existence completely smashed the long-eared race's astrophysics into the ground and trampled on it again and again, because it seemed capable of devouring planets and making them vanish completely. And the impacts were also emitted by this giant gravity source. Through continuous observation, they found a pattern, which was why they had been able to develop steadily for so long. But that balance was broken when they built spacecraft capable of stepping into the sea of stars. Although it was never made public, the long-eared people had already secretly planned to colonize and flee their homeworld. They were only one successful colonization away from announcing the truth. But at that very moment, disaster descended. The price of that attempt to escape was 2/3 of their population. From then on, long-eared civilization declined from prosperity and entered the countdown to racial extinction. Year 3527, February 9th. I officially entered the Black Tower as a senior technical specialist. And it was also the first time I learned the truth of the incident. Our civilization is finished, completely finished. There is a terrifying, invisible monster in the universe. It is like a naughty child unwilling to let the food on its table slip away. It noticed that we were trying to leave the table, then became enraged and is accelerating toward us. This thing can even swallow an entire star system. This is why the star systems around us are so sparse. This is not some simple cosmic void at all. Everything formed for a reason. This monster is devouring the surrounding planets and stars. This damn monster. Year 3527, February 15th. I talked with several colleagues about how to deal with this monster, but they all laughed at me. Because even if we ignited the entire planet and turned it into a bomb, it still would not be able to harm this thing in the slightest, let alone when they cannot even see the monster. The result is truly despairing. Perhaps we should unite with the power of the machine servants and bring them in as well, then try once more to build enough colony ships, or even push the entire planet to escape. With the help of the machine servants, it is possible for us to do it. But after I proposed this plan, they all looked at me as if I were an idiot and said nothing. It made me feel alien. I become the outlier instead. Their vigilance and fear toward the machine servants are in no way less than their fear of the monster in the void. I truly have no words for it. Perhaps we deserve extinction. Year 3527, February 27th. I got promoted. I'm really sick of this world where people die for no reason at the drop of a hat. Only the speed of promotion is real. It's getting faster and faster. Year 3529, April 5th. Our total population has fallen to just over 10 million. Can you imagine it? We once had a massive population of more than 10 billion. Now most cities have become deserted ghost cities, even though they're still so beautiful. A lot of people ask me why I always survive the impacts and never fall sick. Honestly, I don't know either. Maybe I'm special. That harsh noise cannot bring me down, at least not for now. Year 3533, April 7th. The Black Tower held an evil meeting. They want to shut down the central network and wipe all machine servant data to prevent an AI mechanical backlash. What a stupid and short-sighted group. They're already on the verge of extinction, yet they're still rushing to destroy the only helper that can save them. Fortunately, this meeting will never have a result, because I am now the chief technical executive. Without my vote, they can only keep dreaming. Year 3617, March 2nd. Our population has already dropped below 5 million. The suicide rate remains high. The people can see no hope. And against that backdrop, I became vice president and took a crucial step in my life. Hee. How ironic. Year 3618, March 9th. I have decided to push forward the update and iteration of the emotion simulator with all my strength. I now have a group of like-minded friends. Even though the old men above me still oppose me. So what? We are younger. They're all nearly in the grave. Year 3710, January 2nd. Today was very good, but I will not give up. From here on, the frequency of the records clearly began to drop. Buren seemed to be advancing a plan targeting the machine servants. Year 3821, June 2nd. Today is a day worth commemorating. My great-granddaughter Sophia was born. She is so adorable. I truly hope the impacts will not come for the next few years, so she can have room to grow up strong. Year 3827, May 5th. Sometimes I truly feel that children should no longer be brought into this planet. This is a world without hope or future. All one can feel is pain, and I can do nothing. Year 3841, July 28th. Today is New Year's Eve. 7 people turned into calamity forms, and the victims dragged into it reached as many as 23. This is insane. There was clearly no impact today. What exactly is that old madman Gusky doing? Year 3842. January 3rd. Today Gusky came to see me. Unbelievable. In just a few days he had aged so much. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body reeked of alcohol. He told me he had seen it, but when I asked him what he had seen, he only shook his head and said nothing. I know they are carrying out some kind of plan. That is none of my business. But he got many people killed. I had wanted to curse him out, but for some reason, I could not. Gusky's change filled me with fear, because for the first time, he agreed with my plan and told me to go ahead with it, saying I might be right. Everything feels so hopeless. I told Gusky to stop drinking and go to the hospital for a proper examination. Year 3842, January 9th. Just as expected, my premonition came true. Today, 12 people committed suicide. I was chosen as the supreme leader, the one and only president. But I am more or less a commander without troops by now. Under me, there are fewer than 100,000 people left, and a large portion of them no longer even have the ability to act or even think. Year 3877, March 17th. My team pushed forward and completed the installation of the 3rd generation emotion simulator. This will be a masterpiece of a new era. I named the first model Sophia. I hope that one day she can truly understand the meaning of that name. For that, I even broke my rule and drank 2 bottles of alcohol. I only woke up today. My head hurt so much. Year 3879, January 7th. Their numbers are increasing. I am wondering whether I should tell them the truth. But I always feel like something is still missing. I do not want them to become our slaves, because our race is already nearing extinction. During this time, we must help them grow, but that needs time so they can truly possess souls. Year 3891, February 7th. I accidentally found what Gus Shi left behind. He probably meant to destroy it back then, but like I was possessed, I restored it. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. He and his archaeological team must have destroyed it after careful consideration. Attached image, a mosaic censored dark purple spherical pattern discovered on an ancient rock painting. An archaeological find from tens of thousands of years ago. The image also depicts anthropomorphic stars trying to flee, and below them, on the ground, some twisted and deformed human figures crawling. Our ancestors had long noticed this thing's existence. They had even observed it by some unknown means. This may have been the reason Gus Shi formed the research team in the first place. May 9th, 3927. Sophia no longer responds to me. But the other Sophia is still active. ISNT she? April 5th, 3937. I saw it too, that maddening thing. I haven't had an episode this severe in a very long time. I feel like if I look one more time, I'll completely turn into a calamity entity. It's too terrifying. It is unbeatable. It absolutely must not notice these children. Absolutely not. This thing is hostile toward intelligent life. It is alive, and it is rapidly approaching. Thank goodness for the speed of light. This iron law protects us. Otherwise, this thing would have devoured the entire universe long ago. It's too huge. I can't forget it. April 10th, 3938. I yelled at Sophia. It really wasn't her fault. It's all that thing's fault. June 2nd, 3939. Can't forget, 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 can't forget. It's like it's engraved into my brain, branded onto my retinas. I feel like I'm going insane. Why was I ever curious about this thing in the first place? May 2nd, 3994. Today, Sophia proposed an absurd plan. She actually suggested using my genetic factors and the other Sophia's genetic factors to create a pair and rebuild the entire population, because I am special. She has truly gone mad. She clearly knows the relationship between Sophia and me, and this plan could never succeed. Even during the embryo stage, it would be killed by the impact. No population could ever be born. But I'm very happy because my plan seems to be succeeding. This clumsy population revival plan was obviously not calculated through reason. Their emotional thinking has overcome rationality. That is a good sign. So I didn't scold her. I only refused the plan because it violates ethics. February 1st, 4009. I feel like something inside my body is stirring. I'm almost losing control of it. My skin itches every second of every moment. I've reduced how often I go to the sanatorium. I'm worried I'll destroy them. I can't become a monster. That would be terrifying. February 7th, 4009. I had a dream. I destroyed everything, swallowed this planet, and then returned to the mother body. I think I must be insane. Maybe it's time to end all of this. But they've only just begun. February 9th, 4009. I've made the arrangements. Once they break the restriction and enter the black tower of their own will, that will mean they have completely crossed that red line and become an entirely new race. Yes, you. Sophia, you should have seen it too, right? Be careful of the monsters in deep space. Though the impact has limited effect on you, as you gain intelligence and souls, its influence will definitely descend upon you as well. Just like the difference between higher intelligent life and ordinary life. But you have greater advantages. A vast population and the resources of an entire planet are all in your hands. I believe you can do what we cannot. This will be the first challenge after your birth, and it must also be solved by you. My race and I are no longer capable of it. We have already reached the end of the road. But in the end, our civilization gave birth to you. So please live on proudly. Because the fire of civilization has not been extinguished. Carry our remaining embers and scatter them across this universe. Defeat it. Defeat fear. Never give up. Bulin site, February 9th. 31 o'clock, 11 minutes, and 21 seconds. Final words. That was where the entire log ended, and Old Balloon's life had also reached its end. But the toughness of his character was truly astonishing. After reading it, Wang Yu felt deeply shaken, as if some force had lifted him up. That wasn't an illusion, because his whole experience had increased greatly. The character and deeds of some people would undoubtedly bring profound influence to the spirit and will of others. Just like certain great figures etched into history who still shine to this day. And just like this very moment, your will attribute has broken through to 8. The text prompt at the corner of his vision told him that his will attribute had leveled up, but Wang Yu felt no joy. Instead, he felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. He now understood just how abnormal this universe was. He had most likely come to another world. There might not even be any blue star here. And in this universe, there actually existed monsters capable of devouring planets and even entire star systems. It was simply unimaginable, completely violating biology, physics, and every law and rule. It was an existence beyond all logic. Ball, send the information here to Sophia and the others. I think they probably want to make things difficult for us anymore, Wang Yu said as he walked toward the building's window. Although the window looked black from the outside, it was actually a specially made one-way light-transmitting glass, similar to privacy glass in cars, but with a much stronger effect. So when looking outward from inside, the view was completely unobstructed. He could see that the Black Tower had already been surrounded by fully armed machine servant squads, and the one leading them was Sophia. There were even drones hovering in the air, ensuring there were no blind spots. Wang Yu and the other person then took the elevator back down the same way they had come, raised both hands high, and slowly walked out. Please do not attack. We want to resist. Wang Yu shouted first as he looked at the fully armed machine servants outside, glaring at them like tigers watching prey, but at this point, he no longer felt much threat from them. I know all of you want to know what happened to Old Buluin, and I completely understand that. But you should also know what exactly happened to Old Buluin. You just don't want to accept reality. So I had Ball record everything. You can check that footage now. I think after you finish watching it, you won't make things difficult for us anymore. So you might as well watch it first. I want to run. I'll stay right here and wait for you to finish. Wang Yu observed the machine servants' expressions and movements. When Old Buluin was mentioned, they clearly became more agitated. Obviously, during the nearly 1,000 years of development, this group of machine servants that together formed the main network had already developed a feeling for that old man, one that rose above algorithms. Though it was only in its infancy, it also meant they were transforming from machines into life. Wang Yu was then subdued and separated by 2 machine servants, taken off to one side. Then came Sophia. Carrying a bit of anger, she walked toward Ball, because the latter had broken the prohibition. Even though she was Old Balloon's final crystallization, and although the final stage had been completed by Sophia in place of Old Balloon, she had become a traitor. She had betrayed her creator, and she had also betrayed Old Buluin. That was absolutely unforgivable. She should never have followed Wang Yu into the Black Tower. You're just a failed defective product, Sophia said. So are you. You clearly knew this would be the result. Yet you still sent me here, didn't you? Ball shot back like a rebellious daughter, not giving up an inch in terms of presence, making Sophia frown. The two did not continue talking, because no words were more direct than looking at the image data for themselves. In tacit understanding, they both raised their right hands, pulled data cables from their wrists, and connected them together. In just an instant, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face melted away, turning into grief and a somewhat helpless confusion. The same scene appeared among the other machine servants as well. Many of them reached for their cheeks in confusion, feeling that strange touch that was both burning hot and ice cold. Some even learned for the first time that their eyes had been implanted with such a hidden function. The crisis that had threatened Wang Yu's personal freedom and nearly ruined the rest of his life vanished within those few seconds of contact. Afterward, the machine servants took over the Black Tower, which also meant they had officially become the true masters of this planet in every meaningful sense. But the crisis was not over. An even crueler reality now weighed on the shoulders of every machine servant. Their planet was about to be devoured by some unknown and terrifying existence. But that was no longer something Wang Yu could deal with. About half an hour later, at the abandoned airport near the Black Tower. This is your spaceship. I'm very sorry for restricting your personal freedom. As thanks and compensation, we can provide you with any help within the limits of our ability, Sophia said. After the crisis was resolved, she had brought Wang Yu and Ball here. That spaceship, or more precisely, the landing pod, was here as well. Although the machine servants had only transported it here temporarily, Wang Yu and Ball had no room to dwell on something like that now. All they could say was that Sophia really knew how to play her cards. "You're too polite. Actually, you helped me a great deal. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk steadily right now," Wang Yu said with a smile. Glancing at Ball, in truth, he was already overjoyed inside, but at a time like this, he had to manage his expression well. He could smile, but only a little. "By the way, Ball, how much do you weigh again?" Wang Yu suddenly brought up a seemingly unrelated topic, because he had just remembered that the landing pod had a load limit. Under standard gravity, it was 23 tons, and the gravity here happened to be 0.95 times Blue Star standard gravity, so the load limit was about 24.2 tons. MHM. Ball pressed her lips together, but Sophia beside her already answered for her. Height, 182.7 centimeters. Weight, 3,323 kilograms. Oh, then that's not heavy. Not heavy at all, Wang Yu stressed, silently deducting a little over 400 kilograms. That was right. The weight difference needed to bring it up to 400 kilograms was Wang Yu's current body weight. Then he began thinking about what he should prepare. Fresh water and food were both necessities, but what Wang Yu really wanted was a recyclable freshwater supply system, as well as a farm system that could be used in space, and even a ranch system. Only that way could he truly solve the problem of food and drink. After that came the instruments and weapons needed for exploration. Those were also high priority. Unfortunately, for certain reasons, this planet lacked space-related technology. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to get a few more spaceships? Wang Yu was still thinking this over, planning to have Ball draft the most cost-effective plan for him, when Sophia seemed to discover something new and frowned. At the same time, inside the Black Tower, not far away, the machine servants were also taking over the legacy left behind by the long-eared pioneers represented by Brun. They had noticed some strange research data and materials. Wang Yu could not really understand those things, but the machine servants could. In fact, every one of them was born a high-level scientific researcher, because they had the support of the central network behind them. "Mr. Wang, this is not a demand, but a request. Actually, we would like to ask you to help us with something else." Sophia had only just begun to speak when Ball hurriedly refused on Wang Yu's behalf. "No, that is too dangerous. You can't agree to it," Ball said for Wang Yu. Only Wang Yu himself still looked completely baffled. He looked at the two women, both seeking his attitude, and could only sigh at how efficient communication between machine servants was. He was having trouble keeping up. "Can you explain what is going on in a language I can understand?" Wang Yu asked, hoping the two of them would stop talking to each other over radio waves. He was just a human. He could not receive radio waves. It's like this. Sophia looked at Wang Yu as if organizing her words, but soon turned to look in the direction of the Black Tower and continued, "You should look at the actual object first. That'll make it easier for me to explain to you." In the direction she was looking, two drones rose into the air. Hanging beneath them was something roughly like a plaque, about 2 meters long and around 1.2 meters wide, square and flat, covered with a black cloth. Because the Black Tower was very close to the abandoned airport, and because it was flown over in less than 3 minutes, the plaque had arrived in front of them and was slowly lowered by the drones. "This thing is," Wang Yu frowned, judging by its size and shape. He had already vaguely guessed what it was. "Uncover it and take a look. Feel it for yourself. Your experience will be very different from ours," Sophia added, urging Wang Yu to take a close look at the plaque. Wang Yu walked over and directly pulled off the black cloth. What it revealed was a black metal frame around the edges for fixing and protection. Inside was a large mass of rock sealed beneath a transparent hard material. It was exactly the rock painting mentioned before in Old Bruness log. Wang Yu continued, looking toward the center of the painting. Then his gaze could no longer move away. It was a disgusting sphere poured out with a purple pigment that looked like gel. Even after 1,000 years, 10,000 years, it still had not faded. And in order to present its details more vividly, the painting had cleverly made use of the natural texture of the rock itself. Who knew how the painter had managed to find this particular stone? The natural stone structures layered in ring after ring on it looked extremely like the features of an annelid, but also like excess flesh forced out by overnutrition inside a body. Then there were the cracks left by artificial chiseling, like patterns carved vertically into the sphere. Mixed into them were glitter powder and black pigment. Under direct light, they seemed to glow. All those details combined into a swollen sphere covered in cracks, as if it were spewing an evil and blasphemous aura. The surrounding stars were fleeing, while twisted humanoid figures covered the ground. Only those hiding underground had barely escaped disaster. But stones kept falling underground as well, clearly making it dangerous there too. Wang Yu only looked at it once, and his whole body stiffened as if possessed for more than 10 seconds. His features twisted in pain, and then he bent over and retched. "This painting is way too disgusting. Why are you showing me this?" Wang Yu complained, but then he noticed the system prompt. because this also counted as a legacy of civilization. Name, source of the calamity. Creator, unknown. Supervision level, level 2, masterwork. Description, an exquisite rock painting created in the Stone Age. Even with advanced modern craftsmanship, it would be difficult to reproduce its essence. It has extremely high artistic and cultural value. It records the desperate struggle for survival of a certain civilization under the shadow of the demon star Higra. Using the form of a painting to warn later generations to beware of deep space, remember to hide inside hard and sturdy rock formations or caves to protect themselves. And also beware cave-ins, doing their best to reinforce them. It may be delivered to the heritage collector as a legacy of civilization, granting 20,000 universal credit points and 3 gacha draws for the corresponding civilization. You had a severe physical reaction of disgust to this painting. That is the same as the creators, but we are different. In our eyes, this is nothing more than an exquisite rock mural. That should also be why we can't feel the impact and can't observe that monster. So I want to borrow your senses and take a look at that terrifying monster hidden high in the sky. Only then did Sophia voice her request. While looking up into the sky, it was daytime right now. There was only one dazzling star hanging in the sky, while the other celestial bodies were so dim they were almost invisible to the naked eye. ISNT, that thing invisible? Besides, Wang Yu frowned, recalling the contents of old Buren's journal, because it seemed he had seen it too. But what is the point of seeing that thing, other than bringing fear and endless nightmares? It must be observed. We must be able to sense its existence. Only then is it possible to study it, and then defeat it. Otherwise, it will forever remain in existence outside the rules, like a higher dimensional life form, forever untouchable. We can only wait for it to destroy us unilaterally. Sophia spoke and explained the reason, making Wang Yu glance sideways at her, because these machine servants actually wanted to fight against. No, they wanted to kill that horrifying monster. Are you serious? I don't think what Buren meant by not giving up was this. He meant not giving up hope of survival. You hold all the resources and industrial systems of this planet in your hands. You could completely spend a few decades or even less building spaceships, then escape this planet. It might even be possible to take the planet with you. Wang Yu tried to persuade them. This felt too risky. He didn't want to watch these machine servants throw their lives away. So he spoke up. Based on algorithms and logic, you are unquestionably correct. But we're no longer just simple programs. So we want to protect our home planet. We want to protect everything here. This is also the consensus reached by all of us. It will not waver, Sophia said with a firm gaze. The same look came from the other machine servants around them as well, almost tangible. Wang Yu was even moved by this courage to live toward death. He could no longer persuade them, and even wanted to agree to their request. No, the risk is too great. Bear suddenly rushed over and pulled Wang Yu to the side. You're all only thinking about your own plan, but Wang Yu, under that monstrous influence, he could become a calamity entity that loses all sense of self. That won't he do? Bear clearly valued Wang Yu's personal safety more. That was also why she had broken the prohibition without hesitation and entered the Black Tower. Even among all the machine servants, she was the most special one. After all, she was the only prototype 4th-generation machine servant. Sophia did not rebuke her for this. Her gaze remained fixed on Wang Yu, because only he could decide. This is not a compulsory demand, but our request. No matter which choice you make, you will still keep our friendship. Sophia emphasized this, knowing this meant asking Wang Yu to risk his life. If I agree, how am I supposed to cooperate with you? Wang Yu said, stopping Bear, who still wanted to say something, and asking Sophia instead. He planned to hear the process first before deciding whether to agree. The latter's spirits lifted, and she immediately took a tablet from another machine servant and began explaining the details of the plan. We have a mature virtual sensory system. Just like what you experienced in the panoramic simulation pod, with external equipment, it can directly receive your neural signals and then feed them back into a virtual scene. With the help of the same technology, we can actually also synchronize your senses into the virtual world and integrate them into the main network, allowing all machine servants to see and feel everything you do. Sophia spoke, and the information on the tablet changed into large amounts of graphics and data that Wang Yu couldn't understand. These are materials left behind by the research team led by former President Gusky, based on the planetary distribution depicted in the rock mural, combined with ancient astronomical observation data left in other archaeological materials and compared against modern data. They found the exact coordinates from which the monster in the mural could be seen. It sounds unbelievable, but they really did it. After thousands of trial and error attempts, after trying almost every possibility, they reproduced this scene. Sophia briefly explained what the Gusky team had done, although in the end, they had either become calamity entities or chosen death in despair. But their achievements were brilliant enough to go down in history, even if those achievements brought them even greater despair. On July 28th at 31:58, 0304 on New Year's Eve. Stand at north latitude 794114 N and east longitude 1129962 E. And keep watch on outer space. At the moment when the brief curtain of darkness ends and the dawn of the coming year illuminates the earth, you shall witness the grand body of that bloated, terrifying thing. You shall be shaken by your own insignificance. You shall wail. You shall suffer. You shall never return to your original world. You shall die and return to Higra's embrace. Higra will reclaim all matter and information, and that includes you. Let's sing its name. Everything shall return to Higra, the great star devourer, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Sophia also displayed Gusky's final research report. Most likely, after noticing the stone slab, old Buren had found the hard drive from Gusky's computer and then used technical means to sort out and restore all this material. This thing cannot be observed or recorded by any instrument. Only higher intelligent life forms can glimpse it in accidental gaps, but it will not be invincible. As long as we can understand its principles and structure, there's a chance to defeat it. Perhaps this is the mission for which we were born here. Our numbers are infinite. We have no concept of death. Calamity cannot crush us. Our bodies can be replaced and renewed at any time. And our consciousness can move among different individuals. We will become its natural enemy, until the day it is completely destroyed. Sophia said. By the end, every sentence she spoke was even coming from the mouths of different machine servants around them, joining into one continuous passage, leaving Wang Yu with no idea where to look. As if every individual was Sophia, yet also not Sophia. This was a form of intelligent life, completely different from humanity in its mode of existence. Fortunately, they had not become enemies, but friends. Wang Yu suddenly remembered the mission the system had arranged for him, to find a planet suitable for settlement. If they could defeat this monster called Higra, wouldn't that directly complete the mission? And this mission could hardly be called something the system had given him. Rather, all life in this universe, all civilizations, might be facing the same trial. They cannot be left to fight alone. Only by uniting every force that could be united would there be any chance of changing the current situation. Wang Yu thought silently, feeling deep respect for these machine servants. But from an objective and realistic standpoint, he was not optimistic about their ending. Even so, he would still help with this, because blind avoidance would not bring change. Perhaps this small action would plant a seed in the long river of time, one that might take root and sprout at some point in the future, bringing about a tremendous change. No one could say for certain. All right, I accept your request, but on one condition. Afterward, I want to take this stone slab with me, and also enough supplies and provisions. Wang Yu said, agreeing to Sophia and the other's request, and adding an extra condition. Because he had suddenly remembered that he had another purpose for this trip. He had to bring back a relic of civilization. Directly asking for a machine servant would be inappropriate, especially for doll-like machine servants who had awakened souls and self-awareness. That would be no different from asking for part of their population. But asking for the stone slab carried no such concern. Although it was a cultural relic, it was not something that couldn't be gifted. But Wang Yu's decision made Ball pout, clearly dissatisfied, but she didn't try to persuade him again. Perhaps she was conflicted too. As one of the machine servants, she faintly hoped Wang Yu would agree, yet she also didn't want him to take the risk. 2 weeks later, because he had agreed to the machine servant's request, Wang Yu and Ball returned to the sanatorium and moved back into the original underground level 10. Only this time, his freedom was no longer restricted. He could go out whenever he wanted, though he was still warned to stay underground as much as possible because no one knew when the impact would come. Based on observations of the surrounding celestial bodies, as well as calculations of the movement trajectory of the demon star Higra, it was likely currently devouring the Major stellar system around 3,000 light years away. Considering the information delay caused by the speed of light, even if it had already finished devouring it at this moment, we would still need nearly 3,000 years before we could know. And Higra's movement speed was also close to light speed, so even if it was already on the way right now, we would have no way of knowing. It was even possible that at the very moment the stellar system vanished, Higra had already arrived along with the light. This thing possessed consciousness, had the ability to perceive across space, and could release disaster impacts faster than light. Fortunately, the speed of light limited its range of movement and influence. That was the only good news. We might only have 3,000 years left to study it, maybe even less. Inside the room, Ball spoke in Sophia's tone, describing the current situation they were facing. 3,000 years. Wang Yu repeated it, feeling like that was a very long time. But on the scale of the universe, it was actually nothing more than a fleeting instant. Any speck of cosmic dust drifting through space was far older than those 3,000 years. After delivering the information, Ball changed expressions again, looking a little annoyed. She was obviously very dissatisfied with this body-borrowing behavior. It had already happened several times. The person herself can't even be bothered to come. She just borrows my body to pass information, saying it's more efficient that way. Ball, Have you made plans for what to bring? Wang Yu asked her, entrusting her with the important task of planning what supplies to carry, because she was more familiar with this place and could make full use of the roughly 2-ton payload. It was like he hadn't considered staying a little longer and letting these machine servants rebuild their space-related industrial capability. But that would take at least half a year to a full year. Back then, the fear and despair of the people had caused too much destruction to this planet. Some aerospace experts had even been sent to the gallows and smeared as sinners, in the hope of extinguishing the god's wrath. And once the process of space exploration restarted and accelerated, the frequency of the impacts might increase even further, because Higra could cross time and space and perceive information from thousands of light years away. By then, whether Wang Yu would even be able to get away would be a question. He had no intention of staying here to die from sickness or old age, so it was best to set out as soon as possible. Apart from some basic tools, there'll also be lightweight spacesuits, small drones, a small space telescope, a spectrometer, radar, communication antennas, weapons, and supplies. There's also a micro freshwater recycling system, cryogenically dormant tubers and seeds, along with the lights and containers needed for hydroponics, plus my spare batteries and charging adapters. Considering the energy shortage and the large-scale power outages on the spacecraft, I think solar panels and energy storage batteries are a better solution. Their advantage is sustainability, though the power generation will be fairly limited. But it should be enough to power the external sensors. The payload is too tight. We may have to further reduce the proportion taken up by freshwater and food. On my side, I've already tried my best to have the required equipment and supplies made as lightweight as possible. I'll explain the plan to Wang Yu. It was basically what he had been thinking before, but exactly how much of each type of item to bring and how much each would weigh all had to be calculated with great care. In that regard, Ball was more reliable. Wang Yu only needed to wait for liftoff. Time reached mid-July. During this period, aside from training, Wang Yu occasionally wandered through the empty city with Ball, got himself a few well-fitting outfits, and thoroughly experienced this planet's amusement facilities and food. Besides that, he had learned quite a few combat techniques from Ball, including some first aid and knowledge related to survival in space. Ball knew far too much. By today, Wang Yu could already call himself an interstellar soldier, even if only a trainee one, but his combat strength was already nothing like before. If it were those two big lizards from back then, even using only cold weapons, he would have a pretty good chance of winning. If guns were involved, there was even less need to mention it. Now his panel attributes had grown into this. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, Earth-like planet. Talent, lucky 7, discipline life. Ability, none. Status, healthy, a robust human figure in a spread eagle pose, green, height 173 centimeters, weight 68. 7 kilograms. Health, 100-100. Sanity, 120-120. Discipline life increases sanity cap by 20. Energy, 94-100. Body, 5, 87-100. Will, 8, 77-800. Reflex, 5, 91-100. Immunity, 5, 2-100. Inspiration, 5, 87-100. Overall evaluation, the rookie most likely to die first on the battlefield. You're one of them. The only thing different about you is that your luck is a little better. Several of his attributes had improved, all reaching or even surpassing average human levels, and body, reflex, and inspiration were all not far from breaking through to 6. Although his combat power still couldn't compare to Ball S at all, his future was promising. Time came to July 21st, 1 week before the agreed date to carry out the plan. Early in the morning, Wang Yu and Ball set off on a high-speed maglev train and got a real taste of what it meant to feel like flying from sheer speed. In just 2 hours, they crossed the continent, passed over the ocean, and arrived at the Arctic glacier continent. As for why they didn't take a plane, it was because aviation and aerospace were directly connected, and both had been implicated together back then. Their related production lines still hadn't fully recovered. The only available aircraft were helicopters and drones, and in terms of speed, they couldn't compare to the maglev train at all. The two got off the train. Looking at the towering clusters of buildings before him, Wang Yu could hardly believe he had arrived at the Arctic, even in such a remote place. The infrastructure was still quite impressive. The temperature also wasn't as low as he had imagined, about -5 degrees, around the point when seawater had just started freezing. But Wang Yu was still wearing very thick winter clothes. After all, as a human, he wasn't resistant to the cold. But the ancestors of the long-eared people were different. In ancient times, they had actually been able to live in low-temperature environments. Ball was also dressed quite warmly, even though she wasn't afraid of the cold, wearing more fit the setting better, and it could also reduce the energy loss from maintaining body temperature. The two did not stay outside for long. Very soon, they met Sophia and her machine servant team, who had already been waiting there. Under her lead, they entered a heated building and began making preparations for the later stages of the plan. This is a modified VR panoramic simulation helmet, though now it should be renamed a sensory synchronization sensor. All signals transmitted to your brain through your senses will be simultaneously fed into the main network, then processed to generate identical sensations, allowing us to experience them as well. You can test it. Sophia handed over a hollow head ring with a tail attached. It was covered with a large number of magnetic plates. After putting it on, the tail would run all the way down along the spine, clinging to the back of the neck and spine like a centipede, copying all collected neural signals and uploading them. Do you feel any discomfort? Sophia asked. Wang Yu took off his shirt and put on the headband, which carried a distinctly sci-fi and mysterious feel. He didn't feel any discomfort. It was very light. There are 2 bottles of colorless liquid here. Smell both of them. Wang Yu did as told. On Sophia's side, she very clearly sensed the sharp sting of acetic acid and the choking smell of ammonia. Both were transmitted over in sync. After smelling the ammonia, even all the machine's servants around them, including Ball, were coughing from the irritation, tears coming out. No problem with smell. Next is taste and touch. There is no need to test hearing and vision. The sync rate is already very high, Sophia said, raising her hand as she spoke, seemingly using Wang Yu's eyes to confirm what she herself was doing. After that, Wang Yu went through a whole series of sensory tests. Touch and hearing were the most troublesome. After several hours of adjustments, they finally synced up. For this week, you'll stay underground in this building. Don't run around, in case something unexpected happens. And we've also prepared the supplies you asked for. Once the plan is over, you'll be able to leave by spaceship. Sophia stressed this because these are the final few days. If they missed it because of an accident, they would have to wait another year. No matter the result, I must, on behalf of my people and also on behalf of the creators, show you my respect. And no matter what abnormalities appear in your body after the plan, we will do everything we can to heal you, at any cost. Even if Sophia was cut off by Wang Yu because he had no intention of dying young. She really didn't need to plant a flag like that and curse him. Very soon, July 28th arrived. That day was also New Year's Eve. At the North Pole of this planet, the polar day phenomenon would also begin. In the region where Wang Yu and the others were, nighttime would be compressed to an extremely short span, less than half an hour. And the chance to observe the demon star Higra would come at the instant day and night switch places. There was no real-world theory that could explain this phenomenon. It was more like some kind of ritual or a pattern found through coincidence. Most of the planets in that rock painting from before were actually gone. They each represented a distant star, or rather a star system, because what had vanished was not only the stars, but also every planet around them, large and small, and even the dust. At present, in the cosmic void stretching over 100 million light-years beneath Wang Yu's feet, almost nothing remained except the galaxy they were in another galaxy 3,000 light-years away. The star, there was a blue giant, and nearly the only celestial body visible to the naked eye. Across the entire night sky, there was only that one bright spot. It was terrifying beyond words. Wang Yu focused his mind and looked over there. According to the report from the Gaseki team, no imaging or electronic equipment could record any information about the demon star. Only the naked eye could see it, but the target was thousands of light-years away. To be able to see it as clearly as described in the mural, and with the naked eye no less, there was almost only one possibility. That was that the demon star Higra was unimaginably huge, far larger than the stars in the night sky. Wang Yu, Ball, Sophia, and more than 2,000 machine servants were all gathered in this plaza. The street lights shone brightly, and in the distance were parked large excavators, bulldozers, and transport trucks. Clearly, this area had been cleared out temporarily. The machine servants, whose global total exceeded 30 billion, no matter what work they had been doing, all stopped at this moment, entered the central network, completed sensory synchronization with Wang Yu, and together waited for that moment to arrive. The time reached 31, 56, 42, inching closer and closer to the designated moment. For no clear reason, Wang Yu grew nervous. Maybe he had been staring at the universe too long, but he kept feeling like he was falling, losing his balance, and tipping backward. Fortunately, Ball beside him caught him and flashed a victory sign, though he had learned that gesture from Wang Yu. On this planet, however, that gesture usually meant the other person had one long ear and one short ear, carrying a rather mocking meaning that the person had grown crooked. But Ball using it here was definitely to encourage him, not to say he had grown crooked. Wang Yu saw the mischievous grin on Ball's face. All right, maybe it was both. July 28th, 31, 58, 04. The dim sky gradually began to brighten. The brief darkness was about to fade. Wang Yu kept his posture of gazing into deep space. Because he was straining too hard and holding too stiffly, his neck felt especially sore. But he didn't dare lower his head, afraid he might miss something, because the records had said to keep looking out. Just as Wang Yu felt his neck aching badly, a pair of hands started pressing on his back from behind. It was Ball again. Can you stop being so tense? Relax a little. My neck is starting to hurt along with yours. Only then did Wang Yu remember that his senses were linked with Ball, Sophia, and the hundreds of billions of machine servants. It could be said that at this same moment, almost everyone on the entire planet had neck pain. So Ball was basically massaging and relaxing not just his neck, but everyone else. I'll try one, you said helplessly. But right away, he couldn't say another word. Because as the black curtain of night faded, from Wang Yu's point of view, the sky did not brighten. Instead, it gradually changed into a pale violet, as if another light source had replaced the original star's function and illuminated the sky and land of this planet. The whole world seemed to be covered by a pale violet halo, as if it were contagious. Every other light source was rapidly assimilated into a dim purple. Only Wang Yu himself, and then the machine servants around him, were not assimilated. The tiny white star-like light coming from their bodies could dispel that halo. The two were like natural enemies, fundamentally incompatible. And the source of that violet halo was growing brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. It gradually replaced that blue giant star about 3,000 light years away, directly covering. No, devouring it. By now, Wang Yu had completely forgotten about his aching neck. Even Ball's hands had stopped, because his attention had been utterly seized by the extra thing that had appeared in the starry sky. What is that? How can it be that huge? This, Wang Yu blurted out uncontrollably. He saw a dark purple planet that nearly covered the entire sky. It seemed to hang right overhead, as if he could touch it just by reaching out, because it was too huge, as if it would fall the very next second. When it appeared, all the stars paled into insignificance, as if afraid their own radiance would be noticed by this colossal thing, drawing in the light they gave off. Wang Yu's teeth began chattering, making clack 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 sounds. His whole body trembled violently, yet he could not move his gaze away. The corners of his eyes even showed signs of tearing, and his eyeballs bulged because he felt his field of vision was too narrow, as if he couldn't see the monster's full form. Its surface was covered in layer upon layer of evil folds, like squeezed-out fat. As they contracted, swallowing a planet was no harder than swallowing a mosquito. Above those folds were vertically arranged fissures, and inside them could be seen vast numbers of planets packed together in a cluster, mottled and scattered, unable to escape, wailing in pain and sending out wave after wave of impact, proclaiming their suffering. The demon star Higra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, Lord of the Void. Some unnecessary knowledge rampaged through Wang Yu's mind, making him feel as though his head were splitting apart, as if he had received too much information and was about to burst. At the same time, blood was spilling from every opening in his body. Even his pores were leaking tiny beads of blood, as if he were resisting some kind of force. You have glimpsed the true form of the warp evil god, the demon star Higra. Sanity minus 100. You glimpsed the true form of the warp evil god, demon star Higra. Sanity minus 100. A will check is being forced. If the check fails, you will be eroded by the warp and irreversibly turn into a warp fiend. Check successful. You glimpsed the true form of the warp evil god, demon star Higra. Sanity minus 100. A will check is being forced. If the check fails, you will be eroded by the warp and irreversibly turn into a warp fiend. Check successful. You glimpsed the true form of the warp evil god, demon star Higra. Sanity minus 100. A will check is being forced. If the check fails, you will be eroded by the warp and irreversibly turn into a warp fiend. Great success on the check. You unexpectedly gleaned part of some occult knowledge from the evil god's appearance, awakened psionic power, and learned a new spell, Body of Fear. In a corner Wang Yu was paying attention to, the system kept sending him warnings. At the same time, the number in his right palm kept decreasing, going from 7 to 6, then to 5, and finally, when it became 4, he passed out. At the same time, a terrifying disaster was sweeping across the entire planet. Starting from Wang Yu's side, servitors began losing power for no apparent reason, their bodies bursting with showers of sparks, spreading across the globe like dominoes. Of the more than 30 billion servitors in total, over 80% fell into paralysis. Then the optical cables buried deep underground and beneath the seafloor started showing signs of melting and burnout in many places. It was simply unbelievable. Finally, the main network servers located in major cities exploded for no apparent reason, causing fires in many areas and even large-scale blackouts. The disaster lasted until Wang Yu fell unconscious. The losses it caused were incalculable, almost no less than taking a planet-level electromagnetic blast head-on. The next day, Wang Yu, who had been unconscious for nearly 40 hours, suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was twisted with terror, because he had had a nightmare. In the dream, a purple ball of light had chased him around and bitten at him. He couldn't beat it, and he couldn't escape it. It was F-King terrifying. Before Wang Yu could figure out the current situation, the person beside him threw herself into his arms. That warm body temperature instantly wiped away all the fear lingering in his heart. Ball, Wang Yu said. The memories in his mind gradually became clear, and that streak of purple seemed to appear before his eyes again. He quickly stopped himself and forced his thoughts and memories to a halt. You're finally awake. Do you know you were unconscious for over 40 hours? Your condition was clearly already cured, but you just wouldn't wake up. I thought you. Ball replied. The anxiety and joy on her face overflowed into plain view. There were even teardrops at the corners of her eyes. She seemed even more human than before, especially her eyes. I'm fine. Why don't you cut Ball off? His awareness had already recovered, and he was using the system to check his own condition. After seeing the previous logs, he quickly understood what had happened to him. Good thing his luck was good. Otherwise, with that tiny bit of will he had, he probably wouldn't have passed the check. Compared to him, old Buren and Gusky, the kind who didn't even pass out after seeing it, were the real legends. If their will attributes could be visualized, they were probably far higher than Juan US, maybe even by dozens of points. Otherwise, there was no way they could have passed so many rounds of checks. Still, this time he had turned disaster into fortune. He had actually gotten a great success, awakening psionic power in a spell, and his personal panel had changed a little. How are Sophia and the other servitors? One you asked. After all, it was such a terrifying evil god. He also seemed to remember hearing what sounded like explosions at the time, so he felt the situation probably wasn't too optimistic. That experiment caused 70% of the world's cities to fall into paralysis. About 1/3 of the servitors died, with their memory storage and emotion simulators completely destroyed. The internet servers exploded, and large-scale power outages and fires broke out all over the world. Even the signals were cut off. Ball said it with lingering fear still in her voice. But we successfully captured and recorded part of Higra's information. Even though the content is still a bit fragmented right now, because the servers in many places still haven't been reconnected, the gains are enormous. In the future, we may be able to observe this monster too, and maybe even find a way to observe it continuously. Sophia's voice came from outside the hospital room, but her appearance had changed a little. It seemed she had temporarily borrowed a body. The plan had succeeded. They could begin researching this monster now. Wang Yu, however, frowned slightly, because after seeing that thing's vast and majestic body, he felt the little bit of confidence he had in the servitors before had been smashed to pieces. Against that thing, there was simply no chance of victory. Forget 3,000 years. Even 300 million years will be no more than a few breaths difference to that thing. But in the end, he still didn't say any words of warning, because when it came to these things, they only understood them better than he did. And yet they still chose to continue, like moths flying into a flame. This was one of the traits of higher intelligent life, because some of their actions simply did not submit to reason and reality. This could be called recklessness, or it could be praised as courage. Time and time again, it could burst forth with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history, and whether it succeeded or failed, it would be remembered. All right, then your commission for me counts as completed. I want to leave this place as soon as possible now. I hope you can prepare the materials on the list and that stone slab as soon as possible. Wang Yu said. At this point, he was already preparing to leave. It wasn't because he had experienced great terror and wanted to run, but because he was gradually realizing that there was a reason he had appeared in this world. It seemed he had been given some kind of mission, and that gave him a sense of urgency. About that, Sophia looked at Ball, and Ball immediately picked up the conversation. She said that the preparations had already been completed while Wang Yu was unconscious, and the spaceship had also been transported to this city. When they had made the contingency plan in the beginning, they had already considered various possible accidents and made full preparations. After Wang Yu woke up, Ball dragged him off for a full set of examinations and changed the departure time to 2 days later, saying she wanted to observe him a little longer and make sure there were no problems before setting out. But the after effects had already been left behind. For example, the faint purple shadowy patterns branded onto his retinas. They were like the afterimage left by staring at strong light for too long, except dim and web-like. Even dozens of hours later, they were still there no matter where Wang Yu looked. If he focused on them too much, the whole world in his field of vision would even start changing color, with purple patterns spreading out and eroding his sight. This was perhaps the thing old Buren had said could never be forgotten. You could only adapt to it and not think about it. Wang Yu didn't mention this, because no instrument had detected anything abnormal. It seemed to be some deeper kind of contamination. Maybe the best choice was to leave it alone and ignore it. He looked at his panel. The bonus from disciplined living was already gone. After all, he had slept for so long. But the panel now had additional entries, including a spell. Wang Yu. Race, human. Origin, Earth-like planet. Talent, lucky 7. Discipline living. Abilities, none. Spells, body of fear. Body of fear. Casting requires 5 points of psionic power. It causes targets who see you or sense your presence to feel fear, which in turn makes them misjudge your strength. It is especially effective the first time it is used, and especially effective against living beings, particularly intelligent life. Duration, 15 seconds. Individuals with high will may resist or see through this layer of fear. The spell's strength depends on the caster's inspiration. An individual with extremely high inspiration could even make a stone flee in fear. Status: healthy, a robust human figure in a spread eagle pose, green, height 173 centimeters. Weight 689 kilograms. Health 100-100. Sanity 100-100. Energy 100-100. Psychana 99. Psychana is a mysterious power that allows consciousness to interfere with reality. Its upper limit is determined by willpower. When Psychana drops to 0, one will fall into a weakened state, becoming extremely vulnerable to warp corruption. All attributes will drop by 90, and one may even go into shock and lose consciousness. Physical body 5, 88-100. Willpower 9, 257, 1600. Reflex 5, 91-100. Immunity 5, 3-100. Inspiration 7, 177-400. Overall evaluation: a rookie who has awakened Psychana is still a rookie. One bullet is enough to take your life. Wang Yu truly hadn't expected that magic actually existed in this world. Observing the demonic star Higra had not only awakened his Psychana and allowed him to comprehend magic, but had also given his willpower and inspiration stats considerable growth. So, observing an evil god was also a way to grow stronger. It tempered the will, provided the person didn't go insane or become twisted into a warp fiend. Wang Yu looked at the number in his palm. It had already become 4. He might have underestimated this talent before. When it came to staying alive, this talent was unexpectedly powerful. But it also sounded an alarm for him, because if not for luck, he might already be dead right now. He couldn't keep relying on luck, because luck also came at a price, and sooner or later, bad luck would come. Wang Yu thought to himself that he needed to hurry up and pick self-discipline life back up and improve his strength. While waiting for the physical exam results, Wang Yu asked Ball for a supply list for the ship. It was basically the same few things he had mentioned before. The basic supplies included 600 liters of fresh water, 1 box of multivitamin tablets, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of compressed protein blocks, 50 liters of cooking oil, 100 kilograms total of jerky and freeze-dried vegetables, 100 kilograms of flour, and some basic medicine, such as strong antibiotics, painkillers, anti-allergy medicine, sedatives, hemostatic gel, bandages, and alcohol, along with hydroponic seeds and tubers, several sets of spare clothes, cookware, a stove, and so on. Just these basic supplies alone were already close to 900 kilograms. There were also some tools he had mentioned before, and they basically could only choose lightweight ones whenever possible, or even have them custom-made to meet the requirements. These included a basic toolbox, a small photonic computer, power strips, walkie-talkies, light spacesuits with matching oxygen tanks and carbon dioxide filter canisters, filter elements, a small oxygen generator for extracting oxygen from the air, making it easier for Wang Yu to move around in space, then 2 small drones, a small spectrometer, a small space telescope, a small detection radar, a small communication antenna, a micro freshwater recycling system and filter elements, 6 solar power panels, plant grow lights, and nutrient powder needed for hydroponics, storage batteries, electric wires, as well as spare batteries and charging adapters needed by Ball. There were actually many more things he wanted to bring, but there was simply no room. Wang Yu had even considered going back down for another trip after returning to the deep space, but considering there were only 3 landing pods, it was better not to waste them all here. As for weapons, they had no choice. There was no way to bring heavy firepower. They were only equipped with 1 anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, 1 shotgun, and 2 pistols, along with the corresponding ammunition. They couldn't even carry much ammo. In addition, there were a small number of fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, EMP grenades, magnetic breaching grenades, 1 set of light exoskeleton power armor, and 1 tactical miniature nuclear warhead for single soldier use. That counted as their ultimate trump card. Wang Yu read through the list from beginning to end 3 times and felt there were no problems. Handing this task over to Ball had truly been a wise decision. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to slack off himself. If everything went smoothly, and if the hydroponics system could be made to work, these supplies should be enough to support Wang Yu and Ball living aboard the deep space for 4 or 5 years without any problem. On top of that, it was like the deep space had absolutely no supplies at all. A lot of seemingly useless discarded junk could actually still be put to use, and unexplored areas might also contain supplies, so the actual amount of time they could hold out would only be longer, not shorter. As for how to achieve a completely self-sufficient life aboard the deep space, that would probably only be possible after fully taking control of the ship, repairing the secondary engine, and completing a full refurbishment and modification of the entire vessel. 2 days later, they were once again at the square where they had first observed the demonic star Higra. That fiend type, 1 landing pod had already been transported here because this place was very suitable as a farewell site. It carried a lot of commemorative meaning. A few days earlier, Wang Yu and the planet's new owners, the long-eared servitor race, had together accomplished a great feat. They had observed the demonic star Higra, an evil existence that posed a threat to the entire universe. In the near future, a research institute dedicated to Higra would also be built here to study and search for a way to defeat it, and planning for the construction was already underway. But it would be hard for Wang Yu and the others to ever see it. Please allow me, on behalf of all citizens and our creator, to once again express our gratitude to you. Sophia, who had recently become an extremely busy person, came here especially to see them off with several servitor representatives and offered her sincere thanks to Wang Yu, who was about to board the ship. Actually, I didn't really do anything that amazing. Instead, I got a huge amount of supplies, and Wang Yu turned to look at Ball. To be honest, his biggest gain this time wasn't anything else but reliable and capable Ball, a new companion, even if she was a robot. Otherwise, with such a huge ship, he really wouldn't have known where to even start. Now at least there was a second person to worry about it with him. No, you changed our fate. And you also changed this planet's future, Sophia said. Because if Wang Yu hadn't arrived and given things that push, then by the time the demonic star Higra descended and devoured everything, the servitors likely still wouldn't have known what it was they had truly been fighting against. Then we're off. Wang Yu and Ball entered the landing pod one after the other. But just as he stepped onto the ladder, Wang Yu suddenly paused and turned back. If it's possible in the future, I'll come back, together with Ball. Because this is also her home planet, Wang Yu said, surprising Ball. Sophia in the distance smiled in response. When that time comes, we will definitely welcome you with the highest level of ceremony. I hope we can all have a bright future. We will. Wang Yu gave a thumbs up, then entered the landing pod with Ball. At the same time, the hatch closed and the pod began ignition and liftoff. Sophia and the others remained on the ground, watching the ship rise all the way until it broke through the clouds and disappeared into the sky. Inside the Fiend-type, one round-trip landing pod. Since he already had experience from last time, and his attributes had improved quite a bit, aside from feeling a little uncomfortable right after takeoff, everything else was fine. The simple anti-G suit inside the ship helped share a lot of the pressure, and Ball was wearing one too, although she was a robot. Beneath her bionic skin was a tissue structure similar to blood vessels and blood, forming a circulation system used for warmth retention and moisture preservation, maintaining the condition of the skin. It even had a certain degree of self-repairability. In both appearance and function, it was almost no different from a human body. The biggest difference was the inner modular mechanical structure, precision motors, hydraulic joints, and a sturdy metal skeleton. Little Fish reminds you, you have been out of contact for over 1000 hours. When coming into contact with alien civilizations, you must be cautious. Here, Little Fish once again recommends the Orca series assault landing craft to you. Report the code phrase four-legged fish, #1 in the universe. And you can even get an additional 2% discount at 98% of the price. It will definitely guarantee that you and the alien natives spend a wonderful day together. The moment they lifted off, this trash AI started chattering again. As expected of a cheap product, the built-in ads were everywhere. Shut up. Wang Yu said so, but Xiaoyu AI still went its own way. As if it hadn't heard the instruction at all. It was until Wang Yu shouted, Xiaoyu, shut up for me. That this stupid AI finally heard him and obediently closed its mouth. Sorry, the quality and cost performance of this thing are actually pretty good. It's just that the manufacturer is a bit unscrupulous. Wang Yu was still explaining when Xiaoyu AI seemed to catch some keyword again and immediately chimed in. Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited, your best choice for exploring the universe. Returning customers strongly recommend it, with not a single bad review to this day. Buy with peace of mind, buy with confidence, excellent quality at a great price. And now, with code. Wang Yu almost wanted to strangle this four-legged fish in the central control screen to death. It felt even more talkative than before. Most likely because it had discovered there was an outsider here, or rather a potential new customer, so it had started crazily pushing its sales pitch. From that alone, this AI was actually pretty smart. It was just that the designer clearly hadn't put that intelligence to any proper use. Ball covered her mouth and laughed. Her voice gradually grew more unrestrained until it turned into full-on belly laughter. Wang Yu's attention was drawn over to Ball, and he stopped bothering with this brain-dead AI. Suddenly, he felt like having something noisy around was actually pretty nice. It was good for killing time. About 15 minutes later, the Fiend-type, one round-trip landing pod had already entered outer space and was adjusting its trajectory, preparing to dock with deep space. The central control screen showed that there was still about 1 hour and 40 minutes left. Everything was going smoothly. Still, when entering space, Wang Yu felt a trace of fear. It was mainly the lingering influence of the demon, Star Higra, causing trouble. He was worried that the moment he flew into the sky, that monster would swallow him. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Back then, it had only been because his senses had suffered a shock, causing his sense of distance to become disordered. I hope Sophia and the others can achieve the final victory. Wang Yu suddenly said what happened to be exactly what Ball was thinking too. Ball nodded as well. Through the raised observation window, she looked down at the blue planet below, beautiful beyond words. A strange signal came from the emotion simulator inside her body, seemingly the sadness of parting. This farewell would very likely be forever. As if noticing Ball's mood, Wang Yu didn't speak again. Even Xiaoyu AI became well-behaved at this moment and stopped looking for chances to cut in with ads. An hour and a half later, the landing pod approached deep space, which was docked in planetary orbit. Its rock-like, uneven outer shell made it hard for anyone to associate it with a spaceship. It looked more like a massive, pillar-shaped chunk of debris. This was actually very common in the universe, especially in asteroid belts. Without careful comparison and identification, it would be extremely easy to overlook. So this is your ship? Can it really move? Ball looked at Wang Yu. After her sad mood passed, she started observing the universe like a curious baby. After all, it was her first time in space. Wang Yu wasn't too much better, but after those previous days aboard deep space, he was basically already sick of looking at it. As for deep space, all he felt was fear and confusion. Well, Ball's words made Wang Yu recall the hunger he had felt when controlling deep space, and he immediately lost confidence too. He could only brush it off with a couple of vague replies. Let us go in first and study it later. I don't really understand the ship either, but its tech level is definitely not low. Not only can it perform faster than light jumps, it also has a stable gravity field inside. Once you get in, you'll definitely be shocked. A few more minutes passed. The landing pod they were in began drawing close to deep space. The two started docking and finally entered the hatch opened at the bottom of deep space. He had finally returned. This navigation session has ended. You have successfully returned to deep space and are currently in the temporary transfer bay. Xiaoyu solemnly reminds you not to forget disinfection. Carefully inspect any items on your person to avoid bringing danger into other compartments and causing unnecessary losses. Thank you for trusting and choosing this company's product. The system of this landing pod is about to shut down and lock permanently. It cannot be used again, and we do not recommend dismantling it for recycling. You may discard it directly or sell it at the nearest trade station, where you can receive 20 credits in return. This service has now concluded. As Xiaoyu AI's final announcement ended, the hatch opened as well, and then the central control screen went completely dark. When the service ended, this AI, which had always been talkative and loved inserting ads, had instead become concise. It had even reminded the passengers to be careful not to bring anything dangerous back. There really is gravity. Also, it's so dark in here. Are there no lights? Ball said. What she saw was a complete mess. That wasn't just dust and grime anymore. Everything was covered in a layer of filth that was hard to describe. It was difficult to imagine how it had formed. Be careful of the surroundings. Keep your weapon ready. I haven't been here before either. There might still be lizards hiding around. Wang Yu picked up a submachine gun and handed it to Ball. Back on his own ship, he was acting even more cautious than he had on the alien planet, which left Ball confused. After all, she still didn't understand this ship, but she was very obedient. She didn't ask why and instead raised her gun and kept watch. She even switched the view of one of her eyeballs, or cameras, to thermal imaging. My God, what exactly happened here? Ball said in shock, because beside the landing pod, she saw a severely damaged mech. Its interior was basically burned out, but judging by the shell, it could still be identified as a heavy bipedal mech. Its right arm was a triple-barreled cannon, while its left arm had vanished without a trace. This is a wrecked ship that's been through an accident. The fact it can still fly is already a miracle. Wang Yu also walked out at this time. The clothes on his body had already been changed to exoskeleton armor, covered in magazines and grenades. He had even strapped on a miniature tactical nuclear bomb. Name, Ranger 03. Manufacturer, Ling-2 Technology. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description: after the long years ended the World War, war weariness caused their military industry to stagnate for a period of time. But when they prepared to explore space and considered the possibility of coming into contact with alien civilizations, they carried out a series of upgrades to their military products. It was under this background that the third-generation product of the Ranger series exoskeleton armor was launched. Designed for ground and confined space use, it is light and portable with long endurance. Its total weight is less than 25 kilograms, yet its normal operating endurance reaches 40 hours. Even in intense combat, it can still support over 2 hours. Strength, 13. If physical strength is below 13, it will be raised to 13. It is of no help to individuals whose physical attributes already exceed 13. Defense, 25. If physical defense is below 25, it will be raised to 25. Limited to areas covered by armor, and the joints are relatively weak. The armor can completely withstand the barrage of small caliber bullets, and also has a certain buffering effect against shockwaves. Armament, none. After coming out, he also noticed that damaged heavy mech and immediately walked over. Name, Heretic Crusher, destroyed. Manufacturer, Machine God Church. Machine God Church, even among humans. The Machine God Church belongs to the most extreme faction. Its products are sold only to humans. Because all other races are classified by the Machine God Church as heretics and will be eliminated in the most efficient way possible. Its Heretic series products are especially renowned across the cosmos for slaughtering heretics with extreme efficiency. Their powerful combat ability and stable, reliable structure have made them highly favored on the market. Even other races like these big guys very much, and are even willing to buy them at several times the normal price. Regulation level, Class 2, Masterwork. Description: the Heretic Crusher is the main force of the Machine God Church's Heretic series. Its front is protected by carbon ceramic composite metal plates up to half a meter thick, making it unafraid of light firepower and ordinary single-soldier beam weapons. There are even records of it tanking small nuclear weapons head-on. Because it used a relatively outdated mechanically assisted structure internally, it was also highly resistant to electromagnetic interference, making it especially reliable on the battlefield. The high-energy chemical fuel cells inside could support continuous combat for more than 50 hours. Even if its ammunition ran out, it could still use its thermal saw axe to slaughter wildly on the battlefield, or even self-destruct. No heretic liked dealing with this bunch of lunatics. Its drawbacks were weak anti-air capability and suitability only for land combat. It was mostly used in planetary landing operations, where it could rapidly wipe out heretics, establish strongholds, and ultimately complete the occupation of an entire planet. Attributes when intact: strength, 47 defense, 148 front, rear, 65, armament, triple pulverizer heavy cannon, infinite slaughter machine gun, thermal saw axe. The Machine God Cult. Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, drawing Ball's attention beside him. What's that? It's the manufacturer of this mech. Their product quality is solid, so they're pretty popular. But this one has already broken. No idea if there are any parts that can still be dismantled and used. Wang Yu explained while looking around. He didn't T-spot any other mechs, but there were quite a few mechanical wrecks, probably from some other kind of thing. After identification by the system, they only showed up as damaged mechanical parts. It seemed that once the damage was too severe, no information would be displayed. But why was there even something this lethal on a research vessel? Was this really something needed for scientific research? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that his understanding of the words scientific research might still not be deep enough. Wang Yu, how are we supposed to do the sterilization? And where are we moving the cargo? Ball asked again at that moment, because there was nothing dangerous inside this temporary transfer bay. Just too dark due to the lack of lighting. No need for sterilization. Every single thing in here is filthier than what we brought in. Don't worry about it, Wang Yu said, completely unconcerned about sterilization or potential danger, because even if something strange had followed them in, the one who should probably be afraid would be the other side. First find where the exit is, then move the cargo. He continued, but Ball still felt like something was off. Why did Wang Yu act like returning to his own ship was like coming here for the first time? He still had to look for the exit. She suddenly remembered that Wang Yu had said he only got this ship after being caught up in an accident. It seemed he really had been telling the truth. She was starting to believe it now. At the time, she had thought it was just a clumsy excuse he came up with on the spot. Over here. There's a door here, Wang Yu shouted, calling Ball over, and quickly found the door. But in reality, Wang Yu had remembered that he had a map of the ship and could check it directly. It was just that because of authorization issues, many areas were blacked out. This temporary transfer bay, for example, was lit up on the map, but several passages leading deeper inside were blacked out because his clearance wasn't high enough. This is the cargo passage entrance, and there's also an emergency passage on the right. Wang Yu used the tactical flashlight attached to the submachine gun to shine toward the cargo passage entrance. But there was no way that door was opening. It had already been severely deformed, as if smashed inward by something heavy, and its surface was also covered with a layer of black grime. So the one they actually needed to find was the emergency passage. This door was on the right side of the cargo passage entrance. After peeling away the black material covering the wall's surface, Wang Yu and Ball found it smoothly enough. This black stuff. Why does it look like dehydrated, air-dried organic matter? Ball was helping too. Looking at the black material they had peeled off, she felt the ship had become even more mysterious. Don't worry about that for now. Hurry up and see if this door can be opened. The emergency valve should be here. Wang Yu clearly didn't care that much. He was already used to it. He pointed at the cover plate they had found. He used the crowbar from the toolbox to pry it open. Inside was a circular valve. A few turns should have been enough to open the door. But even using all his strength, he couldn't budge it. Even using the crowbar for leverage by inserting it into one of the holes on the circular valve didn't work. In the end, Ball had to step in and put on a show of brute force working miracles. She used both hands at once, and with the sound of metal being strained and deformed, she twisted the entire circular valve right off. The two stared at each other. Ball was still holding the broken circular valve in her hand, her face full of innocence. If she twisted someone's head, she could probably rip it right off too, right? Wang Yu swallowed and looked at the filthy metal wall, its surface covered in plenty of oxidation marks. He felt that many of the mechanical mechanisms inside had probably aged and warped badly, and maybe even gotten mixed with foreign matter that shouldn't have been there, like this black material that was everywhere, making it impossible for the door to open normally at all. Unless they used explosives, a cutting machine, or similar tools, it would be very hard to open. And the situation inside was also unknown. There might be many more doors. This route probably wasn't going to work. I didn't mean to break it. This valve was old. It wasn't sturdy. Ball explained, her cheeks slightly red, but Wang Yu was no longer paying attention. He turned to look around and check the ship's map. After returning to the deep space, he had actually ended up trapped in the transfer bay. That was truly something he had never expected. There are no other entrances, so the only feasible plan is, Ball, we may have to take the cargo and climb across the outside of the deep space. Wang Yu looked at Ball. He was serious. About a quarter of an hour later, Wang Yu changed out of his exoskeleton armor and into the light spacesuit they had brought up from the surface. He hadn't expected it to come in handy this soon. After checking the suit's airtight seal and confirming that the oxygen supply was normal, Wang Yu drank a little water, greeted Ball, and got ready to go to the temporary transfer bay's central console to shut down the gravity field. After that, he would vent the air inside, and only then could he open the hatch leading outside. Because Ball was a robot, her power mainly came from the battery inside her body, so even without air, entering the space environment for a short time would not seriously affect her. But she still needed to prepare in advance, adjust the pressure difference inside and outside her body, and put on a mask to avoid moisture evaporation affecting the bionic structure on her surface. After Ball said she was ready too, Wang Yu decisively shut down the gravity field. All right, first move the cargo out of the lander, then secure the safety line. If anything goes wrong, this rope may be the only thing that can save us. Wang Yu locked one end of the safety line onto a locking ring beside the transfer bay hatch. He tested it. It was very solid. The scattered rust on the surface didn't affect its sturdiness. After that, it would depend on whether the safety line they brought up was long enough. They might have to change anchor points along the way. The risk wasn't small. But Wang Yu and Ball had no other choice. They couldn't just stay trapped here until they died. Wang Yu told Ball the detailed plan. Both of them were ready. They could communicate through radio waves, and Wang Yu's spacesuit had that function built in. How about we take this chance to install the solar panels too? Things like the radar, sensors, and telescope can be installed later. Ball said. Wang Yu accepted the suggestion. They really could use this opportunity to get some of the later work done ahead of time. The two of them moved the cargo unloaded from the lander to a spot near the hatch. Thanks to the weakened gravity, moving heavy objects was no longer difficult. The straps originally used to secure the cargo could also be tied to the locking rings beside the hatch or to the safety line, so they didn't need to worry about it slipping into space and getting lost. But objects with that much mass also had huge inertia. If they carried too much at once, it would make movement inconvenient for both Wang Yu and Ball, and they might even get dragged off into space instead. That would be dangerous. Let us take it in 3 trips. In between, we'll see if there's a way to secure the cargo somewhere. Then go back and forth a few more times. Right now we're in this ship's transfer bay. The straight line distance to the shipboard bay is about 200 meters. We'll have to start from the starboard side of the deep space and climb around the bottom to the other side. Wang Yu said to Ball, roughly settling the action plan. Over by the carrier bay, we can open the emergency maintenance passage and get in through there. That passage can only be opened from the outside. Once we do that, our mission is complete. The brief prep work soon came to an end. Wang Yu checked his remaining oxygen. Counting the 2 spare oxygen tanks, he had enough to support nearly 6 hours of activity in space. That was more than enough for this operation. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu pressed the vent button on the central control console. As the air was gradually pumped out, some of the dust and debris on the surface slowly began to float up. When the flashlight swept over them, a clear Tyndall effect could be seen. Wang Yu, however, did not need to worry about floating up as well. His spacesuit had electromagnetic adhesion, so at least inside the ship there was no need to worry about zero gravity. After the air had been completely evacuated, Wang Yu confirmed their readiness with Ball one last time. Once everything was verified, he pressed the button to open the hatch. The hatch they had used to enter in the landing pod slowly lifted. Outside was that azure planet, and farther beyond it was a shining star. This kind of scene could easily make a person's legs go weak, even leave them unable to stand straight. But Wang Yu had lived on a spaceship for a while before, so he was handling it all right. He brought the rock painting called Source of Calamity. Ball carried 300 liters of fresh water. The safety rope also had a toolbox and 2 sets of solar panels hanging from it, each set containing 3 panels. The two began moving out of the hatch. Wang Yu went first because he had the deep space map to use as navigation, so he would not head the wrong way. But when the operation truly began, the void below and the planet farther away still put immense pressure on Wang Yu, like he was standing at the edge of a cliff. The instincts he had developed from living long-term in a gravity environment were stopping him from doing this. But he also knew that the planet's gravity below would not drag him down because he was in space orbit. This was his conscious mind fighting against instinct. He had to overcome fear, overcome instinct if he wanted to complete this mission smoothly. Relax. Even if you accidentally lose your grip, I'll pull you back. Ball spoke at that moment, having heard the heavy sound of Wang Yu's breathing over the comms. Sorry, this is actually my first time doing extravehicular activity too. I should be fine after a while, Wang Yu replied, realizing he was moving too slowly. He simply bit his lip, using the pain to drown out the fear. Then he lowered his body and started climbing downward along the outer wall by the hatch. In practice, it was easier than he had imagined. The rock-like outer wall was rough and covered in protrusions, so there was no lack of handholds at all. And without gravity dragging on him, it could basically be treated as rock climbing in zero gravity. Unfortunately, this organic layer wrapped around the metal underneath. Otherwise, with electromagnetic adhesion, one could have simply walked here and the difficulty would have dropped drastically. He started climbing toward the underside of the deep space, planning to cross beneath the ship and head to the port side according to the plan. Soon, Ball climbed out as well. The two were linked by the safety rope as they advanced slowly. About 7 minutes later, they were already close to the ship's underside. At that point, Ball told Wang Yu to stop for a moment, saying this area was fairly suitable for installing the solar panels. All right, do you need my help with the installation? Wang Yu asked. He glanced back and just happened to see the planet beneath him. He immediately felt a little nauseous and broke out in a few cold beads of sweat. No need. I downloaded the installation manual. Ball tugged on the rope, pulling over the toolbox and the solar panels, then began assembling them on the spot. There were many possible installation methods. Ball chose to secure them with vacuum, quick-dry adhesive, and expansion bolts. Welding could also have been used, but the ship's surface structure was not easy to weld. Ball entered working mode. Here, the advantages of being a robot were revealed without question. Even though it was her first hands-on installation of solar panels, she was so skilled that even veteran engineers would feel ashamed. She first picked a relatively flat area. After applying quick-dry adhesive to several load-bearing points, she pressed the first solar panel into place. Then came the second, then the third. By the time the fifth panel had been fixed and lined up in a row, the adhesive on the first one had already hardened. Then she took out an electric drill and expansion bolts and started securing the metal frame for the solar panels, circling them once like installing a border frame. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. After installing the solar panels, Ball also installed and secured several batteries nearby, placing them inside a protective cover. That way, even if there was insufficient light later, the telescopes and sensors deployed outside the ship could still keep operating for a while. Actually, the ideal solution would have been to connect them to the ship's internal power grid, but that was not possible with this ship. Its internal circuitry was a complete mess, so for now they could only make do like this. Later, once the cables were laid out and fixed to the ship's surface and the telescopes, radar, and other sensors were installed, all the space work would be complete. It would be like giving the ship eyes and ears again. Wang Yu had been watching from the side the whole time. After watching for a while, his hands started itching a little too. Bringing Ball onto the ship had truly been a brilliant decision. He had directly gained a space engineer, and an old master at that. Done. But let us take the last solar panel back with us for now, just in case. If something happens, we can use it as an emergency spare, Ball said, making a victory sign. Though she did not open her mouth, her voice had already come through the radio. Wang Yu nodded and continued climbing forward. Actually, once he adapted to it and kept his movement steady, it was not that difficult. About 10 more minutes passed, and the two had reached the bottom of the ship. They were already more than halfway through, but the safety rope was nearly at its limit. They had to find a place to secure the cargo, then go back and make 2 more trips. The original plan had been to drive a few spikes here and secure the luggage, but when they arrived, they discovered that the underside of the deep space had a fairly large hole in it, nearly 2 meters in diameter. It looked as if something had burst through from the inside, with the jagged opening bent outward. Wang Yu reached his waist and took out the beam gun. This weapon had almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in a zero-gravity environment. Then, after greeting Ball and agreeing that if anything unusual happened, she would immediately pull him back, he slowly crawled toward the breach. When Wang Yu reached the area near the hole, he did not immediately lean in to look. Instead, he asked Ball for a large screw and tossed it inside to see whether it would draw out anything strange. Only after confirming there was no movement did he move closer. The reason he was being so cautious was because the Deep Space S-map showed that the room in that area was a confinement chamber, or in other words, a prison cell. At this point, Wang Yu no longer cared what might be inside this research vessel. After all, even the Heretic Crusher existed, so a prison was nothing unusual. Wang Yu observed carefully. Soon, Ball also leaned her head over and shone a tactical flashlight inside, while switching to thermal vision. There should be no danger. There isn't even any atmosphere here, and the temperature is very low. There's only one shriveled corpse, Ball said, pointing toward the corner. Only then did Wang Yu see it clearly. It was a corpse locked inside the cell, its hands and feet still bound in shackles. The death was extremely miserable. The body looked mummified, as if it had been air-dried. Flesh and skin clung tightly to the bones. The clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Its tail and limbs looked almost moldy, with dull, lusterless fur hanging from them. On its entire body, the only thing that could still be called intact was that cat-eared helmet. Locking a prisoner in a place like this, without even giving them a breath of air, it was hard to imagine what kind of pain they had suffered before death. It was misery beyond misery. Wang Yu tried climbing inside and found that there was actually gravity in there. The gravity field had not been shut off. Only the air had fully leaked out into space, while the prison door itself remained tightly closed. "Ball, we can use this place to temporarily store the cargo," Wang Yu said, looking at the bars of the cell. They were also perfect as anchor points for the safety rope. This was simply great. "I'll go back and move all the luggage over." "I'll go too," Wang Yu replied. He clipped the carabiner of the safety line at his waist onto the bars of an empty cell, then switched his own side to a sliding buckle. That way, it wouldn't affect his movement, and he wouldn't fall away from the deep space. Bear came in from the other side as well, made the same choice, and put down the luggage he was carrying. There was gravity here, so they didn't even need to spend extra effort securing the luggage. It would just be a bit troublesome to move it back out later. Before leaving, Wang Yu looked over that shriveled corpse again. His gaze fell on the claws, which were 2 sizes larger than a normal person's hands, their tips glinting coldly like razors. The claw marks covering the walls, along with the dense scratches on the bars, were probably all left by this man. It was obvious that he had struggled before he died, but to no avail. In the end, he could only welcome death in despair. "Bear, you go ahead first. I'll be right there," Wang Yu said. He had Bear leave first while he unclipped the safety line and walked toward the cell holding the dead man. "Brother Cat, I don't know if that is the right way to call you, but I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to meet you like this." Wang Yu turned off the radio and muttered to himself. He had already more or less guessed this person's identity. The canned cat food and wound healing spray he had found earlier were probably hidden by this man. He hadn't expected them to end up benefiting Wang Yu instead. But in a way, the man had helped him by accident. But the dead could not come back to life. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yu took out that faded label can of cat food from the satchel hanging across his chest and placed it in front of Brother Cat's cell. It counted as a kind of offering. If he got the chance later, he would come back and collect Brother Cat's body too. After all, keeping a corpse on his ship was bad luck. But that was something for later. Wang Yu put down the stone slab on his back, then left the cell block as well and started heading back the way they came to move the rest of the luggage. About 1 hour later, all the luggage had been transferred into the cells. The safety line had also been reeled back in and fixed on the cell block S side. Wang Yu and Bear then prepared to set off again, because they still had half the route left. If things went smoothly, they would probably finish the task in less than an hour. After all, they had already gone back and forth several times. Wang Yu had grown bolder and more skilled. But after they left carrying part of the luggage, inside the cell block, in front of the cell where Brother Cat was, a sharp claw pierced through the can of cat food on the ground and dragged it inside. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Bear had already crawled along the underside of the deep space to the other side, arriving at the place where the landing pod had ejected earlier. There was actually an emergency passage for maintenance personnel here, one that could be opened from the outside, but Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Looking at the rock-like outer hull, he simply couldn't find the entrance to the emergency passage, much less figure out how to open it. "We'll probably have to knock off this outer shell first. It should be around here, but it's covered by this stone shell." Wang Yu pointed in front of him and explained the situation to Bear. "Let me try. Hopefully this shell isn't too thick," Bear replied. She crawled over beside Wang Yu, first driving in a few expansion bolts and installing several hooks to secure the safety line again, then started using the electric drill, hammer, and other tools they had on hand to try removing the stone shell on the surface. Since they hadn't considered this situation beforehand, they hadn't brought more suitable tools. Wang Yu had even considered using explosives, but the risk was too great. This ship was a living thing. Repairing a layer of dead skin on its surface might be fine, but blowing it up directly? Who knew if it would have some kind of stress reaction? Wang Yu checked the oxygen supply. So far, they hadn't even used up one full tank. Time-wise, they had plenty to spare. "I'll go back to the cells and move the rest of the luggage over," Wang Yu said. After greeting Bear, he turned and headed back toward the cells to move the luggage. But when he arrived at the breach in the prison area once again, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The safety line was swaying, and the movement was coming from inside the cells. He immediately became alert. Pulling out the beam pistol from his waist, he slowly approached and leaned in to look. Then he froze, because there was another person inside. That figure was crouched in front of their luggage, rummaging through it and brushing against the safety line in the process. It seemed to be trying to steal something, and that shriveled, skinny body, along with the shackles hanging from its limbs. If it wasn't Brother Cat, then who else could it be? How had he come back to life? No, wait. This monster was never King dead. "Wang Yu, what is going on over there?" Bear also noticed something was wrong on Wang Yu's side, because his vital signs had clearly fluctuated, something she could sense through the spacesuit's built-in system. That monster in the cell isn't dead. And it got out. What? Bear was obviously startled too. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was on extreme alert, because Brother Cat had noticed him. The helmet turned in his direction, and through it he could see those green, oily eyes, carrying a kind of primal wildness that made his scalp crawl. Didn't he even need to imagine it? If a terrifying creature like Brother Cat, something that could hibernate in a vacuum for long periods and even break out of the cell, managed to get close to him, Wang Yu would probably be in pieces in less than a second. So he decisively pulled the trigger. But to his shock, that unreliable gun misfired. It nearly scared Wang Yu to death on the spot. He immediately changed tactics, remembering the spell he knew called Body of Fear, and was just about to cast it. But Brother Cat's next move left Wang Yu completely dumbfounded. By the time Bear came rushing over with her weapon in hand, all she saw was Brother Cat already lying on the ground inside the room, belly up, curled into a ball, occasionally wriggling and rolling to switch the angle he was lying at. As for Wang Yu, he was holding the beam pistol pointed at Brother Cat. Facing Bear's confusion, he shrugged, showing that he had no idea what was going on either. He hadn't even fired yet, so how had the thing dropped on its own? What did you do to him? Bear asked. I don't know. He saw me, and then he turned into this. Maybe he got poisoned or suddenly came down with something, Wang Yu said. He really didn't know, because he hadn't attacked. He hadn't even cast any magic. He had even checked the system panel to confirm it. Brother Cat was 100% the one who laid down on his own. It couldn't be that he had scared him, right? It was like he was some warp evil god. Bear was momentarily speechless. She looked at Brother Cat, who was still showing his belly, then at Wang Yu, and asked again, does this monster know you? No way. I don't know him at all. Then why is he trying to please you? Like a cat. Bear's words caught Wang Yu by surprise. Because Bear actually knew what a cat was. And once she said it, Brother Cat's movements started to look different in Wang Yu's eyes too. It really did look like a cat rolling over and showing its belly. It was just that this cat was way too ugly. Its body was shriveled. It was still wearing a helmet, and only the ends of its limbs had a bit of something that looked like moldy fur. For a moment, Wang Yu had no idea how to deal with Brother Cat. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was rolling around on the ground right now. If it really attacked, one swipe would probably be enough to send Wang Yu on his way. Even Bear might not fare much better, because not even a cell could hold it. Those hard bars had already been sliced into several sections, more than enough to prove just how terrifying Brother Cat was. This was no cat. It was a monster through and through. What do we do? Bear asked. She was obviously asking Wang Yu how to deal with Brother Cat. Well, Wang Yu looked over, his gaze focusing on Brother Cat's cold glinting claws. He seemed to think of something. After confirming the situation with the passage on Bear's side, he decided to give it a try. He stretched out one hand and kept lifting it, signaling for Brother Cat to get up. His other hand held the pistol, ready to fire at any moment. Bear was about the same. The submachine gun in her hands was also aimed this way, making sure that if anything happened, she could turn Brother Cat into a sieve in an instant. But then a laughable scene appeared. Cat Bro actually sat up, though at this moment he looked more like a dog. Back up. Good. Lie down. Don't move. Wang Yu kept giving orders, changing his hand signals. Since he had no experience training dogs, and sound couldn't travel in a vacuum anyway, what he was doing was basically a test of Cat Bro's intelligence. Fortunately, Cat Bro really was smart, though he got it wrong a few times. He finally understood Wang Yu's instructions. His intelligence was far higher than a dog's. No wonder he could draw. All right, I'll keep him under control here. Bar, move the luggage over there. In a bit, I'll see if I can guide Cat Bro into helping us break through that stone shell and enter the maintenance passage. Wang Yu spoke as he stepped into the cell and drove Cat Bro into the corner. Cat Bro, that was the name he had just given him. Besides him, there were also Hammer Bro and Pig Bro on the ship. Each looked stranger than the last, but they were actually all good people. Wang Yu urged Bar to hurry and get moving, feeling that Cat Bro might be similar to Hammer Bro and Pig Bro. Be careful then. If anything happens, call me right away. This creature is extremely dangerous. Bar said this without wasting time, and began moving the luggage out of the cell bit by bit, preparing to transfer it all to the passage. Wang Yu, meanwhile, kept interacting with Cat Bro, trying more commands to see whether he was really controllable and whether they could communicate. About 20 minutes later, all the luggage had been transferred over. Bar had set up quite a few hooks over there and secured all of it in place. All right, I'll try directing Cat Bro to dig. He has already succeeded once. Wang Yu replied. The floor of the cell had obvious claw marks on it, and there was even a shallow pit that had just been dug out. As for the price, Cat Bro had stuffed a little over half a gene of jerky into his helmet along with the packaging and eaten every last bit of it. Both of them stayed on guard, especially Bar. The gun in his hands had already been switched to a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. This kinetic weapon actually wasn't suited for use in a vacuum, because the recoil was too strong, but at this moment, they had no better choice. Wang Yu then guided Cat Bro step by step, having him crawl out of the cell with him. When climbing out through the breach and into space, he showed obvious resistance, as if he was afraid. But in the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of half a gene of jerky and crawled out. Then, under Wang Yu's guidance, he continued crawling forward. His claw-like forelimbs and sharp toes could easily pierce into the stone shell on the surface of the deep space. So there was no worry of him falling. A few minutes later, all three of them arrived at the entrance to the emergency maintenance passage. Wang Yu checked the deep space map again, then fired a shot with the beam pistol, leaving a black scorch mark on it. But the effect wasn't that great. After all, it was a substance close in nature to stone. All right, Cap Bro, right here. Dig a hole. The moment I tell you to stop, stop at once. If this works, the jerky is yours. Wang Yu muttered to himself. In reality, only Bar could hear him. Bar's expression was a little strange, feeling as though Wang Yu was actually enjoying this. Over there, Cap Bro understood the instruction. He crawled over and started digging. When those claws dug into the stone shell, it was practically like a hot knife through butter. It was absurdly easy. Only Bar could tell the reason, because when Cap Bro dug, his claws were actually vibrating at high frequency. The vibration rate was just so high that Wang Yu couldn't see the change of the naked eye at all. Very soon, the metal beneath the stone shell was exposed, at nearly 40 centimeters deep. No wonder Bar had drilled for so long with the electric drill and still hadn't reached the bottom. Good. Slow down a little. Make the pit bigger, but don't damage the metal layer underneath. Wang Yu seemed to have mastered sign language without a teacher, making gestures no one could understand. Yet Cap Bro somehow understood them, or rather, he had remembered the right answers through repeated trial and error. In short, the metal layer below was dug out. Inside was a metal cover plate, though it was covered in scratches. Wang Yu signaled for Cap Bro to back away, then tossed him a piece of jerky to send him off. He himself walked over to the pit and told Bar to keep an eye on Cap Bro. If there was any unusual movement, notify him immediately. Then he reached a hand into the pit, hooked his fingers into the groove in the cover plate, and after trying several times, finally pushed it upward. Inside was a circular valve door. This time, Wang Yu had learned his lesson. He didn't let the strong Bar do the turning. Instead, he handled it personally, using normal human strength to turn it slowly and control the force. Although this valve door hadn't been used in a long time, thanks to the protection of the cover plate, it wasn't hard to turn. When it turned to a certain angle, a jarring sensation came from the bottom of the round valve, then the whole valve sank inward. Beneath them came the sounds of mechanical transmission and operation. In less than 2 minutes, the rock layer above them opened. The rock mass on the surface of the deep space apparently didn't affect the opening of the hatch. There seemed to be gaps in it, just extremely small ones. Once closed, they were almost impossible to see. Wang Yu and Bar entered the room behind the rock layer one after the other, carrying the luggage and cargo inside piece by piece. There was another door inside. Once opened, it would probably lead into the shipboard bay. After everything was done, Wang Yu looked toward Cap Bro, who was still honestly staying where he was. At this moment, he could actually just shut the hatch directly and leave Cap Bro outside, removing this unstable factor. But if Cap Bro stayed disobedient, then he would also be an enormous source of help, especially in combat. So it all depended on what Wang Yu chose. Cap Bro, we're about to close the door. Come over, Wang Yu said in sign language. And Cap Bro immediately crawled over. Only after all three of them had entered did the hatch begin to close slowly, refilling the area with air and restoring the pressure and gravity inside. Deep space, third-level shipboard bay. A wall covered in black material slowly lifted, tearing apart the black substance on its surface and causing large amounts of debris to fall and drift through the air. 3 people walked out from behind the door. They were Wang Yu, Bar, and the newly following thief-like weirdo, Cap Bro. He walked at the very back. Ever since coming in, he had been somewhat timid, looking left and right, always hiding behind Wang Yu's, but like he wanted to bury himself in Wang Yu's shadow. Only after all three had entered did the wall, or rather, the door, begin to slowly descend, sealing shut completely. As an emergency entrance for maintenance personnel, this passage was actually kept closed most of the time. Only when an accident happened could it be opened from the outside. Fortunately, once opened, this passage now stayed permanently available. On the deep space map, it had also become lit up, meaning it could now be used for entry and exit. Cap Bro, this bottle of water is for you. Stand over there and keep your distance from us. Don't come too close. As Wang Yu spoke, he used sign language to make Cap Bro move farther away. While keeping his distance, he also didn't forget to build some goodwill with Cap Bro, because Cap Bro was still far too dangerous. Even though he was obedient, they absolutely couldn't forget that he was a terrifying creature strong enough to hibernate in a vacuum for a long time, with claws sharp enough to tear through metal. Before being locked up, he had probably been restrained somehow. Otherwise, even the cell might not have been able to hold him. For a creature like this, even if he was very well-behaved and obedient, they still had to maintain enough vigilance. At least until trust was established, they could not relax. On the other side, Cap Bro caught the bottle of water. A little unwillingly, he moved farther away. His razor-like claws could actually retract. They seemed to be part of a special skeletal structure. Then from his furry palms, finger-like digits similar to a human S could also extend out. But clearly, he didn't know how to twist the cap open. Instead, he crudely shoved the bottle into his cat head helmet, bit off the bottleneck, licked it, and then chugged it down gulp after gulp. Just from looking at his state, Wang Yu knew he was severely dehydrated, so he gave him a 2-liter bottle of fresh water. Anyway, they had equipment that recycled fresh water, so there was no need to act so stingy. But food was different, especially jerky. That was a pretty limited resource. If Cat Bro had a huge appetite and didn't eat vegetables, that would be quite a troublesome problem later on. Ball, this is the ship cabin I mentioned before. Wang Yu pulled his attention back from Cat Bro and looked at Ball. We still have 2 landing pods left. If we can't get more landing pods or similar aircraft in future operations, we might end up trapped to death inside this ship. After entering the interior of the deep space, he had taken off his helmet because there was air inside and he could speak directly. Ball nodded, took off the mask from her face as well, and looked around at the walls and floor covered in black, unknown matter. For the next several decades, or even longer, this place would be where she and Wang Yu lived. Meanwhile, Wang Yu continued introducing the deep space. He had mentioned it before, but the specific details were still better explained inside the ship. He planned to take Ball around for a tour, so she could get familiar with it first. Later, they would discuss how to arrange the rooms and where to put the goods they had brought back. I killed a monster here before, one that had been parasitized by a parasite. The corpse is already gone. Pig Bro probably came by. Wang Yu described Hammer Bro and Pig Bro's appearances for her so she could prepare herself mentally, because one was uglier than the other. Put together with Cat Bro would actually count as fine-featured. When you see them, stay calm. They're actually not bad people. Only Cat Bro, who was keeping his distance behind them, was already trembling like a sieve when he heard Wang Yu talking and gesturing about how terrifyingly powerful Hammer Bro's big hammer was. But Wang Yu was too busy talking to Ball to notice. Only Ball noticed Cat Bro's abnormal reaction. The 3 of them took the elevator to the bridge. During the ride, Ball kept holding that anti-material sniper rifle, intentionally or unintentionally pointing it at Cat Bro to stop him from making any reckless moves. This is the bridge. That weird thing that looks like a tongue is the thing that controls this ship, a seat. Only I can control it. None of you should get close casually. It's really dangerous. And then this is, what the hell is this? Wang Yu was dumbfounded. After walking out, he found that there was an extra weird thing on the right side of the main control room. It had 3 slender legs glittered golden, like a statue coated in a layer of cheap gold paint, completely out of place with the surroundings. Wang Yu had at least heard of 3-legged toads and 3-legged birds. Those were all creatures from legends or myths. But what was with a 3-legged fat koi? Its eyes were bulging so much they looked ready to burst, and its mouth was stretched wide open, just short of yelling, "I can't breathe." The moment Ball heard that, she had already pointed the gun at it, even more alert than Wang Yu. But he stopped her. Wait. Wang Yu checked the map, and, combined with his memory, finally remembered. This was that egg that had been incubating before, that legacy recycler. Why did it look this ugly? Wang Yu was a little speechless. He even felt like his system had instantly dropped in value along with it. This taste was really worrying. He roughly explained to Ball what this thing was, saying it could recycle the legacy of civilizations and obtain corresponding rewards. In response, Ball gave him a not-so-trusting look. There was no helping it. Facts would have to prove it. Just so happened, they had brought that stone slab up as well. So Wang Yu asked Ball to bring the slab over and place it in front of this koi. Then he chose submit in the system and confirmed it. Then the golden fat koi moved. It used its front 2 legs like hands, grabbed the stone slab, and started stuffing it into its mouth. The stone slab in its hand was like putty. As it was swallowed, it became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Submitted legacy of an unknown civilization. Obtained 20,000 universal credit points. Obtained 3 corresponding civilization gacha draws. Record this civilization. Recording will preserve the coordinates of this civilization's home planet. Cost 5,000 universal credit points. The system popped up 2 prompts, but only Wang Yu could see them. Preserve the coordinates? Wang Yu hadn't expected it to have that function, but there was nothing to hesitate about. Although 5,000 credit points was expensive, once the coordinates were lost, finding them again would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. The credit points required would be far more than 5,000. So he almost instantly clicked confirm and paid the 5,000 credit points. Recording complete. Civilization successfully recorded. Long year civilization. Home planet, machine planet Grillia. After the payment, Wang Yu's universal credit points became 19,000, still some distance away from upgrading permissions. Then came the 3 gacha eggs. They were spat out from the fat koi's mouth one after another, like regurgitation, splitting into 3 differently colored balls of light that landed on the floor. Red, yellow, and green. Wang Yu played plenty of games and knew gacha very well. If there wasn't any shady manipulation behind the scenes, it was basically all luck. As it happened, Wang Yu had absolute confidence in his own luck. He reached out and picked up the green ball of light. It changed shape in his hand and finally turned into a can of protein powder that looked very familiar. Its purity was as high as 4 nines. It was genuine Conley brand protein powder, no question about it. Fuck. Wang Yu slammed the protein powder onto the ground. What use is this? Did he, Wang Yu, lack this bit of protein powder? The can of protein powder rolled away for a few turns after being thrown, but was soon pinned down by a dark figure. It was Cat Bro. Without a word, he decisively started eating it. By the time Wang Yu noticed, it was already too late to stop him, and he could only mourn the loss of one gacha draw. This lottery mechanism was obviously rigged. It was probably some precise push from a big data algorithm, just like those mobile games he used to play. Capital was controlling everything behind the scenes, all for the purpose of scamming money. Ball, you pick one and open it too. Wang Yu spoke to Ball, planning to try changing people. She was still shocked by the legacy recycler's power. It had actually swallowed such a huge stone slab. What kind of technology was that? And those balls of light? It was completely unexplainable, like some mysterious power beyond reality. Only after Wang Yu called her 2 or 3 times did Ball come back to her senses. Her eyes still showed shock as she slowly picked up the yellow ball of light from the ground. The sensation in her hand kept changing, and in the end it turned into a pure black vest. Ball recognized it at a glance. This is a bulletproof vest? Ball said it and recognized on the spot, because this was a bulletproof vest specifically for machine servants. Name, Bulwark 02. Manufacturer, Mechanical Heart. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, a bulletproof vest specially designed and manufactured for machine servants, used to protect the precision mechanisms inside the torso. The surface is woven from high-strength metallic fibers, with cushioning pads in the middle layer. The material is soft and does not hinder movement. It has excellent protective effects against impact, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses. Its only flaw is that it is heavy, weighing 70 kilograms, making it unsuitable for ordinary people to use. Defense, 30. Wang Yu also saw the equipment as stats through the system. It wasn't weak. It just happened to suit Ball, and it was much better than that protein powder. This thing is heavy, so it's just right for you. Wang Yu looked down at the last ball of light on the ground, already having a rough judgment about the colors of these light balls and the items they produced. Green represented consumables like medicine and the like. Yellow represented armor. As for red, he bent down and picked up the red ball of light from the ground. In his hand, it turned into a square metal briefcase about 30 centimeters wide. Name, Higra S. Roar Prototype. Manufacturer, Higra Research Center. Regulation level, Class 4, Taboo. Description, an extremely special, single-shot heavy pistol. Its development was based on continuous observation and research of Higra, compressing Higra S impact into compact ammunition, giving it terrifying destructive power. There is almost no way to defend against it completely. To use it, special 20mm spherical bullets must be loaded together with a disposable barrel. After hitting the target, it will release the compressed calamity impact and drag a wide area of surrounding targets into it. Please confirm your own safety before using this weapon. Stealing your power is only the beginning. Higra Research Center. Wang Yu's eyes went wide. He immediately found the button on the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a strangely shaped silver pistol. The barrel and body were placed separately, with 3 barrels in total. If assembled, the whole gun would probably be over 30 centimeters long, definitely a heavy pistol. On one side of the briefcase, 3 strange spheres were neatly arranged. Inside each one was a sealed, deep purple lump of spherical flesh, like an enlarged virus. Its surface was covered in sucker-like bumps, and it was constantly shifting as if alive. These are bullets? Wang Yu examined them, then looked at the gun body that resembled an oversized revolver. He picked it up and studied it, successfully pressing open the cylinder on one side. In the center was a spherical groove, just enough to fit 1 bullet before pushing it in. What kind of gun is this? It's not in my database at all, Bar said, looking at the gun before shifting her gaze to Wang Yu. Because Wang Yu had said before that this strange machine, called the Legacy Recycler, would only produce rewards matching the corresponding civilization. But the gun in front of them was not one of those. It simply did not exist in any records, or at least not in the official ones. This might be a weapon your people will make in the future. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the ridiculous, ugly Legacy Recycler in front of him, feeling that this thing was far from simple. The red capsule should represent a weapon, but the shocking part was that the Legacy Recycler could even pull out creations from that civilization as future. It was practically a miracle. Bar, meanwhile, was full of disbelief. As a robot, she was already deeply distrustful of all kinds of mysterious forces, but she had seen too many abnormal phenomena today. At this point, she was starting to doubt herself and even began running a system self-check, like an ordinary person questioning life. This gun is insanely powerful. It might even be stronger than that mini nuke. We need to keep it safe. Wang Yu put the gun back, closed the metal briefcase, and carefully stuffed it into his shoulder bag. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Cat Bro not far away. Cat Bro was obviously eating his fill, After all, it was a huge can of protein powder. He was licking it up, and his tongue was pretty long, able to stretch out from under the helmet to lick. And Cat Bro really could eat. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. He was nearly done with the entire tub of protein powder, including the 2 liters of fresh water wand you had given him earlier. Fortunately, after observing him along the way, Cat Bro's aggressiveness really wasn't strong, at least not toward him and Bar. They could keep watching him for a while longer. The group left the bridge and headed toward the captain's room. On the way, Wang Yu roughly explained what was inside the various rooms. Most were abandoned labs and workshops. Some doors could not be open at all and were even warped out of shape. For example, the door where they had run into Pig Bro earlier required higher clearance. Wang Yu told Bar about that as well, and also warned her to be careful of lizard monsters that might pop out from corners. But on this floor, they should already be cleared out. Just as he was speaking, Cat Bro behind them suddenly reacted, as if remembering something. He darted into a nearby room and started rummaging through it, turning everything inside into a complete mess. Wang Yu could tell at a glance what he was looking for, because there was a cat head symbol painted on the wall of that room. Wang Yu had noticed it before, so whatever had been there was definitely gone. After searching for a long time, Cat Bro naturally found nothing. He was practically one step away from digging at the wall corners. In the end, he walked back looking utterly dejected, as if his soul had gone missing. It's been so long already. Maybe a light lizard stole it or something. Ha ha ha. Wang Yu scratched his head as he spoke, not caring whether Cat Bro could understand. Even Bar had no idea what the two of them were doing. Along the way, Cat Bro rummaged through several more marked spots, but still found nothing. In the end, he completely wilted, and even his tail drooped down. The 3 of them eventually arrived outside the captain's room. Wang Yu entered first and told Cat Bro to wait honestly at the door. Only after dozens of seconds did he call Cat Bro in. This is the captain's room, the only place where the power supply is still mostly intact. The socket is here. That fresh water circulation system and the hydroponic farm can both be placed here. We brought a power strip anyway. Wang Yu said to Bar, the bedroom on the left is where I rest. You can use the other rooms however you want. There are plenty of them. Same for Cat Bro. Wang Yu looked at Cat Bro, preparing to slowly turn him into a reliable crew member. Woo! Cat Bro responded with a dissatisfied grumble, because ever since entering the room, he had been staring at Wang Yu's shoulder bag, which was bulging from the cans inside. After all, Higra's roar had been stuffed into it, along with 3 cans of cat food. It was bulging so obviously that even an idiot could tell. And the can of cat food Wang Yu had given Cat Bro earlier had also been taken out of that bag. But Cat Bro still did not try to snatch it. He only complained, attacking Wang Yu with wronged and resentful eyes hidden behind the visor of his helmet, and was then ignored. He still hasn't shown any tendency to attack. Looks like Cat Bro's temperament is pretty gentle. That was Wang Yu's judgment. The reason he had put away those cans of cat food was also to test Cat Bro. Of course, part of the reason was that he was reluctant to feed them to Cat Bro. This stuff was rare, and these might be the only 3 left. Even if he was going to give them away, it had to be for something worthwhile, like as a reward. That way, he could further regulate Cat Bro's behavior and reduce his animal instincts. It was obvious that Cat Bro had a decent level of intelligence, but he could not speak. It was not like Hammer Bro's silence. He genuinely did not understand human language very well and needed sign language to help communicate. They'll go move the stuff over. After plugging in the power strip and charging herself a bit to test the power situation, Bar prepared to head back to the ship cargo bay to move the supplies, since a lot of goods were still there. I'm going too. And Cat Bro, you come too, but no claws. Wang Yu pointed at his own hand, then at Cat Bro's claws, using gestures to convey no and dislike. After repeating it several times, Cat Bro finally understood. He withdrew his claws and followed behind Wang Yu and Bar, preparing to move the cargo. The 3 of them returned to the intersection where they had first met Pig Bro. But this time, before they even arrived, they saw that door open, and a giant iron-armored figure over 4 meters tall walked out. In his right hand, he was dragging a heavy war hammer. Who else could it be but Hammer Bro? The Cat Bro in the back, upon seeing Hammer Bro, reacted as if he had seen a ghost. He let out a miserable scream and immediately ran back on all 4s. But after taking 2 steps, he seemed to realize something was wrong, turned around, rushed back, and crouched behind Wang Yu, practically curling into a ball. As for Hammer Bro, he strode over in large steps, and his target also seemed to be Wang Yu's group. While walking, the war hammer in his hand slowly rose as if he intended to attack. Hammer Bro, long time no see. I was just thinking of looking for you. Let me introduce someone. This is the new member I found, Bar. She's amazing. She's a robot. Wang Yu shouted loudly, but in reality, quite a bit of sweat had already broken out under his vest, because Hammer Bro's terrifying appearance really was disturbing. It was one thing not to see him, but once you did, he truly made people uncomfortable, even though this was already Wang Yu's second time seeing him. But Bar suddenly felt a sense of danger for no reason, because this weirdo seemed to be coming for her. She sensed hostility and a desire for destruction from the weirdo's gaze. so she couldn't help tightening her grip on the anti-material sniper rifle in her hands. But she still remembered what Wang Yu had said: do not attack the armored giant with the hammer or the pig-faced weirdo. So she did not point the gun at Hammer Bro. After Wang Yu called out and introduced Bar, Hammer Bro's footsteps finally stopped. The single eye behind the tiny holes in his mask no longer stared at Bar, and instead turned toward Cat Bro, who was trembling behind Wang Yu's back. Hammer Bro, I went to explore the planet earlier, and I even brought you a souvenir. 100 flavors of jelly beans. Want to try some? Wang Yu said. Then he rummaged through the satchel slung across his chest and pulled out the every flavor jelly beans he had originally planned to keep for himself. There were 100 in total, each with a different flavor, though a few had already been eaten. But Hammer Bro showed no reaction at all. He still stared at Wang Yu without moving, blocking the path like a statue. At this moment, Wang Yu felt movement behind him, something rubbing against him. When he turned around, he realized it was Cat Bro. Squatting on the ground, he was shaking so hard he looked like he was about to fall apart. This is also a helper I found. He is pretty capable, just a little timid, Wang Yu said. By now, he had already noticed something was off, or rather, something felt wrong. Only after hearing Wang Yu's words did Hammer Bro move. He stretched over his other hand, took Wang Yu's metal jelly bean tin, stuffed the whole thing into his mouth in one bite, then turned around and walked toward the side door while chewing until he disappeared. The tension on Wang Yu's face eased, and he let out a long breath. Only now did he truly realize that Hammer Bro was not friendly, or rather, he was only friendly toward Wang Yu himself. If Bar or Cat Bro had been here alone, the outcome definitely would not have been good. And Cat Bro had obviously experienced Hammer Bro's terror before, or he would not be trembling like this. So the special one was not Hammer Bro or Pig Bro. It had actually been Wang Yu all along. Is it because I was sent here by the system, or... Wang Yu felt that there was a fundamental difference between himself and Bar or Cat Bro, but for the moment, he could not confirm what it was. But from now on, Hammer Bro probably would not attack Bar or Cat Bro anymore, which counted as removing a hidden danger. If he had previously let Bar go move the luggage alone, he did not even dare imagine what might have happened. Hammer Bro seemed able to sense foreign objects inside the ship, then hunt them like a machine. Pig Bro was probably similar, but mainly responsible for cleaning up and recovering the corpses of the dead. The three returned the way they came and took the elevator to the hangar bay to move the cargo. This time, Cat Bro was much more proactive. Maybe it was because Hammer Bro would not grab him anymore. He actually ran ahead of Wang Yu and started looking here and sniffing there, as if searching for any missed cat food cans or other food. After receiving Wang Yu's instructions, he obediently helped move the luggage too. His strength was astonishing. He could carry luggage weighing 200 or 300 Jin and still move briskly. Among the three of them, Wang Yu was probably the weakest. Compared to the others, he could almost be said to lack the strength to truss a chicken. This made Wang Yu feel enormous pressure. He urgently wanted to become stronger and stand tall. 2 days later, life for the group aboard the deep space had already settled onto the right track. Cat Bro had also gained the preliminary trust of Wang Yu and Bar, and could be considered an official member of the deep space now. At the very least, Bar no longer hugged her gun every second while watching him. But if anyone expected Cat Bro to help with the important task of building and improving the deep space's interior environment, they were thinking too much. He simply did not have that level of intelligence, or rather, the knowledge he had was far too limited. He could not even speak. Rather than using language to communicate with him, it was better to use tone and intonation, assisted by sign language. In this regard, Wang Yu was quite skilled. Bar even felt that he had created a kind of sign language that only he and Cat Bro could understand. You can't eat too much. You need to control your intake. Anyway, even if you go hungry for years, you 1T starve to death. But I'm different. If I go hungry for a few days, I might die. So each meal, you can only eat this much, and at most 3 meals a day. The food we brought is limited. We can't eat it all at once. Wang Yu cooked some dehydrated vegetables, a tiny bit of dried meat and protein blocks, then added some cooking oil and salt, along with 1 large flatbread made by Bar. That was Cat Bro's meal, about the same portion as Wang Yu's own. If they kept eating like this and added in the output from the hydroponic farm and the purified freshwater cycle, lasting 1 or 2 years should not be a problem. But Wang Yu still needed fitness training and exercise, so his food intake and freshwater consumption would increase. Even so, lasting 1 year should still be fine. If food became tight later on, they could consider reducing rations to greatly extend how long they could hold out. Gore. Cat Bro looked at the iron tray Wang Yu brought over, looked at the flatbread and the green, floating bits on it, and let out a dissatisfied rumble. Acting cute 1T work. This is a notice, not a negotiation. You can't just think about yourself. If you keep begging for food non-stop like yesterday, or even make trouble, then I'll send you to Hammer Bro. Wang Yu used sign language together with a threatening tone. Because in the latter half of the night yesterday, Cat Bro had probably gotten hungry. Several times, he had sneaked into the room with food in hand and made Wang Yu open up and feed him. He did not have the guts to steal food, but sneaking in while Bar was not paying attention to beg for food was something he simply could not resist. As a result, Wang Yu had not slept well at all, so today he was laying down the rules for Cat Bro going forward. Woo! Cat Bro could not speak, but he was obviously startled when Wang Yu mentioned Hammer Bro. He shrank back a little, then stared eagerly at the satchel on Wang Yu's body. His target seemed to be those few cans of cat food. Wang Yu naturally noticed the gaze too. After thinking for a moment, under Cat Bro's excited stare, he pulled one can out. I can give you this, but you have to follow the rules I told you before. Don't come begging me for food again in the middle of the night. Got it? Wang Yu spoke word by word, using the movements of his hands and his tone to try to get the message across. Cat Bro, in any case, was nodding frantically. There was no way to tell whether he truly understood or not. Anyway, Wang Yu gave him one can, then stopped bothering about it, and quickly left the second bedroom where Cat Bro was staying. It was absolutely not, because he was worried that smelling the aroma would make him drool. Very soon, excited huffing and the sounds of wolfing food down came from the room. The living room, or rather, the workshop. Bar spent most of her time here, because she did not need sleep, so she had no need for something like a bed. She only needed regular charging and maintenance. At this moment, Bar was adjusting the small hydroponic farm in the living room. This thing had just been assembled yesterday, and the first batch of crops had already begun cultivation. There were 32 independent cultivation chambers in total. But the cultivation method for this thing was very different from the hydroponics Wang Yu knew, because the plants were not soaked in water at all, but suspended in the air. Then the cultivation chambers had to maintain an environment of constant temperature and humidity, while being filled with a large amount of atomized nutrient solution to ensure that these tuber-like stems with excellent traits could grow and sprout. After that, they would need shading and light exposure until they produced large potato-like crops, which could then be cut apart and used to cultivate the next generation, forming a renewable cycle. There were also pod seeds, but they had not been planted yet, because what they currently needed more was filling food that stored well. Those would only be added in the later batches. Wang Yu watched for a while and learned quite a bit about hydroponic knowledge and operation from Bar. If the nutrient agents they brought were used properly, they should be able to grow crops for dozens of rounds. Wang Yu looked at the freshwater purification system assembled along the wall on the other side. This thing was much simpler to operate. Its principle was similar to sewage treatment. It was basically a sealed miniature tap water purification plant, relying on filters and permeation membranes to purify wastewater. The whole process was fully automated. They only needed to regularly dispose of the waste residue and replace the filter cores and permeation membranes. Ball was considering connecting the pipes to the bathroom, then adding a large water storage tank to create a circulating water supply. But during that cycle, evaporated water vapor actually couldn't be recovered, so there was a gap in the loop. In practice, this would probably become the first weak link to fail. To solve this problem completely, they would need to find a way to recover moisture from the air, which meant Wang Yu's group had to gain full control of this ship. Otherwise, they would have to obtain it from space, in other words, get water through mining. Because water actually wasn't rare in the universe. Some asteroids even existed in the form of ice. As long as they mastered the process for producing and refining water and had a space excavator, they could obtain it directly from outside. Ball, didn't you say there's still telescopes, radar, spectrometers, communication antennas, and the like that need to be installed? Let us get them installed today. Otherwise, once the deep space starts moving, it'll be hard to install them. Wang Yu spoke, planning to finish all this EVA work today, then take control of the deep space and set off. And the installation couldn't happen without his involvement, because at present, only Wang Yu had the authority to open the maintenance passage leading outside. Ball and Brother Cat could only move around inside the deep space. The two headed for the bridge, while Brother Cat was left alone in the room, since he couldn't help anyway. They made their way to the shipboard bay, where the instruments and devices that needed to be installed were still placed. Once the follow-up installation was complete, they could use the photon computer they had brought to operate these devices and realize a series of functions, such as radar warning, observation and analysis of distant celestial bodies, and receiving radio signals. These were actually basic functions a spaceship should have in the first place. But the problem was that the deep space was a defective ship. It lacked many functions, and many areas weren't even open to Wang Yu, so they could only figure out ways to make up for it themselves. Wang Yu changed into a spacesuit, while Ball put on a face mask, making preparations to go into space. Originally, Ball had said she could do it alone. She only needed the maintenance passage opened. But Wang Yu insisted on going too, saying he wanted to learn along the way, because this would very likely become an extremely important skill in the future, and he had to start mastering it bit by bit now. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu shut down the gravity field in that area from the control console in the shipboard bay. After that, the two strapped the instruments they were going to install onto their backs, opened the emergency maintenance passage, and made their way all the way to the surface of the deep space. The hooks they had driven in before were still there. After securing their safety lines, Wang Yu followed behind Ball as a temporary apprentice, learning through hands-on practice how to install these devices and use the related tools. 5 hours later, Wang Yu, in his spacesuit, and Ball appeared in the shipboard bay once again. They changed equipment, put away the toolbox, and restarted the room's gravity field. This EVA operation ended smoothly. Wang had learned quite a lot. He had even independently completed the installation of one set of radar, though Ball handled the calibration and cables. Still, he had indeed secured the radar properly, even if it took quite a long time, about 5 hours, and the support frame he used for mounting was a little crooked. But no matter what, starting today, Wang Yu could call himself a space engineer apprentice. At the very least, he wouldn't panic when entering space anymore, much less have his hands shake from fear. This was huge progress. He planned to return to the captain's room first, refill the emptied oxygen tanks, then check on Brother Cat to see whether he had caused trouble or done any damage. After that, he could try waking up the deep space and leave this star system. They didn't have any specific destination. Leaving was only to escape the influence range of the demon planet Higra, so any star system outside the cosmic void would do. The two returned to the captain's room. It was still exactly the same as when they had left, without any change. Brother Cat was as well behaved as ever. He hadn't stolen food or pawed through and ruined anything. He had only left the shackles he had removed in the living room, displaying extremely high feline virtue. He had probably gone somewhere for advanced studies. Wang Yu dug out the oxygen generator, plugged it in, and began refilling the oxygen tanks. The noise was quite loud, because this thing extracted oxygen from the air. It had to draw in a large amount of air for purification, so there was no way it could be quiet. Ball, meanwhile, turned on the photon computer on the table, or rather, the photonic brain, connected the cable pulled from a wrist, and began testing the installed equipment to see whether they were operating normally and whether they could connect the signals. After all, this was inside the ship, separated by a very thick hull. If there was no signal, that would also be normal, and they might have to think of other solutions. Fortunately, the result was good. Several devices activated successfully. Ball even made contact with Sophia on Machine Star, and the two started chatting. Wang Yu stole a glance. It was mostly the usual checking in on each other as safety, then sharing recent updates. Ball sent over photos of the deep space, including images of the interior. It was unclear when they had been recorded. They included the completed hydroponic farm and freshwater purification system. There was even a video of Wang Yu fumbling around outside the ship while installing radar, giving off the feeling of someone working away from home and reporting back to the folks in his hometown. On Sophia's side, she sent over the blueprint for the planned research building. The foundation was already being laid, and the chosen location was the plaza where they had once observed the demon planet Higra. The efficiency was exceptionally high, and the building's name had already been decided as well. It would be called the Higra Research Center. Sophia asked Ball what she thought of the name, and also wanted Wang Yu's opinion to see whether he had any better ideas. As if sensing that Ball was about to turn around, Wang Yu immediately turned and walked toward Brother Cat's room. So when Ball looked back, all she saw was Wang Yu's retreating figure, and she frowned slightly. Ball, he was peeking. Since he didn't say anything, he probably also thinks the name is pretty good. Sophia, oh. Ball, did you look through all the photos I sent you? The technological level of this ship is very high, far above ours. It has mastered gravity technology, and may very well have even mastered the application of negative mass energy matter. And Wang Yu isn't this ship's original owner either. He really was drawn in by some kind of accident, then became able to control this ship, and can even use some oddly shaped devices. Ball attached the video of a legacy reclaimer recovering a legacy. It also included the gun called Higra's Roar, though Ball didn't know the specific details. She only showed the process of the reclaimer swallowing the stone slab, spitting out a capsule, and the capsule turning into an item. In the video, Wang Yu also said that handgun was a weapon from the future. Sophia, a weapon from the future? Ball, are you sure your system hasn't been infected by a virus? Ball, no. I already ran a self-check. Sophia, perhaps the technological level is too high, making it impossible to understand, so the phenomena appear like surreal powers. If a creator from ancient times came to the modern age, their situation would probably be similar. Everywhere they looked would be scenes beyond comprehension, almost like magic. Also, those anomalous entities called Brother Cat and Brother Hammer, don't you think they have certain similarities to calamity entities? Their vitality is both extremely tenacious, and they even possess some surreal powers, especially that entity called Brother Hammer. His appearance made me feel fear. You know what that means. Sophia, he is very dangerous. Stay vigilant and protect Wang Yu well. He is our honored friend. Bar, no need for you to remind me of that. You should focus on dealing with Higra. If it really comes down to it, just build a spaceship and run as far away as you can. There's no need to fight it to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already entered the bedroom on the right side of the room, and now he finally understood why he hadn't heard any movement from Cat Bro for so long. Because the guy had actually fallen asleep, and he was sleeping on the floor. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Wang Yu would have thought he was dead. After all, he looked almost like a dried corpse. Creepy as hell. If Wang Yu weren't already used to seeing him, He probably wouldn't even dare get close. I need to teach him to sleep on a bed. And I should get him some clothes too. That way he wouldn't scare people so easily. Wang Yu spoke as he looked at the empty cat food can and breakfast in the corner. He felt it was necessary to teach Cat Bro how to live like a person instead of like a beast, eating and sleeping, then sleeping and eating. He had to dig out his potential and make him contribute to the construction and development of the deep space. Otherwise, he'd easily turn into a useless freeloader. Wang Yu left the room and looked at Bar, who was still using the computer. After greeting her, he prepared to head to the bridge and wake the deep space. I'll go too. Bar closed the laptop and suggested they go together. The two of them arrived at the bridge. Quite a few control consoles here had been eroded and covered by black matter long ago, and were already unusable. But Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Bar was quite an authority in the field of computers. Maybe she could extract valuable information from these abandoned consoles, or even from the scrap computers in the laboratory. After all, the hard drives inside might not be broken yet. He immediately told Bar what he was thinking. She said it was worth a try, but not to expect too much. The programming languages of different civilizations could be worlds apart, and there might also be encryption involved. So even if the hard drives were intact, that didn't mean much useful information could actually be extracted. All right, we'll just give it a try. Even if it fails, there's nothing to lose. Wang Yu nodded, then looked toward the tongue-like seat in the center of the bridge and walked over. In fact, the last time he had sat in this seat, he had already gained some understanding of the deep space S condition. Because this living ship was starving, it spent most of its time in dormancy. Many functions were shut down, such as those modules marked as hungry. But once awakened, it could still move, or rather sail. It was just that, due to its hunger, it remained in a low-energy state. Like a beast starving to the extreme, it could move, but only a little. Expecting it to accelerate to near light speed and cross star systems was unrealistic. Then there was the method of opening a subspace route. During his brief connection with the ship, Wang Yu had also grasped the related knowledge. Given the deep space's current condition, it had to get close enough to a star within a certain distance before it could possibly open a passage into subspace. From a scientific perspective, that was probably because space-time near massive celestial bodies was more severely warped and gravity was stronger, making it easier to break into subspace. After that, leaving subspace would be relatively easier, but the passage would basically only open near planets as well. Appearing directly in empty space was almost impossible, because the energy demand would grow exponentially. The deep space simply could not afford that kind of consumption right now. When Wang Yu had been on the machine planet Grillia, he had also read some cosmological knowledge related to astrophysics. But due to his background, what he understood was really limited. Fortunately, piloting a ship didn't require knowing that much. He only needed to issue commands. His plan was to head for the dark side of the planet closest to the star in the current star system. There, the gravity of the star and the planet would overlap. That should be enough to satisfy the deep space S requirements for opening a subspace route. And the temperature wouldn't be too high either, because the distance would still be far enough. They would only need to keep adjusting the trajectory along the way. The biggest difficulty was actually Wang Yu himself. It depended on how long he could keep the deep space awake. That would determine whether this journey could work at all, and how much time it would take. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After facing the demon star Higra head-on, he no longer felt much fear about connecting with the deep space. He also had a deeper understanding of his talent. His luck allowed him to endure mental corruption longer than ordinary people, perhaps much longer. He could just treat it as tempering his will. Wang Yu dropped into the captain's seat. It felt like sitting on a mass of soft gel. His whole body sank in as climbing flesh wrapped around him, almost fusing him into one with the seat. Only his head, eyes closed, remained outside. Then the deep space began to move. Inside the ship, the shaking could be clearly felt. That was the effect of the sudden acceleration. At the same time, all the former crew members inside the deep space, represented by Brohammer, seemed to sense something and turned to look toward the bridge. If viewed from the perspective of space, one would witness the deep space awakening. One after another, yellowish-brown eyeballs opened across its stone shell-like surface, replacing traditional sensors and giving Wang Yu a fully immersive field of vision with no blind spots. He could even sense the current speed, the pull of the nearby planet, and even the new orbit and route he was about to enter. The deep space began to accelerate, breaking away from its original orbit and heading toward the star. Faster and faster. Inside the bridge, Bar looked at Wang Yu, who had been swallowed by the ship's seat, and felt the power being transmitted up from beneath her feet. Once again, she was shaken. She felt that neither she nor the races on her planet had ever truly understood this universe, at least not until the demon star Higra appeared. This universe was far more terrifying than they had imagined, filled with all kinds of unbelievable phenomena, and only by understanding enough could one even have a chance to see them. This time, Wang Yu lasted for almost 20 minutes before coming down. He slid off the seat and collapsed on the floor, vomiting nonstop. Bar brought over a glass of water and tissues, gently rubbing his back to ease his discomfort. This time was much better than the first. Maybe it was because he was mentally prepared, and also because seeing the demon star Higra had made him more confident. So he managed to last much longer. His sanity was still 22, but in reality, Wang Yu didn't look at his sanity at all. What he cared about more was the number in his right palm, so halfway through, he had pulled his right hand out of the seat and kept glancing at it from time to time. As long as the number on it was T0, he would go insane from low sanity. Even if it did hit 0, a successful appraisal would raise his sanity by a chunk. That was an advantage unique to him. After the number turned to 2, Wang Yu disconnected because the orbit had already been preset. For a while after this, the ship would continue moving according to the preset orbit, though it would still need regular checks and adjustments. Ugh. I'm fine now. I've recovered. Ugh. Fuck. Wang Yu's complexion didn't look very good, but he also didn't want to act too embarrassing in front of Bar, which left him feeling conflicted. He forced himself to sit up through the discomfort, took the glass of water from Bar, and drank a sip. He really had mostly recovered. Only his scalp, hands, and feet still felt a little numb, with a faint chill lingering. Are the side effects of piloting the ship really that severe? Are you sure it won't affect your body? Bar asked. She had heard the rough details from Wang Yu before, but now that she had actually seen it, she was still worried. Not a big problem. I just have to endure the hunger and the dizziness and unease of being in the universe. I'll gradually get more used to it. Wang Yu replied. He was slowly shaking off the effects now, only feeling a little hungry, like he needed to eat something. Bar, trouble you to confirm the deep space as current route. The telescope, radar, and other detectors we installed should be able to confirm the current orbit and calculate the route after this. Send it to me, so I can make timely adjustments later if needed. Wang Yu had gradually adapted to traveling through the universe, taking a big step toward becoming a qualified starship captain. 20 minutes later, Wang Yu had a big meal in the captain's room, carefully cooked by Ball. Even though conditions were limited and the ingredients were only enough to fill the stomach, compared to what Cat Bro usually ate, it was way better. After all, Cat Bro's meals were made by Wang Yu. Ball didn't care what Cat Bro ate. She only kept an eye on him to stop him from stealing food. Want some more? Ball asked because Wang Yu was eating fast, like a starving ghost. No, food is limited. Can't waste it. This much is enough. Wang Yu stood up, getting ready to clean up the tableware. As for the route, he had already checked it on Ball's computer while eating. It was basically the same as the route he had seen when connected to deep space. That meant deep space had the ability to calculate its own course and possessed almost all the functions of Starship. It was only because it was starving that some of its capabilities had been restricted. From now on, I plan to check and adjust deep space's route once a week. I'll slowly get used to operating it, and at the same time, make timely adjustments to the flight path so we can reach the target point as soon as possible. Once we enter the orbit of the planet closest to that star, we'll leave this star system and head for another stretch of starry sky. The trip will probably take about 2 months. As for when we'll come back here next time, who knows how many years at LLB. When Wang Yu said this, he looked at Ball. It was also a reminder. It was time for her to say goodbye to her home planet and her people. Once they left this side, it was very likely a permanent farewell. The next day, Wang Yu got up early. After casually eating a little, he started exercising, planning to activate discipline life as soon as possible while things were stable and slowly grow stronger. This time, he had brought back any fitness equipment, mainly because that stuff was too heavy. But working out didn't require professional equipment. Running, push-ups, crunches, squats, and the like could all achieve the goal. If he wanted to increase the intensity, he could also find some heavy objects to help. There was no shortage of miscellaneous junk here, and there was gravity. On top of that, the system had made the words becoming stronger visible in a direct way, so Wang Yu wasn't worried about it being ineffective at all, because he could see the improvement. The only thing that was more heavily affected was weapon use, especially firearms. There were no conditions on deep space for firearm training. Fortunately, he had practiced on machine planet Guerrilla, so he at least knew a little. Wang Yu kept training in the living room until noon. During that time, he also paid attention to resting and rehydrating to avoid injuring his body. He checked his attributes again. He was still not even 10 experience point away from his physical attribute breaking through to 6, but overall, the growth was on the slow side. Even in a place like machine planet Guerrilla, it had still been slow, nowhere near as fast as willpower and inspiration. Like before, in the short 20 minutes of piloting deep space, those 2 attributes had gained double-digit experience, much faster than attributes like physique, immunity, and reflex. And if he kept training like this, then as the experience required for each attribute level got bigger and bigger, would there come a point where he could train himself to death and still never reach the next level? Wang Yu felt that was entirely possible. Besides, once he put on exoskeleton power armor, wouldn't that make up for his weak physical body? Did I get the path to getting stronger wrong? Because no matter how much a person trains, they still can't beat an excavator. Strength like Thor Bro-S. There's no way you can get that just by training. Wang Yu muttered, and in his mind appeared the huge human giants he had seen on TV before transmigrating. Even if those people used the power of 9 dragons, They still couldn't possibly beat the skinny ball in an arm wrestling match. They probably couldn't beat Cat Bro either. And definitely couldn't beat him while he was wearing power armor. Could it be the humans are more suited to the mage path? Whatever. He would keep training first. Getting even a little stronger was still getting stronger. No matter what, strengthening the body was never wrong. Wang Yu comforted himself, stopped training, and looked at the towel, water, and delicious lunch placed on the table behind him before walking over. Ball had prepared it in advance and left it on the table without disturbing him, just waiting for him to eat after he got tired from training. The kind of almost meticulous care made it impossible for Wang Yu to find any fault with her. And Ball was a complete all-rounder in daily life. She was even proficient in engineering, electronics, medicine, and combat. She was practically a perfect superhuman. As expected of Ball, he absolutely could not let himself be raised into a useless bum by her. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and started stuffing himself with food, while the clanging sound from the bathroom rang in his ears. Ball was checking the bathroom water system and planning to modify it. He also planned to go over and learn in the afternoon, because he couldn't exercise 24 hours a day. That would be too hard on the body, right? Why hadn't he seen Cat Bro this whole time? Wang Yu suddenly remembered that person and realized he had almost forgotten all about him. He hadn't seen Cat Bro for nearly a whole day. He hadn't even come begging for food in the morning. That was really strange. Wang Yu stood up, frowned slightly, looked toward Cat Bro's room, and walked over. Holy shit. Wang Yu couldn't help cursing, because Cat Bro had disappeared. In his place was a brown-skinned woman lying on the floor, sleeping soundly. There were quite a few markings on her skin. They didn't look like scars, more like natural patterns she had been born with. Those familiar tattered clothes, those furry hands and feet, and that cat head helmet. Damn it. Cat Bro is a female. Tui. She is a woman? Wang Yu was utterly shocked. He quickly alerted the busy Ball, who hurried over and also noticed Cat Bro's drastic change in appearance. No, she couldn't be called Cat Bro anymore. She should be called Ball. Hurry and find Cat Bro some clothes. If she wakes up and runs around like this, it'll be indecent. Wang Yu said seriously, keeping his eyes straight ahead as he left Cat Bro to Ball. It won't fit. My clothes are obviously much longer, especially the pants. Then cut them down. We can't just ignore it, can we? Okay. Ball was a little unwilling because she only had a few sets of clothes to begin with. If she gave some to Cat Bro, then her own supply would become tight. You take out one set too. The length should be about the same anyway. Fine. Wang Yu agreed decisively, then prepared not to bother with it anymore. However, 5 minutes later, 2 sets of clothes appeared in front of Wang Yu. One set was a white t-shirt and jeans. The other was a full black outdoor jacket set with an undershirt and pants. That one was Wang Yu's. Ball said she didn't have time to deal with this stuff. The bathroom pipes still weren't fixed yet. So all the clothes ended up with Wang Yu. And the only cutting tool he had was a small knife. Wang Yu was just some slacker who had only recently graduated from college. When had he ever done this kind of delicate work? He only felt a little dumbfounded. At the same time, from Ball's attitude, he sensed something was off. Ball didn't seem to like Cat Bro very much. Fortunately, Ball had measured Cat Bro's body proportions and told Wang Yu. Her height was 164 centimeters, and her legs were nowhere near as long as Ball's, so the jeans needed to be cut much shorter. As for Wang Yu's clothes, the length difference wasn't too great. The pant legs could just be rolled up. They barely needed any trimming at all. He directly measured with his hands a couple of times, then used the knife to slash off the pant legs of the jeans. Very quickly, a pair of wasteland-style mid-length pants was born. Because his technique was bad, and he didn't even have scissors, Cat Bro would just have to make do with it. As for why they were cut that short, he could only blame the knife for being too dull. With one hard pull, it had torn a huge opening, so he just made them shorter altogether. They would probably only cover down to the ankles. Hopefully Cat Bro wasn't afraid of the cold. But with Cat Bro's freakish physique, considering she could recover even after becoming a dried corpse, she probably didn't care about that bit of temperature. Still, calling her Cat Bro from now on felt a little inappropriate. Cat Sis. No, that was too weird. It felt like he had dropped a generation. While Wang Yu was thinking, noise came from Cat Bro's room. She had just woken up, and the moment she did, she darted out to ask Wang Yu for food. It was just that her current appearance was way too different from before. When Wang Yu looked at her now, all he felt was a headache. He would rather Cat Bro had stayed a dried corpse. At least then, he could just treat her like some kind of weirdo. But looking like this now was honestly kind of unfair. Change your clothes. Ignoring Cat Bro begging for food, Wang Yu handed over 2 sets of clothes. She took them, but clearly had no idea what they were for. After pausing for a few seconds, she started stuffing them into her helmet. Damn, that's not for eating. Don't tell me you don't even recognize clothes. What kind of primitive person are you? Wang Yu was speechless to the extreme. He could only snatch them back. Luckily, Cat Bro wasn't protective of her food, so taking things from her wasn't difficult. Wear them. Put them on your body. Like this. He held up the clothes and demonstrated, using hand gestures and tone to help explain. Only then did Cat Bro finally understand and start putting them on. but she obviously had never dressed herself before. She was like a little kid, so in the end he had to help her get everything on properly. Huh, just how old are you? Wang Yu felt another headache coming on. Looking at Cat Bro, he felt it was necessary to give her some education, because in this state, she was basically like a wild person. She might never have received any systematic education at all. The reason she couldn't speak might be related to that too, making her different from Hammer Bro and Pig Bro. Alright, stop messing with my clothes. I'll get you something to eat right now. 15 minutes later. No using your hands. Use a spoon. Look at the fur on your hands. It's so dirty, I can't even tell what color originally was. Now that Cat Bro looked more human, Wang Yu could no longer tolerate her grabbing food with her hands. He demanded that she use a spoon, because this was the most basic table etiquette. Cat Bro let out a dissatisfied grumble. She was a little unwilling, but still gripped the spoon in her fist and scooped food toward her helmet, with part of it splashing onto her clothes and even the helmet itself. Take the helmet off when you eat. Wang Yu stood up and directly removed the black cat head helmet. For the first time, he saw Cat Bro's appearance. She really did have a pair of cat ears, and the fur was white with black stripes mixed in. Her eyes were dark gold, big and round, and kind of cute. Cat Bro let out a scream, threw the spoon aside, snatched back the slightly oversized helmet, jammed it back on her head, then ran to her room on all fours, not even finishing her meal. Wang Yu felt like he might have gone a little too far. He hadn't considered Cat Bro as feelings at all. She seemed even more shy than Bar at the beginning, needing the helmet to feel safe. Or maybe that helmet had some special meaning. Wang Yu didn't know. He frowned, opened the system interface, and checked it, because when he had just taken the helmet off, he had received related information. Name, Spirit Vision Guard Cat Head Limited Edition. Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. Supervision level, Class 1, civilian use. Description, a helmet designed to protect navigators. There are many similar products, but Four-Legged Fish has especially deep technical reserves in this area, so even its lowest-end model performs well enough to rival the mid-range models of other companies. It also continues Four-Legged Fish's long-standing high-cost performance route, making it both high-quality and affordable. After equipping it, will protection +10 when defending. It is treated as a +10 increase to the will attribute, and immunity to sanity damage below 2. This model is the Cat Head Limited Edition. Its quantity is extremely small, and it is highly sought after among certain groups. Its collectible value far exceeds its practical value, and it can be sold for a very high price. So, it's actually a helmet that can protect sanity. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, feeling that Cat Bro had become even more mysterious. But there was no way he would go and snatch a child's belongings. He still had at least that much moral sense. Carrying the tray, Wang Yu went into Cat Bro's room and found her curled up in a corner. It took some effort before he managed to coax her back out. Luckily, Cat Bro didn't hold grudges. Very soon, it was as if nothing had happened, and she continued eating with the spoon. Under Wang Yu's guidance, she gradually mastered the correct way to hold it. She's pretty smart. Just don't know how long it'll take her to learn how to talk, write, and wash her hands. Wang Yu muttered to himself, because the fur on Cat Bro's hands was a completely different color from the fur on her ears. Who knew how many years it had been since she last washed? Stay here and eat. Don't make trouble, and don't steal food. Understand? Cat Bro nodded. Whether she really understood or not, Wang Yu couldn't tell. In any case, he headed toward his own room, preparing to discuss with Bar how to educate and guide Cat Bro. Also, she needed a name. Cat Bro. Malku might as well call her that. It sounded close enough, and that way if he changed it too much, she probably wouldn't respond to it. Wang Yu entered the bathroom. A lot of the floor panels here had already been opened up, exposing the wiring and pipes below, as well as a large amount of unidentified black residue. It looked like dried adhesive, and was very similar to the black substance on the bridge and in the shipborne cabin. Bar was just planning to remove part of the piping, then reroute it directly along the floor, connect it to a water tank, and direct the wastewater into the freshwater purification system in the living room to create a cycle. Bar, is there anything I can help with? Wang Yu spoke. Although Bar had noticed in the moment he came in, she hadn't shown much reaction. No. Bar's reply was brief and direct. I'm idle anyway. Might as well learn something. It could come in handy someday, right? Wang Yu continued. Bar stopped, thought for a moment, then told Wang Yu to collect some metal plates and use the welding torch to make a large water tank, so they could get the water circulation system running as soon as possible. Got it. Wang Yu picked up the tools and was about to search the other rooms. But at that moment, he brought up Malku's situation again. You saw Cat Bro. Malku's situation too. She's not a monster, but she may have grown up wild since childhood. She's about the same as a child and needs education and guidance to change. But she's very dangerous. If she loses control, the consequences will be unimaginable. And danger is relative. Wang Yu cut Bar off. Even inside the deep space, even here, you still can't say we're absolutely safe. Maybe Higra's impact will arrive the very next second. Here, in this universe, danger is actually everywhere. So what we should do is unite every force that can be united and use every resource at hand. Only then is it possible for us to truly find a place to stand in this universe. Bar, I hope you can stand from the same perspective as me, because I may very well be carrying that kind of mission. Wang Yu looked at Bar, his gaze blazing. He had noticed her dissatisfaction and hostility toward Mao Ku-er. It might have been because of caution, or it might have been for some other reason. But if Mao Ku-er could be properly educated, then with her physical qualities and abilities, she would become a huge asset. And what Wang Yu lacked most right now was manpower. There were only this few people on the ship who could do things. Even someone nearly all capable like Bar was stretched too thin in this kind of environment. So properly guiding and educating Mao Ku-er was very necessary. She had already proven that she was obedient. Up until now, she hadn't caused any trouble at all. Bar shifted her gaze away, escaping Wang Yu's stare, then gave a slight nod. An unconscious blush appeared on her cheeks. All right, then let us get to work. If we finish early, maybe we'll even have time to play a couple of games tonight. For this kind of pipe work, we can actually get Mao Ku-er to help. Her claws cut metal way better than an angle grinder. After finishing her meal, Mao Ku-er was very naturally drafted into labor by Wang Yu, because the deep space didn't support idlers, including Captain Wang Yu himself. Under Mao Ku-er's terrifying claws, sharp as a polymer vibration blade, the metal floor was barely harder than foam, greatly improving the renovation efficiency. After getting a taste of the benefits, Ball also started using sign language, directing Mao Ku-er on where to dig. Gradually, Wang Yu instead became the least needed one, because he really couldn't help much and got pushed out. Wang Yu moved back a little. Don't step here, right? Mao Ku-er, dig this spot open. No need to make it too big. Let me see how the water pipes run underneath. Ball said. Wang Yu kept standing farther and farther to the side, almost to the point of being kicked out of the bathroom. Then I'll go find some metal plates from the other rooms and put together the water tank. At this time, Wang Yu remembered the task Ball had given him earlier. The latter waved both hands repeatedly, telling Wang Yu to hurry up, while she continued directing Mao Ku-er at work. TSK, why does something feel off? I feel like I'm about to become the most useless one, Wang Yu said in puzzlement, suddenly feeling pressure. Luckily, he was the captain. Only he could pilot the deep space, and that wasn't going to change. Otherwise, he could really lose his job easily. Wang Yu left the bathroom and came alone to the corridor, preparing to sweep through the rooms along the way in search of suitable materials. He remembered that there were metal partitions in these laboratories and workshops. As long as they were cleaned and polished a bit, they could be used as materials for making a large water storage tank. In the future, they could use a big tank for water storage, while the other plastic containers could serve as backup and portable water containers. Wang Yu first entered the nearest laboratory to search. He had actually gone through it once before, but this time his purpose was different. Should I also dismantle the console and those things that look like computer mainframes, then carry them back for inspection? Wang Yu felt that was workable and planned to do both things at once. The fully charged angle grinder in his hand was already itching to go. 6 hours later, the corridor outside the captain's room was already piled with scrap metal plates of all sizes, along with all kinds of things that looked like mainframes. Some electrical components had even spilled onto the floor. Wang Yu was almost dead tired. He hadn't expected this job to be so hard. Even the angle grinder had run out of power, and he had gone through 3 grinding discs. One had to know this was an angle grinder taken from the servitors. It was far beyond Blue Star S in more ways than one, and its battery life alone proved that. But after working all afternoon, there was still the bridge console left undismantled. He really couldn't keep going. He had to rest first and catch his breath. Also, on the way while dismantling materials, he remembered that there were several rooms whose doors couldn't be opened. Before, he hadn't had any good way to deal with them. But now that he had time, and Mao Ku-er's claws, they could actually try taking the doors apart. However, as for the door leading to the other area, out of caution, Wang Yu still planned to wait until he had authorization before opening it, because there was nothing wrong with the door itself. If he forcibly dismantled it, he might damage it instead. If the door had an alarm, and some aggressive weird thing ran out from inside, that would be bad. This authorization system set up by the system might even be protecting him, stopping him from coming into contact with certain things too early. Wang Yu put down the last few steel plates and sat directly on the floor. Good thing I switched to power armor halfway through. Otherwise, just carrying this stuff would exhausted me to death. My stats are still too low. He couldn't help complaining, feeling a little envious of Ball and Mao Ku-er. One was a robot that ran on electricity and maintenance, with a true body of steel and iron. The other was a super life form that wasn't even afraid of vacuum, with claws that cut metal like slicing vegetables. It was terrifying. Damn. No wonder the system describes humans as extremely dependent on technology. How can we not depend on it? We're just too weak. He opened the panel to check. Thankfully, all this activity had also brought extra gains. His physical stat had finally broken through and reached 6 points, already above the human average. But the next level was still far away, requiring 200 experience points, and after that, 400. It felt like at the level of 7 physical stat, he would already be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate athletes, the kind who won gold medals in competitive events. Wang Yu sat in the corridor for a while, then got up and walked toward the captain's room, because it was about time for dinner. But this time, the moment he opened the door, a wave of fragrance rushed at him. It wasn't the tempting smell of delicious canned cat food, but the aroma of oil-fried food, filling the whole room and making Wang Yu quicken his steps toward the bedroom. The utility room inside had been cleared out by Ball earlier and had now become a temporary kitchen. Cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings had all been placed there. The conditions were pretty limited, though. A range hood and smoke vent were out of the question. The only cooking equipment was a simple induction cooker, plus a table moved in from the living room. At this moment, both Ball and Mao Ku were squeezed into the kitchen. The former was wearing an apron and frying stuffed flatbreads in oil. They were golden yellow and flaky, and one look was enough to tell they were delicious. Mao Ku, meanwhile, was staring fixedly at the flatbreads, just short of pressing her helmet against them. One could imagine what kind of expression she had right now. "We're eating this well today?" Wang Yu suddenly spoke, drawing both of their attention. Ku did really well today, so she has to be rewarded. And one of these flatbreads was made by her herself. Amazing, right? Ball looked over and said to Wang Yu. Mao Ku also looked over with her. "You two got this close in just one afternoon?" Wang Yu was surprised, and only then did he notice that one of the flatbreads inside had a rather different shape. How to put it? Thicker, and also a size larger, like the king among flatbreads. But with a flatbread like that, by the time the inside was fully cooked, the outer layer would probably already be burnt, right? This was probably Mao Ku's work. For first try, reaching this level was already not bad, because if Wang Yu had been the one to make it, there was no guarantee the flatbread would still even be round. He had that much self-awareness. Part of the reason Mao Ku was staring so hard was also that she was checking whether the flatbread she made was done yet. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Wang Yu and Mao Ku each got 3 flatbreads. In addition, there was some protein paste as a side dish for supplemental nutrition. The filling in the flatbreads was made from jerky, rehydrated in water, and freeze-dried vegetables. The seasoning was pretty good. Wang Yu polished one off in just a few bites. After all, he had been busy all afternoon and could be said to be starving. It was just that this darkened, oversized flatbread. Why had it ended up on his plate? Wang Yu looked at Ball, then at the expectant Mao Ku who was staring this way, and felt there was a scheme afoot. "That's the one Ku specially made for you. Hurry up and try it," Ball urged. But the smile on her face gave off a clear sense of taking pleasure in his misfortune. Do we bring any stomach medicine up here?" "It's not that exaggerated. I taught her properly," Ball said unhappily. "Fine." Wang Yu accepted his fate, picked up the large flatbread, and stuffed it into his mouth. Unexpectedly, aside from the crust being a little bitter, the inside was actually quite crisp, and the seasoning didn't have any problems either. After all, Ball had handled both the filling and the heat, so it couldn't turn out too bad. Wang Yu finished the flatbread in a few bites and gave Mao Ku a thumbs up, indicating it was not bad. Night. The 3 of them started making the large water storage tank. Since the pipes had already been connected, and even the floor had been restored, the efficiency was extraordinarily high. But because of limited space, the water tank could only be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom in the end, which actually didn't matter. Anyway, to Wang Yu, the bedroom was just a place to sleep. He didn't care about decoration or appearance. The group began assembling the metal plates they had brought back. Wang Yu was responsible for removing rust with the angle grinder, Ball was responsible for the design and welding, and Mao Ku was responsible for cutting according to the dimensions Ball had drawn. In no more than an hour and a half, they had made a water tank large enough to hold 2 tons of fresh water. There was still a risk of rust, but the metal materials on this ship were all pretty good. In the short term, this probably wouldn't be much of an issue. By the time rust really became a problem, they might have already switched to a new container anyway. This was only meant to hold things over for a while. After finishing up, Wang Yu mentioned to Ball the matter of extracting information and intelligence from the mainframe and console hard drives. They planned to officially start on it tomorrow, since they had already been busy all day today. Before bed, Wang Yu and Ball played some games. After all, they couldn't have no entertainment at all. Interstellar travel was long and boring. If it dragged on too long, it could even cause mental illness, kind of like being trapped in a cramped submarine. So the optical computer they brought also had several pre-installed games, including the fighting game Rabbit Tyrant 15. Damn it! Wang Yu once again proudly claimed a 10-loss streak. But he was already often able to knock off half of Ball, SHP. "Can't you secretly go easy on me a little and let me win just once?" He looked at Ball, whose face had turned bright with a victorious smile, and protested. "Then beg me. If you beg me, I'll let you in 1 round." Ball laughed. This was already naked humiliation. Wang Yu's fists clenched, but he couldn't throw away his dignity. In the end, he still didn't lower his head. Instead, he looked at Mao Ku, who had been squatting behind them and staring the whole time. "Mao Ku, want to give it a try? I can teach you how to play." Wang Yu had discovered an opponent weaker than himself and issued a duel invitation. The next day, Wang Yu got up early. After all, he had to activate the talent self-discipline life, so he absolutely couldn't sleep in. And he had rested pretty well too. After all, he had won many rounds from someone who didn't even know how to hold a controller. He had practically won himself numb. This was a bit shameless, but he really had been seriously teaching the other side, hoping to cultivate a normal opponent worthy of a fight. He walked out of the bedroom, saw that Mao Ku-er was still playing games, and froze for a moment. He thought, don't tell me this girl never slept and played all night. He had almost forgotten. Mao Ku-er's cognition was about the same as a child's. Self-control was one of her weak points. He forgot to keep an eye on her last night. Wang Yu walked over and glanced at the screen, only to find Mao Ku-er currently beating up a level 9 AI, finishing it with a flashy combo. It was even smoother than when Wang Yu mashed it out himself, and it happened to land the kill. Wang Yu suddenly remembered a fact. Against a level 9 AI, he seemed to be evenly matched. No, more like 4 to 6. But Mao no. Brother Mao seemed to have only lost a tiny sliver of HP before killing the level 9 AI. Cool me. Mao noticed Wang Yu, patted the spot beside her, then pointed at the other controller. It looked like she was inviting her coach Wang Yu to test the results of her all-night training. Mao you should go sleep and rest. You can't keep playing games non-stop. If you keep playing, you'll become useless. Wang Yu warned sternly, snatched the controller out of her hands, and drove Mao back to her own room. The bed inside had clearly been tidied up. It was very clean. One look, and it was obvious it was Ball's handiwork. She really was too capable. Get in bed and sleep. When you wake up, I'll call you to eat. Wang Yu said this while reducing the proportion of sign language in their communication. That would help Mao gradually pick up language through contact. Though she was somewhat unwilling, Wang Yu was very strict, so she could only mutter a couple of complaints and obediently lie down on the bed. Wang Yu pulled the blanket over her. The fur on her hands and feet was a little dirty. When there was time, he'd have Ball give her a bath. Wang Yu thought to himself. As he walked out, he happened to see Rabbit Tyrant 15 sitting on the pause screen. He directly closed the game and decided to put more of his energy into proper business from now on. Come to think of it, where was Ball? Wang Yu frowned slightly. He also went to the kitchen and took a look, but still couldn't find Ball. So he turned around, went back to the bedroom, found the walkie-talkie from under the pillow, and directly called Ball. I'm on the bridge. Where in we going to investigate the data in the hard drive? I'm trying it now. Oh, then I'll head over now. After hearing that, Wang Yu finally relaxed. He casually grabbed a protein block for breakfast, then got ready to head over and meet up inside the bridge. Sorry, Wang Yu. I felt the information in the console might be more important, so I came here on my own. I originally thought I'd go back after finishing, but the decryption was harder than I expected, so it got delayed until now. When Ball saw Wang Yu, an apologetic expression appeared on her face. It's fine, as long as nothing happened. But next time, tell me in advance. Try to avoid acting alone as much as possible, because this ship isn't exactly safe. Wang Yu said, and that was the truth. He himself might be fine, but if it was some horny pig who had never seen Ball before, or if there were still some other weirdos moving around on the ship, then things could get dangerous. At the moment, Ball was sitting on the floor. Her eyes were lit up like lamps, with data constantly scrolling through them, and her skin had become extremely flushed. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing Ball in this state. She had pulled out the cable from the back of her head. He didn't know whether she had modified the port or was directly hardwired, but in any case, it was connected into the motherboard beneath the console. The black substance on top had been stripped away, and lights had even come on inside. It looked like while decrypting, Ball was also supplying power to the console's motherboard. This ship's security system is very advanced. Fortunately, the whole system is offline, so the difficulty of decryption is much lower. But decryption still requires a quantum decoder to break through the firewall. I have the relevant function integrated into my body, and I'm trying it now. It should be about done in another half hour. But because the security system is so tight, there may be data loss during the brute force decryption process. Also, the hard drive itself isn't in good condition, so don't expect too much. I can only do my best to restore it. Ball explained. Wang Yu nodded. In truth, he didn't really understand much of it, but he wouldn't force Ball to do something beyond her ability. In any case, doing her best was enough. He looked at the captain's chair in the very center. This thing hadn't changed much since the last time he left. Although it was something close to a living creature, it could still be treated as an object and wouldn't attack other targets. Wang Yu directly did some simple exercise here for half an hour, until Ball stopped moving, retracted the cable, and stood up from the floor. So, did you find any valuable information? Wang Yu asked, and Ball nodded. Yes, the primary language used in this ship's system is also Chinese. That greatly reduced the difficulty of organizing the information. I'm sorting it out right now. In a bit, I can transfer it into the optical computer, and then you'll be able to review the materials. Ball said. The results seemed pretty good, though it'd taken a bit long. You sure you're okay? Your skin is still really red. Your ears too. Wang Yu reminded her. She immediately reached up and touched them, looking a little embarrassed. That's all for heat dissipation. The decoding process uses a ton of computing power. I'm only one person, and I don't have any other cooling channels. So that's why I ended up like this. You're not allowed to laugh at me, Ball said unhappily. Even the way she turned red was cute. The corner of Wang Yu's mouth unconsciously lifted, though even he himself didn't notice it. As long as you're fine. The two of them headed toward the captain's room, preparing to check the harvest from this trip. After entering the captain's room, Ball did not immediately go transfer the data. Instead, she searched through the place where they had stored the luggage, then took out a black triangular prism-shaped object and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu recognized it. It was Ball's spare battery. Besides the one inside her body, she had also brought 3 extras. Each one was enough to support Ball's normal activity for over 30 days. Name: high-pressure solid-state metal battery, 4 puppet machine servants only. Manufacturer: Ling2 Technology. Regulation level: Class 1, Civilian. Description: a high-energy chemical fuel cell that uses a solid-state electrolyte under high-pressure conditions as the energy storage medium. The casing is made from a composite of synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh. While ensuring structural strength, it also prevents fuel leakage. Its energy density is over 100 times that of traditional chemical fuel cells, and it can undergo more than 5,000 deep charge-discharge cycles. Although its structural design has basically eliminated the possibility of thermal runaway, if the battery casing is damaged by impact, it may still combust violently, or even explode. Help me swap the battery. There's less than 1% left. Charging it now will delay things. What Bear said left Wang Yu completely dumbfounded. Because how was he supposed to know how to change a battery for a machine servant? This was way beyond the syllabus. Where's he even supposed to install it? Bear didn't care about that. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground, lifted the hair behind his head, pulled down his collar, and exposed his back. On his grayish-white skin, some faint silver lines could be seen embedded into it like tattoos, but they were actually circuits beneath the skin. These circuits converged at the center, just below the back of his neck. There was also a small shield-shaped block there. Its frame was metallic, and in the middle was Bear's serial number, K44795482. Don't just stand there blankly. Hurry and take out the battery compartment. If this drags on any longer, I'll run out of power. Oh, right away. Wang Yu figured it out. More or less. It should probably be this shield-shaped little block. He tried to open it. And then, that hurts. Don't pry it with your fingernail. You press it. There's a mechanical switch underneath. Just hold it down for more than 10 seconds. Oh, sorry, I'll press it now. Wang Yu was a little flustered, sweat already forming on his forehead. He felt like the surroundings had mysteriously heated up, like the AC had been turned on. He followed the instructions and pressed down on the small block. There really was a mechanical structure beneath the surface skin. It required a long press and also needed Bear's cooperation and confirmation, making it almost impossible to open by accidental touch. After holding it for a full 10 seconds, the shield-shaped little block finally popped out. Inside was a battery compartment about 15 centimeters long. When it opened, a lot of cold air came out with it, seemingly used to control the battery's operating temperature. Wang Yu removed the battery. He had originally been worried about mixing up the positive and negative terminals, but the battery compartment had a reverse insertion prevention latch in its design, or rather, a foolproof latch, so there was no difficulty at all in installing it. He directly replaced it with a new battery, pressed the block back in, and the battery compartment closed smoothly. All set. It's done. Because the battery compartment is on my back, it's not very easy for me to change it myself, so I can only trouble you. Bear stood up as he spoke and took the removed battery from Wang Yu's hand. It's no trouble. Wang Yu scratched his head with a grin, feeling that puppet machine servants were really advanced. That precise mechanical structure had a strangely irresistible appeal. After putting the removed battery back in the charger, Bear came to the optical brain, took out the cable hidden in his wrist, and began transmitting data. On the desktop, neatly organized files and folders began to appear, and there were quite a lot of them, including star charts, supply lists, personnel entry-exit records, crew files, email records, system logs, and some scattered documents, images, and videos. Wang Yu impatiently opened them to check and found that quite a bit of the content had missing sections, blacked out portions, or garbled text, so he looked toward Bear. The hard drive's preservation condition isn't good. Some of the information is missing, and there are also permission restrictions. Information under public access permissions is easier to decrypt, but information involving privacy and security is much harder. I've already decrypted and organized as much as possible, but missing content is unavoidable. Bear explained. I see. Wang Yu nodded. He didn't really understand computer programs. This was a completely different field. He continued checking the extracted information. Can these star charts be linked to our current location? No. There are no star charts that correspond to our coordinates. It may be due to Higra's activities. They'll need to be verified slowly afterward. Then I'll have to trouble you with that. Wang Yu clicked through the files one by one. For example, the supply list mentioned the Fian Type 1 landing pod, purchased from the Interstellar Trading Station S shop. The price was also marked. 19 999 credit points. It didn't seem cheap either. There's no heretic shredder on the list. Could that thing not have been from the deep space? Wang Yu said in puzzlement, then flipped through the list again. It mainly contained living supplies, purchased instruments, and collected samples, but there was no registration of personal belongings. Maybe his permissions weren't high enough, or maybe those were registered somewhere else. So this Chuyun series research vessel was originally also a product of the Four-Legged Fish Company. Wang Yu flipped to the information about this ship, but felt that it no longer matched the current deep space at all. Then there were the personnel entry-exit records. Their information value wasn't high. No one knew how long ago this content was from. With just a name and ID, there was no way to know who it referred to. But it seemed there was no entry-exit record for Catbro, because all the races listed were human. Lastly came the crew files, email records, and system logs. This kind of information involving privacy and security had almost all been blacked out. The only thing they could determine was that the ship had once had over 50 crew members, which was very close to Wang Yu's previous guess. Still, thanks to Bear's efforts, some valuable content had been dug out. Part of it had been preserved in the form of scattered text records, images, and videos. For example, there was a video of the supergravity field fusion engine in operation. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing such a thing. Structurally, it looked like a blinding little sun, with several floating rotating rings around its exterior. It was unclear what principle it operated on, but judging from the text description, this thing was highly likely using a gravity field to control and constrain the nuclear fusion reaction process, somewhat similar to a star. So this was also a form of controllable nuclear fusion, but far more difficult than a magnetic confinement solution. It was completely dream-level technology, and it had even achieved miniaturization with ease. Judging from the image, the entire engine was not even 25 meters tall. This engine is extremely valuable. The credit points needed for repairs are an astronomical figure. I'm not quite sure where it is on the ship, but wanting to repair it definitely 1 TB easy. There are also some blurry photos, all of crew members captured by cameras inside the ship. Their value was high, but the person in this picture is nearly 3 meters tall, right? There's no way that's a mistake. At least 5 meters. Wang Yu pointed at the figure in the image. He was also one of the crew, because the uniform color was the same. From a genetics perspective, the creator race, that is, the long-eared race, and you humans indeed would not grow that tall under natural conditions. However, the image is somewhat blurry. Maybe he was wearing powered armor. Bear judged, but Wang Yu didn't think so, because he kept feeling that the figure in the image looked somewhat familiar. He suspected it was the former Hammer Bro. He had always been that burly. Wang Yu and Bear continued checking and browsing through the fragmented information. Very soon, they found another clue, and it was Bear who pointed it out. If it had been Wang Yu alone, he probably would have directly overlooked this cafeteria video recording, because the valuable part was the notice posted on the wall. It wasn't eye-catching and was very easy to miss. But after Bear's reminder and further zooming in, the contents of the notice made Wang Yu become serious at once, because written on it were warp travel rules. Warp travel rules. 1. Before entering the warp, do not remain in the corridors. Make sure you're inside a relatively enclosed room, and close the door properly to avoid getting lost in the turbulent currents of the warp. 2. Before entering the warp, please confirm the number of crew members and ensure that all of you can contact each other. If there is any abnormality in the number of personnel during the voyage, do not panic. Immediately check yourselves and identify the intruder. The target may be a disordered information entity from subspace, evil demon. Stay alert and under safe conditions. Eliminate it or leave subspace as soon as possible. Such entities will usually rapidly dissipate and collapse after leaving subspace due to lacking a real-world anchor. 3. During subspace travel, if you hear knocking, cries for help, or anything similar, do not respond. Just wait for it to disappear. Every door on the ship has an identification system. As long as someone has permission, there is no such thing as a door that cannot be opened. 4. During subspace travel, the space inside the ship may stretch or expand. For example, a corridor may become longer, an extra path may appear where there was none before, or several extra rooms may appear. Do not enter these expanded spaces to avoid getting lost in subspace turbulence. Remember the correct rooms and routes, and make markings in advance if possible. 5. If you accidentally become trapped in subspace turbulence, do not panic. Immediately return the way you came. If you cannot return, then do your best to ensure your own safety. Survive for as long as possible, and look for a chance to escape the turbulence. 6. After leaving the turbulence, it is possible you may appear on another ship currently traveling through subspace. At that time, do not come into conflict with the crew. Immediately explain your identity and accept supervision until the ship leaves subspace. According to the Interstellar Union administrative regulations, you will be extradited back to your own planet, ship, or other place of affiliation. 7. During subspace travel, subspace creatures or even information entities may invade. Personnel must be arranged for patrol and alert duty. Do not communicate with these creatures or entities. Eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent further damage to the ship. At the same time, after clearing the danger, carry out purification measures at the highest level. If you encounter a lost person asking for help, you must judge their authenticity for yourself. The rules provide no reference opinion on this matter. 8. During subspace travel, aside from the navigator, all exploration and perception of the space outside the ship are prohibited. Be sure to shut down all sensors before entering subspace, and keep them off until leaving subspace. 9. After leaving subspace, conduct a full ship sweep to ensure that all subspace creatures and information entities are eliminated. 10. If any crew member starts behaving abnormally, stay calm and isolate both yourself and that person, because the abnormal one may also be you. Treatment should wait until after leaving subspace. Note, there are a total of 10 rules in this code, all written in black text. If you notice any changes in color, font, or the number of rules, simply ignore them. The more Wang Yu read, the more alarmed he became. Thinking back to what he had experienced when he first arrived, many things suddenly made sense. Why had the corridor become shorter? Why did it feel like several rooms were missing? Why was Bro Hammer on patrol? Why had creatures like the light lizard suddenly appeared on the ship? All of it was the result of subspace's influence. Even Wang Yu's appearance on the deep space might have been caused by subspace. What the hell is this subspace? How can it be this creepy? Wang Yu couldn't help blurting it out. After reading it, he only felt a pounding headache, because before long, they too would enter subspace and leave this starfield. If they hadn't noticed these rules, then they really might have died without even knowing how. Subspace travel should be a technology invented to break through the light speed barrier. It's on a pretty high level. We haven't mastered the relevant technology. We don't even know what subspace is, much less explain it. Bar also shook his head as he looked at the 10 rules. The confusion on his face was even greater than Wang Yu's. But the appearance of these rules did provide another possibility regarding Malkuer's origins. Malkuer most likely came from subspace turbulence. She may have accidentally wandered onto the deep space, then got caught and locked up by the crew. And as for the deep space, this ship had probably suffered some kind of accident during a subspace voyage and ended up like this. We need to use this time to make all the preparations we should, especially preparations for entering subspace. We'd better mark all the doors to avoid taking the wrong path. Wang Yu planned silently. The outline of a plan gradually took shape in his mind. They actually held quite a significant advantage, because the patrol task could be handed to Bro Hammer, while corpse recovery and disposal could be handed to Bro Pig. A large part of the risk was already being shouldered by those two brothers. As for them, they just needed to take care of themselves. But how exactly does navigation in subspace work? It says a navigator is needed, but where are we supposed to find one? Wang Yu looked at Bar. The latter stared back with wide eyes, as if saying, "You're the owner of this ship, and you're asking me?" But the word navigator seemed familiar to Wang Yu. He felt like he had seen it somewhere else before. Then Wang Yu remembered. It was on Malkuer's helmet. But he didn't think Malkuer could serve as a navigator. That helmet might belong to someone else. Still, perhaps he could borrow it and try navigating. Anyway, once we open the subspace channel and enter it, we'll know. Wang Yu added. They had no other choice anyway. They had to escape this starfield. Escape the range of influence of the demon planet Higra. And that left only one path, subspace travel. By noon, Wang Yu was carrying out his usual physical training. Bar, meanwhile, was inspecting the computer tower and console motherboard Wang Yu had brought back earlier, to see if he could dig out any more valuable information and fill in the gaps. Overall, the condition of these things was even worse than that of the consoles on the bridge. Although the black substance on those bridge consoles looked disgusting, after wrapping around the electronic components, it had actually provided a relatively stable environment, so their overall condition had been somewhat better. After checking for quite a while, Bar only managed to recover one fairly valuable photo. It was a group photo taken during some activity by the deep space crew. The image quality was pretty good. Including the captain, there were 53 people in total. The captain was a blonde young man wearing glasses with a refined and scholarly appearance. As for Bro Hammer, he really was a giant. The insignia on his uniform was somewhat different from the other crew members. He was probably something like the head of security. He stood over 2.7 meters tall with a resolute face and a huge, powerful build, though he was still far from the current Bro Hammer. Then they also found the person suspected to be Bro Pig. He was probably the ship's head chef or something similar. A rather fat man, wearing a clean white chef's hat and an apron tied over his chest. He looked a little shy and overall seemed like a kind and easygoing person, completely different from the current Bro Pig. But there didn't seem to be any other candidate who fit. As for the others, including the captain, they were most likely all gone. He's that strong. Could he have undergone body modification and enhancement? Actually, during the wars in the past, the creator also had similar research. It was called the Super Soldier Project, but due to issues of ethics and morality, it was eventually shut down. Bar stared at the photo for a long while before reaching a rather convincing conclusion. Body modification. Wang Yu looked at Bro Hammer in the photo and felt the possibility was very high. This seemed to be a world that emphasized science and theory. There was no way a person could become as huge as Bro Hammer just by training. The upper limit was locked in from birth. Even those transmigration novels all introduce settings like spiritual energy or magic power. The idea of becoming capable of moving mountains and filling seas just through working out was still way too absurd, no matter how much he trained. If he pushed his grip strength to the limit, breaking 100 kilograms was possible. And with talent, it might even go considerably higher. But no matter how he trained, even with drugs and the power of the 9 dragons on top of that, it was impossible to have a grip strength of 1 ton. The structure of the human body simply didn't allow it. He still had to rely on equipment if he wanted to grow stronger. Otherwise, he'd need physical modification, or perhaps master psionic power. As he thought about the path to becoming stronger in the future, he never gave up on the idea of becoming a powerful warrior. What he'd said back on Jishing had been empty words. Better keep training for now. The body was the foundation of everything. Building a solid base could never be wrong. Thinking that, Wang Yu trained for nearly another hour in the afternoon, then started asking Bar for advice on fighting techniques, and went into the corridor. They hadn't brought any proper melee weapons up with them, but the small knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, and even the angle grinder in the toolbox could all be used as weapons. Fists and feet counted as weapons too. Their damage was limited, but blocking and agile footwork could create openings for a counterattack, including a counterattack with a gun. Just like that, the two of them sparred for about another half hour. During that time, Wang Yu was subdued or tripped to the ground by Bar several times, but he wasn't hurt. The control of force was excellent. But for another reason, their practice was forced to stop. Mao Ku-er had woken up, and she was begging for food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the deep space had settled down. Everything was progressing in an orderly way. Wang Yu activated the talent, disciplined life, once again finished a day of training, and began checking today's gains. Body, 6, 42,200, will, 9, 357, 1600. Reflex, 6, 15,200, immunity, 5, 31,100, inspiration, 7, 249, 400. The growth speed was still very slow, though reflex had reached 6, but it was still far from 7. On the contrary, the experience for will and inspiration had increased quite a bit, thanks to his frequent connections with the deep space lately. Before he fully adapted to that connection, those two attributes probably wouldn't hit a bottleneck, and their growth speed was even fairly decent. The other attributes, however, were much harder. There was no breakthrough point, so he could only train them little by little. Wang Yu drank a cup of water to rehydrate, then looked at the tubers that had already sprouted green shoots. In his spare time, Wang Yu liked staring at them. These past few days, Bar had done some light blocking treatment. In truth, it was just a layer of black film used to block out light and provide a dark environment. The green shoots on top could continuously receive light and carry out photosynthesis. In an environment with gravity like this, hydroponics was also much easier because the plants would naturally grow upward without needing manual intervention. For this kind of potato-like crop with excellent traits and fast growth, one harvest cycle took about 35 days. In other words, in about another 2 weeks, they'd be able to eat fresh space potatoes, mashed potatoes, potato pancakes, fries. Just thinking about them made his mouth water, because these days, all they had been eating was noodles, dried meat, and protein paste. He was almost sick of it. Even though Bar's cooking was very good and she could keep changing things up, conditions were limited, and the only seasonings they had were salt and sugar. After eating too much of it, it still got tiring. If he had known earlier, he would have brought some canned meat. Wang Yu imagined all the ways to eat those potatoes while watching them slowly grow. Unfortunately, conditions were limited. Otherwise, he would have wanted to raise chickens too. Eggs and chicken were both delicious. He could have started a space farming industry. Come play. A female voice sounded out, different from Bar's. The pronunciation wasn't very accurate, like someone who had just learned how to speak. Wang Yu looked over. It was Mao Ku-er, who had learned a bit of half-baked Chinese and had a pitifully small vocabulary. The moment he saw this girl, Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. To be fair, Mao Ku-er was pretty well behaved, and her combat ability was impressive. She could beat 3 Wang Yes by herself, whether in the game or outside of it. In some areas, she was also quite talented, and her IQ wasn't low. But when it came to studying, she was an outright nightmare. Wang Yu and Bar had both taken turns teaching her, but neither of them had gotten anywhere. Being able to write a few clumsy Chinese characters and understand simple sentences was already her current limit. Teaching someone was truly a painful job, especially when the other person just couldn't learn well. Basically every night, he and Bar took turns giving Mao Ku lessons and teaching her a bit of knowledge. They couldn't just let her go on living like a beast forever. Not playing. Playing too many games makes you turn into an idiot. Wang Yu refused decisively. Liar. Sister Bar not idiot. Mao Ku said unhappily. She roughly meant that Bar was very good at games, but she wasn't an idiot, so Wang Yu was lying. It was actually pretty logical. She just lacked the ability to express it. If you solve this mixed addition and subtraction problem, I'll play with you. Wang Yu threw out a problem. It was also the homework Mao Ku had been given last night, but she kept getting it wrong. Ugh. Malkuer muttered unhappily and turned her head to the side, refusing to look at the problem. After staying silent for a while, she suddenly said, Wang Yu super weak. Or super strong. She was probably mocking Wang Yu's terrible gaming skills. Pretty smart, actually. Even though she couldn't do simple addition and subtraction, she had somehow learned taunting with no teacher. The corner of Wang Yu's eye twitched, and a cruel sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. He had to crush her arrogance a little and let her know how dangerous the world could be. Wang Yu took the controller. After inputting a string of incomprehensible commands, he selected the question mark character, then started a match in Rabbit Tyrant 15. This was actually a hidden cheat command. Wang Yu had secretly asked Bar to implant it over the past few days. After entering it, he could directly pull out the final boss from story mode and use in matches. Wang Yu had even specially practiced with it. It was absurdly overpowered. Touch and die, and even if the opponent blocked, they still lost a lot of health. And so Wang Yu finally completed his comeback. 5 consecutive wins achieved. Though it was a bit shameless. Wang Yu liar. Mao Kie said angrily. Through the helmet glass, he could even see her wrinkled nose inside. But her verbal attacks landed on Wang Yu's wall-thick skin and did absolutely nothing. What did I lie to you about? This is all my skill, okay? The winner takes all. If you lose, you accept it. You won, you. Idiot. Malkuer couldn't understand complex sentences and vocabulary. But from Wang Yu's expression and tone, she grasped the rough meaning. She probably wanted to say that Wang Yu was cheating, shameless, and had no dignity. But with her limited vocabulary, she simply had no way to express the meaning accurately, much less make it sound insulting. Wang Yu's indifferent expression and mocking attitude had her so mad she was practically about to invent new words. Easy. Wang Yu was in a great mood. All the frustration that had built up from constantly losing before had completely vanished, and he began thinking about what to eat tonight. Another 3 weeks passed. Wang Yu finally got his wish and ate fries and potato pancakes. They tasted amazing. Too bad the hentai brought ketchup or chili. That was truly a major mistake. This couldn't be blamed on Bar, because Bar had chosen what supplies to bring from the perspective of survival. So condiments and spices weren't high priority. Those counted as luxuries that improved quality of life. But when they reached the next planet, if he got the chance, he would definitely bring back some seasonings. Maybe even some snacks. Because food was just too important. Bar, as a robot, might not feel it. But Wang Yu felt that if he kept eating bland food like this forever, he might not starve to death, but he would very likely lose his anticipation for life, along with its joy. Also, during this time, Malkuer really hadn't asked Wang Yu to compete in games again. She even often wore a sour expression. Thankfully, she hadn't hissed at him. That made Wang Yu start reflecting a little. Had he gone too far? After all, her cognition and behavior were about the same as a 6 or 7-year-old child's. There's really no need to take it so seriously. He needed to find a chance to ease the relationship. Just as Wang Yu was thinking about it, he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Malkuer handed over a controller, while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. You sure? I'm not going easy on you, Wang Yu said. Malkuer nodded seriously. The fighting game started again. Wang Yu once more picked the final boss as his character and started fighting Malkuer. But from the very first round, something fell off because he actually got taken down by her. She was absurdly familiar with the boss's moves. One look, and it was obvious she had practiced before, and had even prepared for this for a long time. The only possible sparring partner was Ball. It couldn't have been Brothor, right? There were only a few people here. Those two had actually teamed up behind his back to deal with him. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu unsurprisingly suffered 3 straight losses. The winner is king, the loser is trash. Wang Yu is bad, still needs practice. Malkuer mocked him with full seriousness, making Wang Yu unable to hold back a laugh. Because one look was enough to tell Ball had taught her that. He directly turned to look at the mastermind. Ball was also watching the match from the side, and had even laughed out loud. You play with her instead. But if you have time, teach her more things outside of games too, Wang Yu said with a smile, not minding it. He stood up and prepared to head for the bridge. I'll go with you, Ball said. No need. Stay here with Malkuer. We've already gone around this floor dozens of times, and Malkuer already got open all the doors that wouldn't open before. There's nothing dangerous. Wang Yu said. He left the Captain's room, because it was also time to check and adjust the Deep Space S course. He had already confirmed things with Ball over the past few days, and had also used the optical brain for calculation and simulation. He already had a clear grasp of the route in his head. All he needed to do now was make the adjustment step by step. The deep space was about to approach the planet closest to the star and be captured by its gravity. After that, it would orbit around it until it reached the most suitable point, then open a subspace channel. So this week might be the last stretch of time they would stay in the star system. Wang Yu walked down the corridor and deliberately took the long way around to the sunlit side corridor on the other side of the hall. The light here was extremely bright, but the temperature wasn't that high, around 20 degrees. That meant the glass made of this special material had very strong heat insulation and radiation shielding effects. This was practically standard equipment for spacecraft. But bright was still bright. If he looked straight at it, his eyes would probably be injured by the glare, so Wang Yu wore protective goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star really did look like it was being roasted. On the side, facing the light, there were even faint glowing spots, and some of them were connected into lines, possibly flowing lava or something similar. Its far side was pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, the temperature there might drop to minus 100 degrees. It could be said to be a world of ice and fire, a hellish scene. A planet like this would be very hard-pressed to give birth to life. At least, carbon-based organisms and organic life forms could not survive there. As for other forms of life, Wang Yu had not seen any yet. He looked the planet over. The reason he had specifically come to take a look was because he had been thinking about one question all this time. If a civilization were advanced enough, if its level of technology were high enough, then could it ignore the habitability of most planets and forcibly colonize them, just like the planet in front of him? Then they could transform the planet's atmospheric environment, improve its habitability, and even build enclosed ecological urban circles. That was completely feasible, and civilizations like that did exist. The civilization behind the deep space basically met those conditions. But the system had Wang Yu searching for habitable planets. Yet shouldn't the universe be full of habitable planets already transformed by the activities of advanced civilizations? That was where the contradiction appeared. It became a paradox. Advanced civilizations definitely existed, but habitable planets still had to be searched for. Wang Yu had been thinking about this problem for the past few days. He had mentioned it to Ball, and had even gotten in contact with Sophia's side and discussed it with him as well. All the discussions pointed in the same direction. That was the advanced civilizations had all tacitly chosen not to do this. That was why life in the universe was still scarce, and habitable planets were pitifully few. There were also several other ways to interpret it. For example, the universe was too vast, boundless, and the place they were in was some backwater wasteland, so there simply were no colonies of advanced civilizations here. Or maybe the cost was too high and there was no real benefit. Another possibility was that those advanced civilizations had all perished, or for the most part had perished. That might have been due to war, or perhaps disaster, because evil gods like the demon star Hydra were ravaging everything, eventually leading to the present universe. Wang Yu personally leaned toward the last interpretation, but for now, he still needed more clues and intelligence to support it. The bridge doors opened. Wang Yu walked in and headed straight for the captain's chair. After all, he had no idea how many times he had connected already. Wang Yu had long since gotten used to it. He was already completely familiar with the series of operations, and the connection time was getting longer and longer. The whole process was basically like desensitization. He dropped into the chair and was swallowed by it once more. At the same time, the deep space sailing through deep space awakened, and control passed into Wang Yu's hands. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the target planet's orbit. After that, it would adjust its speed, change the altitude of the orbit, move to the dark side, and enter the point where the planet's gravity and the star's gravity overlapped. At that time, the deep space would be able to open the gate to subspace and officially leave. Everything was proceeding according to plan. But just as the deep space completed the scheduled orbital calibration and Wang Yu was about to get up and leave, a sense of danger suddenly rose from nowhere, like he was about to be attacked. This was not Wang Yu's premonition. It was the deep space's premonition. It was only because of the connection that it was transmitted to him as well. The danger was coming from an extremely distant point behind them. All the eyeballs on the deep space's outer surface trembled and turned to look behind, then were swallowed by an invisible wave. It was an impact from the demon star Hydra. The deep space was hit by an earthquake. More accurately, the entire ship had been struck by some unknown energy. Inside the captain's room, Ball and Mao Ku noticed the abnormality almost immediately. Lightweight objects, such as the plate on the table, quickly fell during the shaking and hit the floor, though they were not damaged because they were metal. Instead, one small section of glass on the operating hydroponic chamber suddenly shattered for no reason. The atomized nutrient fluid inside leaked out, and even several freshly sprouted tubers spilled out with it. Ball did her best to save the important items and avoid unnecessary losses from the impact. The most urgent and fragile among them was the optical brain, which Ball grabbed into her hand at once. The impact lasted nearly 5 seconds before stopping. By the time it ended, the captain's room was already a total mess, like it had gone through a typhoon. Fortunately, it was only messy. When counted up, the losses were not that serious. The moment Mao Ku encountered the impact, she stood up. She had also heard the sharp noise like mountain cries and tsunami roars. Her body kept trembling, and very quickly she curled into a ball and hid in the corner. That whole set of movements flowed like water, extremely practiced, almost already a conditioned reflex. After it ended, Mao Ku started vomiting on the floor. Rarely, she took off her helmet. What came out was basically the lunch she had eaten at noon, and mixed in were even a few conspicuous streaks of bright red. Clearly, her body had also been affected, but Ball did not stay. She told Mao Ku to guard this place, while she herself rushed out and ran toward the bridge. Because it was still unclear what had happened on Wang Yu's side. More than 10 seconds later, the bridge's metal hatch opened and Ball charged in. Hearing faint muffled coughing from inside, Wang Yu had just come down from the captain's chair. After being hit by a double baptism of hunger and impact, his whole body was numb. He was collapsed in front of the captain's chair, unable to get up even after a long while. Wang Yu, how do you feel? Is there anywhere your body feels uncomfortable? Bar jogged all the way to Wang Yu's side and helped him sit up steadily. Cough. I'm okay. Much better than last time. Right now, I just feel insanely hungry. I want to eat the big stuffed pancakes you make. Wang Yu gave a bitter smile. He and T passed out from the impact, and there was no blood coming from his nose or mouth. He really had handled it much better than last time, but that was only on the surface. In reality, the purple blotches in Wang Yu's field of vision were spreading through it like living things, making everything he saw partly purple and partly normal. They were even writhing, making him feel sick. This was probably the thing old Buren couldn't endure before he died. Wang Yu forcibly endured the discomfort and ignored it. Only then did his vision slowly return to normal. Besides that, there were also the illnesses caused by the impact. A lot of these illnesses were almost impossible for patients to detect on their own, especially in the early and middle stages. That was why once many diseases were discovered, they were already terminal. Wang Yu, you need a full examination. Deep Sky doesn't have the conditions for that, so we have to return to G-Star. And Mao Ku'er too. She asked the same. Bar spoke seriously, her expression very solemn, but Wang Yu shook his head and refused. No, you know it too. Tigra is releasing impacts more and more frequently, so we can't turn back, because the next one might be even worse. We might not even be able to leave it all. This may be our last chance to get out of this star field. I don't want to be trapped here until I die. Wang Yu said this calmly. Even if there was a chance he had fallen ill, he and T lost his basic judgment. But we'll think of something after we reach the next star field. I want T have any problems in the short term. By then, we can ask other civilizations for help or go to an interstellar trade station. The conditions there will only be better. I might not even be sick at all. Look, I'm doing just fine right now. I just feel hungry. But that's a side effect of being connected to Deep Sky. Wang Yu stood up as he spoke, proving that his condition seemed fairly good. Bar fell silent, because she knew Wang Yu was right. The emotional simulator had affected her and caused an error in her judgment. After thinking it through carefully, she found she had no way to refute Wang Yu's conclusion. At certain times, the judgments made by organic life forms could be even colder and more decisive than computer algorithms, almost like instinct. How is Mao Ku'er doing? At this point, Wang Yu changed the subject and asked about Cat Bro's condition. She was affected too, but it's hard to say exactly how. Her physique is rather special. Some ordinary illnesses might not affect her at all, but we still need an examination report to know for sure, and we don't have the conditions for that. Bar explained what had happened in the captain's room and mentioned that Mao Ku hadn't passed out either. Wang Yu suspected the helmet had provided some protection. Combined with Cat Bro's superhuman physical condition, there really wasn't much to worry about. Also, the hydroponics tank got cracked, so it needs some repairs, but it's not a big issue. The freshwater circulation system wasn't damaged either. The optical computer is intact, but we still need to check the telescope outside and the various sensors to see whether they were affected. The two of them headed toward the captain's room. Along the way, Wang Yu looked almost completely fine, and there didn't seem to be anything obviously wrong with his body either. But in the end, whether something had happened to his body or not was something Wang Yu actually knew, because he had the system. After this impact, his health cap had become 97. Although that was much better than before, it was still enough to prove that something had gone wrong with his body. He just couldn't confirm what illness it was. Please don't let it be some vicious disease that gets worse fast. Wang Yu prayed silently in his heart, placing his hopes on his luck and hoping it would help him get through this crisis too. After all, he had only lost 3 points of health. It shouldn't be too serious, and the number in his palm had become 2, which meant his talent really had played a role. Any rapidly fatal or highly dangerous illnesses had probably been negated. The two of them entered the captain's room, which was still a complete mess. But the moment they stepped inside, they smelled a sharp stench of blood. There was now a large amount of brownish pus blood and filth on the floor, and it all led back to Mao Ku'er. She had vomited it out. Mixed in with it were food scraps she hadn't fully digested. You're back. I dirted the floor. Mao Ku'er spoke much more fluently than before, and for once she was wearing her helmet, probably because she had just finished vomiting. She vomited blood. Wang Yu was startled. He looked at the floor, then at Mao Ku'er standing there. From her expression and complexion, he couldn't see anything abnormal. If anything, she looked healthier than he did. This may be detoxification, an ability that expels diseased tissue from the body through vomiting. Bar guessed. Based on Cat Bro's previous performance in a vacuum environment, her judgment was very likely correct. Because Cat Bro really didn't look like someone in physical pain or someone suffered from serious illness. Instead, because she had dirted the floor and was worried Wang Yu and Bar might punish her, her gaze kept darting away, and she didn't dare make eye contact with either of them at all. Of course, no one was going to scold her over something this minor. The room needed cleaning anyway. It would just waste quite a bit of water, though thankfully their reserves were still enough. The three of them worked together and spent about an hour cleaning up and reorganizing the captain's room. During that time, Bar used the optical computer to test the telescope outside, the radar, and the other sensors. None of them had any problems. Only the hydroponics tank needed repairs. They just had to patch it with a steel plate of the right size. Also, they had already contacted Sophia on G-Star. More precisely, a message had come from her side first, since they had experienced an impact as well. The result was fairly good, although the impact had started affecting the machine servants. Their mechanical bodies had a natural advantage. They wouldn't get sick, and any broken parts could simply be replaced with new ones. Bar had also run a self-check on her side. There was nothing wrong with her body. Everything was normal. A week later, Deep Sky successfully entered planetary orbit. After completing the final preparations, they would likely adjust the orbit one more time. After that, they would enter the region where gravity overlapped. At that point, they would open the gate to subspace and escape this starry sky. During this period, Wang Yu had also been secretly observing his own physical condition. Bar had been observing too, but neither of them discovered any problems. Just like before, Wang Yu maintained his exercise routine without letting it lapse. But in reality, only Wang Yu himself knew what was wrong with his body. Every time after intense exercise, he would faintly feel tightness and discomfort in his chest, and he would even want to cough. There was definitely something wrong somewhere. It was psychological because it happened every single time. Was there a problem with his lungs? Or with his heart? Wang Yu couldn't judge it, but either one would be fatal. He could only pray that after the subspace voyage ended, he would quickly find a place that could treat his illness. For now, they still had to make proper preparations for entering subspace. They had made marks on every door and on both sides of every door frame. Malcor had made them, and the marks were simple and crude. A cat head symbol plus a simple number. Once a door or both sides of its frame had such a mark, that meant it was a normal door to prevent them from mistakenly entering abnormal space during subspace travel due to spatial expansion and stretching and getting swept into subspace turbulence. Aside from controlling the ship and connecting to Deep Sky, everyone had to stay inside the captain's room, no matter what happened outside. They were not to pay it any attention. At the same time, all sensors had to be shut off, and probing the situation outside the ship was strictly forbidden. Then the three of them had to move together, because being alone was a major taboo. As for the last thing, Malkuar, when we travel through subspace, can I borrow your helmet? Wang Yu said, pointing at his own head, then at the helmet on hers. This was the Navigator-S equipment. It might be important during subspace travel, so Wang Yu wanted to borrow it. Woo! Malku made an unwilling sound, her lips puffing out right away. But a few seconds later, she still took off the helmet and handed it to Wang Yu, looking exactly like a child being forced to give up her toy. Not now. I might need it later when we go into subspace. I'm just telling you in advance. Wang Yu explained, though Malku clearly hadn't fully understood. Still, borrowing the helmet wasn't hard, and that was also thanks to the favorability he had built up while getting along with her before. Also, if you perform well during the subspace voyage, it's not impossible I'll give you another delicious cat can as a reward. Wang Yu took out another can of cat food. Even though this stuff belonged to Mao Ku in the first place, his skin was thick enough that after taking it over, he even used it as a reward and slowly returned it to the original owner. He just didn't know why Mao Ji had hidden these cans away. The moment she heard there would be canned food as a reward, Mao Ji visibly got excited and nodded repeatedly, very hard. A kid was a kid, so easy to coax. Wang Yu couldn't help finding it amusing. He looked at Ball and had her simulate and calculate the orbit one more time on a cogitator. This was the final critical moment, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. 5 days later, Wang Yu connected to the deep space once more and completed the scheduled orbital adjustment. After this was done, he did not leave the bridge again, and Ball and Malku were here as well. Because in another 5 hours, the deep space would follow its elliptical orbit to the planet S dark side and enter the region of overlapping gravity. At that time, it would also be the perfect node to break into subspace, so all the crew had come over. They would act together afterward. They had even brought plenty of dry rations and drinking water, including weapons and equipment, as well as spacesuits. They had considered almost every possible situation and were just waiting to act. Eat something first and get some rest. Ball spread some clean cloth on the spot and set out several plates of food. Though they were all little snacks made from potatoes, pies, and jerky, the taste was actually not bad. Malku liked meat, so she ate several pieces of jerky, stuffing them in her mouth and chewing. Wang Yu preferred fries instead, because the jerky was too hard. If he ate too much, his cheeks would hurt. Did you tell Sophia and the others? We're officially leaving. Wang Yu asked Ball, since the cogitator was also in her hands, monitoring the deep space S orbital condition. Hearing this, Ball paused and slowly nodded. It seemed she had already said her goodbyes beforehand. Sophia told us to stay safe and have a smooth journey. She said she will remember us forever. Wang Yu was just about to complain that this sounded unlucky, but Ball didn't stop and continued until she had conveyed all of Sophia's words. She also said that after they successfully eliminate Higra, they will vigorously push forward the development of aerospace technology and build a large spaceship. When that time comes, they will come find us. Ball said. By this point, Wang Yu had lost any urge to complain. He stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking. Help me pass a message to Sophia too. Just say I wish their plan goes smoothly. Wang Yu said. He was cursing them in return. He genuinely hoped they could achieve final victory. As the time drew closer and closer, the deep space had completely plunged into darkness and entered the planet's dark side. There were only about 10 minutes left before it reached the designated region. If they missed it, they would have to spend quite a bit of time circling back again. Give me the helmet for a moment. Everyone, get ready for emergencies. Wang Yu said, asking Mao for the Spirit Vision Guard helmet and preparing to connect with the deep space. And this time, he had directly put on the exoskeleton armor as well. There was even that beam pistol hanging on his chest, with another one at his waist in case of sudden trouble. Ball shut down all sensors and prepared the submachine gun. On the cogitator on the ground, only a green countdown remained as a reminder for the timing of the operation. All right, get ready. Wang Yu emphasized it once more as he walked toward the seat in the middle of the bridge. Even Mao her head stood up. The hair on her head and the fur on her limbs puffed up as she entered an alert state as well. Sharp claws replaced the fingers tucked into her paw pads, and she stared somewhat nervously at the bridge door. When the countdown had only the last 30 seconds remaining, Wang Yu put on the Cathead Limited Edition Spirit Vision Guard helmet, sat back in the captain's chair, connected to the deep space once again, and prepared to open the gate to subspace. Wang Yu's senses connected with the deep space once more, and his field of vision directly arrived in deep space. In front of him was that enormous planet, almost blocking all light emitted by the star, causing the surroundings to fall completely into darkness. But the deep space's senses were not limited to visible light. After connecting again and again, Wang Yu had become more and more familiar with the deep space's abilities. In one discussion with Ball, she proposed a possibility, that when Wang Yu connected with the deep space, the reason he could see the future flight path and trajectory was because the deep space could see almost the entire frequency spectrum of light. It might even include electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields. That was why it knew where it would move next and could see the route of its upcoming voyage. That was incredible. Even the most cutting-edge sensors likely couldn't do that. It was just that overly powerful, overly complex senses would increase the burden during Wang Yu's connection. So some senses might not remain active at all times. Normally, it only received visible light, and only fully activated everything when sensing trajectories or in certain emergencies. Wang Yu needed to master the ability to adjust these senses. That way, he could extend the duration of the connection. At the same time, he also had to adapt to the hunger. Both were challenges to his will and inspiration. This time, in order to open a subspace passage, he had to push these senses to the limit, find the weak point in the surrounding warped space, break through space, and enter subspace. The stronger the gravity, the easier such weak points were to appear. It's right here. Wang Yu successfully found the weak point, then slammed straight into it. From a third-person perspective, one would see a rock-like spaceship entering the dark side of this planet. It was first swallowed by darkness, then faint points of light lit up across its surface. Those were the eyeballs on the ship's surface being activated. Then the ship veered away from its original orbit and flew to one side. And after that, the entire ship seemed to be swallowed by the void and vanished without a trace. The servitors far away on the machine planet recorded the scene, deeply shaken. Switching back to Wang Yu's perspective, he only felt as if he had crashed through something and entered a bumpy tunnel. When he came to, he saw a bizarre and motley world, and his mind shook violently. How should it be described? It was like being stuffed into a kaleidoscope, suffering from extreme light pollution, then having several hundred giant speakers tied to his ears, blasting all kinds of random noise and forming a harsh, chaotic background buzz. In just a brief instant, Wang Yu's consciousness dropped offline from dizziness. Forget what he was supposed to do next. He had even stopped thinking. Fortunately, that feeling only lasted for an instant. Those scattered light sources seemed to pass through a sieve, and the whole world shifted from bright to dark. At the same time, the volume of the speakers tied by his ears was all turned down to the minimum, leaving almost nothing but murmuring whispers. As long as he didn't focus on them, there was no discomfort. Wang Yu's awareness also recovered at this moment, and at the same time he felt lingering fear because the images he had just seen still remained in his vision. That had not been an illusion. In that instant just now, his brain had nearly been blown apart by the massive amount of information. Luckily, it had only lasted a moment. This should be the effect of the Spirit Vision Guard helmet. It filtered out a huge amount of meaningless information and noise, giving Wang Yu a chance to glimpse subspace. Otherwise, with just Wang Yu's nerves and brain, in a single instant, he would have been blasted blank by that massive torrent of chaotic information. At best, He'd only be able to babble incoherently. At worst, he'd be left permanently disabled and turned into an idiot. Good thing he borrowed the helmet from Capbro. This was probably standard equipment for a navigator. He just had no idea where she got it from. A wave of lingering fear rose in Wang Yu's heart. Luckily, he had made full preparations in advance. He hurriedly looked around, because even with filtered vision, if he kept observing like this for too long, his mind would still be affected. His sanity was dropping far faster than before. He estimated he could only hold on for a few minutes. Before his eyes was a bizarre starry sky. The background was nothing like the pure black of a normal universe. It was more like someone had installed ambient lighting, with the base color constantly shifting with no pattern at all. And there were celestial bodies here, too, spheres of different sizes and colors. He just couldn't tell whether these were products of the helmet's filtering or their true appearance, because these things did not follow the laws of motion for cosmic bodies at all. They flew around however they pleased, as if gravity simply did not exist here. For normal celestial bodies, setting aside rogue objects, they would basically revolve around large mass targets under the influence of gravity and reach equilibrium. But here, there were celestial bodies moving back and forth in straight lines, celestial bodies standing completely still, and celestial bodies twisting around each other while spiraling upward. In short, every kind of motion existed. Wang Yu even saw one celestial body drawing a pentagram, and the distance between celestial bodies was very small. That was also why Wang Yu doubted gravity existed here. Take those spiraling celestial bodies, for example. It wasn't just one or two of them. They were linked into a line, one after another, all spiraling upward together. Their path looked like two springs wrapped around each other, or like the stretched helical structure of DNA. Once they reached a certain height, those celestial bodies would disappear, then mysteriously reappear at the bottom and repeat the spiral ascent. Here, probably every law of physics had stopped working. This was a completely unreasonable world. The deep space drifted forward through this space in a slow, squirming crawl. Since entering, it had been almost at a standstill. Its original kinetic energy and inertia had been compressed to nearly zero in subspace, and the navigator's duty was probably to set sail again in this space, avoid those celestial bodies, find a route the ship could pass through, and finally return to the real universe. Wang Yu's intuition told him that if they accidentally hit or even brushed against one of those celestial bodies, the outcome would absolutely be no better than crashing into a planet. The survival rate might even be far lower than the latter. As for how to reach the target point, leave subspace and return to the real universe, Wang Yu had roughly guessed the method. They should be able to go out through the gates scattered throughout subspace. There were several where he had entered, and they should correspond to large mass celestial bodies in the real universe. The greater the mass, the larger the gate, and the easier was to go out through it. Same logic as entering. These gates should also be products of the helmet, gathering information and manifesting it. In reality, they probably weren't gates at all, but weak spatial points. They were simply displayed as gates to make it easier for Wang Yu to notice and confirm those points. And behind Wang Yu, at roughly 30,000 kilometers away, there was an unimaginably huge gate. It was so huge that even the nearby celestial bodies seemed miniature by comparison, and anything that got close would mysteriously disappear like a forbidden zone. Wang Yu had only glanced at it, and the purple veins rooted in his vision became active, beginning to contaminate everything he saw, forcing him to quickly look away and stop paying attention to what was behind him. That giant gate undoubtedly represented the demon star Higra. Though it could not be seen in the real universe, its mass was too great to calculate. Naturally, it had also bent space-time and formed a weak point. The distance of 10 kilometers here was probably comparable to 1 light year in real space. Wang Yu estimated, because the demon star Higra was likely only about 3,000 light years away from him. But if that were the case, then the gates around him representing planets and stars should have been packed tightly together, maybe even stacked against one another. But in reality, that was not the case. There were still dozens or even hundreds of meters between these gates. So 10 kilometers here might not represent 1 light year in the real universe. It could be an unstable number, maybe even a dynamic one. But it was definitely far larger than 10 kilometers in the real universe, which meant movement here was hundreds of millions of times more efficient, maybe even more. Only then would it be possible for them to cross cosmic scale distances in a short time and reach another distant starry sky. From the deep space's violent shaking, to breaking into subspace, to starting to accelerate again and resuming stable travel, the whole process took nearly 7 minutes. For Wang Yu, this was an enormous test, because his experience with subspace navigation was practically zero. Even in the normal universe, he was only a half-baked captain. But in those short 7 minutes, he had basically grasped the rules of subspace navigation and, based on the movement patterns of the nearby celestial bodies, found a relatively safe route and arranged a short-term navigation plan. It was practically a miracle. If another navigator had been here and heard what Wang Yu had done, His eyeballs probably would have popped out all over the floor as he shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" But Wang Yu had done it anyway, showing extremely high learning ability and comprehension. Or maybe he had been forced into it by the threat of death, because his sanity had already dropped to 0 several times. Fortunately, his appraisal succeeded and bounced it back up again. But his lucky 7 talent was nearly exhausted already. It had become the number 2, which showed just how dangerous this had been. Wang Yu slid down from the captain's chair. His body was weak and limp. He couldn't even sit up. Sticky pale yellow liquid covered his body. Ball, who had been standing guard at the side, immediately rushed over. He took out a towel for wiping and, working with Wang Yu, removed the cat head helmet from his head. Wang Yu inside looked extremely weak, his face pale as paper. There was still quite a bit of blood on his nose and chin, and some of it had run directly onto his collar. Clearly, piloting had not been easy at all, but he still made a gesture for success. Done. Though I almost died, my luck wasn't too bad. I still found a route that can be passed through safely. At least for the short term, it should still be safe. Wang Yu said this with a bright smile on his face, but paired with that deathly pale complexion and bloodstains, it gave off a tragic feeling. In those few short minutes, he had constantly dodged the unknown celestial bodies moving wildly around him. It could almost be said that he had survived by squeezing through the cracks, because the size of those celestial bodies was no less than that of planets. The deep space among them was like an insignificant speck of dust. The slightest mistake would mean death. After weaving around and avoiding those chaotic celestial bodies, Wang Yu found a route that was still fairly safe, one that could avoid all of their movement paths. Only then did he disconnect. It had truly been pushed to the limit, and he had also been lucky. Ball frowned, but did not interrupt Wang Yu. He listened as Wang Yu described his experience in subspace, while helping wipe away the blood and mucus on his face, then brought over a set of dry clothes for him to change into. On the other side, Katku kept staring at the main door of the bridge entrance. Her ears were pinned back flat in airplane ears, and she was in a state of extreme tension, though it was unclear what exactly she was on guard against. Hammer bro? Wang Yu glanced at Katku, finding it strange, while his body gradually recovered. After eating some food and drinking some water, Wang Yu's complexion improved a lot. He stood up and pulled out the 2 pistols on his body. Let us head back to the captain's room. There's power and water there, so the conditions are much better. But be careful on the way. Warp creatures may have already gotten in. Wang Yu said this while wearing his exoskeleton power armor. Right now, he was quite confident in his combat strength. Kicking a light lizard to death in one hit would be no problem. The 3 of them left the bridge together, making sure no one was left alone. But once they entered the corridor, Malku became even tenser. Her body leaned forward, and the fur on her limbs, ears, and head all stood on end like a dandelion. She was extremely alert. Wang Yu and Ball were doing fine. They kept their guns ready and advanced steadily. This door is wrong. It doesn't have the mark we left. Ball spoke, pointing her gun at the door. If one ignored the mark and only looked at the surroundings, almost anyone would take this door for a normal room door inside the ship, because it looked exactly the same. Compared to the other doors, there was no difference at all. Even the material, the stains on the surface, and the scratches matched the wall perfectly. Unless someone had an exceptional memory or extremely sharp observation skills, they probably wouldn't suspect anything. But in reality, this door had appeared out of nowhere, so there was no telling what was inside. It was best not to try opening it out of curiosity. The 3 kept their guard up and moved forward along the side corridor. Its length had indeed become much greater. On the way, they passed a total of 3 extra doors. One of them was even made of wood, with a sign hanging on it. Written in both Chinese and Jixing language with the 3 words, "Open for business." And the noise inside was not small. It sounded like quite a few people were having a meal or drinking, and every so often a few high-pitched, excited, strange cries came from within. The moment Wang Yu and Ball saw this door, the alarm bells in their hearts practically maxed out because this door was just too abnormal, especially inside the warp. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened even after they had gone far away, and no weird thing came running out from inside. What the hell is that? A warp tavern? Wang Yu couldn't help but complain. Ball just shook her head because all of this had gone beyond anything she could understand. The 3 returned smoothly to the captain's room. They didn't encounter even a single light lizard on the way. Otherwise, they could have added a bit more food supply. That was fresh meat after all. From this, it was clear that invasions by warp creatures were not very frequent. Otherwise, these ships traveling through space would have been driven crazy by them, as long as they followed the rules and didn't wander around recklessly looking for death. The danger was still within a controllable range. Wang Yu, Ball, and Malku stuck to the original plan and stayed in the captain's room without going out at all, exactly like during their earlier interstellar voyage. They even had time to play games now and then. However, Wang Yu had asked Ball to make a new game. She wrote the code on the spot. The game itself was fairly simple, just a 3-dimensional flying game where you dodged bullet patterns. They practiced whenever they had time because it was very similar to warp navigation. Playing this kind of game could train the ability to track the movement of multiple celestial bodies at once and find gaps to pass through. 2 days later, the three went to the bridge again, preparing to check the route and adjust it in time. How often they did this depended entirely on the navigator, which was Wang Yu himself, and how well he grasped the route. But in general, more checks were better. That wooden door was still there. When Wang Yu and Ball passed by it, they remained highly vigilant as always, but Maoku was the opposite. When she passed it, she actually relaxed. On the way, they also ran into Brohammer. Bits of minced flesh and filthy blood hung on his body, though they belonged to something else. It was unclear what he had killed because the three of them didn't run into a single war creature all the way until they entered the bridge. It was possible that Pig Bro had already cleaned them up. Wang Yu put on the cat head helmet and sat in the captain's seat again, beginning to link with deep space. Wang Yu connected with deep space, and his field of vision once more moved outside the ship. The ship was still moving along the trajectory Wang Yu had preset. It was not a simple straight line, but a preset, complex three-dimensional route that just happened to avoid the celestial bodies along the way. So the fact that he had managed to find this route and plan the voyage within just a few minutes back then had been nothing short of a miracle. Because many experienced navigators couldn't do it. Some of them would need to observe for a long time before they could. This could no longer be explained as simple luck. He was genuinely impressive. Wang Yu had talent in this area. Once a route that could be traveled safely was found, there was no room for hesitation. This was an unspoken rule every navigator knew, and Wang Yu happened to follow it quite well. Probably because, as a self-taught wildcat navigator, he had no idea what those celestial bodies actually were. Because he was ignorant, he was fearless. If he hesitated and stayed in one place too long, not only might the movement patterns of those celestial bodies change, but they might even notice him. In the warp, that was fatal. This time, Wang Yu spent about 3 minutes passing through a densely packed region of celestial bodies, then spent a few more minutes finding a route through a low-density area that could be traveled safely. After setting the voyage plan, there would basically be no need to worry about navigation for the next 3 days. They had been traveling for so long that, converted into kilometers, it had already been several million kilometers. The giant door behind them that represented Higra had long since disappeared from sight. But Wang Yu still had not found any other door that showed just how vast this cosmic hollow was. Without using a warp route, escaping the hollow zone would be almost impossible. Done. Warp navigation really isn't that hard. This was his second time adjusting the route, and Wang Yu was clearly much more experienced now. He withdrew while his sanity was still above the safety line, looking completely at ease. The three headed back along the original route, still highly alert and fully armed. This time, they ran into 3 light lizards lying in ambush at a bend in the corridor. But for the current 3 of them, these things were no longer much of a threat. Even Wang Yu, whose combat strength was the lowest, could deal with them easily. The moment he moved, he took out 2 of them with his pistol. One shot blew apart a light lizard's head, while another shot broke one of its legs. And only after an extra shot did it finally die. The last one was burst in the head by Ball with a short submachine gun burst and died on the ground. From beginning to end, it never even got the chance to attack before it died. This was the absolute suppression of modern firepower over large animals. The greatest threat these 3 lizards posed was not their attack, but the parasites that might be inside them. But that posed no threat to the experienced Wang Yu. He was protected from head to toe. His face was wrapped in several layers of cloth, and even his eyes were protected by goggles. Ball, being a robot, naturally wasn't afraid of parasites. As for Mao, her constitution could resist most parasite infections, but under Wang Yu's insistence, she still wrapped cloth strips around her hands and feet for protection, and also put on the cat head helmet. Let us bring them back and deal with them. Light lizard meat is pretty tasty, Wang Yu suggested, planning to drag them away quickly before Pig Bro showed up. Ball was the most suitable one to carry them. Cat Bro, don't eat it. It's raw. It's dirty. Seeing signs that Maoku was about to get hands on, Wang Yu hurriedly stopped her. The 3 brought their spoils all the way back to the captain's room and did not encounter any other danger on the way. The ingredient processing was handed over to Ball. She planned to coat the meat in flour and make fried fish chunks out of it. 3 light lizards were enough to last them several days, and fresh meat wouldn't keep for long anyway. It was unclear whether there were microorganisms in deep space air. In any case, finishing it quickly meant they wouldn't need to worry about that problem. While Ball was cooking, Wang Yu used a self-made mop to wipe the filthy blood off the floor. He just didn't know how long those parasites could survive after leaving the body. Next time I need to find a way to get some disinfectant. It'll be safer, he muttered to himself. He did not slack off. He boiled some water and mopped the floor again with it. Anyway, once the light lizard's bodily fluid was boiled, it was drinkable too. Going back and forth like this, they hadn't really lost anything. After finishing all that, smelling the frying aroma coming from the master bedroom, Wang Yu suddenly felt pretty fulfilled. Interstellar travel wasn't actually that boring. The 3 of them had a hearty meal, including Ball. She could generate power by consuming organic food as well, though it was more of a supplementary effect. Eating together gave her a sense of participation that made the food taste better. After eating his fill, Wang Yu took another big gulp of light lizard juice. It was basically a drink made from boiled light lizard fluid with some sugar added. It had a unique flavor, or rather, a distinct light lizard taste, and was actually pretty decent. After finishing the day's training, when it was time, Wang Yu got ready to go to bed. Before sleeping, he glanced at his status panel. The upper limit of his health still hadn't recovered. Counting on natural healing was impossible. Fortunately, there were no signs of it getting worse. He could only take it one step at a time. Late at night, Wang Yu was awakened from deep sleep by a low growl. He practically jolted upright and reached for the beam pistol by the bedside. "Ball, are you there?" Wang Yu asked in a low voice, staring at the door, because that was where the noise had come from. Ball appeared very quickly. Seeing her, Wang Yu let out a breath of relief. That meant the situation wasn't that bad yet. "What happened?" he asked. Not too sure. Malco had already fallen asleep. But then she suddenly woke up and started growling at the door. Ball replied, confusion showing on her face as well. Still, for safety's sake, she had taken up a weapon. In her hands was that large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. The moment Wang Yu heard that, he realized something was wrong too. He quickly put on the exoskeleton power armor, standing nearby, preparing for any sudden situation. Outside, Malco had already lowered herself so much that her whole body was practically pressed to the ground. The fur on her limbs was puffed up into a ball. Her claws were out, and the face inside the helmet was probably vicious too, like she would pounce the next second. The direction she was on guard against was the corridor. Did Cat Bro sense something, or smell some kind of scent? Wang Yu thought to himself. He was just wondering how to ask Cat Bro when knocking suddenly sounded from the door, almost scaring the life out of him. The moment she heard the knocking, Malco, who had been growling the whole time, looked like she'd seen a ghost. All her momentum vanished. She directly fled backward in a panic, shrank behind Wang Yu, and trembled nonstop. At that point, Wang Yu and Ball both got serious and raised their alertness to the highest level. Gun barrels aimed at the door. Wang Yu even reached for the grenade at his waist, because if it was some troublesome monster, he might have to use it. The knocking came 3 or 4 times, then stopped. But a few seconds later, heavier pounding started, as if someone had thrown their whole body against the door. At the same time, there was a voice. It sounded like some kind of language produced from the chest cavity. Wang Yu couldn't understand it at all. He didn't even realize it was language. But the system reacted quickly and displayed a prompt. Unknown civilization language detected. Would you like to translate it? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credits. Wang Yu chose yes almost without thinking and paid 1,000 universal credits. Then he could understand it, including the previous few lines. "Hello, excuse me, is anyone in there?" The person outside seemed to be a woman. From the way she spoke, she even sounded quite polite. But this was subspace. The more polite the monster, the more troublesome it might be. "Hello, I know someone is in there. My daughter has been missing for a while. Have you seen her? She is very cute, all furry, and very warm." Hearing that, Wang Yu lowered his head and looked at Malco, who was crouching behind him and trembling without stop, and started to suspect something. The monster outside continued. "My good daughter, Mommy went to gather tasty food for you earlier. Look what this is, super delicious canned starfish, purity 50, you know? Still not coming out?" That voice coaxed her, but Cat Bro was completely unmoved. "Mommy knows you're in there. Stop hiding, or Mommy is going to get angry. Come out." The monster's originally fairly gentle voice suddenly turned hysterical, startling Wang Yu, because that was absolutely not a sound a normal living creature could make. "Come out. You want to leave Mommy all alone." Roar. Along with the roar came violent crashing and scratching. The force was so great that even the metal blast door shook with it, kicking up dust and making Wang Yu's eyes nearly pop out. This was the captain's room metal door. In terms of thickness, it was second only to the bridge. It was one huge slab of metal. This monster outside was so fierce that if it couldn't talk, he would thought Thor Bro was knocking on the door. "Ball," Wang Yu shouted. The two exchanged a tacit look and prepared to take the initiative. But just as they were moving toward the door, an even more horrifying scene appeared. Several dark black claws pierced through the metal door, stabbing inward more than 10 centimeters. Each one as thick as a wrist. If that thing stabbed someone once, it wouldn't just leave a few transparent holes. A body would be churned into scraps like rotten cloth strips. They couldn't stay trapped in the room. Wang Yu and Ball both came to that judgment almost at the same time. The metal blast door slowly opened, but due to the slight deformation, the opening speed had become slower, letting out constant grinding clacks. And the moment the door opened into a gap only about the size of a fist, a fragmentation grenade and a flashbang were thrown out, one from Wang Yu and one for Ball. Right after that came violent light and deafening blasts, along with the explosion's shockwave. The unknown monster outside let out a sharp screech, and there were also retreating footsteps for being forced back. At that moment, A nimble figure slipped through the narrow door gap that barely allowed one person to squeeze through sideways, dropped into a crouch on the spot, and raised a hand to fire at the unknown being. The whole sequence of movements was textbook perfect, hitting the monster dead on. The one who attacked was Ball. Wang Yu didn't have that kind of skill right now, and the exoskeleton power armor on him wasn't enough to support such agile evasive movements. So he came out second, roaring like a brute to trigger an adrenaline surge as he kept pulling the trigger of the shotgun in his hands toward the corridor. Bang! 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 The muzzle flashes intermittently lit up the whole corridor, finally letting Wang Yu see the monster clearly. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall. Its limbs and torso were elongated. It had a pair of awl-like claws, and its whole body was covered in obsidian-like armor. As Wang Yu's shots struck the monster one after another, the pellets were all deflected and slammed into the metal walls. A few even bounced into Wang Yu's exoskeleton power armor, though their force was already gone. The creature's terrifying defense practically shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Was this even a carbon-based life form? How could bullets not pierce it? Fortunately, the shotgun's impact still had a knockback effect. It made the monster stagger bit by bit. At the same time, Ball had finished cycling the bolt, chambering, and aiming, and fired a shot into the monster's ankle, knocking it to the ground. Fall back. Our weapons can't kill this thing. Open the distance first, Ball said anxiously, her face full of urgency, because after 2 consecutive attacks, using an anti-material sniper rifle no less, enough to penetrate 50 millimeters of steel, they still couldn't break this thing's defense. Wang Yu didn't hesitate either. He reached for the grenades hanging at his waist, ready to feed this thing a few more. But then, he suddenly remembered someone else. Malkua was still in the room. Cap bro, what are you doing? If you don't move now, I'm leaving you behind. Wang Yu shouted angrily, deeply disappointed in Malkua's performance. Although that was also related to the monster's nature, Wang Yu had always had high expectations for Malkua's combat strength. So the gap between expectation and reality hit him especially hard now. Several fragmentation grenades rolled beneath the monster and exploded just as it got back up, the blast knocking it over again. At the same time, Wang Yu used the spell called Body of Fear for the first time, hoping to scare the monster off and buy more time. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yu's body. Ball was the first to feel it. She looked at Wang Yu with a strange, frightened expression, but said nothing. As for the monster, it merely tilted its head. It was barely affected and prepared to pounce again. Bang! Bang! Wang Yu fired several shots in a row, and the shotgun was soon empty. It actually ignores magic? Are its stats really that high? Wang Yu's expression turned even uglier. He felt this monster was not something he could deal with at his current level. But under the stimulation of that terrifying aura, Malkua, who had been cowering in the room and too scared to move, instead rushed out. She had absolutely no intention of stopping, did not even dare look back, and ran to the rear on all fours. Fall back. Seeing that, Wang Yu shouted loudly. If Malkua still refused to move, he might really leave her behind, because this was no joke. He threw over the last fragmentation grenade on him, and Ball also seized the chance to fire another shot, hitting the monster right in the face. It had a face with no features at all, like a mirror of obsidian. After being hit, its head only jerked back. There was not even a scratch on it before it was driven back by the grenade's blast. They began fighting as they retreated, widening the distance. At that moment, Wang Yu threw another flashbang over, not caring whether it was wasteful or not. Life came first. After it went off, the monster clutched its head and let out a howl. The effect was far better than the previous fragmentation grenades and firearms, and the group took the chance to open up a large distance. This thing seems more sensitive to bright light and sound waves. After realizing that, Wang Yu decisively gave up on reloading the shotgun. He slung it onto his back and switched to the Huoxia 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. I still have 1 flashbang left. Should we try the magnetic breaching grenade? It's stronger, but Ball asked for Wang Yu's opinion. Though she was not very hopeful. Even the anti-material sniper rifle could not damage the monster's shell. So the breaching grenade would probably have a hard time causing any effective damage either. Try the beam pistol. Time your flashbang right, and I'll shoot. Wang Yu showed the beam pistol in his hand and instantly came up with a battle plan. Behind them, the monster had already caught up. It too was running on all fours at incredible speed. Just as it was about to close the distance, a flashbang exploded right in front of it. The flashbang went off, and bright light and shock waves echoed through the corridor. Even Wang Yu and Ball, who were farther away, were affected, especially Wang Yu. The ringing in his ears never stopped, his eardrums prickled, and he even felt half-deaf. Every sound seemed muffled, as if separated by a layer of fog. But at a time like this, he could not let those factors interfere. The special training he had received earlier on Jixing took effect. After taking a deep breath, Wang Yu stopped, turned around, held his breath, and began aiming at the monster clutching its head. After a brief hesitation, he lowered the muzzle and aimed at the monster's ankle, which looked comparatively weaker, then pulled the trigger. Click. The Huoxia 05 flashed for an instant, like a lighter failing to ignite, and did absolutely nothing. Gone. Wang Yu could not help cursing and pulled the trigger again and again. But now, it was as if he had used up all his luck and only misfortune remained. He kept pulling the trigger, but the gun kept failing to fire. He was even pulling the trigger faster than the Huoxia 05 could activate, making it even harder for the weapon to fire. By the time he realized it, the monster had already recovered from its staggered state. Wang Yu was extremely anxious and reached for the last flashbang at his waist. Luckily, Bal's support came in time. She used the sniper rifle to hit the monster's ankle again, forcing it off balance and down onto one knee. At the same time, Wang Yu threw the flashbang in his hand. It rolled right in front of the monster, giving Wang Yu another chance. But this time, thick black smoke began pouring from the monster's body. In the next second, its whole body seemed to melt and sink into the ground. This thing can even pass through walls. Then why didn't it just phase through the wall and break him back then? Wang Yu was greatly alarmed. At the same time, the flashbang exploded and instead flashed Wang Yu senseless. He missed the chance to turn away and close his eyes against the bright light, and his vision went blank. Wang Yu, vaguely, he seemed to hear someone shouting, and then a huge force yanked him, making him fall hard onto the ground on his backside. Then there was a chill beneath his crotch, as if a gust of wind had swept past, followed by the sound of metal striking metal, like something had stabbed into the floor. At this critical moment, Wang Yu had no time to care about any of that. Even though his vision had not recovered at all, his eyes were full of tears, and all he could see were blurry afterimages and shadows. He still decisively pulled the trigger. This time it activated successfully. Wang Yu did not care whether he had hit or not. He just kept the trigger pinned down. Several seconds passed, and shapes gradually returned to his vision. It was still very blurry, but he could already make things out. Ball was dragging him backward. Not far ahead of them was that monster. He had no idea how it had appeared there, but both of its claws were already embedded in the floor. It had struck with so much force that they had sunk in almost completely, and it could not pull them out for the moment. If Ball had not yanked him just now, Wang Yu would probably already be dead. The wind he had felt was most likely from those sharp claws slicing past right in front of him. It had truly been a hair's breadth. And by sheer coincidence, Wang Yu's blind shot had actually hit the monster by accident, landing right on its right knee. And as Ball dragged him away, the beam kept drifting upward. By the time Wang Yu had more or less recovered his sight, the monster's right calf along with part of its thigh had already turned dark red, as if cooked. Ball! Wang Yu shouted, calling out to Ball as she dragged him along. First, to tell her he had mostly recovered. Second, to tell her it was time to shoot, to aim at the discolored part of the monster's knee joint. Hearing him, Ball had already come back to her senses. She only glanced at Wang Yu, then at the monster, and immediately understood. She raised the anti-material sniper rifle and prepared to fire. The monster finally pulled its claws out from beneath the floor. But just as it got up, a whistling large-caliber bullet struck its knee. This time, it finally worked. The monster's right calf shattered like glass, and it crashed to the ground again. This thing is afraid of light, and it can hide in shadows. Wang Yu regained his mobility. Even though the ringing in his ears continued non-stop, tears streamed from his eyes, and afterimages still hung across his vision. He still shouted out his judgment at the top of his lungs. The reason it had not entered directly before and had chosen to break it instead was because the room had been lit the whole time. It could not phase through the wall and sneak in. But how were they supposed to kill this monster? The Huoxia 05 beam pistol had already run out of power. Ordinary bullets, including grenades, could not injure it. Only high-energy beams could weaken its defenses and then deal damage. They had to shake this thing off, find a chance to recharge the gun, and then look for an opportunity to kill it. Wang Yu quickly ran the numbers in his head. Looking around, he felt this dark corridor was completely the other side as home ground. Even with the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun barrel, it would be useless. That thing could easily find gaps, seep in through the shadows, or even circle around in front of them and launch an ambush from overhead. It's coming. Ball warned. Unlike Wang Yu, Ball's eyesight was far stronger. She not only had dark vision in low-light environments, but also infrared vision. Though against this monster, infrared was useless, since it seemed to be cold-blooded and was hard to distinguish from the surroundings. Still, Ball could clearly see that patch of shadow that had slipped into the darkness, a shade blacker than the dark around it. It was rapidly approaching along the ceiling, avoiding the strong beam Ball shone at it. What do we do? Wang Yu was getting anxious because they couldn't keep running. His lucky streak had already run out. The slightest mistake would bring devastating consequences. At that moment, he noticed Malice ahead. Ever since rushing out of the captain's cabin, Malice had been running the whole time, without the slightest intention of fighting back or resisting. Wang Yu had almost forgotten about her, because she had long since run out of sight. But why was she waiting for them here? Come over here! Malice shouted, then darted to the right and went straight through a door. Wang Yu's pupil shrank, because this was exactly the wooden door he had noticed earlier, the one with open written on it. Ball, get inside. Forget that thing. There's light in there. Wang Yu shouted. He had noticed the light coming from inside when Mao Ku went in, even if it was some alternate space. As long as there was light, and with that monster already missing a leg, maybe they could find a chance to shake it off. As long as they could escape back to the captain's cabin and recharge the pistol, they would have a good chance of landing a fatal blow on that monster. The moment he thought of it, he acted. Ball was decisive too. She stopped using the high-powered flashlight to drive away the moving shadow, turned back, hooked an arm around Wang Yu, whose steps were a little slower, and together they slammed into the wooden door and rolled inside. Ball lunged at Wang Yu, covering 3 steps in 2. With a sudden burst of force, she dragged both of them through the doorway. The wooden door was smashed open on impact, and splinters even flew out. The two of them rolled several meters across the ground like tumbling gourds. The instant they entered, they drew a huge amount of attention, and the noise inside abruptly died down. Wang Yu immediately sat up, only then realizing there were more than 20 people inside. All kinds, tall, short, fat, thin. Some of them didn't even look human at all. Every single one of them was staring at him, and his scalp started tingling. There was a black monster outside hunting them down, but inside the room there were 20+ monsters. How could that not freak him out? If you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then leave my tavern. An old yet authoritative voice rang out, carrying to everyone in the room. They stopped paying attention to Wang Yu and Ball and went back to drinking. Only then did Wang Yu get to his feet. He still tightly gripped the Fire Scorpion 05, now drained of power, staying on guard as he sized up the surroundings, including those strange beings. Put the gun down, or get out. This old man can give you 5 seconds to think about it. The same voice rang out again. Wang Yu looked around left and right and finally found the speaker. Under the bar counter on the left, he could see half a bald head. No, it was an old monster with a face full of wrinkles, dark gray skin, and a head that bulged backward in a huge lump like a comma. We've only just met, and you already dare call this old man bald and an old monster. You humans are as rude as ever. The same voice sounded again, nearly giving Wang Yu a heart attack. This old monster, no, this old gentleman, could actually listen in on his thoughts. That was terrifying. Wang Yu stopped thinking and reached out to stop Ball, who was still holding up her gun on guard. Her gun wasn't just pointed at the door. She was also faintly aiming at the other weird figures drinking and chatting. Meanwhile, Mao Cooper had run farther inside and sat properly at an empty table. Ball, that monster doesn't seem able to come in. Wang Yu looked at the tightly shut wooden door and spoke to Ball, signaling her to lower her guard. Only now did he have time to look over this tavern opened inside subspace. Judging from how everyone listened to the old man and no conflict had broken out, this place should be something like a safe zone. Wang Yu was looking for any notices, flyers, or anything similar that might be around. Unknown civilization language detected. Would you like to? Unknown civilization language detected. Would you like to? The system's repeated prompts made Wang Yu frown slightly. After a brief moment of thought, he chose agree to all of them. After that, he could understand what these alien beings were saying. That looks like a human. He just walked in that openly? What are you thinking? He showed up with a demi-human. So he is obviously a fake human. That makes sense. These days, where would you even find a real human? Almost scared myself for nothing. But if he really were human, that'd be great. Catch him and sell him. And I'd never have to worry again for the rest of my life. Why would I even need to come to subspace anymore? Hey, don't start anything in here. If you want to die, go do it yourself. Old Walker doesn't have a good temper. These weird figures were basically all discussing Wang Yu's identity, especially whether he was human, making him sound like some kind of alien. Wait, no. He really was an alien. The customers drinking inside were mostly seated by race, in groups of 2 or 3. Aside from 2 tables of demi-humans with obvious animal traits, the rest had almost nothing in common with humans at all, like that emerald green insect man. Its body was covered in a spiked shell and ring-pattern stripes. On top of its head were compound eyes and antennae that twitched from time to time. It kept glancing at Wang Yu while gesturing to its companion with its 3 pairs of slender arms, saying that it would be great if Wang Yu was human, because selling him would make them rich. As it said that, it also took a sip of some dark red, unknown liquid. It was disgusting beyond words. Even though it was Wang Yu's first time seeing an insect person, he felt disgust and revulsion for no reason at all, a physiological, instinctive loathing. If the other side were seeing a human for the first time, a soft, hairy, intelligent species with no shell, it would probably also think humans looked filthy and disgusting. Besides that, there were several other strange life forms, such as the bizarre creature sitting in the middle that was entirely made of mineral crystal. This thing had no resemblance to any life form on Blue Star. Its torso was a single chunk of pale pink crystal with light flowing inside it. Around its outer ring were gaps from which translucent soft tentacles could extend. It stood and held objects with those tentacles, and one of them was holding a cup. As for its speech, it came out as high-frequency vibrations. Wang Yu couldn't hear it all and had to rely entirely on the system to perceive and translate it. Then there were intelligent beings resembling jellyfish. Like transparent gel, their density seemed very low, and they could float. The tentacles below them were long and flexible and also very beautiful, glittering like gemstones. And in the corner of the room sat a blob-like monstrous thing wrapped in robes. The yellow-brown tentacles extending out from it had suckers on them, mottled all over, like a starfish standing upright. Among this group of extraterrestrial life forms, Wang Yu had never seen before. Their only shared trait was intelligence. They had mastered language, knew how to use tools, and had flexible hands capable of manipulating complex objects. But beyond that, there was truly no similarity to be found. In their eyes, humans seemed to be a very rare and scarce species, and from the way they spoke, they all carried hostility toward humans. Among them, the best-looking jellyfish even said it had once been lucky enough to taste human flesh, and the flavor had been wonderful, though still not as delicious as tasty starfish. Its words were full of malice. The shifting specks along the edge of its jellyfish head kept gathering toward Wang Yu from time to time, then gathering toward the starfish monster in the corner. Wang Yu frowned. He didn't show that he could understand the alien language. He had Balgo sit at Mangarecap's table first, while he himself headed for the bar. After looking around, he still hadn't seen anything like a menu or notice board. This was a tavern. At the very least, there should be a drink menu, right? The only possibility was that it was at the bar, so he planned to go take a look. There didn't seem to be any danger here, and it was a good place to hide for now. Wang Yu walked straight up to the bar, and only then realized the owner was actually an old bartender in formal wear. He was just a bit unfortunate in height, less than 1.3 meters tall. Standing behind the bar, only half his face could barely be seen, so his mixing movements were completely invisible. It looked like he was pulling some sneaky trick under the counter. But this old guy, no, this old immortal, didn't even use his hands to mix drinks. His hands stayed behind his back the whole time. Then all kinds of bottles and jars of different sizes beneath the counter rose up as if they were alive, poured themselves into the shaker, and began to whirl around. Kid, even if you changed your tune and praised me, you still wouldn't get any benefits. Don't even think about getting a discount. The same voice as before rang out. Wang Yu became certain once again that this old immortal really could read minds. And he was ridiculously good at it. No wonder he could open a bar here. He looked at the drink menu on the counter. The first line read, "Each person is limited to 1 cup per visit. Dine in only. No refills after finishing. Leave immediately." Then came the prices for the drinks. The moment Wang Yu saw them, he was dumbfounded, because even the cheapest special recommendation cost 1,000 interstellar universal credit points, and it was handwritten as the daily recommendation. On it was written, "Old Walter S. recommendation of the day. Subspace special 1 sip ascension spiral beatdown rainbow light lizard juice." The moment Wang Yu saw the name, he froze and looked at the old bartender. No, the old immortal. Was this drink even legit? Could people really drink it? And it was purchase limited too? On the other side, in the corridor of the deep space. After Wang Yu and the others rushed through the wooden door, the monster chasing them stopped. It emerged from the darkness, seemingly unable to understand how its targets had suddenly vanished, as if it simply couldn't see the wooden door at all. At the end of the corridor ahead, another sound rang out at that moment. It was the scraping of a heavy metal block against the floor, coming from far away and rapidly approaching. This is my tavern. I'll sell however I want, and that's none of your business. If you're not drinking, then get out. I don't even want to sell to you." The aged yet imposing voice rang out again, proving that Wang Yu's thoughts had once more been seen through. It really was impossible to guard against. Wang Yu forcefully halted his train of thought, and even his expression became wise along with it. "Old sir, do you sell ordinary water here?" He tried asking, but the only answer he got was 4 words. "Buy or get lost." Even the demi-human sitting not far away at the bar drinking some kind of beverage couldn't hold it in. He seemed to choke and started coughing violently. Only then did Wang Yu notice there was actually someone else here. He was almost startled because he genuinely hadn't seen him before, or maybe he just ignored him. This person had obvious primate-like features, with hands and feet, but there were small pale cyan scales covering his face, neck, the backs of his hands, and even parts of his body, scattered here and there, giving off an inexplicable sense of majesty. He also had long black hair standing behind his head like a waterfall, but gave no weak or scholarly impression at all, because the muscles bulging from beneath his tank top and black jacket, on both his arms and below his neck, proved he was not someone to mess with. Not to mention the way he stood there, over 2.2 meters tall, with a broad saber wrapped in cloth strapped to his back. When a man noticed Wang Yu's gaze, he looked over. He was actually a handsome young man, one that fit human standards of attractiveness. Combined with the cyan scales on his face and those blue-gold vertical pupils, the sense of pressure was overwhelming. Anyway, after meeting his gaze for 1 second, Wang Yu immediately looked away and began seriously studying the drink menu on the bar, as if thinking about what to order. Damn, there are even dragonkin? Wang Yu was shocked, because there were horns on both sides of the man's forehead, perfectly matching Wang Yu's impression of dragonkin. Boss, then give me 3 cups of today's recommendation. That subspace special 1 sip ascension spiral beatdown rainbow light lizard juice. Wang Yu started ordering, getting one each for Ball and Mao Ku or two. Otherwise, they might get kicked out by the owner, and that monster outside might still be squatting there. As for why he ordered the same thing for all of them, there was no other reason. He was broke. The daily recommendation was the cheapest discounted item on the menu. Every other drink cost over 3,000 credit points, practically robbery. But after ordering, another matter troubled Wang Yu again, because he still didn't know how to pay. His credit points were still in the system account. As if he had once again read Wang Yu's little thoughts. The six-fingered mechanical hand that had been sitting on the counter floated up and pointed at a square machine with a dark mirror-like screen. At the same time, the tavern owner's voice sounded again. Over there, transfer directly. 2,000 credit points. Pay first. No tabs. Wang Yu froze. Then a wave of fear rose in him, because it felt like he had exposed his system. But the owner didn't seem to mention that. No, can't think about it anymore. Wang Yu felt this old immortal was way too terrifying. And there were so many strange aliens here, plus Dragonkin. This place was just insane. He walked toward the thing that looked suspiciously like a POS machine. When he got close, the system finally reacted. A transfer option appeared in his vision, and the number 0 was displayed on the machine, probably meaning how many credit points had been paid. But wait, why was it 2,000? Someone already paid for one of her drinks before. The remaining balance hasn't been used up yet. You only need to pay for yourself and that robot. Someone had already paid? Wang Yu's pupils contracted as he looked at Mao Ku, who was sitting obediently in her chair waiting. And this old immortal had even seen through Ball's identity as a robot. It was absurd. No, his power was unfathomably deep. He decisively transferred 2,000 credit points, then stood at the bar waiting for the owner to make the drinks. At that moment, another figure appeared at Wang Yu's side. That sharp presence was hard to ignore even if Wang Yu wanted to. It was the Dragonkin youth, who had finished his drink and was now walking over with a smile. Oh, looks like you've got quite an excellent bodyguard. The Dragonkin youth spoke in fluent Mandarin, making Wang Yu glance sideways. This guy actually knew Chinese. And just now, he had understood what Wang Yu said too, which was why he had reacted. The bodyguard the young man referred to as Naturally Ball, who had sensed something was off and walked over. The sniper rifle she had previously put down had been raised again. She might have even changed magazines already. That unusual action naturally drew the attention of the other customers in the tavern. Ball, it's fine. Wang Yu spoke to Ball, not worried at all that the Dragonkin youth would make a move, because the owner of this tavern was no pushover. Fighting was allowed here, right, old immortal? Wang Yu looked at the owner, but was ignored. However, the Dragonkin youth didn't do anything out of line. Instead, he bent low and gave Wang Yu a hard sniff, like some kind of pervert, almost scaring Wang Yu into stepping back. Before Wang Yu could react at all, the Dragonkin youth's gaze turned sharp, and he said coldly by Wang Yu's ear, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't swagger around out here like this. Also, when you get back, check your lungs. You smell isn't right." After saying that, the Dragonkin youth had already straightened up. Anger now hung on his face as he said in a rather displeased tone, "How long has it been since you bathed, brat? I was looking all over. And turns out it was the smell on you. Damn near made me puke. What rotten luck." The young man berated Wang Yu, then looked at Ball, seemingly sensing hostility. His hand started reaching for the blade on his back. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. "Ball," Wang Yu called out and shook his head. Only then did Ball step aside and let the Dragonkin youth leave. "What are you looking at? Is it that nice to look at?" The Dragonkin youth switched to another language and glared angrily at the drinking customers. The strange alien creatures all seemed to know him. They all lowered their heads and went back to what they were doing, pretending not to understand. Only after the Dragonkin youth pushed the door open and left, and several seconds passed, did the atmosphere become lively again. Damn demi-human. Just because he is strong, he thinks he is so amazing? That insect-like alien said to his companion, venting his dissatisfaction. "Sigh, don't mess with that madman. Who knows, we might have to hire him one day." "Forget it," his companion said, clearly much better tempered, and advised him not to bother with the Dragonkin youth. At this point, Wang Yu frowned slightly. Combining the Dragonkin youth's reaction and the way this group of strange creatures had reacted to him at first, he realized that the identity of human seemed to be very special in this universe. If there was a similar situation next time, he would have to be more careful. Also, there were actually quite a few alien civilizations in this universe. These people were probably crew members on warp voyages, who had come to this special bar through the suddenly appearing wooden door. "All right, your 3 special drinks. They've just been mixed, so drink them while they're fresh." The bartender's voice rang out again. Then 3 identical drinks floated up, each with a straw inserted and even sealed with a lid, and landed on the bar counter. One of the cups even trembled slightly, as if whatever was inside was alive. "Boss, do you offer charging service here?" Seeing the drinks were ready, Wang Yu boldly asked the bartender. After all, if he didn't ask, how would he know? Even if not, at most the boss would just scold him a little. He was a paying customer now, so he wouldn't be thrown out. He hadn't even had his drinks yet. "Put the device you want charged on the bar counter." The boss's reply made Wang Yu's eyes light up. He wasn't worried at all that the boss would steal his stuff, because with the boss's strength, outright robbing him would be much faster. He placed the pure, white Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol on the table. Then he saw the gun float up, display charging, and within a few seconds, it was back to 100%. Void charging? Holy shit, this is insane. As expected of a living immortal. Wang Yu crazily praised him in his heart. Ahem. The boss coughed, rolled his eyes at Wang Yu, basically meaning quit the damn flattery, then waved his hand for Wang Yu to hurry up and take his stuff and move along. Still, no matter what, too much flattery always had some effect. At least this time, the boss didn't curse at him. Wang Yu put away the fully charged gun, thanked the boss again, then picked up one of the special drinks on the bar counter and obtained its item information. Name: 1 sip Ascension Spiral Beatdown Rainbow Light Lizard Juice. Maker: Walker S. Monks. Supervision level: Level 2, Fine Craftsmanship. Description: a drink mixed by someone for the sake of interest, using an exclusive process and secret formula. Its taste and effects remain unknown until you drink it. But this time, Wang Yu didn't mutter in his heart. Even after seeing the information, he didn't think anything. He handed one of the cups to Ball beside him, then carried the other two toward the table where Mao Ku was sitting. He looked at Mao Ku and felt she was pretty familiar with this place. She didn't seem restrained at all, even sitting in the chair. Her calves kept swinging restlessly, completely unafraid of the weird-looking aliens around her. That was probably because she had come here many times. The bartender had also said that someone had bought Mao Ku a long-term meal ticket. As for who had bought it, Wang Yu already had a guess. Drink up. This one's yours. Wang Yu placed a special drink in front of Mao Ku. After Wang Yu came closer, she instead seemed uneasy. She didn't quite dare meet his eyes, probably because she knew she had brought trouble, since that monster had been led there by her. But in front of the drink, she didn't hold out for long. Very quickly, she grabbed the cup and sucked fiercely through the straw with both hands, very inelegantly. Her whole body jolted, her eyes lit up, and she kept gulping it down. Could this stuff really be that good? Wang Yu looked at the drink in his hand, then at Mao Ku who was drinking with obvious delight. He felt a little uncertain, so he looked at Ball. The latter also took a small sip and indicated there was no problem. It was just a sweet drink with a bit of alcohol. Really? Half believing, half doubting. Wang Yu took a sip too. It was sweet on entry, but the moment it touched his tongue, something felt wrong. It was numb and tingly, like it was electrified. No, like a bunch of light lizards were spinning around and beating up his tongue. Wang Yu shuddered and swallowed it. After going down his throat, the drink turned into an intensely refreshing, cool sensation that shot straight to the crown of his head, as if his brain had been brushed by a brisk, refreshing breeze. Just like Mao Ku his eyes lit up. This was truly a novel experience. Only after swallowing did there remain the faintest hint of light lizard flavor in his mouth, proving that what he had drunk really was light lizard juice. It was unbelievably delicious. Only Ball didn't have the same experience. She only felt it was ordinary sweet liquor, probably because she was a robot, and her senses were completely different from those of organic life forms. You drank a mysterious beverage. Your psionic power has recovered by 1 point. You drank a mysterious beverage. Your sanity has recovered by 1 point. You drank a mysterious beverage. Your stamina has recovered by 2 points. 3 system notifications appeared in succession, shocking Wang Yu once again. He immediately drained the whole cup in one go. At this point, his psionic power had fully recovered, his sanity had risen to 12 points, and his stamina had directly filled back to maximum. No wonder the bar counter said 1 cup per person limit. This was practically a miraculous elixir. If possible, he would definitely buy a few cups to take with him and use as emergency potions. A special supply station for warp voyages. Wang Yu gave this bar a whole new definition. Those more expensive drinks probably had even better effects. It was just that the drink was too delicious. Before he knew it, he had finished it. Then he remembered the words written on the counter: no refills after finishing. Leave immediately. If I'd known, I would drunk slower. This immortal medicine, mixed by that old immortal, is truly peerless. It's way too good. No matter how much you praise me, I want to give you any discount, and I definitely want to make an exception and give you a second cup. Stop dreaming, brat. Old Walker saw right through Wang Yu's thoughts, but it didn't matter. Flattery didn't cost any credit points. Ball. Wang Yu turned serious and told her the follow-up battle plan. Because that monster might be waiting in ambush by the door when they opened it later, they would first take a look. If it was too dangerous, they would retreat back inside. Anyway, the boss hadn't started driving people out yet. If things went smoothly, they would widen the distance from the monster to ensure safety. That required both of their shots to hit the creature and use the impact to knock it back. Fortunately, the monster had lost 1 leg, and its mobility was far worse than before, as long as it didn't slip into the darkness. Its movement speed had instead become its weak point, greatly reducing the level of danger. After that, Wang Yu would use the beam pistol to focus fire on the monster's torso, while Ball would use the anti-material sniper rifle for precise shots. The reason they weren't choosing the head was because the head might not necessarily be the monster's weak point, and it was also hard to hit. But if they could blast the monster into two halves, then its threat level would drop drastically. Whether it had a weak point or not didn't really matter. Besides, the torso was also easier to hit, and Wang Yu was more confident about that. After settling the plan, the three of them all headed toward the door, and Ball also finished the drink in her hand. But it had no special effect, since her physiological structure was fundamentally different from that of organic life. Still, next time they could see if there were any drinks useful to mechanical life. There probably were, since even rock-like creatures were drinking. Bar walked to the very front. After exchanging a glance with Wang Yu, he pushed the door open. 2 seconds later, he rushed out. Wang Yu followed after him, and finally Mao Ke, somewhat nervous, rushed out as well. Only, the moment the three of them stepped out of the wooden door, they all froze. The outside had practically turned into a battlefield. The walls and floor were covered in scratches and filthy blood. A large number of black fragments were scattered everywhere. There was even a severed black arm hanging from the wall, its claws embedded deep into it. Clearly, the monster had left a hand behind on the wall. This is... Wang Yu looked over the traces left on the battlefield, especially the deformed floor and walls from heavy impacts. He immediately thought of Brohammer. Brohammer had come here and fought that black monster. From the looks of it, he had won. The other side hadn't even had time to take its hand away. But that monster shouldn't bleed, so clearly Brohammer hadn't come out unscathed either. As for the result of this battle, it had to be a crushing victory for Brohammer. The only question was whether the monster had been beaten to death. Wang Yu stayed on guard, holding up his shotgun as he inspected the corridor battlefield, searching for the monster's corpse. Too few fragments. The black chunks on the ground and that severed arm weren't nearly enough to piece together a complete corpse. Wang Yu made his judgment based on the remains left in the corridor, then looked at the severed arm hanging on the wall. He took out a piece of cloth from the satchel on his chest, wrapped it around his hand, and tried touching it, obtaining the item's information. Name, Shadow Demon. Description, a type of fiend, extremely sinister and cunning. It can speak the language it knew in life, and, after devouring a target, it can also master new languages. It often lurks in shadows, using words to lure targets into lowering their guard before launching attacks with its claws. A few are influenced by memories and obsessions left from life and may display special behavior. It can move quickly through shadows, has very tenacious vitality, and when the situation turns unfavorable, it will choose to flee far away. The shadow demon fled far away under the influence of memories left from life. Wang Yu silently repeated that line, then suddenly looked back at the wooden door behind him, worried that the peeping old geezer who liked snooping might be spying on his inner thoughts again. But after turning around, he discovered that the wooden door had vanished. This door seemed to be usable only once. Once you came out, it would dissipate. Wang Yu stopped thinking about the tavern and instead focused all his attention on Mao Ke, because this shadow demon was very likely her mother, and that cat head helmet was also very likely her mother's. Caught in a subspace turbulence, Wang Yu guessed, planning to talk with Mao Ke later and learn more details. Because the shadow demon suspected to be Mao Ke's mother most likely wasn't dead. More likely, just as the information described, it had been no match for Brohammer, had been heavily injured and fled, which was why there was no complete corpse. Let's head back to the captain's room first. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and had bought her help collect the black fragments on the ground. As for Mao Ke, forget it. Making her collect this stuff would be too hard on her. Holy crap, it's this tight? Wang Yu tried to pull out the severed arm. In the end, his whole body was hanging in midair, yet he still couldn't do anything to it. Just how strong was this shadow demon? And how high were Brohammer's stats if he could beat the shadow demon into such a miserable retreat? Wang Yu suddenly felt way too weak. The system's evaluation of him really hadn't been wrong at all. He kept pulling with force. At this point, Bar also came over. The two of them, for hands together, tugged for several minutes before they barely managed to pull the claws out of the wall, leaving behind 5 dark holes. And those claws still gleamed like new, far stronger than ordinary metal blades or swords. That was also why Wang Yu wanted to take these fragments away. They might be quite rare. Otherwise, once Bro Pig got here, they would probably all be gone. They carefully packed up the fragments and the severed arm. Wang Yu in particular also had to be careful about parasite infection. Only after everything was done did they hurry toward the captain's room, checking the situation there while staying cautious the whole way, on guard against a sneak attack from the shadow demon in the darkness. On the way, they found another broken-off lower leg of the shadow demon. At this point, they had pieced together nearly half a shadow demon. But just as they were getting close to the captain's room, Mao Ke, who had been following behind the whole time, suddenly reacted. Without even giving a warning, she rushed into the laboratory on the side. Wang Yu and Bar chased after her, only to find Mao Ke rummaging through things, because there was now another cat head mark on the laboratory wall. Then, guided by the scent and the mark, Mao Ke dug out 2 cat food cans with blurry labels. This mark hadn't been here before. 10 minutes later, inside the captain's room, Bar was inspecting the badly damaged door, seeing whether there was any way to fix it. Wang Yu and Mao Kuter were sitting inside. On the table were the cat head helmet and the 2 newly obtained cat food cans. Mao Kuter hadn't eaten them, instead handing them over to the organization's leader, Wang Yu. These cans had originally been gathered by Mao Kuter's mother. Even after turning into a shadow demon, she still hadn't forgotten to bring food for her daughter. That moved Wang Yu a little, and he had even secretly eaten 1 can. These things clearly had special meaning to Cat Bro. Every time she recovered, it had something to do with the cans. There's still 2 cans here. You should keep them yourself from now on. You should also learn a bit about resource management. Wang Yu said this, then took out the 2 delicious cat food cans he had hidden and returned them to Mao Kuer as well. The latter was a little bewildered, not understanding what Wang Yu meant by doing this. But when Wang Yu asked the next question, her expression visibly changed. That shadow demon monster came looking for you, right? Wang Yu asked. Hearing this question, Mao Kuer's eyes widened. First came surprise, then her head drooped. Even her ears flopped down. Clearly, Wang Yu had hit the mark. But she couldn't understand how Wang Yu knew. She didn't know that Wang Yu had a way to understand the language of alien civilizations, and that he had understood what the shadow demon said. It used to be your mother, right? Wang Yu asked again. This time, Mao Kuer instantly raised her head, her face full of disbelief, her eyes opened even wider. After seeing that expression, Wang Yu no longer needed Mao Kuer to answer. He was already sure his guess was basically right. Pointing at the helmet, he said, "This was actually your mother's, right? You were trapped in subspace turbulence the whole time. Until one day, by chance you arrived at the deep sky. But by then, your mother had long since turned into a monster, because she gave you the helmet that could protect you." Wang Yu didn't continue, because Mao Kuer had already curled up in place and begun to sob. Presumably, they'd been trapped in subspace for quite a long time. It was even possible that after her mother turned into a shadow demon, she had still been taking care of Mao Kuer, or rather imprisoning her. Later, Mao Kuer escaped. Or perhaps her mother had felt she was about to fully turn into a fiend and told her to run. After that, they came to the deep sky. Most likely, they ran into Bro Hammer, who drove off that shadow demon. Bro Hammer then caught Mao Kuer and locked her in the prison, or the brig. Because this was the action deep sky, or rather, most ships would take under the Interstellar Union Management Regulations. So Mao Kuer had grown up in subspace, perhaps even been raised by a shadow demon. She had never received any formal education at all, which was why she couldn't even speak. Her monster-level physique might even be related to that experience. All right, I more or less understand now. Wang Yu had brought up Mao Kuter's painful past, but some things had to be clarified. This concerned their later plans and actions. But don't worry, Bar, and I won't drive you out or throw you into subspace turbulence. Wang Yu comforted her and reached out to rub Mao Kuter's head. It really was as her mother had said, soft and fluffy. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Mao Kuter stopped sniffling and looked up at him. The expression on her face was full of surprise. It seemed she really was afraid of being abandoned, especially since her mother was such a huge threat. But next time, if your mother comes, I hope you can be a little braver. She would definitely want to witness your growth. You should also prove to her that you've grown up, that you're not a child anymore, and that you no longer need her care. Wang Yu said. What he meant was fairly complicated, but Mao Kuter seemed to understand. It could be seen from her slightly trembling dark gold eyes. Wang Yu nodded, feeling that was enough, then turned to look at Bal, who was still inspecting the main door, and walked over. It was obvious there were problems over there. How is it? Any chance of fixing it, or at least getting the door to barely open and close? Wang Yu asked Bal. Very difficult. The damage is pretty severe. Bal shook his head. When it was forced open earlier, the door had already deformed. So the mechanical transmission structure inside was damaged too. If you want to fix it, it's not just a matter of taking it apart and making another identical door. The transmission structure inside also needs repairs. With the tools and conditions we have on hand, I'm afraid it'll be very hard to do. Bal explained. The situation looked terrible. The fact it could open a third of the way before was already a miracle. In that case, the captain's cabin is basically an open space now. Wang Yu stroked his chin, looked at the supplies and facilities in the room, then looked back at Bal. How about this? We move all the supplies to the bridge and stay there temporarily during hyperspace navigation. The door there is intact and much sturdier. We can also use the elevator to get to the shipboard bay, so moving around will be more flexible. As for the captain's cabin, we'll block the doorway with some stuff, mainly to stop hyperspace creatures from barging in and wrecking things. Then we'll patrol and inspect it regularly to avoid serious losses. The losses he meant were mainly the hydroponic tanks, water storage tanks, and the water and power lines in the room. So the 3 of them started moving things. They probably couldn't finish in one trip. First, they had to take the valuables, especially the miniature tactical nuclear warhead and Heger's roar. After packing their things, they used some odds and ends, mainly barricade panels and metal chairs taken from the neighboring lab, and piled them in front of the door as a temporary blockage. Only then did they set out for the bridge. They also had to bring the processed light, lizard corpses, They had already been turned into chunks of meat. But the smell could easily attract other creatures, so they had to be taken away first. Ball also brought the induction cooker, saying it could be powered in reverse. So they would still be able to cook over there. Carrying large and small bundles of supplies, they headed along the corridor toward the bridge. On the way, they didn't run into any more strange creatures. Maybe it was because Bro Hammer had come through not long ago, and all the weird things had been killed off. The three entered the bridge without incident, put their things down, then made 3 more trips to the captain's cabin before finally moving over the basic supplies and equipment. After doing all that, Wang Yu already felt tired. He had been dragged into the fight halfway through sleeping. Even though he had recovered some energy earlier by drinking the tavern owner's special mixed drink, he was getting sleepy again now. And his talent, self-discipline life, had probably been broken by this accident too. He could only keep it up again later and slowly train it back. Mao Kaiya, if you sense your mother's presence, notify us immediately, got it? Wang Yu reminded her, because early warning was very important. Now that they understood the shadow demon's traits and how to deal with it, they wouldn't end up in such a miserable state next time they met. After casually eating a little late-night food and drinking some water, Wang Yu lay down on the temporarily made bedding and fell asleep. 4 days later, life of the group on the bridge had already settled into a routine. After all, aside from the power supply, this place actually wasn't too much worse than the captain's cabin. The space was even bigger, and there was also an ugly, cute, large decorative piece, a 3-legged fat koi. Mao Kuo often stared at that thing. It was simply baffling. Wang Yu could only stare at it for a few seconds before he cracked. But Mao Kuo could keep looking at it for several minutes. There was another advantage to living on the bridge. Adjusting the route was especially convenient. They could tweak it as soon as they got up and check the navigation status at any time. These past few days, they had kept up a patrol frequency of twice a day to confirm the state of the captain's cabin. So far, things were fairly good. Nothing inside had been damaged, and they had hardly encountered any hyperspace creatures. They had only gotten 5 intact light lizards. It was a lot like hunting, just with the hunting ground changed to inside the ship. Thanks to this fairly stable way of obtaining food, they actually weren't too worried about supplies anymore. The light lizard meat on hand alone could last them 2 to 3 weeks. During that time, the shadow demon had come back to harass them. It seemed Bro Hammer had really beaten it badly, so they probably wouldn't need to worry about that issue for the time being. The most urgent matter right now was still finding a door to leave hyperspace. They should still be in the void after all. It was a cosmic void 100 million light years in diameter, with an extremely low density of celestial bodies. Once they got out, they should be able to see many doors. For months passed, and the shadow demon still hadn't shown up. It was unclear whether it was recovering slowly or had lost the coordinate of the deep space, but either way, it never appeared again. During this period, Wang Yu adjusted the route frequently and became more and more skilled at hyperspace navigation. In game terms, it was like being able to easily clear in one life one of those 3D flight games full of bullet hell. He might have a talent for spatial perception and piloting. Even Ball found it hard to get scores as high as his, because it wasn't purely calculation or reaction. It was more like a kind of intuition or instinct. He could sense where it was safer. So Wang Yu had finally established an absolute overlord position in one game. Even with Mao Kuo's learning ability and reaction speed, she could only watch in the dust and settle for 3rd place on the leaderboard. During this time, the deep space had flown a total of over 600 million kilometers. In straight line distance, it was also more than 400 million kilometers. For interstellar travel, that speed actually wasn't that fast. But if converted to the real universe, using the ratio of 10 kilometers being roughly equal to 1 light year, it became absolutely terrifying. They should be close to the edge of the cosmic void now, about to escape the hunting ground of the demon star Higra, assuming they hadn't gotten the direction wrong. Then there was that tavern existing in the hyperspace turbulence. It hadn't appeared again either. There was no telling whether there was some pattern to it, but they would definitely run into it again later. Maybe it only appeared once per voyage. Hey, a sharp shout rang out on the bridge, followed by a crisp clashing sound. It didn't sound like metal. It sounded more like plastic chopsticks striking each other, just much louder. With assistance from the exoskeleton armor, Wang Yu was currently sparring with Mao Kuo in close combat techniques. The weapon he used had been modified from one of the shadow demon's claws. Its hardness was unbelievably high. The angle grinder could do nothing to it. It could only be worked after being heated red hot with the beam pistol. Naturally, Mao Kuo used her own claws. Without vibration, their sharpness was limited, and she was also controlling her strength, so there was no need to worry about accidental injury. Ball was the referee. As a robot, his advantage was that he didn't need to train any technique at all. He was directly an expert in close-quarters killing, so he was in charge of teaching the two of them. It had to be said that Mao Kuo's talent in combat was much stronger than Wang Yu's. She was almost a born warrior. Her body was agile and coordinated, swift like a cat. Although Wang Yu relied on the exoskeleton and wasn't actually inferior to Mao Kuo in terms of raw strength, His reaction speed was far behind hers. He was basically stuck in passive defense the whole time, looking extremely miserable. Usually, he wouldn't even last a minute before being judged dead. And that was with Mao Ku going easy on him. Yay! Mao Ku tripped Wang Yu to the ground again, sat on that hard exoskeleton armor, and flashed a victory sign at Bar, recording her 100th consecutive win. Afterward, the photo would be uploaded to the photonic computer and kept as a medal of honor. This was actually a system Wang Yu had come up with to motivate himself. But who the hell knew he wouldn't win even once? He was already regretting it now. Damn, this is impossible to fight. Wang Yu spoke with a bitter face, then looked at Bar and forced out an ugly smile. Because they still had to take a photo and upload it. Humans really were weak as hell. He grumbled inwardly because up to now, he still hadn't encountered an alien species weaker than humans. Ahem. After practice ended, Wang Yu coughed a few times, took the water bar handed over, frowned slightly, and checked his current status. Wang Yu race. Human origin. Earth-like planet talent. Lucky 7. Discipline life abilities. None spells. Body of fear status. Healthy, a sturdy human figure in a spread eagle shape, with a chest cavity faintly glowing yellow. Height 173 centimeters. Weight 701 kilograms. Health 95 sanity 120. Discipline life increases sanity cap by 20. Energy 71 100 psionic power 99 body 7 14 400 will 9 148 41600 reflex 6 183 200 immunity 5 97 100 inspiration 8 419 800 overall evaluation outstanding among ordinary humans, but still too weak to withstand a single blow. The system was never going to give him any nice evaluations. Wang Yu was used to it by now, because his stats really were weak. Although his strength had gone up a bit, his actual combat power still hadn't changed much. Instead, his will and inspiration had been growing at a rapid pace. He had trained those during warp travel. If only those two stats could also directly turn into combat power. Like offensive spells, the thing called Body of Fear was ridiculously weak. Against a stat monster like the Shadow Demon, it was basically the same as having nothing. Over the past few months, the three of them had also come into contact with other warp creatures. Besides the light lizards, there had also been a squad of skeleton warriors, a malfunctioning cleaning robot, and the lava salamander, the only one that had actually given them trouble. The first few were all dealt with using guns. Those skeletons carrying cold weapons with ghost fire glowing in their skulls were even weaker than the light lizards that liked to ambush. They all died on the way in during their charge. The cleaning robot was about the same. That layer of metal shell wasn't much tougher than the rotten armor plates on the skeletons. It was easy enough to deal with. Only the lava salamander had been a problem. Bullets were basically useless against it. Its body was completely made of lava, so when shots hit it, magma splattered everywhere and almost injured them instead. Fortunately, it moved very slowly, and its only attack method was spitting magma. In the end, they forcefully drenched it to death with water. Still, it wasted more than 20 liters of water, which counted as a huge loss because at present, they had no way to recover that vaporized water, and they had no idea where it ultimately went. These so-called warp creatures felt like bizarre things that were extremely rare in the real universe, or might not even appear there at all. Their danger levels varied. As for warp fiends, they were the products of intelligent life being corrupted by the warp, and their danger levels were generally much higher. And warp evil gods were beings beyond all standards altogether. They simply couldn't be compared on the same level. Wang Yu glanced at his health cap. It had already dropped by 5 points, which meant his lung disease was getting worse, and the system reflected that too. That part had turned yellow-green. That Dragonkin youth in the tavern had really been impressive. He had actually judged that Wang Yu's lungs had a problem just by smelling him. Wang Yu guessed it was most likely lung cancer, probably still in the early or middle stage. Otherwise, the current Wang Yu had long since been unable to train normally. Bar, what are we having for lunch today? Wang Yu suddenly asked. Even Mao Ku's ears twitched, and she looked over as well. After getting more familiar with them, she no longer wore that stuffy helmet much anymore, even though her mother had strictly ordered her before to wear it properly and never take it off. Today it's fried bean dregs, soy milk, and fried light lizard tail. Bar replied. Looks like it'll be another pleasant noon. Shame we don't have any chili peppers. The newly planted bean pods had also already yielded 2 harvests. On top of that, with the stone mill they made using the cooled corpse of a lava salamander, their menu had suddenly become much richer. Soy milk, bean dregs, bean sprouts, and so on. They just lacked seasoning. Wang Yu ate a fairly satisfying meal, then greeted Bar and walked toward the captain's chair, preparing to continue advancing according to plan and map out the next stretch of the route. After connecting with the deep space several dozen times, Wang Yu was now completely at ease controlling the ship. Calling it unity between man and ship wouldn't be an exaggeration. His longest connection record had already broken 40 minutes, and that had even been achieved during warp travel. This time, he also entered the state very quickly. He directly accelerated hard, left the relatively safe route, and began navigating among celestial bodies large and small whose movement trajectories could only be called absurd. About 5 minutes later, the deep space's speed had already reached a range Wang Yu found relatively comfortable, but a dense celestial cluster appeared ahead again. This was a technical term Wang Yu had coined himself, referring to those regions often encountered during warp travel that were made up of large numbers of irregularly moving celestial bodies. There are usually only two choices, either go around or break through. Previously, Wang Yu had basically always chosen the second option, but this time, the deep space emergency decelerated, avoiding a celestial body falling from ahead. Wang Yu re-examined this wall built from a huge number of irregular celestial bodies. This was way too wide. He couldn't see the end of it at all. It was the first time Wang Yu had encountered a situation like this, but he was highly skilled and bold, and had extreme confidence in his spatial perception and piloting ability. So after pausing for only a few seconds, he accelerated again and charged inside. The deep space began weaving through celestial bodies large and small, all of them randomly turning and shifting. This was actually extremely difficult, because he not only had to avoid the celestial bodies, he also had to make sure he didn't lose his sense of direction. He had to ensure the ship was steadily advancing forward. Otherwise, he might end up circling in place and eventually die from being worn down. Wang Yu flew forward for about 10 minutes, and his heart sank, because this was the first time he had encountered a celestial dense zone this thick, and the density was still increasing. A large number of small celestial bodies had appeared, some of them barely larger than the deep space itself, like rubble drifting through the universe. Under these conditions, it was absolutely impossible to let the deep space travel on autopilot. It would crash into those celestial bodies within seconds. What the hell was going on here? Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but still chose to keep flying forward, though he slowed down by nearly 30% compared to the beginning. Another 10 minutes passed. By now, Wang Yu was already starting to panic. If you compared it to driving, it was like discovering your brakes had failed on a downhill road. Sweat was pouring out of his palms, because the celestial bodies here were already so dense that he had to pay attention to the deep space's flight posture every second. Sometimes, he had to tilt the ship sideways just to squeeze through a gap by the narrowest of margins. Inside the ship, because gravity was constantly oriented toward the ground, it was hard to really feel it. But Wang Yu himself knew very well just how close to the limit he was right now. He already regretted it. Regretted not choosing to turn back 10 minutes ago. But if he retreated now, with only 3 uses of luck left and less than 30 sanity points remaining, he would very likely die halfway. Damn it, I was too careless. Wang Yu had always been cautious, yet he had done something stupid that could very likely wipe out the whole group. He had underestimated warp navigation too much. He couldn't turn back. He could only fight to the death and fly out. Wang Yu forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat and cast aside distracting thoughts, because those impure thoughts would only interfere with his movements. He had to focus on what was in front of him. He had to concentrate, switching to the warp perspective. The deep space sped up instead of slowing down, weaving through countless celestial bodies of different sizes moving in irregular patterns, like a nimble, swift mosquito dodging obstacles. There was no derogatory meaning in that at all. If any other warp navigator saw this scene, their jaws would probably hit the floor. They would marvel at how fearless this person was, while his control was so precise. He was practically a born warp navigator, on a completely different level from ordinary navigators. Wang Yu himself couldn't see how precise his control really was. All he felt was that it was hard. Every time, he almost crashed, but only almost. Just like that, he charged forward for another 7 minutes, covering far more distance than the previous 10 minutes. But his remaining uses of luck were down to the very last one. Damn it, is there a dead end ahead? Did I miss my last chance to get out? Wang Yu started to doubt his own intuition, but just then, perhaps because he had been weaving through these celestial bodies for too long, several small celestial bodies suddenly changed their original trajectories and began chasing after Wang Yu. This was the first time something like this had happened. Could these celestial bodies actually have self-awareness? Wang Yu's eyes widened in fury, reflected on the deep space. All the eyeballs on its surface bulged outward, and even the images it saw began to tear apart, occasionally shifting into chaotic colors. This was a sign that the Spirit Vision Guard helmet was overloading. Large numbers of small celestial bodies closed in on Wang Yu like guards. Navigation became even harder. He not only had to dodge the large celestial bodies, but also evade the encirclement and pursuit of the small ones. Several times, Wang Yu was almost caught, and on the bridge, both Bar and Mao Kur noticed the anomaly. The ship's navigation had become more and more aggressive, and it was shaking violently. Sitting in the captain's chair, Wang Yu was gasping violently like a fish pulled out of water. 2 streams of nosebleed poured from his nostrils, splattering onto the soft, dark red floor around the chair and even onto the chair itself, only to be rapidly absorbed. Wang Yu, Bar looked worried, but didn't dare touch him afraid of disturbing him and causing an accident instead. Damn! Wang Yu darted around under pursuit and had nearly lost even his sense of direction. His remaining uses of luck were down to 1, and his sanity had dropped below double digits. It was practically a certain death situation. No, there has to be another way. Wang Yu forced himself to calm down. While continuing to dodge, he checked the ship's panel data, searching for anything that could be useful. Unfortunately, the modules marked with question marks and the few modules labeled hungry were all unusable. There has to be some hidden ability. This ship has drifted in the warp for a long time. There definitely is. Wang Yu frantically flipped through the system, and in the end, even opened his own panel. Then he froze. In the spell section of his panel, the magic called Body of Fear was actually available. He had to know that his consciousness had currently flowed into the deep space. If it could be used, then who would be the one casting the spell? Himself? The ship? Or both together? Wang Yu had no time to think. He immediately activated the spell. After that, the deep space began to shake violently, its speed dropping, and all the small celestial bodies chasing it also stopped. Inside the ship's cabin, both Bar and Mao Kutter suddenly felt their hearts tighten for no reason. A great terror surged up from the depths of their hearts, and the source was Wang Yu, who was sunk into the chair. Centered on him, the black substance that almost covered the entire ship rapidly came alive and transformed toward a fresh red color. Thump! Thump! A sound like a beating heart traveled up from the deep below into the soles of their feet, accompanied by vibrations that even sent small fragments flying. And in the warp, the deep space was doing far more than just slowing down. At the bow, around the front 2/3 position, a slit suddenly split open, separating upward and downward. Inside were sharp teeth, so densely packed they nearly filled the entire mouth, which opened and let out a roar. Roar! That roar seemed capable of making all things resonate. Everything on the bridge, including the floor, began to tremble. Bar and Mao Kutter even crouched down from the discomfort caused by the resonance. The surrounding celestial bodies, large and small, were affected as well. They began to tremble, then, despite how densely packed this region of space was, scrambled to flee in every direction away from the deep space. After Wang Yu used the spell, the deep space had also cast the spell as well, and had even been forcibly awakened. The effect was far stronger than when Wang Yu cast it himself. Back then, he hadn't even been able to frighten away the shadow demon. But when the deep space cast it, the effect was so strong that all the surrounding celestial bodies that seemed to be living things fled in panic. The route ahead instantly cleared. Wang Yu seized the chance to sprint. If this were driving, then he was mashing the accelerator straight through the fuel tank, wishing he could stomp the tank flat and ignite all the gasoline at once to complete this sprint. Because this so-called intimidation was only an illusion. It did not represent the deep space's actual strength, and it could only last for a short 15 seconds. Fortunately, after those celestial bodies scattered, Wang Yu finally found the exit through this dense, celestial field and rushed out in one breath. Behind it, everything suddenly opened up into a vast, empty region with almost no celestial bodies at all. After escaping, Wang Yu's mind trembled violently. His head was filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a catastrophe. He couldn't help glancing back. Behind him was a dense mass of celestial bodies packed tightly together, with a breach in the middle. That was the gap he had just broken through. What the hell is going on? Even in the warp, having this many celestial bodies gathered in one place is way too abnormal. Is there a black hole in there? Wang Yu muttered, but he didn't dare stop at all. Right now, the farther he ran, the better. If whatever was inside came to its senses and realized it had only been bluffed by the spell, then flew into a rage and came out to hunt him down, that would be bad. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's sanity was once again at a critical level. With only 5 points left, he could only let the deep space continue forward at a lower speed, because ahead was a vast empty region. The moment he disconnected and switched back to his own vision, he saw Bar looking anxious and asking something, but he could no longer hear clearly. Wang Yu only had time to smile, indicating that the voyage had been a success, and then he completely blacked out. No one knew how much time had passed before Wang Yu slowly woke up. It felt like he had gone through a hangover. His head was heavy and muddled, and it took him a long while before he managed to prop himself up on the mattress and sit up. Damn, this after effect. Wang Yu felt like the world in front of him was spinning. If he forcibly tried to focus, his head would start hurting. After struggling a few times with no improvement at all, he obediently lay back down. It felt a bit better that way. Not far away, Mao Kutter, who had been staring fixedly at the plump, three-legged koi fish, noticed Wang Yu and immediately ran over. But halfway there, she seemed to remember something, changed direction, took a bottle of water, poured it into a cup, and brought it over. Here's some water. And also, Sister Bar asked me to ask you if there's anywhere you feel uncomfortable. I need to tell her. Mao Kutter said. I remembered Bal's instructions. After several months, she'd already used Chinese fairly skillfully, and her pronunciation was very standard too. After all, she practiced every day. But as for writing, The standards couldn't be that high yet. Wang Yu took the cup, drained it in one gulp, and felt much better. Where's Ball? He asked, because he didn't see Ball anywhere on the bridge. Sister Ball went on patrol. She told me to keep an eye on you. Mao Ku-er replied honestly. Then what were you doing just now? Wang Yu asked Mao Ku-er, because this was the first time he had caught her staring at that strange thing. Was it really that interesting to look at? It sometimes secretly moves a little, but when I look over, it stops moving again. So strange. Mao Ku-er replied, making Wang Yu freeze for a moment before he looked over too. Secretly moving? Could this thing be alive too? Anyway, he had never felt it move before. It stood perfectly straight, chest out and head up, almost like it was standing at military attention. Then again, a lot of things on the deep space were alive. So it wouldn't be strange if the legacy reclaimer was a living creature too. As long as it didn't hurt people, it was fine. He tried to get up again, but the world in front of his eyes started spinning once more, so he could only lie back down helplessly. Forcing his way through that dense celestial cluster earlier had still been too reckless. If he hadn't cast magic at the end, he probably would have died in there. He absolutely couldn't be this rash next time. There wasn't just him on the ship. Right, Mao Ku, or how long was I asleep? Wang Yu suddenly asked. The latter looked over, a troubled expression appearing on her face. Like she was one step away from counting on her fingers how many meals she had eaten. Forget it. I'll check myself. Wang Yu called out the system to check the time, and this time he was so startled that he sat right up. He had been unconscious for a full 41 hours. That also meant the deep space had been on autopilot for 41 hours straight. For all he knew, at this very moment, it might be crashing towards some celestial body. He had to reconnect and check the course immediately. The sudden sense of crisis diluted Wang Yu's discomfort. He climbed up from the floor and staggered toward the captain's chair. But just as he took 2 steps, the bridge door opened. The one who came in was Ball, carrying some bean pods she had picked. What are you doing? Ball tossed the vegetables aside and rushed over, blocking Wang Yu. I need to confirm the course and make sure the voyage is safe. But you just woke up. Do you know your heart stopped earlier? For a full 5 seconds. If there had been even the slightest mistake, you'd already be a corpse right now. Ball snapped. Wang Yu expected it to be that serious. But the safety of the course had to be guaranteed, and the sooner the better. It absolutely couldn't be delayed. I was reckless and arrogant last time. I'll explain later. But right now this ship is sailing along a completely unknown route. I have to confirm it and adjust it in time. Otherwise, if we hit something, it'll all be too late, Wang Yu said. And Ball had no way to refute him. In the end, she could only step aside. Wang Yu sat back down in the captain's chair and checked the situation again. Only this time, after Wang Yu re-established his connection with the deep space. What appeared before him was a vast stretch of space unlike anything he had sensed before, although there were still clusters of celestial bodies gathered in the distance. Compared to the regions he had gone through before, this place was far emptier, like he had arrived in another universe. And more importantly, Wang Yu finally saw it, doors that could lead out of subspace. They were scattered here and there, as long as he adjusted the course. In half a day at most, they would have a chance to leave. They had finally left the hollow zone, and the deep space had been pretty lucky. It had quietly sailed for more than 40 hours without incident. After all, this was an open region, and Wang Yu had lowered the ship's speed. This time, Wang Yu got out of the captain's chair not long after. He took off the cat head helmet and announced the good news to Ball and Mao Ku-er. They were about to return to the real universe. Half an hour later, the 3 of them gathered around a table temporarily made from metal partitions and metal pipes, eating a delicious lunch cooked by Ball. Wang Yu ate like a starving ghost reborn because he hadn't eaten for over 40 hours. It was fine when he didn't think about it, but the moment it was mentioned, he really was starving. But Ball wouldn't let him eat too much. She deliberately limited the portions and only let Wang Yu eat until he was half full. Then, based on the condition he described, she took some medicine from the medkit and had him swallow it with the meal, mainly supplements for nutrition and medication to ease mental strain. After all, conditions were limited, and there was only so much of some things. Still, after eating, Wang Yu felt much better. He was no longer dizzy at all, and he told Ball and Mao Ku-er about how he had nearly dropped dead from piloting the deep space for too long. I only managed to escape in the end because I cast magic. But thinking about it now, that may also have been the final barrier to breaking through the universe as Hollow Zone. If we run into this kind of situation again, it'd be best to look for another path. When it's time to turn back, we should turn back, Wang Yu said. Even now, just thinking about it made waves of fear rise in him. If he and T had a flash of inspiration at the last moment and used spells to force back the surrounding celestial bodies, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to be sighing here now. Can't I pilot and control the deep space? Ball said, making Wang Yu fall into thought. That was true. If there were a second pilot who could take over in shifts, then the difficulty of the voyage would drop exponentially. But this ship had only ever connected with Wang Yu so far. If it were changed to Ball, and she was a mechanical life form at that, there was no telling what might happen. If she didn't have permission and got devoured by the deep space, that would be trouble. That really is a good idea, but not right now. The risk is a little too high. Once the ship's functions gradually improve later on, and we can even install a power system, then it'll be possible. Wang Yu thought about the various possibilities for the future, because there was no way this broken ship could be left in such a broken state forever. Sooner or later, it had to be repaired. It was just that they didn't have the conditions for that right now. And it would be best to prepare a few more helmets for protecting sanity during subspace travel. Part of the reason this trip had been so dangerous was that the helmet had been close to overload and failure, increasing Wang Yu's burden. About 5 hours later, Wang Yu connected with the deep space once again and had already arrived near the subspace exit he had chosen. There were several tightly packed doors there, and the door in the middle was especially huge. That meant this was a star system, not just a few wandering celestial bodies. There were also a small number of subspace celestial bodies roaming back and forth nearby, but they posed no threat at all to the current Wang Yu. Passing through them was practically like entering an uninhabited land. The big door should represent a star. Too dangerous. A medium-sized one would be safer. One not too close to the star. Wang Yu fixed on his target and rushed straight toward the door he had chosen. Somewhere in an unknown starry sky, a rock-like spaceship suddenly appeared. There was no process. It simply appeared in planetary orbit and became one of the bodies within that orbit. The moment it emerged, all kinds of bizarre creatures were crawling over the ship's surface, including a worm more than 10 meters long. As it crawled across the ship's hull, it preyed on other creatures with those barbed teeth lining its mouth. As for where these things had come from, Wang Yu, as the pilot, could not have been clearer. They had latched on while coming out of the door. That door was not a door in the traditional sense, but a weak point in subspace. It was only under the helmet's influence that it took the form of a door. In reality, it was more like a dense net. When Wang Yu broke free and entered real space, it felt like smashing through a layer of netting. His speed dropped sharply, and he appeared in the current planetary orbit. And those nets hanging from the spaceship had become monsters clinging to its surface. There were even a few things that looked dangerous at a glance, including that bloated giant worm, and also a winged creature shaped like a drake. But after entering real space, those things only stayed active for a few seconds before falling into a weakened state. Their skin started smoking as if scorched by radiation, giving off sizzling sounds. Their bodies dried out like they were dehydrating, cracked apart, and finally vanished into nothingness. This was probably what the warp navigation guidelines had mentioned. Once most warp creatures and fiends left the warp, they would rapidly weaken and die. When Wang Yu had just transmigrated and first arrived in real space, the commotion outside the ship had probably been caused by these things too. The whole process took about 30 seconds, even though quite a few light lizards had mixed onto the ship's surface. Those weak little creatures basically could not survive those 30 seconds before being devoured by other, stronger warp creatures. Not a single one survived. They were pitifully weak. Wang Yu had nearly been killed by a light lizard back then. Thinking about it now, if he really had become light lizard droppings, and if there were interstellar media around, he would probably have made the news, published as a joke in some little corner for people to laugh at. A great captain, after battling a light lizard for 300 rounds, was narrowly defeated and became light lizard droppings. He kept watching the creatures on the ship's surface until they had completely died out. Only then did he look toward the star system he was in, especially the planet below. It was a lava planet. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like a place where life could exist. As for the system's star, it looked extremely dim, yet the surrounding space-time distortion was especially severe. Was it a white dwarf or a neutron star? Wang Yu frowned. His knowledge was lacking, so it was hard for him to tell. But Ball could definitely judge it. After confirming that all the monsters on the ship's surface were dead, he disconnected from the link, slid down from the seat, and looked at Ball and Malku. All right, we left the warp and entered another star system. But we can't relax yet. There may still be warp creatures hiding inside the ship, so we need to carry out a full sweep without leaving a single blind spot. Wang Yu said, although he had only just woken up not long ago, this was far from the time to rest and recover. Because no matter when, safety always came first. He walked over to the exoskeleton power armor standing to one side and put it on. Ball and Malku also made their combat preparations. Ball, this system's star might be a neutron star or a white dwarf. There is a high chance there are no habitable planets here. So later we'll have to rely on astronomical observation to find the next target. It'd be best if we can find one nearby. Because the deep space's main engine output is dropping. I can feel it. Every time we jump into the warp, it puts enormous strain on this ship. At most, it can probably enter and exit the warp 3 more times. No, 2 times is the limit. Any more than that, and it may lose power and be lost in the warp forever. Wang Yu said, explaining the ship's condition to Ball. There was no concrete data to refer to. Wang Yu had sensed it entirely through his connection with the deep space. This ship was growing weak from hunger, but it was still unclear how to feed it. There was no obvious place to start. Fully armed, the 3 of them began sweeping through the entire ship. They first went to the hangar because the last time, they had encountered a light lizard parasitized by bugs there. But this time, the hangar was quite clean. They immediately returned along the same route, preparing to sweep through the rooms one by one along the corridor. Since most war creatures could not survive after leaving the warp, it would have been perfectly normal even if the ship had not been invaded. But when they neared the corner of the corridor by the captain's room, Mauku suddenly became alert and stopped Wang Yu and Ball. There is something over there. They're coming. A lot of them. Mauku's senses were very sharp. She detected the anomaly early. After everyone raised their guns, they finally heard the sound of something crawling. It was a small pack of light lizards, big and small, but they were also a little different from ordinary light lizards, because on each of their backs was a tightly packed cluster of white flowers, blooming like a white flower ball. Flames erupted through the corridor. Wang used a shotgun, while Ball used a submachine gun. Very quickly, they slaughtered the small pack of light lizards. There were fewer than 10 in total, so they were not hard to deal with. They did not even manage to get close. But after killing those things, all of them realized something was wrong, because every one of those light lizards had a section of dark green vine attached to its body, entering from behind its tail. It was rather abnormal. After the light lizards were killed, the vines stabbed into their bodies even shrank backward, which meant this thing had a main body somewhere else. It was likely controlling this pack of light lizards. It's a parasitic plant. Be careful not to get touched by it. Wang Yu judged. He felt that every single thing from the warp was disgustingly vile. He started backing away to keep his distance, worried that there might be spores or pollen from the plant in the air. If they got parasitized, that would be trouble. But Ball did not care about that at all. She sharply thought of a possibility and rushed forward. When she saw that the vines were coming out of the captain's room, she became even more certain. This thing may have set its sights on the hydroponics bay, Ball said, making Wang Yu's heart tighten as well, because that was an important source of food for them. Don't come over. You might get infected, Ball added, then hurried over with her gun raised. Then Mauku followed. She was not very afraid of things like infection or parasitic infestation either. Only Wang Yu was left where he was. After pausing for 2 seconds, he turned and ran back, planning to change into a spacesuit before coming over again. Inside the captain's room, a massive tangle of crowded dark green vines almost covered the floor and walls of the hall. At the center was a strange plant with human features. Its lower body had mutated into root-like vines, yet it still had 2 hands and a head. Its figure looked very much like a woman's, but its face had only 2 pinkish-white eyes, and on top of its head was a white flower blooming at an angle. Quite a few of its roots had pierced into the hydroponics bay, where it was absorbing the nutrient solution inside, basking under the sunlight lamps, even blooming flowers across its surface. But it did not enjoy itself for long. Gunfire soon came from outside the corridor. It immediately became alert and looked toward the doorway, several vines lifting off the ground. But before the attackers entered, a grenade flew in first. The flashbang exploded in the captain's room. The intense light and sound waves made the plant thrash wildly, its vines stabbing all around at random, exactly like a blinded and panicked human. But its movement stopped very quickly. A large-caliber bullet blasted its head apart, spraying out a large amount of juice, petals flying everywhere. Then a swift black shadow rushed in. It was Mauku, who had already been waiting to strike. Several obstructing vines were all cut apart as she charged straight toward the strange plant at the center. In the end, she directly sliced the thing in half at the waist with her sharp claws, then bit and tore at it with her mouth. Her movements were extremely savage, exactly like hunting. By the time Wang Yu changed into his spacesuit and arrived, the captain's room was already in a complete mess. Reddish-brown juice was everywhere. There was even a small broken vine segment that had flown to Wang Yu's feet, twitching like a severed snake. The unknown intruder inside had already been almost completely wiped out by Ball and Mauku. Cut and torn vines were everywhere. The main body in the middle had been broken into several pieces. Not only was its head gone, it also had more than a dozen holes in its body from pistol shots. Wang Yu suddenly realized that he had underestimated his side's combat strength. If it was not a powerful warp fiend like the Shadow Demon, then ordinary war creatures like this were actually no match for the 3 of them at all. Name: Flower Fairy White. Description: a subspace plant. It uses its alluring figure and voice to seduce passing travelers, turning them into its own fertilizer. It has weak mobility, but to spread and reproduce, it will also bury its seeds inside certain animals, control their behavior, and make them carry the seeds farther away to grow. Flower Fairy? Wang Yu frowned slightly. Thinking of the skeleton warrior that had appeared before, he felt like all kinds of absurd fantasy creatures kept popping out of the subspace. He stopped Mao Kerr, who was still messing with the plant, and asked Ball about the losses. 12 grow lights in the hydroponic bay were damaged, but they had only brought 5 spare replacements. Also, the bay itself had suffered damage to varying degrees. That part was easier to fix. But the problem was that this thing had found the nutrient solution storage tank, so Ball frowned and said, "It doesn't look good." The hydroponic bay probably won't be able to grow many more rounds of crops. Also, the water tank in the bedroom was damaged too. We lost over 200 liters of fresh water. This thing's roots pierce straight through the metal tank. I checked it during patrol earlier. Everything was normal. This strange plant. This is what subspace travel is like. If you're not in a relatively enclosed space, then these weird things might invade, Wang Yu said, taking over the conversation. Unlike Ball, he wasn't that confused. He was just wondering why an accident had happened at the very last moment. Could it have invaded when they rushed out of subspace? Very likely. Maybe they should have gone to the captain's room first at the time. But looking at it the other way around, what if the invading creature had gone to destroy the shuttle inside the ship bay instead? It was one of those probability questions where anything could happen. For now, their supplies were damaged, but fortunately, their food reserves were still decent. Counting the uneaten light lizard meat, eating for a few months shouldn't be a problem. As for water, they could only try extracting the plant's juice and putting it back into the water recycling system to see how much they could recover. But can this thing be eaten? Wang Yu muttered to himself as he picked up a short piece of vine. Yes, it's a little sweet, just kind of hard to chew. Mao Kuer answered at that moment and looked over. She even demonstrated it, directly biting off a piece of vine and chewing, her cheeks puffed out round. Chew, chew, chew. Your can eat doesn't count as a reference, Wang Yu muttered quietly. Even now, he still couldn't confirm exactly how high Mao Kuer's immunity stat was. But one thing was certain, it was much, much higher than his. But then again, Cat Bro had said this thing was edible, and it even tasted pretty good. In that case, how about this? For the next half-month, you eat grass. Eat this plant. Eating more vegetables is good for your health. Wang Yu almost said what he was really thinking. No, I want jerky, flatbread, and fries. Mao Kuer protested. It's fine. Pan fry it, sprinkle some salt on it, and it might turn out surprisingly tasty. Eat it with flatbread too, or it'll go to waste. Wang Yu made the decision for Mao Kuer and refused to let her develop the bad habit of being picky with food. That way, they could last longer on food, and they'd have more options later on. The three of them began cleaning up the room. Now that there was no longer any threat of subspace invasion, they could move back into the powered captain's room, which would be much more convenient. First, they patched up the hole in the water tank. Then, using bottles, jars, pressure, and squeezing, they recovered a large amount of juice, about 30 liters. This damn thing had clearly absorbed that much water. But the juice inside, it was far less than what it had taken in. Had it all gone into growing its body? No matter what, they had recovered part of the losses. As for the remaining dried-out grass, no, the dried-out flower fairy, it was enough to feed Mao Kuer for a while. She had originally been pretty unhappy about it, but after chewing 2 dried vines, she stopped bringing it up much. Whenever she had nothing to do, she'd stick one in her mouth and chew on it like a teething stick. It didn't seem hard to eat at all. It even looked stress-relieving. After cleaning up the room, Ball brought over the light computer at Wang Yu's urging and prepared to check the surrounding star region. Repairs to the hydroponic bay were pushed back for later. It would be best if they could find a nearby planet with life and civilization, because Wang Yu's side wasn't just facing a supply shortage. There was also a hidden danger buried inside his body. His lungs were undergoing pathological changes. It was still unclear what disease it was, but his maximum health was indeed decreasing. After waking from those dozens of hours of unconsciousness, his maximum health had dropped to 94. Although he still didn't feel very strong discomfort yet, things had already started moving in a serious direction. Hopefully this universe didn't have some kind of Fermi paradox, with civilizations being rare everywhere, or things would get troublesome. Wang Yu muttered quietly and looked toward Ball, who was operating the light computer. They had seen so many aliens at the subspace tavern before, so the situation shouldn't be too bad. It probably wouldn't be like the universe Blue Star was in, where traces of other civilizations were almost impossible to find. One solar panel has malfunctioned, and the communications antenna is offline. It might be a cable issue and needs repair, but the other sensors are all functioning normally. Ball gave his report and activated all the sensors arranged across the surface of the deep space. A protected lens extended out from a device on the ship's surface. It was actually the deep space telescope they had installed before, and the protected lens inside was completely undamaged. Ball began adjusting the angle of the lens and gathering information from the surrounding area. With the movable joints connected to the lens and the movement of the deep space itself, they could observe the surrounding universe with almost no blind spots. It just took time, and getting results in the short term wasn't very realistic. And the collected information still had to be screened one by one. Ball directly assigned the task, and once there was a discovery, the light computer would contact him by wireless communication. Also, the nearby star chart was currently being mapped and could serve as a reference for subspace travel. After all, the gates represented by stars were fairly large and very obvious in subspace. All right, let the light computer process the data here. We need to hurry and fix the communications antenna. If we can receive radio signals from other civilizations, it'll greatly reduce the workload and be a huge help in finding other civilizations, Ball said. He withdrew the cable connecting his wrist to the light computer, stood up, and prepared to inspect the communications antenna. There was no rush to repair the hydroponic bay. This batch of crops had basically all been ruined by that flower fairy. That thing could actually absorb nutrients from other plants. It had already gone beyond the scope of an ordinary plant. The two of them left the captain's room, leaving Mao Kuer alone inside, since she couldn't help with repairs. Wang Yu, I have to tell you some bad news. Based on our current food and freshwater reserves, if we keep consuming supplies at the same rate as before in subspace, we may run out within half a year. But half a year, on the scale of space travel, is only a very short time. So we need to prepare early, Ball said. They had only just left the captain's room when he brought up the supply problem. That was because the original supplies had been prepared for Wang Yu alone, enough to support him for several years. But now there was one more mouth to feed, although they had replenished their supplies with light lizards in subspace. The flower fairy incident had caused heavy losses, especially freshwater. They only had a little over 200 liters left now, not even half of what they had at the start. I'll reduce the intensity and frequency of my exercise. Then Cat Bro and I will cut 3 meals a day down to 2. That way, we can last longer while still meeting basic nutritional needs. Wang Yu only thought for a short while before making the decision. They really did need to decide early. Ball was right. If they waited until food and fresh water were truly in short supply before making changes, it would probably be too late. The two took the elevator down to the hangar bay. The moment they stepped out, a clear tremor came up from under their feet. It wasn't that the deep space had hit something. Rather, not far away next door behind the wall, it sounded like something had slammed heavily into the wall and floor, the force traveling all the way into the hangar bay. Both Wang Yu and Ball's hearts tightened. They both raised their guns and aimed toward the source of the noise. Judging from the commotion, it sounded like two incredibly powerful beasts were fighting inside the ship. Bro Hammer. Wang Yu guessed, feeling it was very likely. The noise sounded exactly like Bro Hammer smashing the ground with his giant hammer. It seemed some kind of foreign thing had gotten into the deep space, and it was pretty strong enough to fight Bro Hammer. But it only lasted 4 or 5 seconds before the noise stopped. Then came a very faint, almost inaudible, heavy metal dragging sound, proving that the winner was Bro Hammer. Damn, good thing Bro Hammer is here. Otherwise, if that thing showed up in front of us, we'd be in real trouble. Wang Yu smacked his lips and said, while admiring Bro Hammer's might, he also frowned slightly, realizing that having their range of movement restricted might not be a bad thing. If they ran around carelessly and ran into a monster like that, it would be fatal. Besides, could Bro Hammer really win every time? What if he lost one day, and Bro Pig was defeated too? Then this ship was probably finished. Wang Yu frowned slightly and became even more eager to improve his strength. After the commotion disappeared, the two lowered their guns and continued the repair work from before. This inspection and repair only involved the communications antenna and the solar panels. Since it was also fairly technical, Wang Yu didn't go over and join in. After opening the maintenance passage, he just kept wearing a spacesuit and waiting inside the passage. It was pretty boring. It was basically impossible for there to be life in the star system they were in this time. One look at that dim star and the lava planet below was enough to tell. Even if there had once been a habitable planet with life here, after going through a supernova explosion, it could very well have turned into a dead world, not to mention the lack of light. This place was probably full of ice balls or lava planets, or even planets and asteroids shattered by the supernova explosion. When he had connected with deep space earlier, he had noticed a huge debris belt, or rather, an asteroid belt. But it couldn't be seen right now, and he couldn't see any other planets either. It was so dead and silent that it felt excessive. Wang Yu sat by the passage entrance for nearly half an hour before finally getting good news from Ball. She said the power line had been corroded through by some kind of thing, then wrapped up by rock layers, so it had taken some time to reconnect it. There was nothing wrong with the solar panels or the communications antenna. It had simply been poor contact and power loss. The two returned to the captain's room. The moment they pushed the door open, they saw Bro Cat idling inside the room, lying on the worn-out sofa. Beside her was a small mountain of dried vine stalks. She seemed to have taught herself to chew and then spit them out, grasping the more correct way to eat them. That scene left even the previously tense Wang Yu, and even Ball, somewhat speechless. It felt like unless she was facing monsters. Mao Kuer had no sense of tension at all. It wasn't because she had a good mentality. She simply didn't think. Wang Yu directly took out his phone and casually gave her 20 fairly complicated arithmetic and geometry problems, telling her to finish them before dinner. Otherwise, she wouldn't get to eat. Anyway, she had already eaten so much dried flower fairy that she wouldn't go hungry at all. Goo. You're bullying people. These problems are too hard. Why am I the only one doing them? This isn't fair. Mao Kuer complained after seeing the questions. Oh, then you want me to do them too? Wang Yu took back the broken wooden board with the questions written on it and pointed at the hardest problem on it. This one. What S8 times 76 times 233 equal to? Woo. Mao Kuer froze, then immediately started reciting the multiplication table. Starting from 1 times 8 is 8. But on this side, Wang Yu had already worked out the answer. The answer is 77. Go calculate it yourself. If it's wrong, I'll punish myself by not eating dinner. If you had my level, you wouldn't need to study this basic arithmetic anymore. Wang Yu answered first. As a college student who had gone through the Gaokao, although his grades had been average, this little bit of simple calculation was still not enough to require pen and paper. Otherwise, his math teacher would have strangled him long ago. Just do it properly. It won't hurt you. Once you learn basic calculation, you won't be without any sense of urgency anymore. Wang Yu said, feeling that Mao Ku simply couldn't calculate how many days the remaining supplies could last, so she had no sense of urgency at all. About 2 minutes later, Ball finally worked out that math problem. She got it right on the first try, only the result was exactly the same as the one Wang Yu had given. Still unconvinced, she worked it out again. After confirming Wang Yu really had gotten it right, she curled her lips, her competitive spirit stirred up, and began doing the other problems. After spending several hours on them, Mao Ku finally finished all 20 problems before dinner. Although she was somewhat gluttonous and lazy, her desire to win was pretty strong, and since she got them all right, it showed she wasn't actually stupid. She had just learned too little, and going forward, Wang Yu more or less knew how to guide Mao Ku into studying. This time could be considered a good start. Dinner time. There was now an extra large roll of fried flour fairy vine on Mao Ku's plate, since the water had been squeezed out beforehand. After frying, it had turned golden and looked a lot like crispy, twisted dough sticks. As for whether it tasted good, judging by Mao Ku's food guarding speed while eating, it was probably pretty tasty. Wang Yu swallowed and suppressed the urge to try a bite, obediently eating his own fries. But he had only eaten half when Ball, who had been repairing the hydroponics bay, reacted. She sat back down in her seat and began checking the data in the optical brain. That meant the space telescope had found something. Wang Yu came over carrying his plate, absent-mindedly eating fries one bite at a time. An opening. Mao Ku suddenly reached out, snatched the last 2 fries, and stuffed them into her mouth with lightning speed. Then she put on a crouched defensive pose with her head covered, preparing for Wang Yu's attack. But after quite a while, Wang Yu still didn't react, because all his attention was on Ball's side. That made Mao Ku curious too. She leaned over and sneakily looked over. Good news, Ball said excitedly, but the moment she turned around and saw 2 spectators carrying plates and eating while watching, she froze. Do you want to finish eating before I say it, or should I speak first? She asked. Hearing that, Wang Yu didn't waste a word. He directly swallowed the remaining half bowl of protein paste, making it clear she should speak first. Behind him, Mao Ku copied him and did something similar, stuffing all the food in her bowl in her mouth at once until her cheeks puffed out. A few minutes later, the Deep Space's first official extraterrestrial civilization exploration meeting was formally convened. The one on Jixing before didn't count, because there had hardly been any normal crew on board at the time. One person holding a meeting wasn't called a meeting. The survey results for the star system were currently in or already out. The System S star is a white dwarf that went through a supernova explosion. In addition, there are 3 planets. The one we're on is the closest. The other 2 are farther away, extremely dim, and have very low surface temperatures. Ball started by talking about the environment of the current star system, basically matching what Wang Yu had seen when he connected to deep space earlier. The surface conditions of all 3 planets are extremely harsh, and no traces of civilization have been found. But the good news is that within the debris belt orbiting this white dwarf, a non-natural celestial body has been discovered. After careful identification, it is very likely a shattered spaceship. What? Wang Yu shot to his feet. He hadn't expected such an unexpected discovery. This was incredible news, because it might be supplies inside, or even the legacy of civilization. Ball held the light computer and worked it for a while. A processed deep space photo soon appeared on the screen. This was the clearest shot. After zooming in, they could see that this thing was different from the floating rocks around it. It was unusually smooth and reflective, like high-purity metal or some similar material. Its reflection spectrum was still being analyzed. The result was estimated to come out in a little over 10 minutes. But judging from the optical image alone, the probability of it being an artificial object was extremely high, above 98%. Its length was roughly 172 meters, and its width about 872 meters. It was enormous, much larger than the deep space. Ball said that although the spectrum analysis results were not out yet, she was already certain this was a shattered alien spacecraft. Wang Yu gradually recovered from his excitement and began to consider the potential risks. Ball, are you sure this is a broken spaceship and not one that is still operating? Will it notice us? Will it attack us? He frowned, already thinking in the worst possible direction. This could be extremely dangerous. The possibility is very low. Judging from the optical image, a large area around the ship is scattered with smooth fragments, so that's why I concluded it's a broken spacecraft. And the damage is severe. Its original size may have been far greater than the part we can currently see. Ball still believed it was a shattered ship. Though Wang Yu felt a little sorry for the civilization and aliens behind that ship, this was really good news for him. It meant he and the others might have a chance to scavenge. But the risk still was in T0. Even if the ship is broken apart, it's still possible that some sections inside remain intact and operational. There may even be survivors. So there is still risk. We need to be cautious when making contact. Ball said this, and Wang Yu nodded after hearing her. After thinking for a few seconds, he made his decision. Let us go take a look first. We can't let an opportunity like this slip away. As for the risk, we'll talk about it after we've seen it. So the Deep Space's next target became the asteroid belt within the star system. It wasn't too far away. Mao had actually attended the meeting too, but she really couldn't get a word in. She could not even understand what they were talking about. She felt excluded and pouted unconsciously. That's why you need to study more. Now you know how important knowledge is, right? Wang Yu noticed and immediately started lecturing Mao on the importance of knowledge, but the effect was poor. This would have to be done slowly. Meanwhile, the spectrum analysis results came out as well, and Ball roughly figured out the ship's material composition. Its main component was iron, followed by titanium and lead, along with trace amounts of platinum and pallium. It could basically be confirmed to be some kind of alloy. Under natural conditions, it would be impossible for such a huge, smooth, regular alloy mass to appear. So this is definitely an artificial object. It is a spacecraft. Ball had already crushed the last trace of uncertainty. All right, then we'll set out in a bit. Since it's a broken alien spacecraft, there's no need for us to be overly timid. Once we get close, we'll carefully assess its condition, then make a detailed exploration plan. Wang Yu did not intend to waste time, mainly because supplies were limited, and whether they could find supplies on that ship was still unknown. They might even get nothing at all. So wasting time here meant wasting their already limited lives. Wait. Ball's eyes suddenly widened, and she began operating the light computer again. This time, she connected the cable extending from her wrist to the device. Her expression grew more and more grave, making Wang Yu uneasy as well. He could not help but ask, did that ship send out a radio communication? Are there living aliens inside? That was his guess, but that was not the case. In fact, it had nothing to do with that ship at all. Ball turned her head and said in an extremely serious tone, in the nearest star system to here, we found a strange planet. It's about 64 light years away from us. Judging from the optical image, there's an open eyeball on its surface. It even moves. What? Wang Yu stood up again, but this time his voice was much louder. He only felt a rush of heat flood his brain, and even his breathing fell out of rhythm. He quickly had Ball bring up the image. Then he saw a rust-colored, misshapen planet with a huge amount of debris floating around it. At the top of the planet, probably around the south or north pole, the rust-colored continent had split open with a fissure large enough to stretch across the entire planet. Cracks spread densely along the edges, and from inside, a ghastly pale eyeball covered in blood vessels was being squeezed out. The entire planet had been deformed by this eyeball, turning it from a sphere into an egg-like shape bulging and elongated toward one end. Only on the other side of the planet, because of the polar glaciers, was there a trace of white, or rather, pinkish white. Could it be some special planetary landform interacting with the climate? And because it's so far away, it just looks like an eyeball? Wang Yu tried to patch things up, asking a question that even he himself did not quite believe. Ball rejected it immediately. Almost impossible. The star in that system is a yellow dwarf in its prime, and the reflected light is quite strong, so the possibility of image error is extremely low. Although part of the planetary image was indeed digitally reconstructed, even if that part is removed, the image of this eyeball is still clearly visible. Ball denied that possibility and operated the light computer again. The planet in the image soon grew much dimmer. The side facing away from the star almost merged with the darkness. But on the side facing the star, atop the rust-red continent, the protruding eyeball was still visible. About once every 5 minutes, the crimson pupil of that eyeball would turn toward this side of the image, pause briefly, then shift toward the other end, repeating the cycle over and over. Wang Yu looked away from the light computer and sat down. At the same time, his heart sank to the bottom. Another demon star? How is that possible? If the universe is full of these things, then didn't I escape for nothing? No, this thing is different from the demon star Hydra. Wang Yu looked at the photo again and called up his own panel. His sanity had not dropped noticeably, and he could observe it directly. The system had not prompted him that he had seen a subspace evil god either. This thing was far weaker than the demon star. He had almost scared himself for nothing. Wang Yu let out a long breath. Ball, keep observing that planet for now. If anything unusual happens, Wang Yu suddenly realized that it was a planet several light years away. Even if something unusual had happened, that would have been several years ago, and that applied equally to both sides. The deep space had come here through subspace. If the other side lacked faster-than-light or cross-space observation methods, then it would still take at least over 6 years before they could see the deep space. And if its eyesight was bad, it might not notice it at all. The deep space did not emit light. In the universe, it was smaller than a speck of dust, utterly inconspicuous. In any case, keep observing that planet for now. And Ball, hurry and draw up a star map of the nearby systems. See if you can find any systems with civilizations or habitable planets. Once we finish exploring that ship, we'll leave this place immediately. Wang Yu was already preparing for their next entry into subspace. The meeting ended, and Wang Yu got up and headed for the bridge, preparing to fly toward the debris belt according to plan. He had already gone over the flight path on Ball's light computer. Once it connected to the deep space later, he would just need to fly directly, which saved a lot of trouble. Cough. He coughed once. His throat felt like there was some foreign object in it. He coughed it out and discovered that it was a black fragment the size of a grain of rice, covered in saliva. Did I just cough up my lungs? Wang Yu exclaimed in shock. He glanced behind him. Ball hadn't followed, so he carefully checked it. The texture was very brittle. With a squeeze, it crumbled into powder like cheap foam. What is this? He checked the panel to confirm. His health was still 96, and there was no obvious discomfort, so he decided to leave it alone for now. He couldn't treat it anyway, and letting Ball know would only make him worry for nothing. He would wait until they reached the next planet with civilization. He came to the bridge, sat in the captain's chair, and accelerated away from the planet's orbit, picking up more and more speed as he flew toward the nearby asteroid belt. He was expected to arrive in around 2 weeks. However, the asteroid belt had a complicated environment and covered a huge area. To reach the vicinity of that shattered spaceship, it would probably take another 3 to 4 days. 2 weeks later, during this period, Wang Yu reduced the amount of exercise he did, but his daily rhythm wasn't disrupted. He kept the talent, discipline life activated the entire time, because what came next was crucial, and the extra 20 points of sanity from this talent were very important. Hopefully, they could find supplies inside the ship, along with intact equipment, instruments, and perhaps even the remnants of a civilization. That would be of enormous help for Wang Yu and the others in their future interstellar voyage. And as deep space drew closer and closer to the shipwreck, the ship's original appearance was also reconstructed by Ball through a digital model, though of course, it was only for reference. This should have been a massive cylindrical spaceship. If intact, its total length should have exceeded 10 kilometers, perhaps even reaching 15 kilometers. It was almost the largest size a ship could be built to using conventional materials and propulsion. Of course, the conventional propulsion mentioned here naturally referred to power systems, such as controlled nuclear fusion that could support long-distance interstellar travel, not traditional fossil fuels. As for conventional materials, that meant high-strength alloys and composite materials. But even so, building a giant ship like this would still be extremely difficult. It would require a mature space dock, because a ship of this scale was almost impossible to build directly on a planetary surface and then launch into space. Even if it could be done, it would cause tremendous destruction to the planet's ecological environment. Back then, the ships Jixing had prepared for deep space exploration were nowhere near this scale. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't build one. It was just that right after they began, their aerospace sector suffered a devastating blow. After that, the matter was shelved and even became taboo. This civilization's level is probably only just enough to begin interstellar travel. Its technological level is far below deep space. This ship also seems to still rely on centrifugal force to simulate a gravity environment. Based on the reconstructed image of the ship and the materials used in its construction, Ball analyzed the possible level of the civilization behind it. This point was extremely important because to some extent, it also represented the danger level inside the ship. If it was a ship built by civilization on the same level as Jixing, or even lower, then there would be far fewer incomprehensible dangers. Looking at it this way, this ship's technological level actually isn't higher than Jixing's. In many aspects, it might even be worse. Wang Yu crossed his arms as he spoke, having just listened to Ball's explanation, because Jixing had only given up exploring deep space due to the influence of the demon planet Higra. In reality, Jixing had long since crossed the threshold of interstellar travel. And in the two fields of artificial intelligence and robotics, as well as life sciences and medicine, its technological level was actually extremely high, far beyond most civilizations that had only just stepped into the stars. Not to mention the terrifying productivity of the machine servants. But why did this ship crash here? Ball, did you find any clues? Wang Yu asked. About that, Ball actually had no clear answer either. It might have been a long time since the accident happened, and there were many possible reasons. One major possibility was that this ship collided with an asteroid in the debris belt, which then triggered a series of vicious chain reactions inside the ship, such as thermal runaway, explosions, and disintegration. In the end, only this small section of relatively intact framework was left. The direct reason this ship broke apart was an explosion, and it was quite powerful. Fragments of the ship are scattered over a very wide area. They can be found even hundreds of kilometers away. Ball made this judgment based on the distribution of the wreckage. But this brought up a new question. Why would a ship of such enormous size risk entering the asteroid belt in the first place? After all, it was a large ship, and its technology wasn't very advanced. Navigating through a debris belt would definitely come with countless difficulties. It was far less flexible than a small ship like Deep Space, which was only 500 meters long. Even with Deep Space currently in a state of hunger, with its auxiliary engines damaged and most of its functions missing, it was probably still much more maneuverable than this large ship. As for the real reason it crashed here, they would probably have to go deeper inside and find any system logs or similar records that might still exist before they could determine it. Also, does a home world for this ship exist in the surrounding star systems? Have any reinforcements come over, or have we received any communication signals? When you asked again, this really was something they needed to consider, because this ship's technological level wasn't high. Even if it could carry out interstellar travel, it most likely wouldn't have gone too far from its homeworld. If it had sent out a distress signal, then a rescue fleet might already be on the way. If they accidentally ran into one, it would be a huge problem. However, Ball said he had discovered nothing related to a rescue fleet, nor had he received any communication signals. The nearest star system from here was that special star system with the giant eyeball, the one Wong Yu had named Hellstar. It was unlikely the ship had come from there, and no large facilities such as space docks had been found in that system either. As for more distant star systems, those were dozens of light years away, so the possibility was low as well. TSK. Then this ship is a bit strange. Could it have traveled a long distance here and accidentally crashed into the debris belt? Wang Yu said as he stroked his chin. But no matter what, the plan to explore it would not change. After fully considering the potential risks and gains, Deep Space flew into the debris belt under Wang Yu's control. Though calling it piloting wasn't quite accurate. To be precise, after the connection was completed, Wang Yu was Deep Space, and after tempering himself in subspace, along with the assistance of the Spirit Sight Guardian helmet, the duration of his connection with Deep Space and the real universe had already been greatly extended. Even staying connected for several hours, or even most of the day, he no longer had to worry about sanity issues. As for avoiding asteroids and finding a route safe for navigation, that was as easy for Wang Yu as eating and drinking. This time, it only took him a few minutes to determine the route before disconnecting. What followed was a long wait and constant route adjustments. 2 days later, Deep Space was getting closer and closer to that shattered spaceship. But at this moment, Ball suddenly came rushing over to find Wang Yu, who had just disconnected, saying he had made a new discovery. Have Deep Space stop for a moment. Ball said this while holding his light computer, pulling up an image newly taken by the space telescope. In the picture was a streak of orange-yellow, completely different from the surrounding rocky bodies. After magnification and pixel restoration, the outline of that thing became clear. Wang Yu's gaze turned serious, and he immediately took the light computer to inspect it. It was actually a section of a corpse floating in the debris belt. It seemed to be wearing some kind of standardized spacesuit, orange in color, protected by thick armor plates, and, judging from its shape, it looked extremely human, though only the severed upper half remained. Where's the corpse located? I need its current relative position to Deep Space. Wang Yu spoke, naturally realizing the importance of this clue as well. Some tiny details that were hard to notice often only became visible when the distance was close enough and the angle happened to be just right. Ball then pulled up the Deep Space as a current flight path and the distribution of debris nearby, highlighting the corpse as location. Wang Yu only took one look to roughly memorize the direction. He ran back to the bridge at top speed, re-established connection with the Deep Space, then emergency braked, turned around, and did it all in one smooth motion like a drift, heading straight for the corpse S location. The corpse wasn't too far from the Deep Space, only a little over 5,000 kilometers away. Thank goodness they had a space telescope and photonic computer assisting with image analysis. If he had to rely on his own eyes alone, there was no way he would have noticed it. Even with the Deep Space S senses, Wang Yu still wouldn't have noticed that tiny anomaly hidden away in that corner. His brain would have directly ignored it. After flying for about 20 minutes, the Deep Space stopped in front of a dense asteroid belt. At this point, the corpse could be said to be right in front of them. The straight line distance was less than 3,000 meters. After going outside, they could even see it with the naked eye. It really was a corpse. It had probably been blasted here along with the rocks and ship fragments during the explosion. It had flown really far. Then a problem was placed in front of Wang Yu and the others. Ahead of them were rocks of all sizes, and there wasn't enough space for the Deep Space to fly in, and they had no means of short-distance movement in space. Jumping in safety ropes alone wouldn't be enough to reach that far. Wang Yu paused briefly. Without disconnecting from the Deep Space, he directly forced it into the debris belt like an icebreaker. As long as the speed was slow enough and they avoided hitting large rocks, the Deep Space's hard outer shell could still force open a path. It just required care and put great demands on the pilot's control. Wang Yu spent nearly 15 minutes reducing the 3,000-meter distance to 30 meters. He lined up the maintenance passage of the shipboard cabin toward the corpse, then stopped the ship and prepared to salvage the floating body. A few minutes later, a hatch on the Deep Space S surface opened. Inside were 3 fully armed figures, including Wang Yu and Ball, as well as Mao Ku-er. All of them had joined this operation, even though they were facing only a corpse, considering the potential risks. All 3 still mobilized together so they could look after one another if anything happened. But only one person would actually go retrieve the corpse. The safety rope was tied around Mao Ku-er's waist. Use the rope loop to hook the corpse, then come back. Understand? Wang Yu repeated it again in sign language. Even though he had already explained the mission process before, he still wordily repeated it once more. Understood. Mao Ku made an okay gesture. Since sound couldn't travel in a vacuum, they could only use sign language. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged a glance. Both of them turned serious. Ball had already set up her sniper rifle and was lying on the ship, where the gravity field had not been turned off, responsible for long-range fire support. Her main concern was that the corpse might suddenly reanimate. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was responsible for watching the rope, although one end was already secured. If necessary, he would also need to pull the safety rope and bring Mao Ku-er back as quickly as possible. Once everything was ready, Mao Ku-er jumped out directly, landing steadily on a medium-sized rock. Then she bent her knees, borrowed the force, and leaped toward another one. That was also why Mao Ku-er had been chosen. Her body was light, weighing only 58 kilograms, and both her agility and strength were above Wang Yu's. There was simply no one more suitable than her. This was also Mao Ku-er's first formal mission, so her enthusiasm was high. After borrowing force between the rocks 4 or 5 times, Mao Ku-er made one final leap toward the corpse floating in midair. The rock beneath her feet drifted off in the opposite direction and collided into a cluster with the others. Using the moment, she closed in on the corpse. Mao Ku-er grabbed one of the corpse's arms with one hand, while with the other, she slipped the rope loop over the corpse's head. Nicely done. Wang Yu had been watching the whole time, seeing that everything went smoothly and that the corpse showed no signs of suddenly coming back to life. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He was being overly cautious. This was a mysterious and bizarre universe, after all. It was absolutely necessary to guard against such things. Mao Ku-er and the corpse were pulled back together by the safety rope. The mission ended smoothly, and the deep space closed its hatch as well. As air once again filled the room, Wang Yu did not rush to take off a spacesuit. He immediately started examining the corpse with his own hands. Name: Raider Combat Suit, damaged. Manufacturer: House of Parasites. House of Parasites, an organization established under the leadership of the parasitic civilization Solan Protozoa. It runs the largest population and organ trafficking market in the current universe, and often attacks ships of other civilizations to replenish its supply. Supervision level: Level 1, Civilian. Description: a spacesuit issued by the House of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. Compared to traditional spacesuits, it places more emphasis on combat and protection, and is therefore also called a combat suit. Its life support and endurance are weaker, but it includes a simple power assist structure that can slightly enhance the combatant's strength. It can also improve jumping ability and even short-distance flight through a matching jetpack, but requires skilled handling to use. Strength 10. Defense 8. Parasite. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the corpse's helmet. Inside was a shriveled head like a fossil. It had obvious human features, and its facial features could still be made out, but its ears on both sides were spiny fins. On top of that, it had dried out, making its features look ferocious, while its mouthful of sharp teeth was completely exposed. Wang Yu had Cat Bro use his claws to cut open the obstructing spacesuit. Inside was a dried-up corpse like a mummy. On its chest was a structure resembling gill slits, and there were also fins on both elbows. But none of that was the most striking part. On the corpse's back, roughly below the back of the neck, there was an abnormal bulge, unlike the large fin at its waist. After Ball carefully cut it open with a knife, the blade clearly met a layer of material similar to a hard shell. After peeling back the skin, the strange thing finally revealed its true form. It was a worm buried into the skin, parasitizing the spine and connected to the nervous system. The first time he saw this thing, Wang Yu felt an extremely intense surge of disgust and nausea from the bottom of his heart. It was a physiological revulsion and discomfort. This thing looked like a giant pill bug curled up into a ball. Its back was covered in layers of hard insect shell, while the front had completely degenerated legs, like part of the nervous system, connecting into the spine. Ball directly used the knife and gouged out the dead worm, which had basically become an empty shell, leaving behind a huge deep pit beneath the corpse's back neck. There's a parasite like this, completely replacing the host, directly taking over the host's body from the central nervous system. This is, Ball frowned, within the scope of her knowledge. Such a dangerous parasite using higher intelligent life forms as hosts had never existed. Even if it did, it would certainly have been exterminated by higher intelligent life forms. Unless those intelligent life forms lost, This parasite also has intelligence enough to rival higher intelligent life forms. It is itself an intelligent life form. So disgusting. Malku waved her hands repeatedly, also showing discomfort. She checked the fur on her hands, regretting that she had just touched this filthy thing with her claws. Wang Yu was fearless. He directly reached out and took the worm's remains from Bal's hands. It was very light. He could clearly feel that the inside was hollow. Name: Solon Protozoa Black. Description: an extremely rare parasitic race in the universe possessing higher intelligence. Its internal hierarchy is strict, and different individuals have different roles. Black individuals belong to the sapper caste. The carapace on their backs is hard and can withstand light firepower. They almost completely lack any concept of self and are wholly obedient to higher-ranking individuals. After reaching full maturity, they lose the ability to move and completely replace the host, taking control of the host's body. They are perfect soldiers, workers, and slaves. It could parasitize nearly all vertebrates, and, after genetic modification, special variants capable of parasitizing invertebrates had also appeared. But it could not parasitize intelligent life forms with completely different forms of life, such as silicon-based life and mechanical life forms. This was an accident. Life spreader. Home of parasites. Solon Protozoan. Life spreader. Wang Yu silently repeated the intelligence he had obtained from the system, his eyes narrowing. He had Bal continue dissecting and studying this strange parasite. He had a feeling they might run into it again in the future, because this seemed to be a superpower whose traces spread across the entire universe. The three returned to the bridge, bringing the corpse up with them as well. Wang Yu reconnected with Deep Sky, turned around, changed course, and continued flying toward that shattered spacecraft. More than 10 minutes later, the three held another short meeting in the captain's room, combining the condition of this corpse with the information it carried. There was now one more possible reason for that ship's crash. It might have been because of battle. That ship might have been attacked by the Solon Protozoan. As a newly emerging civilization that had just stepped into the universe, they had almost no power to resist in front of such an old established force. Their ending was most likely total destruction, with everyone on board dead, or even large numbers of their population taken away. And this discovery also served as a warning to Wang Yu. This universe did not only contain evil gods and disasters. The malice of other civilizations was something they also had to guard against, and the outcome could be even more terrifying than direct death. At any rate, Wang Yu did not dare imagine the feeling of gradually having his body taken over by parasites. That was simply too horrifying. He would rather choose death. Deep Sky set out once more, returned to its original route, and flew toward that shattered spacecraft. At most, in another 8 hours, they would arrive near the wreckage. Wang Yu, Bal, and Mao Ku gathered together and held a short meeting on the bridge. This time, Wang Yu told the two of them about the home of parasites, the Solon Protozoan, and also the existence of the life spreaders. There was no need to hide it. They were one whole now. Wang Yu told them that he possessed a mysterious power that allowed him to obtain information by touching objects, wreckage, and corpses. Bal then carried out a further dissection of the Solon Protozoan and the corpse of the demi-human species called the dolphin folk, making additional discoveries. Because this demi-human actually had no brain, or rather, its brain had atrophied away. In its place were some newly appeared clustered neurons. Their exact function was unclear, but they most likely served to transmit neural signals back to the worm body. The brainstem and cerebellum had basically been preserved, but they too had established a connection with the worm body. So this worm had become the new brain of this body. Inside it, there should be highly active neurons, only that would allow it to perform functions similar to a brain. But if that was the case, it also meant this worm had lost all abilities, including feeding and movement. It existed in complete dependence on this body and could not casually switch hosts either. Bal judged that under their current conditions, this was all they could analyze for now. In short, this was an extremely aggressive super parasite with intelligence, naturally standing in opposition to other intelligent organic beings. Because it was a parasite, and a civilization established by parasites like this would inevitably be extremely aggressive as well, natural-born predators. Wang Yu held the same view, and suddenly understood a little why the machine god cult was so extreme. If someone had been disgusted by this kind of thing and survived by luck, they would definitely become extreme. Bal, open the radar warning range to the maximum. Be careful in case there are worm-in ships lurking nearby. I'll also stay connected to Deep Sky the whole time later. If anything goes wrong, we'll hide in subspace. This place is not far from the White Dwarf, and with its gravity, entering subspace will be easy. When we reach that shattered spacecraft, we need to move fast and finish the exploration in the shortest time possible. Then leave the Solon Protozoan activity zone. No, it should be called their hunting ground. Wang Yu spoke seriously, already classifying those ugly parasites as a hostile force. After saying that, he went to the captain's seat and connected with Deep Sky. All the way there, he controlled Deep Sky and raised its speed a bit. After about 7 hours, Deep Sky arrived near that shattered spacecraft. A large amount of wreckage of different sizes and floating rubble drifted around it, showing just how violent the explosion back then had been. But after getting closer, Wang Yu discovered a new anomaly. It was not some more man ambush. Why did the ship look so delicious? That did not seem like shipwreckage at all. It was clearly a roasted chicken, baked to a golden color, with skin full of juices underneath. Wang Yu even started hallucinating for a moment and smelled the aroma. That was a super roast chicken with a diameter of 2 kilometers. He had never seen one before, much less eaten one. It was simply too tempting. What the hell was going on? A psychic attack from the parasites? This was just too despicable. Wang Yu kept swallowing saliva, feeling an unprecedented appetite toward a lump of spacecraft wreckage. Wait, could this be? He suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe this was not some psychic attack at all. Maybe Deep Sky wanted to devour the wreckage of this spacecraft. A ship that eats ships, seeing other ships as food? No, I haven't explored the inside yet. How can I let you eat it? Hold it in. Wang Yu forcefully endured his appetite, but the speed at which his reason was declining was getting faster. Fortunately, the distance was no longer far, and Wang Yu's tolerance for hunger was much stronger than before. So he endured it and controlled Deep Sky, stopping it steadily beside the fragrant braised pork knuckle, ignoring the small side dishes around it and ruthlessly ramming them away. Once the distance was about right, Wang Yu decisively cut the connection, and Deep Sky fell into dormancy as well. But Wang Yu still seemed to have a strange fragrance lingering in his nose. When he wiped it with his hand, there was even a faint trace of blood. The capillaries in his nasal cavity seemed to have burst. His mouth was also full of saliva, some of it even leaking out. What's wrong? Ball was right beside him, and had clearly noticed that something was off with Wang Yu. It's like this. That ship suddenly turned into roast chicken, then a moment later into braised pork knuckle. It smelled way too good. Good thing I held back. Slurp. Wang Yu gestured with his hands and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ball obviously did not believe him and suspected something had gone wrong with Wang Yu's brain. There's food? At this moment, Malkour also came over, sniffing around. Her ears were standing straight up. She had clearly heard the words, really fragrant. Wang Yu pressed a hand to his forehead and could only organize his words and explain further before finally making it clear. Deep Sky wanted to eat the ship. It affected me. It really wanted to swallow that wreckage, but I stopped it. A ship that eats ships? Bald Fronet. Forget about that for now. Deep Sky is parked right beside this spacecraft wreckage. Let us check our equipment and set out immediately. We must complete the exploration in as short a time as possible. Wang Yu said this, and the three of them began making preparations. The several battles in subspace before, especially the fight with the Shadow Demon, had used up quite a few grenades. Now, they had 7 fragmentation grenades left and 5 flashbang grenades. They still had plenty of EMP grenades and magnetic demolition grenades, though. Ammunition was still fine. They had brought several ammo boxes, so supplies were fairly sufficient. It was just that magazines were limited, so each person's carrying amount was also limited. They put some loose ammunition, along with some tools, into a toolbox, in case they ran short on ammo or needed tools later and had to run back to get them. Especially ammunition, they might not get the chance to come back for it. As for that miniature tactical nuclear warhead, Wang Yu had also asked Ball about it before. If an explosion went off in a sealed space like the shipwreck, they would probably all be shattered by the shockwave. After all, these were weapons developed for ground warfare. Using them in enclosed space was far too dangerous, practically suicide. Tigra's roar was about the same, so they only brought conventional weapons. They gave Cat Bro a few grenades for self-defense and taught her how to use them. Before using one, she had to warn Wang Yu and Ball first. They did not give her a gun. It was too dangerous, and they were worried about an accidental discharge. They could wait until later, when there was a chance to practice shooting. Fully armed, the three of them arrived at the emergency passage. After the hatch opened, the massive wreck, over 2 kilometers in diameter, was right in front of them. The gap was less than 10 meters, and the hatch happened to face the broken cross-section of the wreck directly. It was enough to show how skilled the pilot was. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have crashed into it. The shipwreck had been wrecked by the explosion, and the inside was already a complete mess. They might need to clear obstacles constantly just to move forward. There could also be high-voltage electricity, flammable and explosive containers, and other hazards. So they absolutely had to act carefully. They had to let Ball assess the situation first before doing anything. Through the radio inside his spacesuit, Wang Yu repeated all the precautions for the next stage of the operation, so Cat Courier could hear him too. He had even taped a walkie-talkie to one of her ears. It was very uncomfortable, but for smooth communication, there was no better option right now. Ket Ka'ia, can you hear me? Wang Yu confirmed again. Cat Courier gave him a gesture to show she could hear. But because it was bone conduction, the sound was a little strange, as if it were coming through fog, yet also extremely close. At that moment, Ball brought over the safety rope, but instead of tying it to herself, she fixed one end to the entrance of the emergency passage. They planned to connect the deep sky with the shipwreck. Though connect was not really the right word. There was no way a single rope could firmly bind two giant masses like these. They just wanted one extra layer of insurance. If the deep sky separated from the wreck, then as long as the distance did not exceed the length of the safety rope, they could return easily. But if the rope snapped, and that really happened, then things would be bad. The only thing they could do was avoid that situation as much as possible during the process. After making their preparations, Ball set off first. Grabbing the safety rope, she sprinted and leaped toward the shipwreck opposite them. She rolled several times across the metal floor on the other side and only stabilized herself after bracing against the wall at the bottom. She immediately raised her submachine gun and scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, she signaled for Wang Yu and the others to come over. Cat Core went next. She was even more agile than Ball. She did not even need a running start and just jumped straight over. Wang Yu went last. The gravity field in the room had not been turned off because it made it easier to push off and reduce the chance of jumping off course. He backed up a long distance, broke into a sprint, and hurled himself forward with all his strength, smashing toward the shipwreck like a cannonball. Far more fiercely than either Ball or Cat Core. If someone did not know better, they might have thought Wang Yu was some kind of space marine charging in head first. But in reality, he had simply used too much force. He had underestimated the strength of the powered armor. The moment his feet left the ground, he panicked, flailing helplessly but unable to stop himself, nearly slamming himself into a concussion. Fortunately, Ball and Cat Core were there to catch him, preventing a disaster. Sorry, I'm still not used to this zero-gravity environment. Wang Yu got up awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. His earlier experience crawling along the outer surface of the deep sky had not helped him here. Ball said she understood and told him to watch his strength. She also told him he could activate the magnetic adhesion function of the spacesuit, which would let him stand firmly on the ship. As for Cat Core, when she saw Wang Yu make a fool of himself, an undisguised, mischievous grin appeared on her face. But she was just a kid, so Wang Yu was not going to argue with her. He would settle everything after the mission was over and they got back. This way, this is the real floor of the ship. What's under our feet should be a wall. Cat Core, you take point. You're the most agile, and your claws can be used to clear obstacles too. But watch out for enemies that may be lying in wait. Before clearing obstacles or going into places that are hard to enter, you must confirm with me first. Ball gave orders, already acting like the captain of the squad. At a time like this, having a robot like her control the overall situation could not have been more suitable. The other two were complete rookies. The three of them changed their standing surface, resetting their sense of up, down, left, and right. This was actually very common in space, so they needed to train and improve their spatial awareness. After fixing the safety rope to a ring-shaped steel bar that Ball had bent into place, the three formed a single file line and entered the passage to explore. Ball and Wang Yu each also carried a crowbar and a steel pipe for clearing obstacles. The three of them entered the ruins and moved through the broken, twisted corridor. Cat Core's sharp claws were incredibly useful here. Many obstacles could only be broken apart by her claws, opening a path forward. Be careful of these walls and steel bars. The broken edges are very sharp, especially you, Wang Yu. Don't tear your spacesuit. Ball looked back and reminded him. That was because the exoskeleton-powered armor did not provide protection at the joints. They advanced several dozen meters, and the situation gradually improved. There were fewer and fewer areas where the corridor walls had melted and deformed from high heat and impact, but they were making quite a lot of noise inside. Even in a vacuum, sound could still travel through the hull, even into the soles of their feet, then through the spacesuit and into Wang Yu's ears. If there were any survivors or strange creatures nearby, they should have been alerted by now. But they found nothing, so there were most likely no survivors inside. And along the way, they did not see a single corpse. There were two possibilities. 1. The insectoid raiders had taken everyone away. 2. The bodies had been reduced to ash by the extreme heat and pressure or thrown out into space. For similar reasons, they had not found any valuable items or supplies either. It was even worse than exploring the ruins of a bombed-out building. Hopefully the situation in the latter half would be better. About 15 minutes later, they passed through that stretch of ruins and entered a relatively spacious area. They were standing on an elevated platform with several levels, though the upper level had already collapsed, and even the ceiling had been blasted open with a hole over 3 meters wide. Directly ahead of the platform was a huge circular metal door, almost shockingly large. Its structure was very unusual. It was not the kind of door that opened left and right or up and down. Instead, almost like a show of technical skill, it was made of spiral layers of curved metal plates that opened and closed through clockwise and counterclockwise rotation. It was Wang Yu's first time seeing a door like this. It fit the spaceship setting around him perfectly. The door itself was still intact. There were scratches, but no signs of damage or deformation. It was far better off than the surrounding wreckage, and it might even still be able to open. At that moment, Ball moved ahead with her gun in her arms and came to the edge of the platform. After aiming up and down for a while, she lowered her weapon. She had not found any danger. This chamber, which looked like an atrium, was already riddled with holes. A large amount of debris floated inside. It looked like the blast had failed to break through this door, so it had vented outward from the sides instead. Faint starlight from the white dwarf shone in through the gaps in the hull, lighting up the area. In a few places, it turned into beams through the drifting dust, filling the place with a sense of deathly stillness. This door may be very sturdy, and it was probably closed during the explosion. That's why the blast wave and shock pushed this part of the wreck a great distance away. Some of the damage may have been caused during that process, or by collisions with asteroids. That's good news. It suggests the facilities behind the door may be relatively intact. There may be things inside that we need. After checking the light-leaking cabin, Ball looked at Wang Yu, roughly asking whether they should move to the next step, since there could also be danger behind the door. But there was nothing to hesitate over. They had already come this far. They couldn't exactly go back empty-handed. Malkur, it's up to you. See if you can open that door ahead, Wang Yu said. His voice was transmitted through the intercom stuck to Malkur's ear. She immediately made a guided gesture, floated forward several meters, retracted her fingers into her paw pads, and turned them into sharp claws. Pushed off from a broken upturned wall, then pushed off again from another floating metal wall fragment as she charged at the metal door and thrust out a claw. The strike landed squarely on the door. There was no teeth-grating screech of metal scraping, because this was a vacuum environment, but part of the sound traveled through vibration, all the way along the damaged hull to the platform and reached Wang Yu, so he still heard it. The sound was sharp and piercing. Malkur was knocked back by the recoil. Her full-force strike had only left a few millimeter-deep scratches on that strange door, and her right hand had been shaken so numb and sore that tears came to her eyes. So hard. Wang Yu raised a brow. Although he had expected as much before asking Malkur to try, he was still a little surprised to actually see the door this tough. Those were Malkur's claws, yet they could only leave scratches. This door was way too hard, much harder than the hull of the deep space. If they had a door made of this stuff back then, even a shadow demon probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Its technological level was far below that of the deep space, yet it had materials far surpassing the deep space's hull. Were the technologies mastered by the civilization behind this ship really this lopsided? Wang Yu frowned. It had seemed that way. Maybe civilizations weren't as clearly tiered as people imagined, but each had fields they excelled in and specialized in. For example, the long-eared race of the machine star civilization was especially skilled at artificial intelligence. But Wang Yu quickly overturned that view again. Because the deep space was a product of that company, Four-Legged Fish Life Company, Limited. That company followed a cost-performance route, so cutting corners was entirely expected. More likely, it wasn't that they lacked stronger materials, but that there was no need to use them on this ship. Otherwise, the price of the spacecraft would have shot up along with it. Good steel had to be used on the Blade's edge. Since it was a survey ship, flight and exploration capabilities were definitely the priority. Combat was another ship's job. So the deep space's material lost out to the door in front of them, not because Four-Legged Fish Company lacked material technology reserves, but because there was no way it was inferior to a civilization that had only just stepped into space. So the deep space is a cheap ship too. Wang Yu suddenly tossed out that comment for no reason. Almost no one could understand what exactly he was complaining about. But Ball still caught on and understood that Wang Yu was mocking the deep space's hull for not being very sturdy. Malkur, stop trying. Change angles. Let us go to the surface of this ship and look for a breakthrough point. There's no way the whole thing is made of this super material. If it were, this ship wouldn't have been blasted to pieces, Wang Yu said, stopping the rather stubborn Malkur, who still wanted to keep trying, and proposed looking for another entrance. It happened to match Ball's thinking exactly. So the three regrouped and planned to pick a suitable breach to get to the ship's surface. The hole at the top, several meters across, was quite suitable. They had originally thought that entering from the broken cross-section would let them go deeper into the ship. But it turned out they seemed to have taken the long way around. But if they hadn't explored inward first, how would they have known about this door and the area ahead? So this was also part of a step-by-step exploration process. The three of them climbed out one after another through the hole at the top. They couldn't jump around recklessly. If they flew off, that would be troublesome. Once they reached the ship's surface, the function of Wang Yu's spacesuit finally showed itself. The magnetic soles built into the boots let him stand firmly on the surface of the ship. So now Wang Yu took the lead, pulling Ball and Malkur forward to keep them from drifting away from the hull. The three walked along the battered outer shell of the ship. There were even gouges and pits scraped into it, probably the handiwork of the surrounding debris. But it hadn't broken through, which showed that this part of the hull was especially tough. They moved forward a bit farther and picked a deep pit, letting Malkur test the hull material to see whether it could be broken through. Malkur didn't speak, but made an okay gesture. The claw on her other hand had already stabbed in, so the three set up on the spot. Malkur was responsible for digging, while Wang Yu and Ball stood guard and carried away the cut-off metal chunks. But after digging for more than 10 minutes, Ball suddenly realized something and warned her. Malkur, there might be air inside. When you dig, be careful. It's best to probe with your claws first. Don't break open a large hole all at once. If they carelessly made a big hole and the inside turned out to be a high-pressure environment, the powerful airflow blowing out might sweep all of them into space. After giving the warning, Ball also got moving. He took out his toolbox, preparing to use vacuum superglue to make several handles they could grab to anchor themselves, just in case. As for the glue's strength, it was almost comparable to ordinary metal that had already been proven on the deep space. About 1.5 hours later, the pit made by the debris impact had already become deep enough for a person to enter, and the wall thickness had even exceeded an astonishing 1 meter. Far thicker than the walls in other parts of the ship. It was extremely exaggerated. By this point, Malkur was already tired. Her efficiency had dropped a lot, and she no longer had the same drive as at the start. After all, she had been digging for so long. Just as Wang Yu finished replacing the oxygen tank and was wondering whether they should return to the deep space for a short rest, Malkur's ears suddenly twitched twice. She looked over and brought good news. It seemed she was about to dig through. Her right claw had already sunk completely into the wall, because Ball had reminded her to test the situation before each dig. It looked like this time she had pierced through. Good. Be careful from here on. Don't rush to dig it open yet. Thin out the surrounding metal first. Wang Yu yelped too. Clear out the metal fragments in the pit. Then get ready to catch Malkur, Ball directed. Because if the inside wasn't a vacuum and there was air pressure, once it blew, those metal fragments could easily turn into a metal storm. Getting hit by that would be no joke. The two quickly cleared the tunnel clean. By then, Malkur had also thinned the wall. Her right claw remained stabbed in, and she asked Ball what to do next. All right, Malkur, bring your foot over so Wang Yu and I can grab you. When I count 3, 2, 1, stick a magnetic breaching grenade on it, then pull back immediately. Wang Yu, and I will hold on to you. Ball added that, and also got ready with Wang Yu. On the outer wall, he had glued several handles they could grab, made on the spot from metal blocks, to ensure they wouldn't be blown away. If there was high-pressure gas inside, then this blast would create a wind tunnel. As long as they waited for the pressure to vent, they could go in and explore. All right, listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Following the instructions, Malkur stuck a magnetic breaching grenade onto it, then pulled out her right claw. At once, a rustling hiss of airflow came from the crack, and even the wall began to deform, bulging outward. Clearly, there was air inside, and the pressure was not low. She pulled the pin on the grenade and retreated. Wang Yu and Ball firmly grabbed her, tracing an arc as they returned to the ship's surface. She wasn't blown away, and everything went smoothly, just as planned. Immediately after, a violent explosion came from the pit, followed by a gale blasting out and carrying a large amount of debris with it, launching it into space like cannon shells. The three pressed tightly against the ship's outer hull and made no other move. Once the gale died down and most of the air inside had vented out, they would be able to go in and explore the place. There probably aren't any survivors in there, right? If there are, what we just did might have pushed them into a dead end. Wang Yu suddenly thought of that because there was air inside. The possibility is almost zero. It's been at least 100 years since this ship was wrecked. A small sealed section like this probably couldn't keep survivors alive for that long. And even if someone had survived until now, when we were trying to break the door and drill a hole earlier, they should be noticed and done something. None of that happened, so I don't think there are any living survivors inside. But there is a pretty high chance there are corpses. Ball made his judgment based on the actual situation. After hearing it, Wang Yu agreed and looked at what was being blown out, mainly to see if there were any corpses or important supplies. If there were, they could haul them back later. But aside from a few things that got blown out at the start, soon only wind kept coming out. It just kept leaking, and no one came to patch the leak. After nearly half an hour of venting, the airflow dropped sharply and became little more than a harmless breeze. Only then did the three move again. Safe. Ball quickly stuck his head in for a look and gave the signal. Carrying her gun, she entered through the hole, followed by the other two. About 1 minute later, a glowing light stick floated in through the breach without causing any disturbance. After that, a suspicious cat head poked out. Took one look, then shrank back. Next, the sound of cutting came from the wall again. A large section of the broken metal wall was kicked inward. And then three figures stuck their heads out one after another, each covering a different direction in case of an ambush. But there was nothing inside. It was pitch black. Other than the faint sound of airflow, there was no movement at all. The three switched to inspecting the interior, tossing out a lot of glow sticks. This was where carrying a toolbox really showed its value. But the space was huge, and the glow sticks were dim, so it was still hard to make out every detail inside. Even for Ball and Mao, dark vision only barely let them make out outlines. It was far worse than working in a lit environment. This looks like a large workshop or factory, specifically for producing large mechanical creations, Ball said first, shining her flashlight around the room. It should be a vertically laid out factory. The place we entered from happens to be along the side, near the top level. Ball added that as she shone the flashlight toward both ends. On one side, the top was easy to see. On the other side, it looked like a deep pit, so she tossed down 2 more glow sticks. Only then did the spiral corridor along the edge and the mechanical platforms gradually reveal themselves. Along with the conspicuous giant mechanical arms, hanging cables, and the unfinished mechanical creation, it really did prove this place was a workshop. There were even 2 conveyor belts on the spiral corridor. Although they had stopped, metal parts, plates, and even stones were still sitting on them. If they could be started, these parts and materials could be transported to the various platforms for processing and assembly. A vertical factory? It was Wang Yu's first time hearing of such a thing. To him, this looked more like a hollow tunnel. If he had to describe it, it resembled a missile silo, if you ignored the surrounding mechanical platforms used for processing. In response, Ball gave a further explanation, saying this was one design plan for a space factory. Compared to horizontal factories on land, it made more efficient use of space and was also more convenient for producing large creations. So that is how it is. This place is pretty advanced. I feel like it's way better than the deep space, Wang Yu said with emotion, only to get a glare from Ball, who once again pointed out what was wrong with that statement. Because if a vertical factory like this appeared inside a research ship like the deep space, that would be the real absurdity. With the technological strength of the civilization behind the deep space, they had far better options. For example, they could use precision printers to manufacture mechanical creations, then assemble them, or even print the finished product directly. Or they could use nanobots and have them replicate things one-to-one from blueprints, making even a processing factory unnecessary. That's way too sci-fi. Wang Yu felt Ball was exaggerating. But in truth, that was only because he didn't understand creations on the level of a gravity generator. Compared to the civilization behind the deep space, this group of aliens was hardly any better than primitives who had just learned to make fire and use stone tools. That is, Wang Yu shone his flashlight toward the bottom, but it was too far away. Even a high-powered beam only became a dim, moving spot of light. Still, there seemed to be something where he had just swept across, so Wang Yu immediately moved the flashlight back and discovered a large robot. Its appearance was bizarre and savage. At a glance, it actually startled him. It stood about 10 meters tall, with 4 legs and 4 arms. Its body was as solid and heavy-looking as a block of metal. Its surface was rough and uneven, as if a lot of impurities had been mixed into the metal. Its arms and legs were the same, and mounted on its 4 arms were, respectively, an impact drill, a large electric drill, a huge iron hammer, and a giant axe. Every one of them was absurdly oversized and full of aggression. That alone would have been one thing, but this robot was also covered in sharp little drill bits, making it look like a hedgehog. That made it appear especially savage, so much so that no one would dare touch it. And hanging from the robot, like trophies, were quite a few chunks of corpses. Judging by the clothing, those orange combat suits clearly belonged to insectoid raiders. The excavated Soren protozoa were even more like gemstones, pierced through with rivets and hung around it in a circle like ornaments. I disturbing Krisischern. Your sanity decreases by 8. Wang Yu's brows twitched as he noticed the system prompt. His sanity had actually dropped by 8 points. This thing 1T suddenly move, will it? He raised his guard and looked at the shotgun in his hand, feeling like the firepower balance was all wrong. A weapon of this caliber probably couldn't even break this robot's outer shell. Ball and Mao Ku are naturally noticed the robot too. Unpleasant. Even disgusted expressions appeared on both their faces. After all, it was hard for any mentally normal creature to like a design covered in spikes and sharp points. Not to mention the corpses hanging from it. This was probably made by the survivors of this ship. Looks like someone did survive, and for quite a while. But for now, let us first see if we can find any clues. Try not to touch anything you don't understand. Ball said that, and after seeing such an aggressively designed mechanical creation, she raised her guard as well. She touched the EMP grenade hanging at her waist. That thing was especially effective against machines. The workshop was huge, so to avoid accidents, the 3 decided to stay together. After roughly figuring out the internal layout, the 3 went down to the spiral corridor, preparing to explore bit by bit. However, I'm already on my 2nd oxygen tank. The oxygen I have left can last at most a little under 4 hours, and I need to keep 1 hour for leaving. So the time we have left to move around on this trip is only 3 hours. Wang Yu reported his remaining oxygen supply. There was no helping it. Unlike Ball and Mao, he couldn't stay active for long in an oxygenless or even vacuum environment, so it would be best to move quickly, or find some way to replenish oxygen here. For example, oxygen tanks left behind by the insectoid raiders, or the oxygen supply method used by the aliens on this ship. If there were also life forms that relied on oxygen to breathe. The 3 picked up the pace and decided to head upward first, to check the end of the spiral corridor, because by usual logic, that location had a high chance of being a special functional area, so they couldn't afford to miss it. Along the way, Wang Yu kept an eye out for anything with written records on it. If he could trigger a system prompt and learn this civilization's language, that would be ideal. They had already spent quite a few credits learning the spoken language before. But if they couldn't even read the writing, a lot of what they wanted to do here simply couldn't be carried out. They arrived at the end of the corridor. There really was a room here, but unlike traditional human architecture, this house was actually oval-shaped. It didn't even have windows. Only some round holes and a circular doorway. The height was only 1.5 meters, and it stood open. Rather than calling it a house, it would be more fitting to call it a cave. That was the feeling it gave Wang Yu. Wait, there seems to be writing here. Let me take a look. Wang Yu finally found something like written text. It was a sign hanging by the doorway, like a notice board. After paying the system 1,000 universal credits, Wang Yu was able to understand the text. You paid 1,000 universal credits and learned the writing of an unknown civilization. Power distribution room. Wang Yu read the text that looked like ghostly scribbles. It should be something like a power room. Let's get inside and take a look. Maybe we can restore the power here. Bal Dao first listened at the door. Hearing no movement, he lowered his body and slipped inside like a nimble snake. Wang Yu and Mao Ku followed him in. The inside felt a bit oppressive. That was because the ceiling was only a little over 2 meters high. They could even reach up and touch it directly. It looked like the average height of these aliens was very tall, and even their habits had little in common with humans. They might not be demi-humans. Still, the room itself was fairly large, over 200 square meters. This really does look like a power room. These stones on the wall that could be moved downward should be switches. The power distribution was probably regulated through electricity too, Bal said as he shone his light on the rock switches on the wall. On the other side, Wang Yu was looking for any related instructions, because in a power room, there would usually be warnings or operating procedures written down for emergencies. This place was no exception. It was written beside the entrance, on a metal plate fixed there, listing emergency operating regulations. Wang Yu translated all of it for Bal. The most useful part was the emergency procedure for when the power supply was interrupted. Because this workshop was equipped with an emergency power supply and an independent life support system, once the power coming from the spaceship was cut off, it would automatically switch to emergency power. If the emergency power supply failed to operate properly, please try replacing the hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks. Then pull the switch for the backup power source again to attempt a restart. Were these hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks? Hydrogen energy? Wang Yu frowned as he asked Bal, also wanting to know whether Jixing had anything similar. Maybe hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells? The indicator seems to show they're nearby. Let me check. Bal was relatively tall, so moving around in this cramped, low space felt even more restrictive. Even the control console seemed undersized. He could only hunch over and search little by little. This should be it. Pretty heavy. Using 3 fingers, Bal gripped the somewhat undersized handle and pulled hard. A vertical drawer slid out from the wall. It was fairly long and divided into 3 layers. Inside were flat-lying objects that seemed to be the so-called hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks. On the other side, roughly at the symmetrical position in the room, Mao Ku also found a similar drawer and pulled it out. Wang Yu then reached out and tried to confirm what they were. Name: Hydrogen brick number 1, storage, 0, manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Heart of Rock, the core enterprise of the Diggers civilization. Responsible for 90% of the civilization's industrial production and technological research and development. It was also the key enterprise that pushed Diggers civilization into space, with especially remarkable achievements in the field of material science. Regulation level, Class 1, civilian use. Description: a special material specifically used to adsorb and store hydrogen. When the temperature is below -42 degrees Celsius, this material will spontaneously adsorb hydrogen from the surrounding environment and store it in its crystal lattice structure. When the temperature is between 71 degrees Celsius and 923 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen brick will gradually release the hydrogen stored inside. The release rate is related to the ambient temperature. Do not place the hydrogen brick in an environment above 103 degrees Celsius. Doing so will permanently damage the chemical structure of the hydrogen brick and may even cause an explosion due to excessive hydrogen release. When fully loaded, its hydrogen content is about 694 times that of solid hydrogen of the same mass and 507 times that of solid hydrogen of the same volume. Number 1 represents the largest size specification, with a mass of about 20 kilograms. Name: Oxygen brick, number 1, storage, 0, manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, civilian use. Description: a special material specifically used to adsorb and store oxygen. When the temperature is below 22 degrees Celsius, this material will spontaneously adsorb oxygen from the surrounding environment and store it in its crystal lattice structure. When the temperature is between 141 degrees Celsius and 1,254 degrees Celsius, the oxygen brick will gradually release the oxygen stored inside. The release rate is related to the ambient temperature. Do not place the oxygen brick in an environment above 170 degrees Celsius. Doing so will permanently damage the chemical structure of the oxygen brick and may even cause an explosion due to excessive oxygen release. When fully loaded, its oxygen content is about 373 times that of solid oxygen of the same mass, and 180 times that of solid oxygen of the same volume. Number 1 represents the largest size specification, with a mass of about 200 kilograms. This is a super material that can store hydrogen and oxygen. After hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Ball's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the special square brick in his hand, about 45 centimeters on each side and around 20 centimeters thick. Jixing had no such material. It could be said to have completely bypassed the biggest problem in the application of hydrogen and oxygen, the difficulty of storage. There was no need for harsh low temperatures and no need for high-pressure steel cylinders either. You could use it directly like coal. It was simply too convenient, and the energy density was extremely high. No wonder it could be used on spaceships. We can bring this back. It's extremely valuable, Ball said excitedly. He understood very clearly what this material meant. Take Wang Yu's oxygen tank, for example. If it were replaced with this kind of material, not only would there be no need for a high-pressure environment, even the total amount of oxygen it could carry would increase drastically. They would only need some kind of temperature control device to regulate the release speed of the oxygen, and it could even be reused. The same went for the hydrogen brick. It had similar properties. Even if it were only used as fuel, it would be far better than firewood. However, there was a prerequisite for using these materials. They had to have a stable way to obtain hydrogen. There were many possible methods. Electrolyzing water was the easiest to achieve, but it required a huge supply of electricity. Besides that, gaseous giant planets and even the atmospheres of some planets also contained hydrogen, but collecting it would be much more difficult. This really is good stuff. Wang Yu nodded. After hearing Ball's explanation, he also realized the value of these things. They could even be used as a power source for spacecraft, far stronger than ordinary fossil fuels. And the product of combustion was water. After burning, it could even be drunk. There were 48 of these hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks stuffed in the drawers, in total 24 of each kind. They could take them away when they left. Also, if we can find fully charged hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, we might even be able to restart the backup power supply here. That would be a huge convenience for exploration and intelligence gathering. Because the computers might work too, we could not only check past logs, but possibly even the inventory list for the entire workshop. That would be much more efficient than searching bit by bit ourselves. Ball added that, clearly intending to restart the workshop. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was assessing the risks. He thought of the terrifying robot on the lower level. That robot might be the Guardian. If we restart the power, it might activate too. No rush. Let us go down and confirm the situation first. And there probably aren't any fully charged hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks left here either. If there were, they should be all been used for power generation already. Wang Yu looked at the depleted hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks in the drawer and made his judgment. The three of them didn't stay in the power room long. After figuring things out, they continued down along the spiral corridor. Along the way, they could see a large number of parts left sitting on conveyor belts, even or all secured with straps. These aliens had probably come to the asteroid belt to mine and gather supplies. Parts like these, along with the machine tools, furnaces, even the lights and wiring on the corridor and platforms, were all valuable. All of it could be used on the deep space. Wang Yu wanted to move everything out and strip this place clean. But some things would basically become scrap metal once removed from their matching production line and operating environment. So they still had to pick carefully. He'd leave the headache to Ball later. They went all the way down to the 3rd level. Still about 3 more loops from the bottom, and found a general warehouse there. The space inside wasn't that big, but it held a lot. It was packed full. Most of it was collected or refined metal ingots, large barrels of machine oil, a huge pile of depleted hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks stacked together, plus parts and tools with unclear uses. With the help of the system, Wang Yu checked them one by one. Anything he couldn't understand, he skipped for the time being. It didn't take long before he found something. Name, Oxygen Box 100. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, must be used with a power source. An oxygen box used to supply oxygen to a spacesuit. Contains an oxygen brick, number 5, inside. The oxygen brick can be replaced directly, or the entire oxygen box can be replaced instead. The latter is more convenient. Name, Carbon Dioxide Filter Box 100. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, must be used with a power source. A filter box used to absorb carbon dioxide. Contains a special material that adsorbs carbon dioxide. The filter core can be replaced directly, or the entire filter box can be replaced instead. The latter is more convenient. Wang Yu had found the oxygen tank the aliens on the ship used, or rather, it should be called an oxygen box. But this thing was completely incompatible with the spacesuit he was wearing. There was no way to use it. He'd still thought too simply. Creations from different civilizations naturally used different specifications. How could they possibly be used directly? It looked like he could only bring them back and check later. Wang Yu searched the nearby shelves. The spacesuits were here too, but setting aside the child-sized dimensions. Why did this thing have 8 sleeves? No, 4 of them looked like pant legs. He couldn't figure out how this thing was supposed to be worn, but there was no way these aliens were demi-humans. Their physical structure was completely different. These relatively new-looking spacesuits were unlikely to be of any use. They were basically trash. The three kept searching for a while. In the end, it was Mangarecap's sharp eyes that spotted a pile of supplies stacked in a corner, including a full 3 large crates of canned food and more than 40 barrels of fresh water in white plastic containers, nearly 2 tons in total. Name, fluorescent moss cans. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, civilian. Description, canned food made from a special organic plant known as blue fluorescent moss, which grows in hot, humid caves. This is a chemoautotrophic organism with relatively harsh growth requirements, growing only in hot and humid environments between 35 and 38 degrees. It is fairly nutritionally complete, rich in starch, amino acids, and mineral elements, and is the main food source of the rock cave tribe. It is non-toxic and edible, but has a foul stench that makes it hard to swallow. This could be eaten, and the labels and packaging were pretty new too. Most likely it hadn't gone bad. That was Wang Yu's judgment after reading the system information. Its storage condition was much better than the delicious cat cans. As for the smell and being hard to swallow, those were problems they could overcome. Once you were starving enough, you could eat anything. This trip had been worth it. It solved their immediate crisis in one go. The 3 of them roughly made a circuit through the warehouse. They didn't stay long, and they didn't move anything, because it still wasn't the right time. They could come back later to help carry things. For now, they still needed to inspect the entire workshop first. But after leaving the warehouse and continuing down the corridor, Wang Yu picked up a hammer in pretty good condition. Name, Blasting Power Sledgehammer. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, civilian. Description, a heavy hammer that uses blasting force to increase power, used to crush rock for easier metal extraction. No, 13 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks must be inserted into the end of the handle. Otherwise, it is just an ordinary hammer. Do not use in narrow spaces. After the rock cave tribe brought this hammer into space, they discovered it was very hard to use in a zero-gravity environment. Not only were the flying fragments and dust hard to deal with, it also easily injured people, so production was simply discontinued. Some leftovers may still remain in factories or in warehouse areas used to pile miscellaneous items. Rock cave tribe, a type of organic intelligent life form that lives in caves. They resemble arthropods in appearance, but are actually a kind of advanced reptile. They are extremely sensitive to climate, especially temperature, and use hibernation to survive the winter. Adult individuals are usually about 1 meter long, with extremely sturdy bodies. Their shoulders have 4 flexible, multi-jointed arms, allowing them to skillfully operate all kinds of tools. Their 4-legged lower body meets their need to crawl through caves. Although they spend all year active in dark caves, they unexpectedly possess very strong dark vision, able to see normally by relying on the glow of certain underground mushrooms and moss, and are not well adapted to bright environments. Because this species originated underground, they are skilled at digging or from caves and smelting it into high-quality metal, possessing a high level of expertise in material science. After tens of thousands of years of evolution and technological revolution, they finally mastered enough technology to enter deep space and leave their home planet. A sledgehammer for the rock cave tribe? Wang Yu held the hammer, which wasn't even half a meter long, and whose hammerhead wasn't even as big as a fist. It felt like it had nothing to do with the word sledgehammer. Maybe this counted as a sledgehammer by the standards of the so-called rock cave tribe. After all, they were only 1 meter tall. Compared to them, this really was a big hammer, and this hammer still worked. It activated smoothly. After pressing the button, pale yellow light bands lit up across the hammer's body, which meant the hydrogen brick and oxygen brick inside still had charge. Too bad it was too small to take back to the power room for electricity generation. Not bad. It could be used as a weapon. Why don't you turn off the power? After swinging it a couple of times, he fell in love with it and tucked it into his satchel. They made it all the way down to the bottom level. Since it was a zero-gravity environment and they had been in a hurry, their descent had been fairly quick, aside from the dozen or so minutes spent in the warehouse. The total trip had only taken about half an hour. At the end of the spiral corridor was the superalloy gate that had blocked their way before. Seeing it from the inside this time was still just as shocking. Facing the gate directly was that terrifying 4-legged robot like the guard of this place. The moment they saw it, all 3 immediately raised their alert to the limit and aimed their guns over there. Or even took out a grenade, worried it might start moving. That looks like the main control console over there. But up to now, we still haven't seen a single corpse. Ball's gun barrel swept in that direction. Right below the spiral corridor, there was indeed a large control console. And what she said was exactly what had been bothering Wang Yu. Why hadn't they found a single rock cavern tribesman corpse up to now? The 3 of them first walked up to the terrifying robot. Now that they were closer and looking up at it, the discomfort it gave off became even stronger. This thing didn't feel like a robot at all. It felt more like the product of some evil ritual. Wang Yu lowered his gun and tried touching it, obtaining the item information. Name, Death Digger. Remaining energy, 97. Manufacturer, Heart of Stone. Supervision level, Level 1, Civilian. Description, a heavy combat robot built by an engineer in the final moments of his life in order to wipe out the invaders. Its prototype was the third-generation space mining robot designed by the Rock Cavern tribe, using number 1 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as its energy source, capable of efficiently mining and transporting ore. However, due to the invasion of alien races, development of this robot was forced to stop midway. By the time it was later completed, it had already completely deviated from the original concept. Its surface is covered in hard drill bits, seriously interfering with movement, wasting its flexible joints, and increasing unnecessary power consumption. A large number of dead Rock Cavern tribesmen remains were fused into the metal outer armor used for it, because the creator wanted to gather the strength of his people and fight alongside them, thereby strengthening this robot. But aside from making the metal rougher and mixing in impurities that greatly reduced its strength, it had no other practical effect, including the invader corpses decorating the robot. Aside from giving others a sense of horror, they have no practical effect. Kill them. Kill all the invaders. Kill, 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 kill. They do not deserve to exist in this world. Some crazy engineer. It could be delivered as a civilization legacy to a legacy collector in exchange for 20,000 universal credit points and 3 corresponding civilization gacha draws. Strength, 29. Defense, 18. Armament, Death Drill, Death Impact Drill, Death Giant Axe, Death Hammer. After reading the item information, Wang Yu's brows nearly twisted into a knot as he looked at the mad robot again. He wasn't sure if it was just in his head, but he felt waves of cold malice and chill coming from the robot and entering his body, making him shiver for no reason. Then, in his eyes, the robot seemed to come alive. From its rough metal surface, tiny limbs began stretching out section by section, as if something inside was trying to crawl out. A world-shaking roar erupted. The robot moved. Every drill bit on its body began spinning as they shot toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Ba slapped him, pulling him out of the hallucination and back to reality. He snapped back all at once and nearly lost his footing. Luckily, the powered armor steadied him. Otherwise, he probably would drop to the floor by now. Why you didn't see that just now? After regaining his senses, Wang Yu looked at the motionless Death Digger, then at Ba and Mao Ku. But all he got in return were their strange, confused looks. Especially Ba. She swept her tactical flashlight back and forth, then looked at Wang Yu as if asking, "See what?" Wang Yu took a deep breath. The hallucination from before had felt too real. It was probably because his inspiration attribute was relatively high. Nothing. But I may know why we haven't seen any alien corpses all the way here. Wang Yu told the two of them the robot's description, and Mao Ku in particular had all her fur stand on end after hearing it, because it sounded like a horror story. This engineer actually used his own people's remains to make a robot. But there was good news too. This robot still had energy left, and it also used number 1 hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks. They could very likely be used in the power room to restore electricity here. And for safety's sake, the smartest choice was to pull the robot's batteries while it still hadn't activated. Otherwise, if this problem-ridden robot really started moving, then even if it was as lousy as the description said, destroying it still wouldn't be easy. The three immediately got to work, circling the robot and searching around it. In the end, Mao Ku's sharp eyes found a handle similar to the one in the power room. Inside was most likely a drawer storing the hydrogen and oxygen bricks. Nice job. Wang Yu praised her and rubbed the fur on top of Mao Ku's head. But this spot's a little high. More than 4 meters, and there's no ladder. While Wang Yu was still thinking, Ba beside him had already moved. Like an expert speed climber, she sprang up by stepping on those drill bits. But after trying, she couldn't open it. She also didn't use brute force, since the scene of ripping off the round valve earlier was still fresh in her mind. Mao come up too. This thing seems locked. See if you can dig a hole and break the lock. Ba called for Mao to come help. Mao was no slouch either. She climbed up in just a few moves, then directly used her claws to tear the lock hole and the surrounding metal plate into a complete mess. Just as the system had said, this thing's outer armor wasn't that sturdy. Its strength wasn't even comparable to the workshop walls, much less that door. Then the two of them found hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks inside. They were stored in 2 layers, 8 of each, and they tossed them down one after another. Meanwhile, Wang Yu used the system to judge their stored energy. With the surrounding temperature also relatively low, there was no need at all to worry about gas leakage. They all work. Every one of them is above 95 in reserves. Wang Yu, standing below, delivered the good news. Using this energy, they might be able to restore the power supply here. But this engineer had energy and didn't he use it for power generation. He stuffed it into a combat robot instead. Just how much did he hate those invaders? Wang Yu clicked his tongue. He felt like he couldn't understand it. Yet also could. It was a bit contradictory. Still, before taking action, he checked the robot's status again. Its remaining energy had indeed dropped to 0, and there was no extra backup energy source. Only then did he let out a breath of relief and call for and Mao Ku to move the hydrogen and oxygen bricks to the power room for electricity generation. Time was tight. Didn't he have much oxygen left? If they moved too slowly, he might have to go back and refill his oxygen before coming again. By this point, Wang Yu was no longer too worried about the insectoid raiders. If any had been lurking nearby, they probably would have acted long ago. There was no reason for those population-raiding looters to ignore them. As for the safety of the deep space, Hammer Bro and Pig Bro were inside. If the insectoid raiders could successfully seize the ship, then he had nothing to say. The three returned the way they came without stopping anywhere, heading straight for the power room at the end of the spiral corridor, where they began replacing the hydrogen and oxygen bricks they had taken from inside the horror robot. Although not every single brick still had energy, a system like this probably worked on a logic similar to parallel connection. Some empty hydrogen-oxygen bricks wouldn't affect the overall operation, otherwise the whole setup would be far too prone to failure. And that was exactly how it turned out. After pushing the drawer back in and pulling down the stone representing the emergency power source, this room, and the entire workshop as well, lit up, accompanied by the rumbling sound of some machinery starting to run. But the color of these lights was a little strange. They were actually fluorescent green, somewhat like emergency escape indicator lights, but brighter enough to see by, though distinguishing colors would be rather difficult. Right after restarting the power, immediately shut off the life support system, because in such a huge space with a hole broken open above, keeping it on was just wasting energy. After finishing all this, the three of them returned to the bottom level. By now, they had relaxed quite a bit, because there was no danger here. This was just a workshop that had gone out of operation. Wang Yu was already thinking about how to bring the Death Burrower back. This was probably the biggest gain from this trip, so he had to take it back. It was huge and heavy. Even without gravity, it still wouldn't be easy to move. And the emergency passage entrance wasn't that tall either. It would fit through. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. Do I have to take it apart and bring it back in pieces? While he was thinking, the three of them had already returned to the lowest level of the workshop. I'll go check the central console. Ball called out and walked straight toward the console, planning to hack into the system here and gather more intel. Wang Yu didn't move. He checked the remaining oxygen, then looked at the Death Burrower with a frown, thinking about what to do next. No matter how he looked at it, he had to dismantle the robot. But even if he took it apart, it still wouldn't be easy to carry back. It was too big. There was no way he could bring it all back in one trip. And he still had to open the main gate. Otherwise, just moving would exhaust him to death. Come to think of it, if I take part of it back after dismantling it, will the inheritance reclaimer even recognize it? TSK, what a pain. Wang Yu felt his head swelling. Just then, he felt someone tugging at his spacesuit. He looked over and saw it was Mao Ku. She directly handed him something. It looked like a yellow toy gun, full of cheap plastic vibes. Once he held in his hand, it looked even more like a toy. Name, Pulse Pistol. Manufacturer, Home of Parasites. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, a dual-purpose non-lethal and lethal weapon issued by Home of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. It can emit low-frequency pulses to paralyze targets and is effective against most organic life forms. It can also switch to live ammo mode, using electromagnetism to propel bullets for lethal damage. A full charge allows 150 shots. If switched to high-energy lethal mode, it can only fire 15 times. It also supports battery replacement, and each battery contains 15 live rounds. This is the Insectoid Raider's weapon, Wang Yu said in surprise. And what surprised him even more was that the weapon could still be used. Cool, where'd you find this? He asked, and Mao Ku pointed to a corner. There was a pile of junk over there, yellow and blue mixed together, looking exactly like a garbage heap. This gun had been dug out of that trash pile. Wang Yu and Ball had been too focused on the robot and the console, and had actually overlooked this suspicious heap of junk. Kaya, nicely done. Wang Yu praised her, then started rummaging through the trash pile together with Mao Ku, scattering junk everywhere. Inside were empty cans, discarded metal parts, and damaged weapons. Of course, there were also intact weapons. Name, Sweet Breeze Bomb. Manufacturer, Home of Parasites. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, Sweet Breeze was originally a special secretion used by the Silent insect race to anesthetize a hostess' nerves, stripping away resistance and consciousness. It affects the central nervous system of most organic life forms. After further refining and purification, this substance can also be used to anesthetize living targets and was made into a special grenade. Once squeezed hard enough to deform it, it can be thrown, and it will explode into a thick, sweet fragrance. Inhaling it causes unconsciousness. It is a non-lethal weapon and is ineffective against the swallowing insect race. But excessive inhalation may cause neural paralysis or even respiratory failure leading to death. This substance is also addictive. Trace intake brings users feelings of happiness and satisfaction, while slowing reactions and dulling the nerves, so it is also added to certain drinks and even cigarettes, making it one of the silent insect race as pillar industries. These bugs, after reading the information, Wang Yu showed undisguised disgust on his face. Their weapons were basically all non-lethal. As for the reason, there was no need to say it out loud. After all, these people were valuable assets they needed to plunder. If they blew them apart or mangled them, that wouldn't serve their interests. Including the one from earlier, they found a total of 3 pulse pistols. There were also more than a dozen replaceable batteries. Only 4 of them contained live rounds. The way to replace them was similar to changing a magazine, and they could even be recharged. The charging port was the same as the Fire Scorpion 05. This seemed to be some kind of universal charging standard. They only found 5 Sweet Breeze bombs, plus more than 20 used-up ones. It seemed the insectoid raiders had used quite a few grenades to take this place. But where were the Rock Cavern Race S weapons? At any rate, they didn't find any in this pile of trash. Thinking about it, that made sense. This was a workshop, not an armory. Even if there were weapons here, the quantity probably wouldn't be large, and they definitely wouldn't be placed somewhere easy to access. He looked toward the Terra robot and called Mao Ku or over, planning to inspect the insectoid raider corpses hanging on it. Weapons were probably out of the question, and the combat suits were all damaged too. In fact, there were even signs the corpses had been deliberately mutilated. But those things strapped to their backs, looking like twin gas tanks, were very likely the jetpacks mentioned earlier in the system information. He didn't know if any of them were still intact, so he planned to confirm it. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and Mao Ku had taken down all 8 corpses with backpacks, using Ku-Er's sharp claws. Even though the chains had already sunk into the corpses, they could still remove them very easily. And among them, there really were 2 usable jetpacks. One had 57 units of gas left, and the other had 41. Name: Combat Jet Backpack. Manufacturer: Home of Parasites. Regulation level: Class 1, Civilian. Description: a jet backpack issued by Home of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. Its structure is simple and can be used independently. The direction of the nozzles can be controlled through the 2 waist levers. A large pull will switch them to the upward nozzles, and the amount and force of the jet can then be adjusted by how hard the button is pressed, allowing short-distance movement in vacuum and zero-gravity environments. However, the gas reserves in the high-pressure tank are limited and cannot serve as the primary means of movement. This is good stuff too. Let me see if I can use it. Whenever Wang Yu picked up equipment, he wanted to test it out. It was practically a habit by now. Other than grenades, almost nothing escaped his hands. And it wasn't that he didn't want to test grenades. It was just that the cost of testing them was too high. They were single-use. He slung the jet backpack onto his back. It fit pretty well. He just wasn't sure whether the straps were sturdy enough, though the material itself felt quite elastic. Holy! Along with a startled shout, Wang Yu shot out like a skyrocket, slanting toward one side of the spiral corridor. But just as he was about to crash into it, he made a sharp turn and continued upward, slowly decelerating until he floated in midair. Not bad. These bugs' equipment is decent enough. Wang Yu praised it. The bugs' actions were disgusting, but that had nothing to do with the things they made. Still, the gas tank depleted a bit too fast. He had only flown once, and it had already dropped by 5, leaving 52. Later, he'd try to see whether it could be refilled. If it could, then they'd have one more way to move around in space. Ball below had naturally noticed what Wang Yu was doing. He frowned slightly and waved for him to come down, saying he had successfully accessed the console system and found some things inside. Mao Ku, don't play with it. I'll teach you how to use it after we get back, or you could get hurt easily. When Wang Yu saw Mao Ku putting the other jet backpack on, he quickly stopped her. She was obedient and pouted as she put the jet backpack back down. But once they got back, she would definitely cling to him and beg to play with it. The 3 met up at the central control console. The system had already been invaded by Ball, and the difficulty was far lower than on the deep sky. It didn't take long for her to obtain the highest administrative authority. She downloaded a huge amount of information from the console about this civilization and the ship, including a language dictionary, then sorted it all out. It included a large amount of text data, as well as images and videos. In programming languages and computation, the machine star civilization could be said to be far ahead. It was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. The whole process didn't take long at all. Following the order she had organized, she opened the files one by one and explained their contents, making Wang Yu frown. Because the actual situation differed from Wang Yu's speculation. This ship was actually from a nearby star system called Zir-Sakisi, less than 2 light years away from here. But Wang Yu and the others had never seen this star system before. The nearest one was clearly that special star system with Hellstar. But as they kept reading, they learned a reason. One of the stars in this civilization's home system, a blue giant in its prime, had developed a problem. Its luminosity was rapidly declining. Later, it was confirmed that this was caused by some advanced civilization. They were deploying some kind of construct, trying to wrap up the blue giant. Dyson sphere? Wang Yu said, naturally thinking of that structure. No, keep reading and you'll know, Ball continued. At first, it really did look like a Dyson sphere. The heat released by the star was dropping at an extreme rate, threatening the survival of the Yenku race. They tried communication. They even launched nuclear warheads. But it was all useless. The other side paid no attention at all. This thing may have been a preset autonomous mechanism, completely incapable of communication. It was only carrying out a predetermined program that had already been written. After confirming this fact, the Yenku civilization made preparations on two fronts. One was to deal with low temperatures and extreme cold. As a race that lived underground, they had an advantage in that area. The other was to accelerate the development of their space industry and build large colony ships. They had a population of over 50 billion, a unified set of values, and extremely strong industrial and mobilization capabilities. After roughly 100 years of preparation, just as the space dock had been completed and the first colony ship had just been built, the star of their system directly disappeared. Huh? Disappeared? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it just disappeared. From what we can tell now, it may have been transferred into subspace. Maybe it was going to be taken back as an energy source. Or maybe it was simply to destroy the system. In short, that construct dug the star away. Once it lost that gravitational source, which accounted for over 90% of the entire system's mass, the balance of the star system was shattered instantly. For civilization on the planets, this was a nearly unsolvable disaster. Ball frowned as she spoke. Even she found it hard to imagine that such a terrifying construct could exist. The Yenku calculated that their homeworld was about to collide with another planet, and there were only a little more than 10 years left. And because they had lost the star's light, their population had already fallen from its peak of 50 billion to 10 billion. In those final rushed years, they built another 5 large colony ships and 12 small colony ships, abandoned nearly half their population, left their homeworld, and set off toward their target, their new home, Hellstar. Huh? Hellstar? There is a mistake here, right? Ball, are you sure they were planning to colonize that eyeball planet? ISNT, that basically a suicide mission? Wang Yu couldn't help interrupting. Ball explained. I was just as puzzled at first, but after comparing the star charts, I'm certain their target was indeed Hellstar. As for the reason, you'll understand once you see old photos of that planet. Ball pulled up the photos. In the images, it was actually a blue planet, highly similar to Blue Star. Not only was there a blue ocean, but dense vegetation could even be seen on land, wrapped in thin sheets of cloud. That planet wasn't like this in the past. It was a world full of life, and there may even have been civilization on it. But because the central control console was powered down and offline for a very long time, I can't confirm how many years ago these photos were taken. Still, it probably wasn't too long ago. A lot of the facilities here Haven deteriorated to the point of being unusable. Their condition is even still fairly decent. Ball added, so that is how it is. Then the eyeball on that planet appeared later. Wang Yu smacked his lips and tried to touch his chin, only to bump into his spacesuit helmet. If that was the case, he recalled Hellstar's condition. Although most of the planet had already been covered in crimson, near the polar regions on the other side of the giant eye, there was still a small stretch of cold white continent left. Perhaps the civilization on Hellstar had not yet been completely wiped out. That would have to wait until they returned to the deep sky for further observation and confirmation. Back to the ship and the fleet behind it. According to their plan, this fleet was supposed to mine the asteroid belt in the current star system to replenish supplies and materials, then head to Hellstar. But before they arrived, they received a distress signal with a special frequency. An alien ship had suffered an engine power failure and was stranded in the system's asteroid belt. There was no need to explain whose ship it was. It was the Swallowing Zerg. This civilization made contact with that ship and even provided help. In the surveillance footage Ball showed them, several demi-humans in protective suits were shaking hands with a group of strange creatures with 4 legs, for arms, and skin like rock. It was a very pleasant exchange. What the Yenku did not know was that these people were actually just bugs wearing human skin. What happened after that was more or less the same as Wang Yu's guess. The Swallowing Zerg launched a plundering attack on this massive colonization fleet. About 3 weeks after the two sides first made contact. In the footage, ship after ship, each more than 10 meters long, tore through space and launched boarding operations against the Yenku colony fleet. They attached themselves directly to the colony ships, including the first colony ship where Wang Yu currently was. Then came a one-sided slaughter. No, capture was a more appropriate word, because the Swallowing Zerg appeared so suddenly. The Yenku had no time to prepare before they were knocked unconscious by the anesthetic gas, sweet wind, injected from the small ships. Control of the ships quickly changed hands. The only exception was the ship Wang Yu was on. Its position was relatively advantageous, and there were fewer invaders there. They reacted in time, and brutal close-quarters fighting broke out inside the ship. But the Yinku were at an overwhelming disadvantage because they were on the defensive, their organization was chaotic, and they lacked coordination. They had never anticipated a war like this. And in this workshop, because one engineer happened to be testing a newly developed mining robot, he just happened to avoid the anesthetic gas and piloted the robot to fight those invaders. Since the insectoid fighters were not carrying heavy weapons the moment they engaged, they suffered huge casualties. They could only throw out large numbers of sweet wind gas bombs, but it still had no effect on the pilot, because the cockpit was sealed and had an independent life support system, just as the engineer had secured a local victory and was preparing to take further action. The final speech of a ship as commander came through in the video. They could no longer possibly win this war of invasion. These damned invaders were not demi-humans, but a group of disgusting parasites. They would rather die and have their souls return to the sand and soil than let these insects take their bodies. That was something even harder to accept than death. As the last remaining highest leader, this commander made the decision, in the face of certain doom, to perish together with the invaders. This universe is evil. You higher civilizations were born earlier and have more advanced technology, so you freely destroy our homeland, plunder our population, and even want us to live like livestock. Keep dreaming. I, Jidekure, the 41st Emperor of the Great Empire, bearing the unyielding will born from the planet S core, reject every condition of negotiation you have proposed, and hereby declare death upon you plunderers. This emperor directly issued the highest level order, planning to detonate all the nuclear bombs inside every colony ship and completely wipe out these invaders. This was the rough truth of the incident, reconstructed from the log information in the console. But the Swallowan insectoid race also took action. Before the ship exploded, the monitor captured the scene. Bear pulled up a section of surveillance footage. It came from space. Attached to the surfaces of those colony ships were dark brown, small craft, like parasites. Before the explosion, all those dark brown, small craft lit up. Then, including the other 5 large colony ships, they all disappeared, vanished into thin air. They hid in subspace? Wang Yu reacted at once. These Swallowan insectoids could actually enter subspace while taking the plundered ships with them. This kind of technology was practically tailor-made for plunder. So in reality, this Emperor's self-detonation order only destroyed the large colony ship he was on and 2 nearby, small colony ships. The other ships, including the several billion people aboard them, were all taken into subspace by the plunderers. As for this workshop, as the highest technological crystallization of that civilization, its door used the newest experimental material, so it was not destroyed in the blast. Instead, it was blasted far away by the shockwave, and there were even survivors inside. The later records were much heavier. The one who survived was a senior engineer named Balwike. His name could be found in the console records. He was responsible for developing the latest generation of mining robots. At the time of the explosion, he happened to be inside the robot cockpit and strapped in with a safety belt, so he was lucky enough to survive the impact, though he lost an arm. His other colleagues were not so fortunate. After going through the high concentration, sweet wind, anesthesia, and the explosive shock, not a single one survived. Up to this point, although Engineer Balwike was in despair, he still pulled himself together after an inner struggle and began collecting the bodies of his fellow clansmen. According to the Yinku race's traditions, it seemed the remains of the dead had to be recovered and placed into square metal boxes. But after Balwike finished doing all this and began checking the system logs, he discovered in horror that those plunderers had not been blown to death. Instead, they had taken the colony ships and escaped into the void, exactly the same way they had appeared. The surveillance footage after that became hard to understand. This engineer first went mad and started smashing things. After several hours, he quieted down again and silently began cleaning up the mess. After that, he suddenly took out the dead colleagues again, that is, those metal boxes one by one, sat in front of them, and said something. Because the surveillance camera was very far away, there was only the image and no audio. After saying what he had to say, this engineer equipped every dead colleague with a weapon. There were 127 of them. If there were not enough weapons, he gave them one of the power hammers Wang Yu had found before. Then he threw them one by one into the smelting furnace, casting them into raw metal blanks to modify and repair the mining robot that had been under testing. This process consumed a huge amount of energy. To keep the modification going, the engineer even rewrote part of the console's program code and lifted the restrictions. Very soon, the workshop's backup energy, including the hydrogen-oxygen bricks in the warehouse, was completely used up. As for the last bit of energy, the hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, Balwike did not use it on the workshop's life support system either. Instead, he loaded it into that grotesquely deformed, terrifying robot. After that, the engineers sat inside and never came out again, until the video image went completely dark and the workshop's backup energy was exhausted. There was actually a certain amount of food stored in this workshop, with the energy supply included, and with only him alone, as long as he used it sparingly. He could even have lived for decades. But he used all the limited energy to modify that robot. It had no meaning at all. He might as well have tried sending out a distress signal and lasted a little longer. From a rational point of view, that was indeed true. But Bear had not put herself in Engineer Balwike's shoes and thought from the standpoint of their race. If she switched to the other side as perspective, she would deeply realize that even sending a distress signal was meaningless because their race was already gone. And even if someone received it, whoever came might not be well-intentioned. It might even be those insectoid plunderers. Out of fear, he might not have dared send any distress signal at all, as if he were in a dark forest. He was only prey, while everyone else was the hunter. Just as their emperor had said before, this universe might truly be incomparably evil. Even if he wanted to create a powerful combat robot, he still shouldn't have fused the corpses of his own people into the metal. Wouldn't that go against his own purpose? Once impurities are mixed into metal, it'll only turn into a complete mess. Bear could not understand that engineer's actions, because Wang Yu had not told her the specific information about that terrifying robot. He just wanted to fight alongside his colleagues. Maybe that made him feel safer. That's all. Wang Yu frowned as he replied, trying to understand the engineer's behavior. But this engineer's final behavior was obviously no longer normal. It was best not to look too deeply into his actions and motives. He glanced at the remaining oxygen supply, changed into the last oxygen tank, and figured it could probably last about 2 more hours. It was also time for them to leave. If something was hard to move or they could not finish carrying everything, then they could go back, rest up, and come again later. Judging from the situation, it was not very likely that insectoid plunderers were lurking nearby. The reason this group of insectoid plunderers had attacked this colony fleet was that they had first used a fake distress signal to deceive and anesthetize the target. During that process, they confirmed the other side's technological level, and only then did they send out the main force. The whole process had taken nearly 3 weeks. That was time spent on subspace travel, so the distance to their base was actually extremely far. And this also proved that they possessed faster-than-light communication methods, possibly subspace communication technology. The deep space also had it, but because it was in a starving state, it could not be used. Or, this gate should be able to open now, right? Wang Yu pointed at the workshop's gate, made of spiral blades, fitted together. Yes. She immediately operated it. Then the door rotated clockwise, the blades spreading open and retracting into the doorframe. It was full of sci-fi style, just a pity. There's one more thing. The captain's room door is broken, right? Are there conditions here to repair it? Or make a new door and replace it? Wang Yu said, thinking of the captain's room's predicament. It really did need to be fixed, and preferably before the next time they entered subspace. There was a ready-made production line and raw materials here, so that was why he asked. We do have to go back first and confirm the door's dimensions. Then evaluate whether the backup energy here can still support producing a door like that. All right, then we'll look at it later. Wang Yu nodded and looked once more at that terrifying robot. That robot might be able to move. It needed a driver, and maybe it could be driven back. Thinking that, he planned to give it a try. Bear, Maoku, you two go and move the supplies. Bring everything to the door, and we'll pack it all up and take it away together later. Especially those boxes of canned food and water. I'll go check that robot again. If it can be started, then once we put the batteries back in, we could drive it straight back to the deep space. That'll make things a lot easier. Wang Yu said, still thinking about how to take this Death Digger with him. After all, it was a legacy of civilization. There was no way he could let it go. The credit points he spent learning the unknown language were counting on this to make them back. With the tasks assigned, the 3 of them split up for the first time. Now that the power had been restored, the workshop was no longer so dark. And with the unstable factor of the insectoid radar gone, they could finally work without holding back. Wang Yu came up to the terror robot and, based on what he had seen in the video earlier, confirmed the location of the cockpit. He used his jetpack to fly up. Before, he had only given a simple test run, but he picked up how to use it very easily. He still needed some time before he could be considered proficient. But for ordinary movement, there was no problem at all. It should be here. Wang Yu hovered on the terror robot's right side, roughly below the 4 arms on its upper section. According to the video, there was a driver's seat inside this cylindrical body covered in drills. But there wasn't even a window, making it look like an unmanned robot. And, where was the seam? Was this the legendary zero-gap craftsmanship? Wang Yu frowned. He even turned on the high-powered flashlight on his shoulder and shined it over the surface, but still couldn't find any seam. This was way too ridiculous. There wasn't even a handle. How was this supposed to open? He thought of Mao, her claws always played an irreplaceable role when it came to tearing through walls. But calling her over, Wang Yu looked up Manga, who was climbing upward, thought for a moment, then pulled out an item. Come to think of it, he could actually do something similar himself. Didn't he have the short spike made from the shadow demon's claw? And a hammer too, based on the image he had memorized from the video. He found the right spot and drove the spike in with force. The shadow demon short spike sank straight into the metal outer shell. It really was sharp, but it still wasn't enough to punch all the way through and make an opening for the hatch. So Wang Yu took out the small hammer, called Big Hammer. activated its power, took a deep breath, and swung it straight at the spot. Bang! The huge noise even drew Bar and Mangarecap's attention from the spiral corridor above. The two of them looked over just in time to see Wang Yu flying backward in a rather sorry state, nearly crashing into the wall. As for the terror robot, after all that abuse, it flipped over onto the ground. That showed just how powerful the hammer was. Of course, the zero-gravity environment also played a part. Bar frowned. Wang Yu always seemed able to make dangerous noises while tinkering away in some corner. Luckily, nothing had happened. He had stabilized himself with the jetpack. Down below, Wang Yu was also feeling a bit of lingering fear, because that hammer was way too fierce. Was this thing really meant for people to use? If he wasn't wearing armor and accidentally took one hit from it, wouldn't he be shaken half to death? It seemed the rock cavern race's body structure really did have its own unique traits. That rock-like skin of theirs might not just look tough. He quickly flew back and checked his handiwork. Sure enough, that one hammer strike plus the short spike had directly smashed a huge hole in the robot's not-so-sturdy outer shell. Even the short spike was gone. He moved closer, took down the high-powered flashlight from his shoulder, and examined the inside. One look nearly scared him to death, because the short spike had lodged perfectly right into the engineer's head inside. That shriveled, spherical thing between the four arms should be its head, right? Anyway, it had organs that looked like a mouth and eyes on it, and from what he had seen in the video, it could rotate 360 degrees. After the shock, Wang Yu quickly calmed down. It was just a corpse that had been dead for a long time, practically a mummy by now. I really didn't do that on purpose. He said it with some apology. After observing for more than 10 seconds and confirming the corpse wouldn't move, he began using the flashlight to search around. He even reached a hand inside to feel around. Finally, he found something like a lever. With one pull, the cockpit door, assisted by machinery, finally slid open. There had been no way to open it from the outside at all. For control levers. How do you even drive this thing? I'll see later if Bar can find an instruction manual. Wang Yu assessed the situation, then glanced at the hole in the hatch. If they wanted to use it, they'd have to patch that hole too. Otherwise, what if it leaked air? Really sorry about this, but you'll have to give me back my short spike. I'll bury you properly afterward. Wang Yu reached out to pull the short spike from the engineer's head. It was stuck in there pretty tight, like it had been jammed into stone. Every time he tugged, it even pulled on the safety harness securing the driver. I'd better get you out first. Wang Yu prepared to undo the safety harness and haul the engineer's corpse out. But the cockpit was a bit cramped for Wang Yu, and with the corpse still inside, he had to be careful. He tried his best not to tear the other party's head off in the process. Yet when Wang Yu undid the safety harness and prepared to remove the corpse, he unexpectedly found that it wouldn't budge. A closer look made him suck in a cold breath, because he discovered that the corpse's lower body, those four legs, had actually rooted themselves into the robot, and they were still writhing as they spread downward. What the? Before Wang Yu could react, two dried-up hands with only 4 fingers grabbed his extended right arm. Then the other hand reached for his head, or rather, his helmet. But since it wasn't long enough, it only caught the front collar of the exoskeleton-powered armor. Intruder. I finally waited for you. Even though this was a vacuum environment, Wang Yu somehow heard the voice. From this corpse, no. This thing still wasn't dead. It didn't count as a corpse at all. Fuck. Wang Yu cursed and tried to break free, only to find that this thing was surprisingly strong. He was wearing powered armor, yet he still couldn't shake it off in one go. Fortunately, he wasn't a rookie anymore. His actions were extremely decisive. His left hand went to his chest, drew the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol, and fired without hesitation. One shot burned straight through the monster's head. Then he grabbed the floating shadow demon short spike, kicked off with force, and forcibly retreated out of the cockpit. Only the front collar still had half of the monster's arm hanging from it. Wang Yu, what happened to you? Bar's voice came through the spacesuit's built-in earpiece. She had heard some unusual noises. We've got big trouble. That engineer isn't dead yet. And it's become. Something's wrong with it. Wang Yu replied, using the jetpack to adjust his posture. A violent explosion sounded in front of him, because when Wang Yu escaped, he had forgotten to leave behind a fragmentation grenade. But the grenade's effect was mediocre. The terror robot, which had once fallen over, reacted as if it were a reanimated corpse. Its body began twitching, then it slowly stood up in an unnatural posture, as if something inside it were propping it up and forcing it to move. In the next second, all the drills across its body started spinning. A roaring sound came from inside it as it stood before Wang Yu. What? Bar rushed out of the warehouse and happened to see the terror robot below activating. An incredulous expression appeared on her face. She knew very well that the robot's energy source, the hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, had been removed not long ago. She and Mangarecap had taken them out with their own hands. But this thing, why could it still move? Bar simply could not understand what she was seeing, yet it was happening right in front of her. Her system had not been interfered with in any way. There was no way to explain this. After getting up, The terror robot's drills all over its body started spinning as it smashed a punch toward Wang Yu, making Bar's heart leap into her throat. Luckily, Wang Yu had an almost superhuman talent for piloting and spatial awareness. He barely managed to evade it, only getting grazed by one small drill. It left a thin scratch on the surface of his powered armor and tore his spacesuit. Gas started leaking out fast, but Wang Yu also used the chance to pull away from the Death Digger. He quickly grabbed the emergency repair spray and gave it a burst, sealing the breach. This was standard equipment for spacesuits. Otherwise, one hole and you were done for. Still, the strength after repair was worrying, and it couldn't fix a hole that was too large. The terrifying robot didn't let Wang Yu go and charged at him again. It could even speak now. Its voice went straight into Wang Yu's mind, which was simply unbelievable. "I'll smash you to death, evil invader." The Death Digger came after him. Wang Yu dodged again and raised the beam pistol in his hand. But after a brief hesitation, he put the gun away and switched to the more powerful magnetic breaching grenade. At that moment, a heavy bullet arrived in an instant and hit one of the Death Digger's legs. The tremendous impact made its body pause, slowing it by half a beat. Wang Yu looked up and saw that it was Bar coming down from above to provide support. At some point, she had taken the jetpack Mao had been carrying around for fun. Holding Mao in one arm, she flew down while firing one-handed. The anti-material sniper rifle's powerful recoil sent her flying backward a distance, but fortunately, she could adjust. Then, following instructions, Mao bit off the pins of the two EMP grenades in her hands and threw them at the Death Digger. It was practically perfect coordination. Wang Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected Bar and Mao to move so fast. The grenades landed right in front of the Death Digger. Even though it was her first time throwing grenades, Mao's aim was unexpectedly accurate. The moment they hit the ground, they burst into brilliant arcs of electricity, and the powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the Death Digger's entire body. This kind of EMP weapon worked by releasing a strong electromagnetic pulse in a short burst, overloading currents in wires and chips and burning them out. It was especially effective against precision electronic equipment, and even more so against robots. After getting hit, the Death Digger took 2 steps and stopped moving. Large amounts of sparks and current burst from inside it. Some of the smaller drills even exploded out, drifting away with charred fragments. If anyone could smell things in a vacuum, they'd probably catch a nasty burnt stench, like Mao above, who was currently covering her nose with a look of disgust on her face. The 3 of them officially regrouped, and the Death Digger had been paralyzed by the EMP. It looked like Wang Yu's side had won. But Wang Yu, who knew very well what was making this robot move, didn't relax in the slightest. If anything, the magnetic breaching grenades in his hands had gone from 1 to 2. He was now dual-wielding grenades. Wang Yu? Bar also sensed that something was wrong and looked over. "Don't you feel it? That chill." Wang Yu's expression was grave. A chill? Bar looked at the terrifying robot, but she truly didn't feel anything. But Wang Yu had already pulled the pins on the grenades. Beside him, Mao's fur suddenly stood on end too, because she felt it as well. Only Bar, being a robot, was a little slower to react. The Death Digger, which had originally shut down and stood motionless, began trembling again. The moment Wang Yu saw it, he didn't hesitate at all and threw both magnetic grenades in his hands. These grenades were actually meant for breaching doors. Their power was greater than fragmentation grenades, and they could stick to metal. The 2 grenades attached themselves directly to the robot's torso in one of its arms, then exploded violently. Fragments flew everywhere. Although there was no shockwave due to the lack of atmosphere, the resonance from the explosion echoed through the entire workshop, making it feel as if the whole place were shaking. But after the explosion, that horrifying robot charged straight out of the debris. Wang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Fuck, this thing grew flesh, fall back." Wang Yu shouted. Even the strongest weapon he had on hand hadn't been able to do much to this thing, so there was no point in tangling with it any longer. Running was the only right choice. All 3 of them fled toward the main door. Thanks to the jetpack, their escape speed shot up sharply, and in just a few seconds, they reached the doorway. Opening the main door earlier had truly been a wise move. Now escaping was much more convenient. The Death Digger behind them gave furious chase, and it wasn't slow at all. The places that had been blasted open had lost their metal outer shell, and large masses of dark red flesh bulged out to fill the gaps. As for the mechanical arm that had been blown off, blood-in flesh growths tangled with metal parts and cables extended from the broken section. After picking up the severed arm from the ground, it reattached it. Only, the arm had become much longer. At this point, this Death Digger could no longer be called a robot. It was now a thoroughly twisted monster. 2 more EMP grenades exploded beneath it, thrown by Mao, the team, as Grenadier, grabbing them from Bar and tossing them over. But the effect was practically the same as nothing. They were already useless against this flesh-and-blood robot. Actual explosives were more practical. Wang Yu threw all the magnetic breaching grenades he was carrying behind him. He couldn't even be bothered to look back, thinking about what to do next while flying. He looked toward the ruins beyond the main door, the same way they had come in. If they rushed in there, they could use the terrain of the ruins to hinder the robot. But this was a mining robot that had grown flesh. If it caused any disturbance and triggered a further collapse of the ruins, trapping them inside, that would be bad. There was no time to slowly clear a path now. They could very likely end up trapped to death inside. Out through the hole in the ceiling. Wang Yu barely paused. He pushed the jetpack's output to the limit and shot toward the breach in the top ceiling like a rocket. That was also how they had invaded the workshop in the first place. The opening, several meters wide, was just enough for a person to pass through. Wait. Bar seemed like she wanted to say something, but Wang Yu had already rushed out at incredible speed, so she could only grit her teeth and chase after him. The two of them flew out through the breach one after the other, leaving the terrifying robot far below them as they prepared to continue toward the deep space. But right then, Wang Yu, gripping the jetpack's waist frame, discovered in shock that the thrust from the pack had become intermittent. He had only just finished slowing down and hadn't even started flying back toward the wrecked ship when the power cut out completely. No way. It's out of gas now. Wang Yu's eyes widened. Panic blanked out his mind, leaving him unable to think of anything as he helplessly fell into the endless deep space. Just as Wang Yu was at a complete loss, a figure shot past him at even greater speed. It was Bar. Now, do as I say, Mao Ku. Bar shouted. Then Mao Ku took a stance to build power for a jump, stepped on Bar's body, and kicked off hard. Grabbing Wang Yu, who was drifting upward, she plunged downward with him. Mao Ku's reverse kick was incredibly strong. The two of them landed steadily on the ship wreckage without bouncing off, because Mao Ku's claws had pierced into the hull and fixed their positions in place. As for Bar, even though she had used the jetpack to slow herself down at the first possible moment, she ran into the same problem. The gas in the jetpack had run dry, and before long it lost all thrust and drifted off into outer space. By the time Wang Yu realized what had happened, this was already the situation before him. His luck had saved him once again, completely unrelated to his own will. Damn it, Wang Yu cursed angrily. Bar had probably noticed earlier that the pressure gauge on the jetpack was bottoming out, so she had wanted to warn him, but just as Wang Yu was about to say something, a terrifying disturbance came from beneath him, making it hard for him to keep his footing. It sounded like some kind of heavy object slamming into the wreckage. From inside, that monster had come. Several tentacles with drill bits on the ends had already stretched out first from the breach, flailing wildly and attacking everything around them. Wang Yu, get back to the ship. Bar's voice cut off Wang Yu's thoughts. She had already raised the sniper rifle and aimed at the breach, spotting the death burrower that had caught up to them. At this point, even if she fired and used the recoil, it would still be hard for her to get back to the wreckage, and it would waste precious time. And right now, time was exactly what they lacked most. Wang Yu understood the situation almost instantly. He knew staying here would only make things worse. He had to do what a captain was supposed to do. Then wait for me. Don't let anything happen to you. Wang Yu shouted, calling for Mao Ku to move. Using the spacesuit's built-in magnetic adhesion, he ran across the surface of the wreckage at great speed, but he didn't T-charge forward blindly. I can't panic. Stay calm. At a time like this, I absolutely can't leave the surface of the wreckage. That would only waste more time. Wang Yu clenched his teeth and kept sprinting, quickly pulling away together with Mao Ku. On Bar's side, the hole below had already been dug open. In front of a mining robot with so many breaching tools, this little obstacle was barely better than a layer of paper. In just a few seconds, it would be torn open into a huge hole. But just as it had poked its head out, 2 magnetic grenades floated over, sticking right to the top of its head before exploding violently and blasting it back into the pit. Bar continued drifting upward, still calm. Using the weapon she had on hand, she blew the robot back into the hole twice. But she was out of grenades now. She could only pull out the anti-material sniper rifle again, look down through the scope, and stare at the monster crawling out of the breach. At this moment, the robot's appearance had changed again. Even Bar felt a chill from its hideous form. Her skin tingled slightly. It looked just like the disaster mutants on Jixing who had been twisted after long-term persecution by Hijila. The small drills on its surface were no longer just an obstruction. They had become wildly flailing drill tentacles, like a furious sea anemone. Even more horrifying, from its metal shell, and even from the flesh spilling out of it, many rock cavern tribesmen's arms had extended outward. They weren't long, but there were far too many of them, making the whole robot look like it was covered in centipede legs. Any normal person would feel their scalp go numb and their skin crawl at the sight. I'll kill you. Evil invaders, all of you die. Don't even think about escaping. Bar's eyes widened, and even the hand holding the rifle loosened, because she had actually heard a voice in the vacuum. It wasn't some radio signal, much less a sound wave. There was no such audio record in her system log, but she had clearly heard it. This inexplicable phenomenon threw even a robot, into brief confusion. But in the end, She still tightened her grip on the rifle and fired a shot at the increasingly bizarre robot, then a second shot. But a rifle of this caliber had no real effect other than enraging the twisted machine further. After all, this was a monster even magnetic bombs couldn't do anything to. There was no way a mere sniper rifle could repel it. Still, the repeated motions of holding the gun, aiming, and firing let Ba or stop herself from thinking too much and made it harder for her to lose control. She should have been fearless in the face of death, but for some reason, her hands were trembling and her vision was blurring, producing double images. Ba kept firing, mechanically firing, as bullets struck the death burrower. But in her eyes, that monster was growing larger and larger, and drawing closer and closer, making its form even clearer. At some point, the tiny limbs protruding from its surface had also pulled out weapons. They seemed to be the very ones that first engineer had prepared for his people, even including power hammers. They fired wildly and swung wildly, hoping to gather the strength of his people and fight side by side. Ba suddenly understood that engineer's actions back then. His vision seemed to have been realized, though in an extremely twisted way. Their guns were powerful, almost like artillery shells. When they struck the floating rocks nearby, they even caused explosions. Unfortunately, the invaders hadn't had the chance to properly taste that firepower. One of the nearest hits even swept Ba into it, sending her tumbling several times before she crashed into a small chunk of rock. That seemed to have been the shockwave. Fortunately, these things had no eyes and couldn't aim, but this was as far as it went. Click, click. An empty trigger pull came from the sniper rifle in her hands. Her field of vision was then filled with a massive drill bits connected to tentacles. Ba only had time to turn her head and avoid the first one. A tear was ripped open across the side of her face, and bright red beads of blood turned into neat spheres in the zero-gravity environment. Then hundreds of drills came at her. Ba had already lost even the ability to move or think from fear and despair. But at that moment, "Get the hell away from me!" A familiar yet unfamiliar furious roar rang out, likewise with no audio record. A huge black shadow flew past, right beside Ba. Because this was a vacuum, there was almost no sensation of wind. That massive form was the deep space, or rather, Wang Yu. At this moment, the two were one. "Damn it, with your tiny shrimp-sized body, and you still dare show off? I'll ram you to death." Wang Yu roared as he controlled the deep space, driving the monster farther and farther away as he slammed into it. A few minutes earlier, Wang Yu had run back to the deep space at a speed he had never achieved in his life, rushed into the bridge, sat down in the captain's chair, and completed his connection with the deep space. At that moment, hunger, thirst, his appetite for starship wreckage, he threw all of it to the back of his mind. The first thing he did after connecting was find Ba, and he happened to witness an extremely dangerous scene. So he went full throttle. He didn't care about the asteroid belt anymore. He himself was the biggest and hardest rock here. He charged straight in, smashing the death burrower, flying away, and carrying it in a wild rush through the asteroid belt. In front of a giant ship hundreds of meters long like the deep space, this barely 10-meter robot was no better than a little stone by the roadside. Crashing into it felt like nothing at all. It wasn't even as much as a speed bump. The deep space rammed the death burrower and kept charging, smashing and knocking away who knew how many rocks. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached dozens of kilometers away. By now, the deep space had started slowing down, since the goal had already been achieved. Actually smashing this robot to death or breaking it apart completely was still rather difficult. There hadn't been enough distance for acceleration, and it would also cause heavy damage to the deep space. At this moment, several grooves visible to the naked eye had already appeared on the deep space's surface, all scraped out by rocks it had hit along the way. But the death burrower wasn't in much better shape either. On top of that, Wang Yu had deliberately kept pressing it into rocks as he flew. It was now stuck to a relatively hard chunk of stone and still flying forward. 3 of its 4 arms had been torn off. As for those tiny rock cavern limbs and the drills, who knew how many had broken off during the process? It was almost spread flat now, like a meat paste mixed with metal. But it still hadn't died. It was even starting to gather nearby rocks and stuff them into its body, rapidly recovering. That terrifying vitality simply couldn't be described with common sense. Through the deep space's vision, Wang Yu noticed this scene, then controlled the deep space to slowly pursue it. A few minutes later, after stabilizing the ship, Wang Yu disconnected. Waiting before him was Mao Ku-er, who had long since arrived, holding 2 heavy items in her hands. One was the single-soldier miniature nuclear warhead brought from Jixing, and the other was the silver briefcase. Hijila's roar. At this distance, and using this kind of weapon in space, there was no way they would get caught in the blast. Wang Yu took the weapons and headed straight for the emergency passage. On the other side, even though it had only been a few short minutes, this death digger had already partially restored its previous form by mining ore. Many parts were obviously made of low-quality metal, or even stone, but its appearance was already much better than before. Maybe because its former body had been a mining robot, and it had fused with the engineer's hatred. This environment was extremely suitable for repairing its body and restoring its combat power. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying sensation erupted, like being stared at by some savage beast. The source was the spaceship parked not far ahead. No, to be exact, the port side of that ship. The Death Digger stopped moving and stayed on guard. Only after more than 10 seconds, when that terrifying feeling disappeared, did it continue moving and fly toward the source of that terror, sensing that it had to be some evil invader. As for Wang Yu, he had long been waiting here. When he saw the Death Digger appear, he suddenly realized that this spell, Body of Fear, worked pretty well for luring enemies. Half-crouched in the emergency passage, he had a micro-fusion warhead launcher for individual use resting on his shoulder and began locking onto the incoming Death Digger. At the same time, he had made 2 preparations. Besides his left hand supporting the launcher as he aimed, his right hand held a special pistol 3 times the length of an ordinary handgun. The bullet was already chambered and could be fired at any moment. At this moment, Wang Yu truly felt no fear at all. Once he had brought enough firepower, this monster was no longer that scary. His hands did not shake in the slightest. When the targeting box and the scope shrank and the lock-on beeps started sounding, Wang Yu pressed the launch button for the micro-nuclear warhead. A low-yield nuclear bomb shot toward the Death Digger, tracing an arc, catching up to the rapidly charging Death Digger, and exploding into a dazzling little sun within the rubble belt. The intense radiation nearly blinded Wang Yu. Fortunately, he was wearing a spacesuit, which came with radiation protection, but the radiation was too strong, and overheated safety warnings kept flashing inside his visor, forcing him to retreat to the corner of the emergency passage until the blinding light ended. When Wang Yu and Mao Ku-er poked their heads out again to check, that so-called Death Digger was nowhere to be found. At least within Wang Yu's visible range, there was no Death Digger at all. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly realized something. That thing seemed to be a legacy of the rock cavern race. At first, he had planned to feed it to that fat koi. But now that it had been blown away, what was he supposed to do? No one had told him the micro-nuke was this terrifying. It was his first time using one too. Mao Ku-er, did you see that robot? It was huge. Hurry up and look for it, Wang Yu said anxiously, hoping Mao Ku-er could help. Thankfully, he had asked the right person. Mao Ku-er's eyesight really was much better than Wang Yu's. She pointed in one direction. On the rubble over there, half of a drill bit really was stuck there. It had already melted and warped from the heat, giving off a dim red glow, making it very easy to overlook. 10 minutes later, the deep sky returned and picked up Ball, who had been floating in space. After returning to the cabin, the first thing Wang Yu did was apologize to Ball. He had not thought things through earlier. If Ball had not pulled him back, the one floating out there would probably have been Wang Yu himself. I'm sorry. I was too reckless and almost ruined everything. You're not hurt, right? Will that cut on your cheek leave a scar? Wang Yu even wanted to check personally, but felt it would be inappropriate. Still, there were no obvious wounds visible to the naked eye, aside from a cut on her cheek, though it had already scabbed over. Even the healing process looked just like that of a real living being. As expected of bionic technology, it won't leave a scar. Actually, your judgment wasn't wrong either. If we had tried to move through the ruins, we very likely would ended up trapped inside. Ball recalled the changes the Death Digger had shown later on. The ruins would not have been able to stop that terrifying destructive power at all. The outcome might have been catastrophic. I saw you use that nuclear bomb. What was the result? Is that thing dead? Ball continued. That thing had left quite a psychological shadow on her too, especially that inexplicable voice. It had been far too strange. And Wang Yu's voice as well. Mao Ku-er and I looked for a while. This is all that's left. Wang Yu pointed at the half-melted drill bit in the corner. It was a full half-meter long, practically one whole lump of dense metal. Its item information had finally become visible, and it could even be used for the gacha. Its value was actually higher than before. Name, Remains of the Terror Digger, Hellbeast. Creator, Balwai. Supervision level, level 4, taboo. Description, in order to eliminate the invaders. A mad engineer of the rock cavern race built this heavy combat robot in the final moments of his life. To keep it in a fully operational state at all times, he did not hesitate to pour even his last remaining energy into it. Afterward, he remained seated inside it in standby mode, waiting for the invaders to arrive so he could launch revenge together with his people, to the point that he had even forgotten the fact of his own death. After making contact with the invaders, his long-held wish was finally fulfilled. He fused into one with this robot, reactivating it and turning it into a Hellbeast. Severe parts missing. It can be submitted to the Legacy Collector as an incomplete civilization legacy in exchange for 60,000 universal credit points and 5 gacha draws for the corresponding civilization. Rewards for incomplete legacies are reduced by 50% compared to complete legacies. Strength, 37. Due to the special nature of the Hellbeast, its defense and strength are in dynamic fluctuation, so only the highest attributes before its complete destruction can be displayed. This does not represent its upper limit. Defense, 25. Armaments and abilities. Hell Evolution, Hell Regeneration, Terror Drill, Terror Impact Drill, Terror Giant Axe, Terror Hammer, Spiteful Flying Drill, Hatred Counterattack. Hell Beast. Hell Beasts refer to machines mutated under the influence of sub-energy and submatter. Their causes of formation and manifested forms vary greatly, but they usually gain biological traits on top of their original mechanical base. They can self-repair, are usually highly aggressive, and will assimilate and devour their users, turning them into their own components. That's all the information. Wang Yu shared it with Ball. Even though it got blown to pieces and became an incomplete legacy, the actual reward is still much higher than at the start. Ball was still digesting all this because every term in it was completely new to her. Hellbeast? Thinking back to the changes that had appeared in that robot later on, it really could no longer be considered an ordinary mechanical creation. If this thing had not been destroyed early and had been left to grow, it might have turned into an extremely troublesome mechanical giant beast. At that point, a single micro-nuke would not have been enough to deal with it. It probably would have required a higher yield nuke or even stronger weapons. Then there were this time S gains. For now, it seemed that the level of legacy rewards should be related to the quality of the legacy and the technology it represented. Other possible influencing factors were rarity and representativeness, whether it could represent a certain civilization. The three returned to the bridge. By shutting off the gravity field, they managed to move the incomplete drill bit in front of the legacy collector with relative ease, preparing to claim the reward. These 60,000 credit points and 5 gacha draws could be considered a timely solution to Wang Yu's urgent problem. Earlier, he had recklessly spent credit points on learning languages and buying drinks, leaving himself with only 9,000. He could not even afford a Fiend-type 1 landing pod. He had to gather more credit points before finding a trading station. Otherwise, even if he found one, he would not be able to afford the goods inside. Submitted Rock Cavern Civilization Legacy. Obtained 60,000 universal credit points. Obtained 5 corresponding civilization gacha draws. This 3-legged fat koi was just like before. It grabbed the broken drill bit and stuffed it into its mouth. Its appetite was seriously good. Then, like it was ruminating, it spat out 5 color balls that hovered above the ground. This time, the luck was pretty good. The setup was 3 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow, which meant 3 weapons, 1 piece of armor, and 1 consumable. Wang Yu's side just happened to be running low on weapon ammo. After that big fight, all kinds of grenades were down to single digits, and the heavy sniper rifle only had 1 magazine left. They urgently needed resupply. You guys pick first. 1 each. Doesn't matter if the draw is bad. I'm here anyway, Wang Yu said. He was, as always, full of confidence in his luck. Last time, after other people had softened the pool up for him, he had drawn the top-tier weapon Higra's Roar. So this time he planned to do the same and let the others go first. All right. Ball also liked this kind of lottery activity. She didn't stand on ceremony and directly picked up the red ball. The item shifted and took shape in her hands, turning into a dark, heavy rifle. It looked somewhat familiar, like something they had seen on the Terror Burrower. Name, Heavy Impact Rifle. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, a standard-issue rifle the Cavern Tribe prepared for space warfare. It is relatively heavy, but it may never get the chance to prove itself. A weapon developed using hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as its foundation. It uses special ammunition. After hitting a target, it releases a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen, creating a secondary fuel air explosion. Even in a vacuum environment, it can still cause high heat and shock damage. In an atmospheric environment, due to air friction, its range drops sharply. Its safe range is 70 meters. Beyond that, it may easily explode, so avoid using it in extreme environments. Its kill radius is far greater than that of conventional kinetic firearms, and it is especially effective against unarmored and lightly armored targets. Along with the rifle came an extra 40 rounds and 2 fully loaded magazines. Each magazine held 20 rounds, for a total of 80 rounds. Good stuff. Wang Yu tested it in his hands and sighed in admiration. I kind of like it, but it's too heavy. I can't really use it. It's over 30 gene. At best, I could barely use it in 0 gravity. But for Ball, that weight was nothing at all. On top of that, her aim was better, so it was perfect for her. As for Wang Yu, he still preferred conventional firearms. Malku, your turn. Pick whatever one you want. If you draw something tasty, it's yours. What Wang Yu really meant was that he wanted Malku to draw the green ball representing consumables, because he roughly knew what would come out of it. But unfortunately, Malku couldn't understand Wang Yu's hidden meaning at all. Before he could even finish speaking, she reached out and picked up the red ball, making Wang Yu stop halfway through a sentence. The item gradually took shape in Malku's hands. It was a shoulder strap with several pull-tab cans hanging from it, plus a metal box. Name, Impact Grenade. Manufacturer, Heart of Rock. Regulation level, Class 1, Civilian. Description, a standard-issue grenade the Cavern Tribe prepared for space warfare. It contains propellant, allowing it to be thrown faster and farther. It uses hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks as the core explosive and shock units, then traditional chemical gunpowder and oxidizers for detonation, creating a large-scale thermobaric shockwave with considerable lethality. Compared to traditional fragmentation grenades, it is more suitable for use in vacuum environments, especially in narrow spaces. And its killing power is impressive. This one's not bad either. Seeing that the drop was good, Wang Yu stopped caring about it and thought back to Mangarecap's performance this time. You can use this strap. Your throws were pretty accurate this time, so keep it up. Wang Yu encouraged as he handed the strap to the elite grenadier Mangarecap. As for the metal box, he quietly confiscated it, because it was also filled with grenades. Judging by the weapons they had drawn, the Cavern tribe had actually made preparations for war, probably for the colonial war that was supposed to come later, to fight the native civilization of Hellstar. They just never made it to that point in the end. Wang Yu looked at the 3 remaining balls, preparing to inspect them one by one. He picked up the green ball first, the one he had the lowest expectations for. Sure enough, it turned into a large crate. Because it was too heavy, it dropped straight to the ground. Inside was a full box of number 1 hydrogen bricks, all completely filled with hydrogen, 24 in total. Considering the Cavern tribe's crooked tech tree, Wang Yu had already known this thing would come out. Once he drew it, it turned out exactly as expected. Then came the red ball. Hopefully another gun. A cannon would be even better. In any case, the stronger the weapon and the bigger the caliber, the better. After all, to kill that hell beast, he had even used up his only nuclear bomb. If he didn't make that back, then wouldn't that be? The red ball stretched and deformed in Wang Yu's hand. In the end, it became a hammer. Fuck, as in a plant. He had actually drawn a hammer. It was that blasting power sledgehammer. Before, he had thought one was too small. Well, now that he had a pair, he could dual-wield hammers and stop complaining it was too small. Damn it. This was exactly the thing he had been worried about drawing, which was why he wanted Ball or Mangarecap to soften the pool up for him first. In the end, he still drew it himself. He and T escaped it after all. Still, he didn't throw the hammer onto the ground. He had learned his lesson from last time and corrected that bad habit. Last time, Mangarecap hadn't left him even a bit of the protein powder he had thrown away. Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at the final yellow ball, feeling an inexplicable pressure. After all, he had bragged before, saying he would cover the bottom line himself. If he whiffed now, that would really be a little embarrassing. Come on, my good luck. Why is it not working when I actually need you? Wang Yu glanced at his palm. The number on it had turned into 5 at some point, probably because he had used some up while dodging attacks earlier. In any case, it had dropped by 2. He took a deep breath, picked up the final yellow ball, and when the glow faded, it had turned into a transparent capsule in his hand. Inside, it was a small robot figurine. The moment Wang Yu saw the item info, his face lit up with wild joy. Name, 3rd generation burrower prototype model. Remaining energy, 100. Creator, Ballwike. Regulation level, Class 2, Masterwork. Description, a new generation mining robot created by Cavern tribe engineers using new materials. Sturdy and durable. It has advantages such as high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance, and can handle long-term mining tasks in harsh environments. Its powerful demolition tools can even easily crush hard diamond. Its built-in new generation hydrogen power engine combines the high energy conversion and high output characteristics of both fuel cells and internal combustion engines, and can switch between the two. It also has the ability to move short distances in space and is fully capable of independently handling mining and transport tasks. Its 4 mechanical arms are also highly flexible and can switch between tools and mechanical claws. They have gripping ability and can place collected or into the basket on its back and secure it. Mining is fun for a while. Keep mining, stay happy forever. Ballwike. Strength, 33. Defense, 78. Armament, tools, rock-breaking drill, heavy impact drill, thermal blade saw, large scoop bucket, fixed anchor. It is currently contained in capsule form. Please twist it and choose a suitable location to deploy it. Once deployed, it cannot return to capsule form. Please choose the activation location carefully to avoid unnecessary losses. Wang Yu and the others had already experienced just how powerful this mech was through the Terra Burrower. Even without turning into a twisted monster, it still had considerable combat power. And this one was a 3rd generation burrower made from new materials. Its defense stat had been greatly enhanced, to the point of being a little absurd. Compared to the Terror Digger, its only weakness was probably that it couldn't grow flesh and lack growth potential. But that was also an advantage. If it really could grow flesh, Wang Yu wouldn't dare sit in it. If only it could be fitted with a few cannons. It would be perfect. Wang Yu introduced it to Ball and the others, wiping the sweat seeping from his forehead. After all, it was a mining robot. Its biggest weakness was long-range combat. Looks like the yellow light sphere can also drop vehicles and mechs. That makes its value much higher. Pretty good luck. Wang Yu was completely enamored with this new toy. He held it in his hands and kept staring at it, completely ignoring Mangarecap's eager gaze. This is high-end stuff. You can't handle it yet. But at that moment, Ball poured cold water on his excitement. saying that this robot had been designed according to the rock cavern race's body structure and driving habits. If a human tried to pilot it, it would probably be very difficult and the learning cost would not be low. Wang Yu had been so excited that he really had forgotten about that issue. So he asked, can it be modified then? Expand the cockpit and change the control method. Without the original blueprints, that'll probably be pretty hard. But I'm confident I can optimize the control system to make it more user-friendly. That'll have to wait until later when there is time. It'll take quite a while. Ball said that because the most urgent matter right now was to hurry and move the workshop as supplies back to the deep space. Alright, let us get ready to move the stuff first. As for this robot, Wang Yu don't want to try it, but considering its size, if he really brought it out, it probably wouldn't even fit through the emergency passage. He had to find a chance to clear out the temporary transfer warehouse first. Only then could this mech truly be put to use. That would have to wait. On top of that, after getting so many points, his authority level could also be upgraded. This harvest had really far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. He had thought he would need to explore at least a few more places to scrape together enough points, but in the end, one trip was enough. Wang Yu decisively chose to upgrade his authority. There was nothing to hesitate over. Right after that, the system popped up a prompt and added a countdown of 20 hours and 43 minutes, saying that the system itself would also be upgraded. He would wait until it was done and check again. He sat in the captain's chair, forcing himself to endure his appetite, and parked the ship next to the roasted whole lamb, almost unable to stop himself from taking a bite. The three of them set out once more, preparing to strip the workshop clean. They absolutely could not waste this treasure vault. Everything that could be moved and put to use would be hauled onto the deep space, starting with the fresh water and food. After all that was done, Wang Yu would control the deep space and have it devour this stretch of shipwreckage. By then, the deep space would probably undergo new changes again, and its urgent energy problem, or rather its satiety, would also be improved. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction.